Mr. Li, your call is from Mr. Zheng of Quanta Company. Secretary Xiaoyu could never comprehend why the astute general manager Li Chong of her company chose to associate with Mr. Zheng, the head of Quanta Company, a quintessential shell corporation. Mr. Zheng Wei Guang, undoubtedly a rogue, left her sighing inwardly, realizing the affairs of the general manager are beyond the inquiries of a mere employee. With a shake of her head, she returned to her tasks. The respect for the general manager's character resonated throughout the company. With sheer determination, he founded this trading enterprise with minimal capital, transforming it from nothing to a firm boasting assets in the millions within a mere 6 years. While many in the business world envied him, they could not help but admire his audacity, keen insight, and willingness to take risks. A T-29, Li Chong was of short stature and had a dark complexion. He hailed from humble beginnings and, through remarkable intelligence and the support of friends, managed to navigate his way through 4 years of university. His innate sociability and generous spirit allowed him to cultivate numerous friendships. "Hello, Wei Guang, what's the matter? I have a meeting shortly." "What? You need to discuss something in person." "Never mind, can it wait? I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow instead, today." "It's impossible." "What? The guarantee matter, come on." "All right, they'll be right there." Li Chong's face turned ashen as he hung up the phone, momentarily dazed, then said, "Xiaoyu, cancel this afternoon's meeting. Inform Peng Zidong and Jianzi to meet at room 403 in the Hilton Hotel. Hurry." With urgency akin to wildfire, Li Chong drove to the Hilton Hotel, hurriedly ascending the stairs upon arrival, where Zheng Wei Guang awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing Li Chong, he remarked, "Brother Chong, don't be anxious, this matter requires careful deliberation. Alas, the president of their company is suspected of fraud, absconding with a significant sum of money. The companies that guaranteed him are in a state of turmoil, and the defrauded firms have already taken legal action. I wanted to inform you promptly, so you're not caught off guard." He continued, "I misjudged the situation as well. Oh, Brother Chong, I should not have persuaded you to guarantee for their company. This is not the time for apologies. The situation remains unclear." Li Chong regained his composure, his small eyes glinting with astuteness, and inquired, "When did this occur?" Zheng Wei Guang, taken aback by Li Chong's calm demeanor, replied, "About 3 days ago. I called you as soon as I found out." Brother Chong, two young men greeted from a distance. "All right, Wei Guang, I must take my leave. Should anything arise, contact me by phone." Li Chong hurried the two along as they descended. Once in the car, Li Chong instructed the driver to proceed. He realized he was entangled in a significant predicament and, after pondering fruitlessly, pulled out his phone to call his girlfriend, only to be met with a deadline. A wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over him. "Brother Xiao Wang, now that you've acquired such a large sum, take me away from here. If a Chong discovers it, we'll be in trouble." "Hee, you're so naughty. Hey, be careful not to say anything reckless. Come here, my darling." Standing numbly at the door, Li Chong felt as though everything around him had become alien. A surge of hot blood coursing through his veins, he unsteadily approached the floor. Attendant, requesting her to unlock the door to a room he frequently reserved for accommodating friends, a space with which she was quite familiar. Upon entering, Li Chong's cold gaze fell upon a couple in disarray on the bed, hastily donning their clothes, their silence betraying their anxiety. Zheng Weiguang stammered, "Chong. Brother Chong, let me," explained that Li Chong regarded him as one might a mere dog, his composure unshaken as he replied, "Many years ago, when I was impoverished and naive, there was a fellow who consistently humiliated and bullied me. Can you guess what happened?" Zheng Weiguang, hoping for a display of rage, felt a tremor of fear at Li Chong's icy demeanor. "Brother Chong, aye. Let me tell you, I endured it all. You wouldn't believe it, but one day, he tormented a dear friend of mine who cared for me. Do you know what I did?" Suddenly, Li Chong's expression contorted, and with a swift motion, he thrust a fruit knife into Zheng Weiguang's abdomen. "You're no different from him. I have plunged a knife into you as well." Li Chong whispered into Zheng Weiguang's ear. Li Chong's girlfriend let out a piercing scream. Zheng Weiguang stared in disbelief at the knife lodged in his belly. He had exploited Li Chong's affable nature and penchant for friendship to orchestrate a scheme a year prior, establishing a fraudulent company under Li Chong's name as collateral, deceitfully swindling others while charming Li Chong's girlfriend into complicity. He never anticipated that Li Chong would discover the treachery so swiftly. nor that he would resort to violence. Li Chong released his grip, sorrowfully stating, "I, Li Chong, have countless friends. Knowing you has been a grave error." Without casting a glance at his girlfriend, he turned and exited the room, his heart pierced by 1,000 blades, a torment so profound it birthed thoughts of despair. Li Chong dismissed the driver and drove aimlessly along the road. Coming to a halt, he found himself by the serene lakeside in the suburbs, a place he once frequented with his girlfriend. A sudden ringtone broke the silence upon answering. He heard, "Hello, do you remember me?" "This is Fu Shan at L." I Chong instantly recalled Fu Shan, a mysterious acquaintance from 5 years prior, who had once urged him to join him, an invitation he had declined amidst his youthful ambition. Before departing, Fu Shan had ominously stated, "I will return in 5 years. You will need my assistance then." For reasons unknown, the memory of him lingered vividly in Li Chong's mind after all these years. A shiver coursed through him as he replied, "I remember. You require my assistance. How can you help? Where are you?" "Right behind you." Startled, Li Chong turned to find a tall figure standing before him. Steeling himself, Li Chong scrutinized Fu Shan, who was clad in a well-fitted black suit complemented by a dark blue patterned tie, accentuating his formidable physique. His long, jet-black hair flowed elegantly behind him, and his large, deep-set eyes, shadowed by thick brows, radiated a penetrating intensity that seemed to pierce the very soul. Although he appeared to be in his 30s, the depth of experience reflected in his gaze rendered it impossible to ascertain his true age. Li Chong had long been oblivious to Fu Shan's profession, perceiving him merely as an enigmatic figure. After 5 years apart, Fu Shan remained unchanged, just as he had been upon their initial encounter. "Brother Fu, how did you know I was here?" Li Chong inquired. The ringing of Li Chong's phone interrupted, and upon answering, he was met with news so delightful that he erupted in laughter, tossing the device into the lake before turning to Fu Shan. "How will you assist me?" "You should leave. I do not wish to endanger you. This place is already surrounded." With a mischievous grin, Fu Shan gazed at Li Chong and replied, "I shall reiterate my old adage. Do you wish to accompany me?" Li Chong, feeling a mix of frustration and exasperation, bellowed, "I do. But what good will that do?" Around them, footsteps echoed, accompanied by a loudspeaker commanding, "Individuals inside, stand still and place your hands on the car roof. Do not resist unnecessarily." Fu Shan burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, you have finally agreed." "Ha ha!" The throng of armed officers began to converge. Watching Fu Shan's exuberant laughter, Li Chong felt a wave of sorrow, hoping he would not drag Fu Shan into his predicament. Fu Shan, seemingly amused, flashed a wide smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, which emitted a dazzling light that caused the approaching officers to shield their eyes. When they reopened them, the two men had vanished without a trace, leaving only Li Chong's car solitary by the lakeshore. With that, Li Chong embarked on a surreal journey, never imagining that his forthcoming days would unfold in such a vibrant, thrilling, and extraordinary manner. "Ah, we have arrived," Fu Shan remarked cheerfully, gazing at the desolate ancient battlefield. Li Chong, astonished, could scarcely believe his eyes, perceiving Fu Shan as a creature of the extraordinary. It seemed utterly impossible in the blink of an eye. The surroundings had transformed completely, with the earlier chaos, including the approaching officers, evaporating into thin air, leaving behind a landscape reminiscent of a barren wasteland. "My brother, I understand you have many questions, but allow me to first enhance your physical form, after which I shall elucidate matters for your easier comprehension." Fu Shan spoke gently. Li Chong stared in disbelief as golden light began to emanate from Fu Shan's body. He cradled a sphere of purple radiance, gradually ascending from the ground in a manner that appeared profoundly sacred. Li Chong's mind raced with a singular thought. "I cannot discern whether he is a deity or a celestial being, but I am certain he is no mere mortal. Among my myriad acquaintances, to have one such as him is truly remarkable." Gradually, the radiant violet light emanated with a dazzling brilliance, escaping from Fu Shan's palm to hover above Li Chong's head. An indescribable force pulled Li Chong from the ground into the violet glow, prompting a comfortable sigh as he closed his eyes, distinctly feeling a powerful warmth coursing from the crown of his head to his feet. The gentle warmth intensified, growing more urgent and heated, until Li Chong, on the verge of scream, was horrified to discover that he could do nothing. Not only could he not voice a sound, but he could not even open his eyes, while the sensations in his body became increasingly vivid. It was agony, as if a fire had been ignited within him, searing his very organs. Ah, it is done at last. He, truly perfect, Fu Shan exclaimed with joy. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, the power of the violet flame heart has altered your appearance. You might want to take a look in the mirror shortly. Violet flame heart? What is that? Li Chong inquired, an indescribable sense of comfort unfurled from his bones. As he stood and stretched lazily, the sound of cracking akin to popcorn bursting from his very core. This simple stretch imbued Li Chong with newfound strength from head to toe. Startled, Li Chong first noticed the change in his vision. Distant mountains were now vividly clear, and he could see the soaring eagle in the sky with astonishing detail. The gentle whispers of the wind across the land, the distant chirping of birds, and the neighing of horses resonated with remarkable clarity. Looking down, Li Chong was astonished to find his once fitted clothes humorously tight, the pant legs now barely reaching past his knees. In that moment of realization, he understood that he must have grown taller. The violet flame heart is a treasure I cultivated for refining, specifically designed for foundational building. Your physique and character are perfectly suited for it. Fu Shan explained with a smile. Li Chong opened his mouth, but words eluded him. The entire experience was utterly unfathomable. This marks the beginning of your journey in cultivation. I have merely laid the groundwork for you to fully absorb and wield the power of the violet flame heart and cultivate your own strength to reach the realm of a true cultivator. Well, young man, the road ahead is long. Fu Shan remarked, surprised at how quickly Li Chong had assimilated the violet flame heart. Although he had absorbed less than 1% of its power, such affinity was impressive, validating Fu Shan's faith from 5 years prior. After finally calming himself, Li Chong was filled with questions. Brother Fu, are you a deity? With Li Chong's limited knowledge and experience, he struggled to comprehend Fu Shan's actions. What is a deity, and what defines a deity? Fu Shan replied with a laugh. Well, I suppose a deity is omnipotent, eternal, and no one has ever truly seen a deity thus. If there are deities, there must be kings of the underworld, and bodhisattvas too, right? And God, what is the role of God? Li Chong's thoughts became increasingly muddled as he spoke. Observing the nonsensical ramblings of Li Chong, Fu Shan could not help but burst into hearty laughter. My dear brother, I am not the celestial being you envision. I am merely a practitioner of the mystical arts. Yet if we speak of capabilities, they might indeed approach your notion of a deity. Fu Shan glanced at the bewildered Li Chong and continued, I, too, am an inhabitant of Earth, a Han Chinese to be precise. However, I departed this world during the Western Han Dynasty, guided by my mentor. With my current abilities, I am now capable of becoming your mentor. My journey from the Feng Yuan star to Earth was to seek one who could assimilate the energy of the purple flame heart. I searched for 9 long years, and it was in the 4th year that I discovered you. Alas, it was unfortunate that you initially refused to accompany me, but perseverance has borne fruit, and at long last, you have consented. Li Chong felt rather foolish, having graduated from university and earned a bachelor's degree. He could not comprehend Fu Shan's words entirely. However, he grasped several points. This Fu Shan was indeed a terrestrial being, having left Earth during the Western Han period, a practitioner of mystical arts, implying that, regardless of his belief, he had lived for over a millennium and was indeed the one capable of merging with the so-called purple flame heart. In a fleeting moment, excitement surged within Li Chong. Fu Shan had come from another world, and he would undoubtedly take him away from Earth. Presently, Li Chong was engulfed in despair, wishing only to escape as far as possible from this sorrowful and enraging place. Suddenly, a tumultuous blend of emotions overwhelmed him, and he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, wow, ha ha, ha ha, squeak. Tears streamed down his face amidst his mirth. Fu Shan was taken aback by Li Chong's maniacal laughter. Hey, brother, is what I said truly that amusing? And no, brother Fu, what shall we do next? Li Chong hurriedly wiped away his tears and shifted the topic. Once he resolved to leave, a sense of ease enveloped him. Well, we have approximately 20 days before departing Earth. Time is indeed a bit tight, but we shall manage. Brother, let's first head to a major city. Fu Shan conjured a complete set of new clothes including socks and shoes, from thin air. Brother, please change into these garments. Your current appearance is rather unpresentable. Li Chong accepted the clothing and quickly donned it, only to realize that he was adorned in high-end brands, even the socks being of the finest quality in the world. Ha ha, indeed. One must be well-dressed, Seth Buddha in gold, and one would not expect my brother to be so debonair. Fu Shan praised exuberantly. I Chong felt a flush of embarrassment in his entire life. He had never heard anyone describe him as charming. With a grimace, he replied, Brother, I have long been nicknamed the Earth Mouse Charming. Not a chance. Please, spare me the flattery. Fu Shan chuckled and shook his head, pondering. Few comprehend the formidable power of the purple flame heart. It can evoke incredible transformations. The future holds boundless possibilities, and I cannot help but feel a sense of anticipation. Gazing at his designer attire, Li Chong suddenly posed a question. My friend, I have noticed you bear no luggage. Your hands remain unburdened. Where do you keep your clothes and shoes? Fu Shan raised his left hand, gently pushing back his sleeve, revealing a bracelet that spanned 3 fingers in width. The bracelet boasted a peculiar hue, a deep brown tinged with darkness, adorned with faint patterns that shimmered with a mysterious silver glow, swirling gently within the confines of the bracelet. My word, how exquisite! What manner of bracelet is this? Li Chong exclaimed, filled with astonishment. This is known as the Na Jie bracelet, a specialized artifact for adept practitioners of cultivation, designed specifically for storage. This Na Jie bracelet is the finest of its kind, and after all these years, it is the sole one I have discovered. Oh, I possess another, which I replaced after acquiring the Na Jie. Consider a gift for you. With a flourish, Fu Shan conjured another bracelet into existence. Li Chong examined the newly acquired bracelet. Its cobalt blue hue was neither metal, wood, nor stone. The material's origin a mystery to it was twice the width of a Na Jie bracelet, with edges adorned in strange, irregular patterns. Upon closer inspection, the surface revealed delicate strands of cobalt blue, beneath which silver stars seemed to twinkle. This bracelet's called the Tan Bo bracelet, the finest among its peers for storage, Fu Shan remarked with a smile. Try it on. It contains many items I have no use for, thus serving as your welcoming gift. Upon donning the bracelet, Li Chong instantly grasped its secrets. Although he could not comprehend the principles behind its creation, utilizing it posed no challenge. A stack of banknotes materialized in his hand, vanished, and then a diamond the size of an egg appeared. Goodness, there are so many items within this bracelet. Ah, this is a diamond, and this, oh my goodness, a long sword, he exclaimed, as objects appeared and disappeared in his grasp. Fu Shan observed Li Chong with a smile, stating, It is time to embark on our journey. The treasures within the bracelet are yours to explore at your leisure. He called out, Let us be off. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped them, and the ground lay empty, devoid of any presence. Until now, Li Chong could not comprehend why he had transformed into this state. In the guest room of the Jinjiang Hotel, he gazed at the reflection in the mirror, gently caressing his face, pondering, No one will recognize me now. Who would have thought I could become so handsome? Alas, what good is being attractive when I have lost my home, my friends, and my company? I am now utterly destitute. Presently, Li Chong stood at an impressive height of 180 centimeters, with broad shoulders and a slim waist. His complexion was as smooth and delicate as that of an infant, with a subtle flush coursing beneath the surface of his skin. His entire physique radiated with latent strength, while his elongated eyes emitted an arresting brilliance. The contours of his face were chiseled with remarkable vigor. He was not conventionally handsome, yet exuded a robust masculinity that rendered his former self unrecognizable. Most astonishing to Li Chong was that his reflection resembled that of an 18 or 19-year-old youth, with only his gaze retaining a semblance of his previous maturity. Li Chong was quite pleased with his current appearance, reveling in the sensation of renewal. It felt as though he could start afresh. After taking a shower and donning his clothes, he departed from the hotel. Hello, what fine wines do you have? He inquired cheerfully of the beautiful saleswoman at a liquor store. The usually articulate saleswoman looked up to see Li Chang and was momentarily speechless, her heart racing as a blush crept across her cheeks. She thought to herself, Handsome. This boy is utterly stunning. My boyfriend pales in comparison. Giggles erupted from 2 other young female sales clerks at the counter, whispering and exchanging flirtatious glances. Why you? Hello, what did you say? Oh, I'm sorry, what would you like to buy? The attractive saleswoman's face flushed even deeper. Li Chang chuckled softly, savoring the attention he received. I would like to purchase some fine wine. Could you recommend something? What transpired next left the saleswoman utterly astounded. This impossibly handsome lad purchased nearly every brand of wine in the store, laying down thick stacks of cash before instructing a hired hand to carry the goods, then waving her goodbye with a flourish as he sauntered towards the next establishment. Even long after, the beautiful saleswoman would reminisce about the charming and affluent young man, daydreaming about how wonderful it would be if he were her boyfriend. As Li Chang sat on his bed, he found himself unable to sleep. The emotional turmoil within him seemingly calmed only by his extravagant shopping spree. Memories of his impoverished childhood and subsequent struggles in the marketplace flashed through his mind like scenes from a film, leaving him restless throughout the night. After 19 consecutive days of frenzied shopping, he finally ceased when the cash stored in his bracelet was nearly exhausted. As a born businessman, Li Chang instinctively calculated his expenditures and was astonished to discover that he had spent over 9 million yuan, equivalent to more than $1 million. In just 19 days. The bracelet was now half full with his acquisitions, ranging from clothing and shoes to books and stationery, rice and salt. He had purchased everything visible in the market, along with numerous medications and small medical instruments. On the afternoon of the 20th day, Fushan appeared promptly before Li Chang. Mars, our neighboring planet, boasts a diameter of 200 miles, approximately half that of Earth, with a mass merely 0.11 times that of our world. It is enveloped by a rather thin atmosphere, and is often referred to as the enigmatic red planet. Mars showcases three distinctly different terrains. The first is the cratered landscape, reminiscent of the moon's surface. The second is a chaotic, uncharted terrain formed by extensive subsidence, with the widest area reaching up to 60 miles. The third type of terrain consists of vast plains, devoid of hills, ridges, or craters, resembling an expansive wilderness covered in sand or dust. Fushan and Li Chang find themselves amidst the second terrain, within a massive subsidence zone, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Fushan reflects on the instantaneous journey from Earth to Mars, which cost him 5 prime pieces of azure jade and an excessive amount of his energy. He gestures to elevate a protective multicolored flame barrier around them and promptly begins meditating, focusing on recovering his strength with a piece of energy stone in each hand. Li Chang, still disoriented, struggles to comprehend that it is indeed possible to traverse from Earth to Mars solely through sheer human effort, an utterly unfathomable notion. The realization that he may never see his family and friends again weighs heavily on his heart, intensifying his sense of loss. In the midst of his aimlessness, he discovers something extraordinary. He can exist without the need to breathe, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Observing Fushan, who appears to be in a deep trance, Li Chang decides to sit cross-legged beside him, contemplating the changes within himself since being transformed by the purple flame heart. After settling into position, Li Chang finds himself bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. He recalls having read about martial arts in novels, where practitioners would focus their energy in their lower abdomen. He resolves to give it a try. To his dismay, he feels nothing, exclaiming in frustration, "I refuse to believe I cannot achieve this." Fueled by determination, he exerts himself, and the movement proves monumental, akin to casting a massive stone into water, sending ripples cascading outward. The purple flame heart now resembles a tranquil surface disturbed by his focused breathing, activating its immense energy. A brilliant purple light emanates from Li Chang, illuminating the surroundings with its brilliance. However, as he realizes the power he has unleashed, regret washes over him. He is uncertain of the next steps to take. Thoughts of how long Fushan will remain in his meditative state flood his mind, heightening his anxiety. The energy of the purple flame heart continues to swell, prompting Li Chang to leap from the ground, akin to a cannonball, bursting through the protective barrier and hurtling toward a nearby cliff. As the precipice looms before him, panic ensues, and he cries out, "Look out, the mountain is collapsing. Help!" With a tremendous crash, the cliff is indeed shattered, a massive chunk tumbling down amidst a deafening roar, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust that rushes toward the protective multicolored flame barrier below. Deeply embedded in the sheer cliff, Li Chang was struck with a sudden terror, shouting, "Brother Fu, quick, take cover." How am I still alive? He watched helplessly as the boulders crashed against the multicolored flame shield, the vibrant hues whirling rapidly, with the swirling dust unable to obscure their brilliance. Gradually, tranquility returned. and Li Chang discovered that the fallen stones had formed a neat circle around the flame shield, failing to penetrate it at all. What a treasure, truly a remarkable treasure. Goodness, how on earth do I get down from here? Li Chang was perched over 70 meters above the ground, radiating a purple glow, resembling a lantern hanging from the cliff. Fortunately, this was on Mars. He could only imagine the startling consequences had it been on Earth. Crack, crack, crack. As the energy from the purple flame continued to diffuse, the rocks surrounding Li Chang began to crumble one by one. This is no fun. No fun at all. Help me. Please don't break. Ah, wow. I'm done playing. Save me. With a thunderous roar, Li Chang plummeted into the ground, embedding himself over half a meter deep. After a moment, he painfully crawled up, spitting out mouthfuls of mud, and struck a nearby boulder in frustration. Boom! Another resounding explosion occurred, the rock shattering like it had been detonated by explosives. What in the world is this? Even this thing can explode. Li Chang stood dumbfounded. Brother Fu, did you turn me into a monster? I'm about to be killed by this. Terrified by his precarious situation, Li Chang dared not move recklessly. He tiptoed towards the flame shield. Why can't I get in? Brother Fu, open the door. Li Chang was blocked by the protective barrier. No matter how hard he tried, he could not step inside. He leaned against the shield, gazing pitifully at Fu Shan within. Time passed, and Fu Shan gradually opened his eyes, only to be met by a young lad, his body aflame with purple fire, pressed against the shield. Looking at him with longing, while his lower half hung precariously, he exclaimed, "Thank heavens. Brother Fu, open the door." Feeling a wave of relief, Li Chang suddenly realized he was completely naked. It turned out that the activation of the purple flame had incinerated all his clothing. Just as he retrieved a piece of clothing from his bracelet, it turned to ashes before he could even unwrap it. Li Chang was left dumbfounded, suppressing a laugh. Fu Shan remarked, "Little brother, the items brought from Earth are of no use now. If you cannot control the true fire emitted by your purple flame, it will burn anything in its path." Li Chang crossed his arms over his modesty, a woeful expression on his face, lamenting, "If it weren't for my confidence in my current appearance, this would be unbearable. I can't face anyone like this." His pitiful demeanor caused Fu Shan to burst into laughter, never expecting his chosen companion to be such a delightful character. "Ha, I had intended for you to forge your own armor during the period of tranquility. But that is no longer feasible. Never mind. I shall gift you a set of armor I have crafted, though you must learn to forge your own in the future." Fu Shan approached Li Chang, revealing a set of silver armor in his hands. With a graceful gesture, the armor seemed to come alive, seamlessly attaching itself to Li Chang's body. As soon as the armor was donned, purple flames began to flicker and dance, casting a mesmerizing glow upon the brilliant silver surface. The purple flames flowed like water over the armor, gradually melding into it, creating a stunning spectacle as they swirled within the silver facade. Surprisingly, Li Chang felt no weight from the armor. Instead, he experienced a refreshing coolness enveloping him, which was quite comfortable. Li Chang, unfazed by the extraordinary occurrence, marveled at this newfound treasure. Upon closer inspection, he found the armor to be an exquisite work of art, beyond words. He pointed at the armor and inquired, "What is the name of this magnificent piece? It is truly beautiful." Suddenly, a thought struck him. "But how do I take it off?" Fu Shan chuckled mischievously. "This treasure is called Mighty Star, an exceptional inner armor that, once worn, cannot be removed. However, once the spirit tranquility phase concludes and the nascent soul is formed, the armor will adhere to the nascent soul, becoming invisible to the outside world. At that point, you will need to forge a second set of armor, which will be the true battle armor, capable of being donned and removed." "Ah, I can't take it off? Then how will I face others? Surely, I cannot walk the streets adorned in shimmering armor." Li Chang exclaimed anxiously. "Do not worry, it is quite common in our realm, and no one will mock you." Fu Shan reassured him. He then presented a jade eye-shaped gem, saying, "With this, you can learn and comprehend everything. Just infuse a bit of your energy into it, and you may give it a try." Fu Shan produced a piece of black jade, roughly the size of a cigarette case, and handed it to Li Chang. Upon testing it, Li Chang was overjoyed to discover that this was a memory stone, containing extensive records of crafting methods, cultivation techniques, formations, and more, akin to a richly informative computer. "We must depart. The path to the teleportation point is a bit lengthy. Let us proceed," Fu Shan stated. Curiously, Li Chang asked, "Brother Fu, is the technology on Fengyuan Star highly advanced? How does it compare to Earth?" "You will learn new knowledge gradually once you arrive on Fengyuan Star. Fu Shan replied. Li Chang, filled with excitement, continued, are there many planets to visit? Is it enjoyable? There are indeed numerous planets to explore, but it requires a considerable amount of celestial stones and an operational teleportation array. As for the enjoyment, you will discover that for yourself, Fu Shan explained. Li Chang did not yet grasp the significance of the integration stage for cultivators, a phase that demanded countless years of dedicated training. Before long, they arrived at the teleportation point, which astonished Li Chang, for it was constructed from large energy stones, resembling a Bagua diagram. Fu Shan remarked, I first traveled to Fengyuan Star from here as well, though this place has been abandoned for many years. Only a handful of cultivators still remember it. Had it not been for your low cultivation level, I would not have recalled this route, he said with a tone of nostalgia. All right, you stand at the center of the array while I activate it, Fu Shan instructed. He began to replace some of the non-functional energy stones and adjusted the formation, causing a gentle luminescence to flow between the stones. Fu Shan sighed, this teleportation point has been neglected for far too long. It will take some time to calibrate the direction. Seated at the heart of the teleportation array, Li Chang felt an unsettling anxiety swell within him. His journey from Earth to Mars had been shrouded in confusion, yet this time the path was starkly clear, leaving him uncertain of what might transpire. He silently prayed, Oh, celestial beings and divine spirits, dear God and Amitabha, grant me safe passage to the Star of Destiny. Amen. He made the sign of the cross, seeking solace. What an astonishing turn of events. Li Chang mused, goodness. Should I dare to hope for a benign outcome, lest a monstrous apparition emerge and bring me misfortune? While no such creature appeared, instead, an adversary of Fu Shan made their entrance. Oh dear, do refrain from shouting. My ears might very well be deafened. Is that not old Master Fu himself? Whatever happened to your 11 deceased brothers? TSK, and here you are, luring yet another young brother into this mess. Is it not merely a celestial tribulation? Why then, seek so many scapegoats? The voice, sultry and beguiling, drew nearer. From a distance, a dense cloud of rosy smoke drifted rapidly, halting just short of Fu Shan, undulating in a most eerie fashion. Fu Shan's countenance darkened, revealing a mixture of fury and resignation. Hua Meinyang, is it truly you once more? After all these years, why do you persist in sowing chaos? I have yet to settle our previous score, and you dare to confront me again? The rosy smoke parted gracefully, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman. Unable to contain himself, Li Chang exclaimed, Wow, an absolutely breathtaking beauty. Hua Meinyang flashed him a slight smile, akin to 1,000 blossoming peach flowers, leaving Li Chang momentarily mesmerized. Yet, having recently endured emotional turmoil, he felt a twinge of apprehension towards women. Little brother, do you find your sister beautiful? Come here, be good. She cooed in a flirtatious tone, her gestures enchanting. Hey, Hua Meinyang, I warn you, should you dare to entice my brother, do not blame me for ensuring your eternal damnation, Fu Shan retorted, his voice tinged with warning. Oh, old Master Fu is irate. Should he seek a woman himself? It cannot be deemed as enticing, Hua Meinyang quipped, her confidence unabated. But, dear Hua Meinyang, do not be overly self-assured. Men do not favor women who exude such ethereal charm all day long. Although you are the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered, I am simply not interested. Li Chang sat defiantly in the teleportation array, exuding an air of indifference. In truth, Li Chang's words were uttered without much thought, yet unbeknownst to him. He had struck a nerve with Hua Meinyang. Fu Shan erupted in laughter. Hua Meinyang, my brother has no interest in you, rendering your alluring glances futile. Haha. To everyone's astonishment, a sharp and scathing retort erupted from the lips of the enchanting Hua Meinyang. You little brat. When have I ever fancied foul men? You scoundrel. Should you ever fall into my clutches, I shall drain your essence until you perish. I shall no longer be known as Hua Meinyang. Observing her reaction, Fu Shan found himself slightly bemused. I am terrified. Very well, if not Hua Meinyang, then let us call you Hua Qi. Li Chang jested, knowing that even a bodhisattva would be provoked by his words. To hell with you. The surrounding rosy smoke surged forward like a tidal wave, rapidly converging upon Li Chang. Almost simultaneously, a brilliant white light flashed from Fu Shan's hand, causing the pink smoke to evade as if it were a living entity. Yet the speed of white light was astonishingly swift, striking the cloud of smoke with a tremendous crash accompanied by a multitude of delicate tinkling sounds, shattering the smoke barrier into fragments. Li Chang clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, Excellent. The smoke has dissipated. Unbeknownst to him, the preceding moment had been fraught with peril. At his current level, lacking the protection of the battle armor, he would have been utterly defenseless against the countless minuscule essence-extracting needles concealed within that smoke barrier. Huamaneung's peach blossom shield was a treacherous weapon, one that many cultivators regarded with deep suspicion akin to venomous serpents. Fu Shan chuckled. I have always treated you with a measure of courtesy. In the realm of cultivation, it is well known that I, Fu Shan, prefer not to engage with women. In truth, Fu Shan had not exerted his full strength. Only a select few formidable cultivators could compel him to unleash his complete prowess. Enraged, Huamaneung cried out, Peach Blossom Armor. The smoke surrounding her rapidly converged into her body, revealing a suit of rosy armor. Li Chang could not help but marvel at the exquisite creations these individuals conjured. Truly an eye-opening experience. He was unaware that in the world of cultivation, crafting artifacts was a vital discipline, one that demanded perfection. Linglong Armor. With a swift motion, Fu Shan donned his own armor. Li Chang could no longer remain seated and rose from the teleportation array. Huamaneung wielded a peach blossom, seemingly freshly plucked from the tree, vibrant and glistening as if still adorned with morning dew, which she casually waved. Li Chang had to concede that Huamaneung was extraordinarily radiant. Her demeanor and enchanting visage were truly captivating, evoking a sense of tenderness that made one hesitant to strike. Petals filled the air, pink blossoms cascading like the celestial maidens scattering flowers, transforming the desolate battlefield into a realm imbued with the essence of spring. Huamaneung giggled. Old Master Fu, allow me to demonstrate my newly mastered 10,000 flower calamity. Go. Oh. Fu Shan nodded, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. After many years, you have finally perfected it. Excellent, excellent. Li Chang was at a loss for words, astonished by the shower of petals. Could it possibly be an illusion? It was absurd. Battling with flower petals. Fu Shan, however, found nothing peculiar. He understood that each petal dancing in the air was a finely honed weapon of condensed energy. As the 10,000 flower calamity unfolded, the petals, initially drifting gracefully through the air, began to spin rapidly, emitting a gentle humming sound. With Huamaneung's full exertion, the petals clustered together, rotating with increasing velocity. As their speed intensified, the sound transformed into a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Li Chang watched with excitement, eager to see how Fu Shan would respond. Ah, truly a spectacle. Watch this. Fu Shan raised his hand, releasing a small golden butterfly. Li Chang plopped down in disbelief, thinking, could Brother Fu be serious? A butterfly has taken flight. It was no wonder that Li Chang was bewildered. He was only just beginning to grasp the intricacies of the cultivation world. The diminutive golden butterfly was renowned in the realm of cultivation. It was an exquisite blade crafted by the master artificer Yan Hun, known as the golden butterfly knife. Only an expert could wield it, and after Fu Shan's refinement, its power had been further magnified. As Fu Shan waved his hand once more, a golden butterfly emerged, which instantly multiplied into dozens of others, filling the sky with a flurry of fluttering golden butterflies, each one seeking nectar from the blossoms. When the flowers and butterflies converged, a deafening explosion resonated through the heavens, and a chaotic energy surged around. The petals, transformed by energy, collided and shattered against the golden butterflies, creating a mesmerizing display of pink and gold swirling through the air. Gradually, the petals dissipated, yet the golden butterflies danced with even greater vigor. Ultimately, as the last of the petals vanished, the myriad butterflies transformed into one, gracefully swirling around Huamaneung. Li Chang realized that Fu Shan had triumphed. At his age, Li Chang had never witnessed such a battle. It was devoid of any martial techniques, and purely a contest of magical artifacts and energy, yet it was undeniably captivating. Remarkably splendid, was Li Chang's assessment. Huamaneung found herself in a disheveled state, her peach blossom branch broken, and the blossoms themselves defeated. Waves of helplessness surged within her. Against a master like Fu Shan, she felt utterly powerless. This peach blossom had taken her 7 years of arduous cultivation and countless efforts, and now it lay in ruins. A sly smile suddenly crept upon her face, the 10,000 flower shield. Countless vibrant flowers suddenly erupted around Huamaneung, swirling around her in a rapid dance, catching Fu Shan off guard as the golden butterfly blade sliced through empty air. With a swift motion, a mist-like gas surged toward Fu Shan. Oh, still not convinced? Very well, bring it on. Fu Shan had become somewhat complacent. What do you intend to do? Li Chang was utterly startled by Huamaneung's sudden appearance before him. However, Huamaneung did not target Li Chang, knowing full well that if she harmed him, Fu Shan would undoubtedly despise her. In the realm of cultivation, Fu Shan was regarded as a top-tier figure, and few dared to provoke him. Yet, he had a principle, never to eradicate a woman completely, which emboldened her to take action against him and thwart his plans on multiple occasions. Although she refrained from harming Li Chang, she excelled at creating chaos and destruction. She activated the teleportation array. Without a calibrated direction, where the array would send Li Chang was a mystery known only to the heavens. Fu Shan, furious, sheathed the golden butterfly blade and unleashed his renowned weapon, the cold blue sword. Practitioners in the realm of cultivation understood that if Fu Laoyu resorted to wielding the cold blue sword, the situation had escalated. Fu Shan held a position of immense prestige in the realm of cultivation, revered like a deity on Fengyuan Star and several other planets, with very few daring to challenge him. As the cold blue sword soared forth, the temperature of the air plummeted, and Fu Shan bellowed, "You scoundrel!" Picking up the fallen flowers, Fu Shan realized that Hua Mainyang must have felt immense sorrow while fleeing. The 10,000 flowers shield had been shattered, and 2 of her magical artifacts had been destroyed in a single day, an unbearable loss for anyone. Fu Shan soared toward the teleportation array, and, upon inspection, his heart sank. The destination indicated by the array was, astonishingly, Fengyuan Star. Fu Shan understood that this was impossible. It had not been the initial direction when activated. Relying on his extensive experience, he meticulously examined the array and calculated for a long while, identifying 7 potential planets. The wind whispered softly through the treetops in the night, its wailing reminiscent of a ghost's lament, while unknown beasts emitted peculiar howls into the darkness. Li Chang stood within an ancient teleportation array, an unsettling chill coursing through him as he pondered the events of the past few days. Gradually, dawn broke, and a melodious bird call startled him from his reverie. A bird call? Where could this be? Stepping out of the teleportation array, Li Chang hesitated, contemplating whether to wait for Fu Shan or venture forth into the forest. After a moment's deliberation, he resolved to wait a few days. If Fu Shan did not arrive, he would explore. With newfound determination, he began to prepare. Relieved that he had procured an ample supply of provisions, which would now come in handy. Clearing a patch of ground beneath a colossal rock, Li Chang hummed a tune as he retrieved a travel tent from his wrist bracelet and assembled it. Crawling inside, he spread out a blanket and sat cross-legged. I should eat something, he mused. Since activating the purple flame heart, he had entered a fasting phase. With his body's energy needs entirely met by the purple flame heart, eating was no longer a necessity. He opened a vacuum-sealed bag of pork jerky and ate a couple of pieces when, all of a sudden, a wave of melancholy surged within him. To dispel the sadness, Li Chang emerged from the tent and took a deep breath, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across the rock face, causing him to tremble in disbelief. There, inscribed, were 2 large Chinese characters. Although he could not decipher them, he recognized them as ancient Chinese stone drum script. Eagerly, Li Chang searched the vicinity and indeed found an array of dense writings on a nearby boulder, featuring not only stone drum script but also seal script, clerical script, regular script, running script, and cursive script, alongside various bizarre characters he could not understand. After carefully examining the familiar writings, astonishment etched his features. This planet was called the Heavenly Court. It turned out that some ancient Chinese individuals, after rigorous cultivation, had been transported to this planet in batches by 4 cultivators known as the envoys of the Jade Emperor. Each group believed they had achieved immortality, soaring to the heavens within 100 days. However, upon arrival, they could no longer find the envoys of the Jade Emperor, and the place was far from the idyllic paradise they had imagined. The agony, sorrow, helplessness, and fury expressed in the inscriptions sent shivers down Li Chang's spine. Upon scrutinizing the signatures of the various writings, Li Chang discovered that, apart from himself, the last individuals to reach this planet arrived in the 3rd year of the Jiaqing era of the Qing dynasty, 756 people in total, encompassing men, women, and children, who arrived in 4 successive groups. For reasons unknown, no more individuals had been transported here since, and the place had gradually fallen into desolation. A sense of solace washed over Li Chang, knowing he was not alone on this planet, regardless of whether those who had come from Earth still remained. Their descendants surely lived on here. With a foolish grin, he decided to leave his mark as well. He inscribed a line of characters upon the massive rock, tilting his head to admire his work, and laughed contentedly. The rock bore a crooked inscription that read, Li Chang visited this place, with the date inscribed as September of the 1st year of the 2000s, exiled to the Heavenly Court by the treachery of Hua Mainyang. Returning to the tent, Li Chang resolved to begin studying the materials contained within the Jade Eye simplified text. After experiencing the helplessness during the activation of the Purple Flame Heart and witnessing the breathtaking battle between Fu Shan and Hua Meinyang, Li Chang realized that to survive in such a world, he must empower himself. Grasping the Jade Eye scroll, Li Chang entered a state of deep meditation without rest. Countless streams of information surged into his mind from the Jade Eye scroll. The cultivation realm is a world where cultivators reside, distinct from the mundane reality. Cultivators are those who can absorb, master, and utilize the energy of essence. This energy primarily resides within ores, while certain rare plants and animals also contain it. Its presence varies across planets. Some are abundant in essence, while others are scarce or entirely devoid of it. The ores yield what is known as crystal stones or cultivation stones, commonly referred to as immortal stones or foundation stones. Early-stage cultivators typically commence their journey with inferior cultivation stones, upgrading to superior ones as their power increases, until they achieve their own primordial infant. Once the primordial infant is formed, the cultivator no longer requires the energy of cultivation stones. The cold soul pearl used by Fu Shan and the purple flame heart utilized by Li Chang are extraordinary treasures, not found in nature, but rather crafted through cultivation. They can be regarded as a soulless primordial infant. Such rarities are not accessible to ordinary cultivators, only to those with exceptional qualities. The cultivation realms are categorized into 11 levels: rotation, illumination, fusion, heart movement, spiritual tranquility, primordial infant, exiting the body, dividing the spirit, merging the body, transcending tribulation, and ascension, each with its own distinctions. Should a cultivator reach the 6th level of the primordial infant stage, they can condense their essence energy to cultivate their own purple palace primordial infant, achieving the so-called immortality of the soul. Attaining the 10th level of transcending tribulation allows for the immortality of the physical body. However, the most perilous phase is the transcending tribulation stage. There is a saying among cultivators: the primordial infant is easy to cultivate, but transcending tribulation is perilous. As long as cultivators possess time, immortal stones, and the correct cultivation methods, they can invariably reach the primordial infant stage, but the transcending tribulation stage is different. A single misstep can lead to complete annihilation of both body and spirit. Crafting is also a profound discipline in the cultivation realm, an essential skill every cultivator must master. There are various categories of crafting and numerous sects within the cultivation world, each specializing in their own secret crafting techniques. The Jade Eye Scroll contains many secret techniques for crafting, as well as formations that are intricately linked to crafting. Many formations must be manifested through crafted items. Upon opening his eyes, Li Chang was delighted to discover that the celestial armor had retreated within him. He now understood that he had reached the initial stage of the primordial infant, marking the commencement of the 6th level of cultivation. He found it peculiar that there was a thick layer of dust inside the tent. Unbeknownst to him, this first meditation had consumed 7 months of time, bestowing upon him a transformative effect. After locating a small pond nearby, he joyfully bathed and changed into fresh clothing. Li Chang mused, if Brother Fu were here, he would surely see the words I carved into the rock. With his remarkable abilities, he would have no trouble finding me. I shall embark on my exploration of the heavenly court star. It will be like a complimentary journey. Having packed his belongings, Li Chang, filled with exuberance, shouted, I have arrived. With determined strides, he commenced his journey across the heavenly court star. Li Chang's most pressing desire at present is to find someone. Anyone would suffice, as he has wandered through the primordial forest for many days. Along his arduous journey, he has encountered towering trees that embrace the sky, with dense underbrush casting a shadow so profound that not a glimmer of sunlight penetrates. Often, he comes across nameless wild beasts and soaring birds. Li Chang marvels at the pristine environment, the exquisite scenery lifting his spirits immensely. At long last, he emerges from the forest, rubbing his eyes in disbelief as he beholds a city. He stands there for a long moment, feeling as though tears might spill forth. Gazing at the city from afar, he experiences a sensation that is both strange and familiar. The city walls resemble those of ancient China, adorned with green bricks, square arrow slits, arched gates, and a bell tower with flying eaves. On the distant road, pedestrians meander about. After a moment's reflection, Li Chang decides to adopt the guise of a tourist. He retrieves a large backpack, haphazardly stuffing it with various items, and ties back his long hair with a lengthy ribbon. Clad in brown, mid-calf hiking boots, jeans, a dark red shirt, and a vest. He slings the backpack over his shoulders, filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation, and strides towards the city gate. Upon reaching the entrance, Li Chang finds the scene even more peculiar. Glancing around, he notices a throng of men, women, and children, all staring at him as though he were a circus attraction. He nods and smiles repeatedly, yet as he approaches, they scatter like startled rabbits before he can utter a word. However, after retreating a few dozen paces, they reassemble, pointing and giggling incessantly. From their attire, Li Chang struggles to ascertain which dynasty of ancient China they belong to. But he is certain it must be from the Ming dynasty or earlier, as he is quite familiar with the clothing of the Qing dynasty from watching television dramas. Although communication is impossible, his keen auditory senses allow him to catch snippets of their hushed conversations, which are in the dialect of the Hangzhou and Jiaxing regions. Li Chang feels a surge of excitement. He had studied in Zhejiang and spent 4 years in Hangzhou, making him nearly fluent in the dialects of the Jiangsu and Zhejiang areas. At the city gate, Li Chang is intercepted by 4 soldiers, each equipped with long sabers. "Who are you? Show us your travel permit," demands the leader. The soldiers regard him with a mix of curiosity and scrutiny. Unable to contain his laughter, Li Chang rejoices silently, realizing he can understand them. With open hands, he responds, "Good sir, I have journeyed from afar and wish to enter the city for a brief visit, employing the very dialect of Hangzhou." The soldiers are taken aback, huddling together to whisper amongst themselves, and one hastily rushes into the city. The lead soldier, now exceedingly respectful, bows and says, "Esteemed guest, please follow me. Let us find you a place to rest momentarily. I have already dispatched someone to summon the governor." "Oh, there is no need for such formality." Li Chang thinks to himself, perplexed. I hardly said anything, yet their demeanor has changed so drastically. Li Chang indeed spoke little, yet his words were imbued with the authentic dialect of Hangzhou, a tongue reserved exclusively for the royal and noble classes. It was forbidden for those outside these circles to learn or utter it. It was only later that Li Chang grasped this nuance. "May I inquire your esteemed surname?" "My good sir." Li Chang sought to cultivate rapport. What he craved most at this moment was information. For the records in the Jade Tome contained only matters pertaining to the realm of cultivation, utterly devoid of details regarding the secular world. "Brother Hua, what is the name of this city?" Li Chang began to extract the information he required. With each utterance of Brother Hua, the soldier found himself bewildered, nearly compelled to divulge the history of his ancestors, responding to every inquiry with exuberance. Gradually, Li Chang gleaned some fundamental insights. This city was named Hanlin. Nestled closely against the sighing forest, the very expanse Li Chang had traversed. It was the first capital established by the former Song Kingdom, which had relocated its capital approximately 3 centuries prior. Following this move, the city gradually fell into decline, with its population dwindling from over 700,000 at its zenith to a mere 20,000 today. The former Song Kingdom boasted a populace of around 70 to 80 million, and among the 3 prominent nations within the Verdant Basin, it was considered relatively feeble. The other 2 were the Li Tang Kingdom and the Great Han Kingdom. Among these 3, the Great Han Kingdom stood as the most formidable. There existed additional smaller nations scattered across the harsh terrains of Tian Ting Star, with notable examples being the Wang Ming Kingdom in the Storm Plains and the Qing Feng Kingdom in the Red Rock Mountains. Prominent clans included the Qin, Wu Chuxia, and Shang families, among others. Li Chang comprehended that the former Song Kingdom must have been established by the descendants of the Song dynasty who migrated from Earth. It was likely the same for the other nations and clans. He further learned that within the fertile lands of the Green Basin, the 3 kingdoms were embroiled in ceaseless warfare, erupting every decade or so, each nation striving to obliterate the others in pursuit of unifying the basin, a goal that had never come to fruition for various reasons. The primary impediment was the intervention of the cultivation realm, with every royal family and renowned clan intricately linked to this domain. Among these nobles, many were practitioners of cultivation themselves. The soldier also informed Li Chang that the governor of Hanlin City was named Feng Kaiyun, a scholar by birth, who had apparently offended someone and been relegated to this remote locale. The garrison commander was named Tong Fangzhen, a man who had risen through merit from the ranks of the military. "The governor has arrived," announced a soldier. Li Chang meticulously observed the highest official of Hanlin City, a square face, 2 dark, arched brows, thin lips framing a long beard, and a hawk-like nose. He exuded an air of profound cunning. Adorned in blue official robes with a jade belt at his waist, the hat bore 2 official insignia fluttering behind. Li Chang found this spectacle rather ludicrous. He approached, and his opening line startled the guards. "Ah, so you are Brother Feng Kaiyan. I am Li Chong. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." The soldier surnamed Hua mused. So this dignitary greets everyone as brother. No wonder he addressed me similarly. Feng Kaiyun was momentarily taken aback, not daring to show any disrespect, and replied, "I was unaware of Master Li's arrival. I beg your pardon for the lack of a proper welcome." No need for apologies. Thoughts raced through his mind. Why does his court dialect sound so awkward? Li Chong's next move nearly terrified the guards. He approached Feng Kaiyun, patted him on the shoulder, and chuckled. "No need for formality. I merely wish to enter the city and have no other intentions. Brother Feng, you need not accompany me. Just direct me to the inn." Feng Kaiyun's confusion deepened, and he inquired, "Wait, please present your official document, so I may prepare for official business." The atmosphere grew tense. Li Chong, perplexed, asked, "What official document? I don't possess any. This is strange." The guards gradually closed in. Feng Kaiyun exclaimed, "How dare you impersonate a royal noble? Speak. What is your purpose?" Li Chong, equally incensed, retorted, "What nonsense. When have I ever claimed to be someone I am not? What business is it of yours? Damn it." The more he cursed, the angrier he became, and to his surprise, he was consumed by rage. "Why are you kneeling?" Suddenly, the starry armor adorned with purple flames reappeared, and in an instant, Li Chong's clothes were reduced to ashes, a result of his wrath. Feng Kaiyun was drenched in sweat, kneeling on the ground, realizing he had landed himself in a grave predicament. Only members of the royal family could cultivate such hard armor, which was traditionally kept secret. He thought, alas, I fear for my life. His chief aide, Cheng Zichong, bowed his head in contemplation. "Quick, let her in." Feng Kaiyun's expression grew frantic. Cheng Zichong advised, "Master, remain calm. I believe Li Chong is not the type to be unreasonable." With a deep sigh, Feng Kaiyun lamented, "Oh, my teacher, I am utterly flustered. You must help me navigate this." The maid, Chuanxiang, entered to greet her master. "Dear teacher, let us go together." Feng Kaiyun felt a genuine apprehension about facing Li Chong. Cheng Zichong encouraged him, "Master, no matter what requests Li Chong makes, agree to them first. We must carefully cater to his needs. We cannot afford to offend him again. I believe he will not stay long." Feng Kaiyun understood the implication. As long as this Li Chang was satisfied in Hanlin City, he would spare no expense. Once he departed content, all would be well. Li Chang was not an unreasonable man. Once he settled into the esteemed guest quarters of the governor's office, he chose to overlook Feng Kaiyun's rudeness, though he did not fully grasp why Feng Kaiyun was so fearful upon seeing the starry armor. He was pleased to dissolve any hostility, as engaging in conflict was quite troublesome and contradicted his desire to explore the celestial realm. After changing into the new clothes and trousers sent by Governor Feng, he hurriedly set out to the streets, brimming with curiosity about everything around him. When 4 young maids blocked his path, Li Chong couldn't help but engage in playful banter with them. "Sister Qiuxiang, please, you needn't hold me back. I merely want to take a stroll. Why are you all so anxious?" "Master, please consider our predicament," one of the maids implored. Sister Chuanxiang mentioned that the esteemed master will be arriving shortly. "Could you wait a moment? I've told you countless times, don't call me master. Just call me brother. I love to hear that." Feng Kaiyun felt as if his bones had turned to jelly, reflecting on Li Chong's frivolity, a blatant disregard for decorum. This was truly excessive. After pondering, there was little that could be done about him. However, it was truly unbearable to listen any longer. Clearing his throat, Cheng Zizhong pulled Li Chang back into the room. Li Chang's demeanor fluctuated between thin-skinned and thick-skinned. Upon seeing Feng Kaiyun enter, he mischievously approached with a grin, seizing his hand and exclaiming, "Elder brother, you have finally arrived. My younger brother wishes to stroll through the streets, and several young ladies are keen to wait for you. Are you prepared to accompany me?" Cheng Zizhong noticed the change in Feng's expression and quickly interjected, "Lord Li, the magistrate has brought his younger brother here. Firstly, to pay his respects, and secondly, to inform you that Lord Tong Fangzhen, the city's defender, intends to visit you. We certainly do not wish to appear negligent. Since you wish to inspect the city, may I, as a temporary deputy for the magistrate, accompany you?" Li Chong inquired, "And who might this be?" "Oh, he is the esteemed grand scholar of our Cheng Zizhong," Feng Kaiyun replied, relieved that he would not be the one accompanying them, fearing that the journey would be unbearable. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, stating, "Since Lord Li is eager to inspect the city, I shall not impose. Cheng Lafuzi will accompany you, while I must attend to some official business and take my leave. In the evening, I shall host a welcoming banquet for you. Do not rush, do not rush." I have promised these young ladies to take them along to the streets. Elder brother, you have no objections, do you? Seeing Li Chang reaching out with his hand again, Feng Kaiyun was truly exasperated and hastily replied, "You are free to do as you wish." The four young maids, Chunxiang, Qiuxiang, Juxiang, and Lanxiang, followed Li Chang and Cheng Zizhong with exuberance, whispering and laughing among themselves, completely taken aback that Li Chang would genuinely take them out shopping. Cheng Zizhong was equally surprised. This Lord Li was like a child, devoid of decorum, speaking freely without restraint. Having visited countless official residences and encountered numerous officials, he had never met someone quite like this, finding it rather amusing. Upon entering a ready-made clothing shop, Li Chang could not help but sigh. Compared to the vast supermarkets and shopping malls on Earth, the resources in this place were exceedingly meager. The shopkeeper, a rotund man with a double chin and shrewd little eyes, hurried out from behind the counter, beaming, "Welcome to my humble establishment, esteemed gentlemen. What can I assist you with? I shall fetch it immediately." He turned and called to his assistant, "Quickly, bring out the goods, summon the children's mothers as well. We have female customers." Uncertain of Li Chang's intentions, Cheng Zizhong simply stood with his arms crossed. Li Chang chuckled, "Shopkeeper, I require 4 sets of autumn attire and 4 sets of winter attire." Pointing to the 4 maids, he added, "These are for these young ladies. If you have ready-made garments, splendid. If not, please take their measurements and deliver them once crafted." His gaze swept across the racks, and he further instructed, "Bring me the black fur cloak." The shopkeeper retrieved the black fur cloak and remarked, "Esteemed sir, this cloak is made from the hide of a bifrost beast. Your eye for quality is commendable. It is the finest cloak in my shop." Cheng Zizhong exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this truly the hide of a bifrost beast? It is quite renowned." Li Chang, feeling the fur, was unimpressed and queried, "What bifrost beast? What is that?" Cheng Zizhong exclaimed, "What a remarkable item. The beaky beast inhabits the marshes and is exceedingly difficult to capture. Its fur is impervious to water, providing protection from rain and wind. When worn in winter, it is both light and warm." The shopkeeper grinned widely, saying, "Ah, this esteemed elder is indeed an expert." In a flurry of excitement, the 4 young maidens felt as though they were in a dream. Never before had anyone treated them with such kindness, and their gratitude was beyond expression. "Very well. I shall purchase it, along with the 8 sets of clothing I requested earlier, and have them delivered to the magistrate's office." The shopkeeper recoiled in alarm, thinking, "Goodness, it is for an official. If I do not receive payment, I may as well throw myself into the river." Anxiously, he inquired, "How much?" Upon hearing the answer, Li Chang felt a pang of dread. "Oh no, I have no idea what currency is used here. The cloak costs 715 taels, and the 8 sets of clothing amount to 47 taels and 4 coins, totaling 762 taels and 4 coins of silver." The shopkeeper rapidly calculated on his abacus. Li Chang turned to Cheng Zizhong and asked, "Where can I find a jewelry store?" The tailor shop owner, feeling uneasy, followed Li Chang, silently praying, "Oh, my silver. May the deity protect me." Cheng Zizhong introduced, "This is the finest and largest silver shop in the city, Zhao Ji Baoyin Jewelry. Don't just stand there. Go inside and greet them," urged Cheng Zizhong. The tailor hurried inside, calling out, "Zhao, the master of the house, I have brought you a distinguished guest. Hurry and come out to welcome him." "Ah, it's you, Chi the Fat. Slow down, don't trip." "Who is this esteemed guest?" A slender, agile middle-aged man emerged, laughing. "Isn't this Master Ching? You are quite the busy man. How do you find the time to visit my humble shop?" His tone radiated warmth. "Old monkey, can I come to play?" Cheng Zizhong replied with a smile, gesturing towards Li Chang. "I have brought a significant patron. How will you express your gratitude?" He continued the introduction. "This is Li Chang, a newly arrived dignitary in Hanlin. You two should become acquainted." "Ah, old monkey, why don't you invite Lord Li inside?" Jiadigui nodded and bowed, ushering everyone into the inner hall to take their seats and enjoy tea, with the magistrate's esteemed assistant personally accompanying them. It was evident that this was a significant patron, and Jiadigui greeted them with great enthusiasm. The 4 young maidens, referred to as sisters by Lord Li, were invited to bring out refreshments to accompany the conversation. The shop had recently crafted a batch of gold and silver jewelry. "Does Lord Li practice martial arts? I've just received 3 pieces of top-grade celestial stones from the capital. Would you care to take a look?" Li Chang nodded, placing 2 palm-sized exquisite jade pieces, 1 top-quality rainstone, and 4 diamonds of varying sizes upon the tea table, asking, "Old Zhao, do you think these are valuable?" Cheng Zizhong noticed first, inhaling sharply, exclaiming, "Top-grade celestial stones, jade, and gemstones. Oh, old monkey, come look." His voice had changed in astonishment. Zhao Degui, busy calling for his assistants to fetch jewelry, was startled by Cheng Zizhong's exclamation. Turning to the tea table, he too was taken aback. Having operated a jewelry shop for so long, he had never encountered such exquisite gems. The proprietor of the ready-to-wear shop, Qi Pongzi, whose small eyes were initially narrowed into a line, suddenly widened to an astonished roundness. Glimmering with avarice, he wiped his mouth, his mind incessantly murmuring, "Bodhisattva of wealth, I implore your mercy. I have traversed the path of fortune. My bid was far too low." Gently tapping the tea table, Li Chong coughed, secretly amused. "Goodness, I wasn't particularly thrilled when I acquired it. After all, they are merely a few stones." In truth, Li Chong had already amassed considerable wealth during his time on Earth, and having ascended to the spiritual tranquility stage, his material desires had significantly diminished. He had transcended tranquility and entered the nascent infant stage. Typically, cultivators must exert substantial effort to resist the temptations of material life from the heart-moving stage to the tranquility stage. Should they falter, not only would they fail to maintain their tranquility, but they would also regress from the heart-moving stage, necessitating a return to the fusion stage for further cultivation. Li Chong's starting point was remarkably high. The purple flame heart was, in essence, an unconscious nascent infant, allowing him to possess a nascent infant before supplementing the preceding deficiencies, resulting in a naturally evolving mindset in accordance with his level of advancement. Quickly summon the old master, Zhao Degui excitedly instructed his assistant. He is a cultivator, a renowned semi-immortal, the true powerhouse behind this establishment, and quite formidable, Cheng Zizhong discreetly conveyed to Li Chong. Zhao Degui lifted the rainstone and remarked, "This is my first time encountering such an exquisite celestial stone." After scrutinizing it closely, he declared, "This rainstone is worth at least 100,000 taels of silver. If in the capital, its value would be even higher." "The old master has arrived," announced an assistant. An elderly man entered the room. His snow-white hair gathered atop his head, two longevity brows resembling unsheathed swords thrusting sideways into his temples, and his beard groomed with meticulous precision. The old man exuded a remarkably genial aura, and upon seeing him, Li Chong felt an instant affinity. Zhao Leoi, upon entering, immediately spotted Li Chong. His gaze fixated unwaveringly upon him, seemingly oblivious to Cheng Zizhong's greeting. Zhao Degui, perplexed, had never witnessed such an expression on his father's face. A curious blend of laughter and tears. Father, what is the matter?" Zhao Degui called out. Zhao Leoi waved his hand to silence Zhao Degui, inquiring, "Have you already achieved fusion?" He hesitated, not entirely convinced, and spoke with a tone of utmost reverence. Li Chong, momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalled Cheng Zizhong's earlier mention of him being a cultivator. He smiled and uttered two words, "nascent infant." The entire room fell into a stupor, utterly bewildered by the exchange between the two. Suddenly, Zhao Leoi knelt on the ground, his forehead touching the earth as he implored, "Please, esteemed master, guide me through my confusion. The disciple attained enlightenment 2 years ago, yet has recently stagnated. I beseech your compassion to take me as your pupil." Zhao Degui was left speechless. Witnessing his father kneel rendered him unable to remain standing. With a thud, he too fell to his knees. Following suit, a cascade of thuds echoed throughout the room as the assistants, observing their master kneeling, felt compelled to join in reverence. Li Chong could scarcely bear the sight. In modern China, aside from venerating ancestors and deities who would prostrate themselves before a living person, just as he rose, a thunderous crash nearby startled him, causing him to jump in surprise. Who could make such a loud noise, akin to the sound of a bull being struck? Bending down, Li Chong noticed the rotund proprietor of the clothing shop kneeling on the ground. Suppressing a chuckle, he remarked, "Please, rise. Otherwise, I shall take my leave." Approaching the venerable Zhao, Li Chong attempted to assist him. To his surprise, the old man was quite obstinate, refusing to stand and repeatedly exclaiming, "Compassionate master! Compassionate master!" With a resigned sigh, Li Chong replied, "Very well, I am compassionate. Now, do rise." He mused to himself. One need not go to such lengths for the pursuit of immortality. Unbeknownst to him, the journey of cultivation on this planet was fraught with challenges, requiring not only immense effort, but also substantial financial resources to procure celestial stones, as well as the guidance of esteemed mentors. If one failed to reach the nascent soul stage within their lifetime, all endeavors would dissolve into mere illusions. "Master, please take your seat," Zhao respectfully implored. Li Chang cried out in dismay, No, I cannot accept you as my disciple. Please, refrain from kneeling. Shall we not engage in mutual exchange instead?" He thought to himself, "I merely sell gemstones, and now I find myself with a disciple older than my own father. How shall I maintain my reputation?" Cheng Zichong was not taken aback by Zhao's desire to take Li Chang as his master. After all, it was not disgraceful to learn from those more accomplished. What puzzled him was Li Chang's evident discomfort at being bowed to. He became flustered whenever anyone knelt before him. Seeing Li Chang's reluctance, Cheng Zichong kindly urged, "Everyone, listen to me. It seems that Lord Li is hesitant to accept disciples." Li Chang nodded fervently, affirming, Indeed. Yet, Zhao remained resolute in his intention to be accepted as a disciple. "Do not call me old Master Zhao. Refer to me as Zhao Hao. Master, you must accept this humble disciple, I beseech you earnestly." The firmness of his request sent shivers down Li Chang's spine. "Very well. Let Zhao Hao be a registered disciple of Lord Li," he proposed after much vigorous debate. Ultimately, Zhao Hao, a man in his 70s, became Li Chang's first officially recognized disciple. At Li Chang's insistence, the jewelry on the tea table was gifted to Zhao Hao's family, with a particular celestial stone designated for Zhao Hao's cultivation. The silver shop settled its debts with the clothing store, and Li Chang generously gifted a cloak to Cheng Zichong, along with selecting various adornments for the 4 young maidens. Li Chang understood well that camaraderie was essential in any setting. After spending merely one night in the esteemed guest room of the magistrate's office, Li Chang requested to move to an inn. His discontent was not directed at Feng Kaiyun. Rather, he sought to gain a deeper understanding of the local customs, which he could not observe within the confines of the magistrate's office. With Cheng Zichong's mediation, Feng Kaiyun reluctantly acquiesced. Upon his departure, Li Chang presented numerous gifts to Feng Kaiyun, Cheng Zichong, and the 4 young maids. Feng Kaiyun was pleasantly surprised. The specific gifts mattered little to him, but it was evident that Li Chang harbored no ill intentions. The elderly disciple, Zhao Hao, exerted every effort to invite Li Chang to the silver shop. Li Chang, eager to leverage Zhao Hao's experience and inquire about the conditions on the Heavenly Star, as well as seeking a tranquil space to refine urgently needed artifacts, decided to accompany him. Zhao Hao was elated, bustling around the silver shop to prepare, not only clearing out the entire back garden but also hiring several servants to attend to Li Chang's needs. After completing all his tasks, he closely followed Li Chang, attentively awaiting his master's teachings. Li Chang, both amused and exasperated, felt reluctant to dismiss him. He first arranged a defensive formation within the room, activating it with his true essence and ensuring its accuracy before instructing Zhao Hao on how to enter and exit. Zhao Hao was to stand at the Kuan position of the defensive array, for once the cultivation commenced, the temperature within the array would be unbearable for him. Only by standing in the Yin corner of the Kuan position would he remain unaffected. With all preparations complete, Li Chang embarked on his inaugural cultivation session. He intended to forge a protective gear, a hand crossbow, and a long spear. All 3 items were contained within the bracelet left to him by Fu Shan, albeit in the form of rudimentary semi-finished products, still lacking refinement. Li Chang resolved to complete the cultivation of these 3 items to accumulate experience, as it would be his first endeavor in crafting tools. He removed his clothing, donning only a pair of shorts, and took out the protective gear, a diamond-shaped arm shield, merely 30 centimeters in size, silver white and devoid of any ornamentation. Noticing Zhao Hao's gaze, he cautioned, "Do not disturb me while I forge, just observe." The starry armor erupted from Li Chang's body, and Zhao Hao immediately understood the reason for his disrobing. The shorts were instantly reduced to ashes, and a violet radiance illuminated the entire room. The small silver shield hovered in midair as 2 streams of purple flame emitted from Li Chang's hands, continuously scorching it. Zhao Hao was utterly astonished. This was the Samadhi true fire, also known as heart fire, attainable only by those who have reached the nascent soul stage, a feat of immense power. He mused, "So, my master has already cultivated to the nascent soul stage. A true celestial being." In truth, Zhao Hao was rather ignorant. Cultivators in the realm of cultivation do not consider themselves immortals, and those who reach the nascent soul stage are quite numerous. Generally, cultivators at this level retreat from worldly society for secluded cultivation. And Tian Tingxing is not a planet where cultivators congregate. The planet where Fu Shan resides, Feng Yuan Xing, serves as a hub for true cultivators, making Li Chang's presence here an unexpected occurrence. Li Chang's spirit melded completely with the small silver shield, where he discovered a miniature protective formation devoid of any energy. Its manufacturing method was recorded in the Jade Tome, making it manageable for him. After careful adjustments, Li Chang began to input energy. Given that his foundation was the purple flame heart, which is of the fire element, it greatly aided his forging process. There are two approaches to crafting: refining with tools and heart refining, each distinctly different in nature. The former utilizes tools as cauldrons, celestial stones as the base fire, and true essence to control the process. The latter employs heaven and earth as the cauldron. Using samadhi, true fire combined with true essence to govern the cultivation, an unparalleled method for crafting supreme artifacts. Gradually, energy filled the silver shield. Li Chang employed the severing character technique to separate his true essence, the solid character technique to seal the formation, and the transforming character technique to enable the formation to flow slowly within the silver shield. Although not entirely proficient, he managed to complete it successfully. An idea sparked in Li Chang's mind. He decided to incorporate an additional formation within the silver shield, one that would serve an offensive purpose. At this moment, the significance of the storage bracelet became apparent. One by one, celestial stones emerged from his hand and were cast into the silver shield. They comprised 4 water-type celestial stones for their fluidity, 2 metal-type celestial stones for their sharpness, and 1 fire-type celestial stone for its explosive power. As it was his first attempt at crafting, minor mishaps and revisions were inevitable. However, he ultimately succeeded. Upon completing the core components, Li Chang resolved to enhance the aesthetic appeal of the silver shield. The first image that sprang to mind was that of a dragon. As the totem of the Chinese nation is eternally ingrained in the hearts of every descendant of Yan and Huang, Li Chang was quite pleased to use the dragon as the shield's motif. To his surprise, forging the shield's face with the true fire of samadhi proved remarkably easy. Whatever he envisioned in his mind manifested in reality. He also shaped the edges of the silver shield into a flame-like design, embedding strands of gold and silver for embellishment. And at last, the masterpiece was complete. His senior apprentice, Zhao Hao, felt his horizons had been broadened, despite having watched over the process for 7 days and nights. He was immensely pleased. Li Chang opened his eyes and gazed at the arm shield in his hand, pride radiating from his expression. The 30-centimeter silver arm shield had transformed magnificently, with hints of golden purple shimmering through the silver. The dragon motif on the shield's surface protruded slightly, its claws poised as if ready to soar into the sky, while the flame-shaped edges seemed to burn with real fire. Li Chang marveled in disbelief. Had he truly crafted such a beautiful arm shield? It was almost beyond comprehension. With a simple gesture, the arm shield affixed itself to his left arm, and he immediately felt a profound sense of unity with it. By channeling his true essence, the formations within the arm shield activated instantaneously. Eager to test its power, he smiled at Zhao Hao. The senior apprentice gripped his signature weapon, the giant wind blade, summoned 8 parts of his true strength, and shouted, "Behold the blade." The giant wind blade sliced through the air, its piercing sound sending chills down one's spine. With a mere thought, Li Chang activated the protective formation of the arm shield, and a dragon of flame and golden purple encircled him, triggering the offensive formation as well. A thunderous clash ensued, and the giant wind blade shattered. Li Chang inwardly cursed and hastily retracted the offensive formation. In a swift motion, he seized Zhao Hao by the collar and hurled him away. That was close. It was almost a laughingstock. The first apprentice was nearly struck down by the very first arm shield he had forged. Zhao Hao felt as though he had struck a steel pillar. Yet what terrified him was that this pillar could retaliate. As the giant wind blade shattered, the recoil rendered his entire arm numb, causing him to bleed from his palms. While he helplessly watched the golden-purple dragon charge toward him, fearing the worst, suddenly, he felt a tightening at his collar, and he was whisked away as if riding the clouds. Sitting on the ground, Zhao Hao was filled with myriad emotions in the verdant basin of the 3 kingdoms. His martial prowess was considered exceptional, marking him as a formidable master. Yet, with merely a small arm shield, his master had demonstrated a technique, and he couldn't even execute a single move in response. Had it not been for his master's intervention, the outcome might have been unimaginable. Li Chang, feeling a sense of guilt, helped Zhao Hao to his feet, saying, "I apologize for damaging your weapon. How about this? I will forge a new one for you as a gesture of goodwill." Zhao Hao was both astonished and delighted. A weapon bestowed by his master was surely a treasure of celestial origins. Gratefully, he asked, "Master, does this arm shield have a name?" Seeing Li Chang shake his head, he added, "There is a name in my heart that I am uncertain if Master would appreciate." Li Chang, intrigued, urged, "Do tell." How about Crimson Flame Dragon Shield? Li Chang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Excellent. I adore it. Let us call it the Crimson Flame Dragon Shield. Haha. Li Chang was taken aback by Zhao Hao's deficient foundation. Observing this elderly disciple, who appeared even older than his own father, possessing such a fervent thirst for knowledge. He felt a pang of compassion and could not bear to dismiss him. Upon inquiring in detail about Zhao Hao's training journey, Li Chang was astonished to discover that he had managed to reach the enlightenment stage through half-baked understanding, relying on martial arts as his foundation. Seeking teachers and friends far and wide, gathering every conceivable method of cultivation, and somehow advancing to the opening light stage. This revelation filled him with deep respect and admiration. Li Chang resolved to guide him further along his path of cultivation. Although Li Chang himself was just embarking on his training, his circumstances were exceedingly favorable. Not only did he have the purple flame heart providing a solid foundation, but he also possessed the jade eye manual gifted by Fu Shan, which was akin to the scriptures of Fu Shan's sect, documenting a myriad of cultivation techniques. This was a stark contrast to Zhao Hao's experience. Zhao Hao had already encountered deviations in the initial stage of his cultivation, the rotating illumination stage, and after more than 30 years of arduous practice, his forced advancement to the opening light stage was indeed perilous. Li Chang had no choice but to instruct him to restart from the rotating illumination stage and impart the correct methods of cultivation. It was then that Zhao Hao realized his previous efforts had been in vain. Upon understanding this, he eagerly requested to begin training. Master, I shall cultivate within the Kuan position of the defensive formation. What do you think? Zhao Hao was invigorated. Li Chang chuckled. First, go explain to your family. Once you start this training, who knows when you will awaken. I also have several items to refine. As he delved back into his own cultivation, Li Chang couldn't help but admire Fu Shan's ingenious designs. The hand crossbow resembled a soaring eagle, compact enough to fit upon the back of one's hand, with an intricately crafted attack formation within that left Li Chang at a loss. He realized that the smaller the formation, the higher the demands on the cultivator's skill. The more diminutive the item, the less room there was for maneuvering. For instance, a sword is the most challenging to fabricate, requiring a complete attack formation to be designed within a blade of merely 8 inches or even smaller, which is impossible for anyone but a master. Fortunately, Fu Shan had already completed the formation. It merely required energy. Li Chang infused the necessary energy to activate the formation, made slight modifications to the appearance of the hand crossbow, and thus completed the refinement of his second weapon. Next, he turned to the long spear. This spear was quite unique, measuring approximately 2 meters in length, with a blade of 1 meter. Constructed from 8 overlapping sharp edges that could rotate like the blades of a fan. This time, Li Chang expended little effort and swiftly completed the refinement, merely adding barbs to each blade for aesthetic appeal. Finally, he proceeded to refine the treasured blade intended for Zhao Hao. Li Chang hesitated. There were several blades within the bracelet, yet Zhao Hao's cultivation level was insufficient. The treasured blade required the owner to personally infuse energy during its refinement. Otherwise, it would be utterly uncontrollable. Without proper cultivation, it would be no different from an ordinary steel blade. After much contemplation, Li Chang devised a compromise. He retrieved a 3-foot-long treasured blade and first transformed the attack formation within the blade into a simple energy storage array. He embedded 4 pieces of earth and water elemental spirit stones as a foundation. With just a hint of true essence infused by Zhao Hao, this blade could become indestructible, though it posed little threat to cultivators. Li Chang, after a prolonged period of weapon training, noticed considerable progress in his own cultivation, particularly in his ability to manipulate true essence, which filled him with excitement. Upon catching sight of Zhao Hao, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Zhao Hao lay sprawled on the ground in a big character shape, 5 spirit stones hovering above him, slowly revolving in a rather amusing fashion. Li Chang extended a wisp of true essence to probe discreetly, and was taken aback. Zhao Hao's nascent microcosm was already taking shape within him, albeit with exceedingly weak true essence. Relying solely on these 5 inferior spirit stones, it would take an eternity for him to awaken. Li Chang, impatient with the wait, produced a piece of superior red flame stone, channeling energy from the spirit stone into Zhao Hao's body while making slight adjustments to his developing microcosm. This small effort from Li Chang bestowed tremendous benefits upon Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao opened his eyes, fully aware that everything had changed. Having crossed the pivotal stage once more, he began his first metamorphosis. His snow-white hair, eyebrows, and beard began to darken from the roots, while wrinkles and age spots on his face vanished rapidly. Watching him transform from an elderly man back to middle age left Li Chang astounded, musing to himself that it seemed impossible to judge a cultivator's age by their appearance. Surprised yet deeply respectful, Zhao Hao knelt before Li Chang and bowed his head, declaring, "Disciple pays respects to the master." Li Chang sighed, "Alas, my greatest fear is being bowed to, yet you insist on doing so. If you continue this, I shall expel you from the sect. Rise. This blade is a gift for you." After completing his respectful bow, Zhao Hao stood and said, "Master, one must not disregard propriety." Upon receiving the treasured blade, surprise flickered in Zhao Hao's eyes as he exclaimed, "What a fine blade! What a fine blade!" Li Chang replied with a smile, "Try channeling your true essence into it." The blade emanated a misty azure glow, its body appearing to flow like mercury, oscillating between reality and illusion. Zhao Hao marveled, "Indeed, it is a divine weapon of the immortal realms, truly extraordinary." Li Chang said, "All right, let us head out. I wonder how long we have been cultivating?" With the defensive formation retracted, the two stepped out of the room. A cacophony of voices greeted them. "They are out. They are out. Hurry, summon the leader. Lord Li and the elder have emerged." Zhao Hao frowned. "What is with all this commotion? Such a lack of decorum. Call the Gui over." Sensing the atmosphere was amiss, Li Chang inquired, "What has happened?" "The city of Hanlin is besieged. The leader has been here daily. We cannot enter our homes. Our voices have grown hoarse." "Yes, indeed. Even the governor has visited several times." Just then, Zhao Gui hurried over. "Father, Lord Li, thank goodness you are finally out. The governor nearly drove me mad." He paused, noticing, "Oh, father, you appear younger." Zhao Hao raised his hand and delivered a reprimand to Zhao Gui, scolding, "Your speech is disjointed and incoherent. What are you flustered about? Let us discuss matters inside." He then bent slightly to Li Chang, saying, "Master, please, let us retire indoors." To the north of Hanlin City lies the Sighing Forest. To the northwest are the red rock petrified mountain ranges. The west is barren desert. And to the southeast is the renowned Green Basin. Thus, Hanlin City stands as a vital military stronghold of the former Song Kingdom. In the desolate western wasteland resides a ruthless band of marauders known as the Black Flag Army, led by a formidable warlock named Gang, whose martial prowess is well known. He commands 7 fierce generals, each cold-hearted and merciless, with 2,000 to 3,000 cavalrymen at their disposal, swift as the wind, specializing in plundering passing merchant caravans and occasionally raiding the borders. This time, they have descended upon Hanlin City with 4 of their top generals and over 10,000 men. Just as Zhao Gui finished his account of the situation, a young servant rushed into the room, exclaiming in a panic, "It is dire. The city has fallen." Zhao Hao, being the owner of the Silver Pavilion and having weathered countless storms over his 70 years, glanced at Li Chang and said, "Master, forgive my impudence." Li Chang nodded. Though outwardly composed, Li Chang's heart was tumultuous. He had never experienced the chaos of war firsthand, despite having seen it portrayed in films and novels. This was an entirely different reality, and he felt a sense of uncertainty welling within him. "Gui, gather your entire family in the courtyard. Take only what is necessary, and conceal all valuables. Everyone, prepare your weapons swiftly," Zhao Hao commanded. He then turned to a swordsman and said, "Yifeng, summon your men and procure strong crossbows. Prepare 3 horse-drawn carts. We will retreat through the east gate." The entire Hanlin City was thrown into disarray, with thick smoke billowing into the sky. The streets filled with commotion and distant war horses neighing. Li Chang felt a surge of anxiety and hastily readied himself. Secretly relieved that he had not been idle and had forged 3 weapons, though he lamented not having time to repair his armor, he donned the Crimson Flame Dragon shield, fastened the Eagle Strike crossbow, and gripped the 100-blade spear, his mind settling into focus. Zhao Hao's decades of experience were not to be underestimated. He was a cunning old fox. Observing Li Chang hurriedly arming himself, he discerned that Li Chang had clearly never faced battle before and could not help but offer a word of caution. He was not particularly concerned for Li Chang's safety, knowing he could fend for himself. In a short while, everyone had assembled. Zhao Hao directed with assuredness, "Yifeng, you lead the way with your sword and shield. Gui, you and the crossbowmen protect the carts and be ready to support Uncle Yifeng with your crossbows. I will take a squad of spearmen to cover the rear. Is that understood?" It seemed that the men of the Silver Pavilion were not strangers to such turmoil. They appeared to have undergone training, which accounted for their calm demeanor. "Father, you command the crossbowmen. I will cover the rear." Zhao Gui exclaimed urgently, "You insolent brat, Do you think your skills surpass mine? Cover the rear? You know the force of the Black Flag Army. Can you withstand it? You fool. Zhao Hao scolded. Is it not out of concern for you? Zhao Gui muttered. Ah, what am I to do? Li Chang pondered. I should consider myself quite skilled. Although I have never practiced martial arts, I possess formidable weapons, and the affairs of my disciple are indeed my own. How could Zhao Hao allow such a master to slip away? Master, you should provide support from the center. Wherever danger arises, you should intervene. Does that sound agreeable? Very well, let it be so, he replied, feeling quite satisfied with the plan. Li Chang, brandishing the 100-blade spear, stood atop the middle of the carriage, feeling rather cool about his stance. As he turned down a street, the thunderous sound of hoofbeats approached from the main road to the west, signaling the arrival of the Black Flag Army. Zhao Hao shouted commands for the entire troop to retreat eastward, while he positioned a group of over 20 long spear wielders to guard the street entrance, hoping to delay the Black Flag Army by some time. As the carriage gradually distanced itself from Zhao Hao's long spear squad, Li Chang sensed something amiss. If they could no longer see each other, how could he provide support? He leapt down from the carriage and addressed Zhao Gui. You all go ahead. I shall assist your father. Two prominent flag generals charged forward, and the long spear soldiers turned pale with fear. Zhao Hao, realizing the gravity of the situation, bellowed. Steady yourselves, and charged forward with his blade raised. The two flag generals of the Black Flag Army were Lei Qijiang Yuan Ba, ranked third among the flag generals, and Shui Qijiang Han Jingtian, ranked sixth. With a voice like thunder, Lei Qijiang Yuan Ba laughed heartily. Huh? Old sixth, there's a reckless fool daring to challenge me. Let us see how I cleave him. He urged his steed onward, swinging his hefty mountain cleaver. What Yuan Ba and Han Jingtian did not anticipate was that they had encountered a formidable opponent, and an even larger one was on its way. In his youth, Zhao Hao was known as the Mad Blade, fighting with reckless abandon. As he saw the heavy cleaver descending upon him, a cold smile graced his lips, and he shouted, Come forth. Channeling his refined true essence, the treasured blade in his hand suddenly rose high. He intended to meet force with force and test the might of his new weapon. Han Jingtian, sensing the danger, cried out, Yuan Ba, be careful. That's a treasured sword. He leapt from his horse and drew his sword to provide assistance. Yuan Ba, terrified, nearly met his demise had it not been for Han Jingtian's warning. Cursing inwardly, he felt a greedy desire swell within him as he beheld the exceptional blade. Exchanging glances, Yuan Ba and Han Jingtian simultaneously shouted, Men, charge together. Zhao Hao, cursing vehemently and inwardly lamenting, knew he was not afraid for himself. But his long spear soldiers were in peril. Enraged, he swung his treasured blade and plunged into the enemy ranks. The long spear soldiers were no match for the battle-hardened Black Flag Army. Barely engaging, they suffered casualties of 7 or 8. Just as despair began to seep in, an invisible pressure descended upon them, and someone with keen sight shouted, Do not panic, the young master has arrived. The long spear soldiers gaped in astonishment as small, golden glimmering eagles, no larger than a palm, soared from Li Chang's hand. After a brief aerial dance, they swiftly dove, emitting a sharp cry before piercing through the bodies of the Black Flag soldiers, resulting in explosive bursts. In an instant, none of the encircling Black Flag soldiers survived. Hurry and pursue the front lines. I will handle this, Li Chang instructed, suppressing the sorrow of his first kill. Li Chang had never anticipated the formidable nature of this crossbow. He had merely wished to experiment and had inadvertently slain 31 soldiers of the Black Flag Army, leaving him no time to withdraw. Zhao Hao, overjoyed, exclaimed, Master, you guard the entrance. I shall handle this. Ha. The old man is truly rejuvenated. Lei Qi's eyes reddened with fury, and he brandished his blade, ready to confront Li Chang. But Han Jingtian, remaining composed, seized him and urged, Third brother, do not act rashly. This individual is beyond our capabilities. Let us retreat and summon the flag leader. He called out, Men, fall back. Might I inquire the names of these two skilled warriors? Zhao Hao laughed heartily, declaring, A true man neither changes his name nor his surname. Remember this well. I am the Mad Blade Zhao Hao. As for my master, you are unworthy to ask. His exuberance was unparalleled. He had never felt such delight and satisfaction. Observing the retreating tide of the Black Flag soldiers, Li Chang could only manage a wry smile, suggesting, Let us pursue the retreating forces. By then, the city was engulfed in chaos, as the Black Flag Army began to pillage and slaughter mercilessly. As they moved eastward along the thoroughfare, the scene before Li Chang resembled a Hell's Cape. with corpses strewn about and numerous wounded individuals wailing in agony. After the soldiers of the Black Flag Army had finished looting, they set fires, engulfing the surroundings in smoke and flames. Zhao Hao dispatched a Black Flag soldier emerging from a nearby dwelling with a swift strike, saying, "Master, do not be troubled. Battles like this occur every decade or so. We are accustomed to it." Li Chong, however, thought grimly, "You may be accustomed, but I am not in the slightest. Is that not the tailor shop of Fatty Chi?" He mused, recalling it as the first establishment he had entered upon arriving in Hamlin City. As he passed the entrance, he spotted Black Flag soldiers within. "Please, spare me. I will give you anything you desire." "Oh, heaven, have mercy," came the desperate pleas. "Father, mother, they have taken them inside. Please, spare my mother." A chilling laugh rang out, followed by a shrill scream and an angry rebuke. "You wretched woman, how dare you bite me? I will slay you, you wretch." The cries of a child pierced through the air. Li Chong had never witnessed such horror firsthand. An unquenchable rage surged within him, compelling him to charge inside. Zhao Hao hurried after him. Consumed by fury, Li Chang unleashed a torrent of energy spikes from his 100-blade spear, the piercing eagle's cry striking fear into the hearts of all. Zhao Hao shuddered. Even he, a seasoned warrior, felt trepidation. Within the dwelling, the soldiers of the Black Flag Army were rendered into mere fragments, the room awash with blood and mangled flesh. Lordly, Fatty Chi sat on the floor, cradling an 8 or 9-year-old boy, weeping uncontrollably. Gradually, Li Chong regained his composure, his heart heavy with sorrow for Fatty Chi's family, and for the soldiers of the Black Flag Army he had slain. Regardless of their reasons, taking so many lives was a grim affair. Just then, 3 more Black Flag soldiers burst in, shouting, "Hurry, summon help. Our men have been killed." It is too late now. Zhao Hao's treasured blade gleamed like lightning across the heavens, dazzling to the point that the soldiers could hardly mount any resistance. 3 heads soared into the air, and a torrent of hot blood gushed forth. "Master, the enemy grows in number. We cannot kill them all. We must leave," urged Li Chong. "Shopkeeper Chi, come with us. It will soon be too late." "Where can I go? My home lies in ruins," lamented Chi Fatty. "I have but this one child. You are a good man. Take him with you. Wherever you go, just ensure he has food." With that, Chi Fatty thrust the child toward Li Chong, weeping profoundly. "My son, stay with the nobleman, and be obedient." The child, filled with terror, cried out, "Father, father, do not leave me. Father must accompany your mother. Be good, my little one." In despair, Chi Fatty plunged a knife into his own abdomen. Li Chang, taken aback, rushed forward to support him. "Oh, Shopkeeper Chi. Shopkeeper Chi." Zhao Hao shook his head in sorrow, surprised that the usually avaricious Chi Fatty possessed such deep affection for his family. Blood foamed at Chi Fatty's lips as he murmured, "A wand. I come to be with you. Do not fear, do not." Li Chong's eyes moistened. He gazed blankly at Chi Fatty, his heart tumultuous. Gently, he laid Chi Fatty's body down and said, "Rest easy, I will take good care of the child. You can trust me." A faint smile emerged on Chi Fatty's lifeless face, his eyes slowly closing, a tear of blood trickling from the corner of one eye. Observing Li Chong rise with a renewed determination, Zhao Hao sensed an unusual aura about him that he could not quite articulate. He reached out to embrace the wailing child, speaking softly, "Master, let us depart." Li Chong nodded firmly, seething. "Very well, we shall go." As they exited the shop, Li Chong raised his hand, conjuring a blazing inferno that engulfed the small tailor shop. His heart hardened like iron upon seeing any soldiers of the Black Flag Army on the road eastward. He rewarded them with a gold eagle, leaving a path of carnage in his wake. The Black Flag Army, caught unaware, did not anticipate encountering such a fierce adversary in Hamlin City. Many citizens who had not managed to flee trailed behind them, hoping to escape the city alongside them. As they pressed on, the throng of citizens swelled, nearing 1,000 by the time they approached the eastern city gate, a sight both grand and overwhelming. From a distance, cries and wails emanated from the eastern gate. Zhao Hao remarked, "Master, it appears the Black Flag Army has sealed the gate." Li Chong coldly replied, "Even if they brick it up, I can break through." Zhao Hao, feeling a shiver run down his spine, thought, "Goodness, the master is furious." The eastern gate resembled a battlefield of demons, as the defeated soldiers, officials, and citizens fought desperately against the Black Flag Army. It was common knowledge that those trapped within the city would not survive. "You take care of the child. Do not engage in combat. Today, I shall unleash a massacre. Rest assured, master, no one will harm this child." Li Chang surged forward like a tempest, his roar resonating like a lion or a dragon. The soldiers of the Black Flag Army beheld an enigmatic youth, encircled by a blazing purple dragon, with a flock of golden eagles swirling above. Wielding a spear that crackled with lightning as he charged into the fray, the Black Flag Army was thrown into disarray. The youth charged into the midst of the enemy formation, wielding his spear with abandon. Countless spear tips shot forth like bolts of lightning, while the golden eagle in the sky shrieked as it swooped down, a series of explosive sounds echoing in the air. Accompanied by the heart-wrenching cries of the surviving Black Flag soldiers, their spirits shattered. It was nothing short of a massacre. Get lost. Li Chang seemed to embody divinity. The remaining Black Flag soldiers scattered in terror. The eastern gate swung wide open, and the few remaining civilians, defeated soldiers, and officials surged forth. These fleeing souls spread the legend of Li Chang's battle against the Black Flag Army, heralding him as the guardian of the common people. Zhao Hao, having failed to locate his own squad, realized they had already exited the city. Approaching Li Chang, he was taken aback. "Master, you look quite unwell." Li Chang sheathed his spear, stating, "I have exhausted too much of my true essence. That last strike drained considerable energy. I shall be fine shortly." Li Darren. "It is I, Cheng Zicheng." Zhao Hao interjected, "Why have you not yet exited the city?" Li Chang exclaimed in surprise, "Where are Qiu Xiang and Chun Xiang? And what of Zhu Xiang and Lan Xiang?" Chun Xiang choked back tears, saying, "Sister Zhu Xiang has perished, and Sister Lan Xiang is missing. I am so frightened." Cheng Zicheng sighed deeply. "I did not foresee that the leader of the Black Flag Army, like you, Li Darren, possesses magical abilities. They besieged us for over 10 days. The city seemed impregnable until just past noon when the leader, in gang, arrived. I do not know how he managed it. But the city gates exploded, and the defender, Lord Tong Fong Jun, was gravely injured, leading to our downfall." Zhao Hao interjected, "Master, this is no place to linger. We must exit the city and discuss matters elsewhere." "Humph. Only now do you choose to flee? It is too late. How dare you slay so many of my brothers? I shall strip your skin and drink your blood." The voice echoed ominously from afar. Cheng Zicheng gasped, "This is bad. It is in gang. You all go ahead. I will hold them off." Li Chang swiftly drew his 100-blade spear. "Master, allow me to scout his abilities first." Zhao Hao handed the child to Cheng Zicheng. Li Chang bellowed, "No? Quickly depart. Anyone capable of blowing open the city gates with true essence is surely a formidable opponent." Seeing Li Chang's fury, Zhao Hao dared not argue further, resolutely stamping his foot. "Master, please take care. I shall await you outside the city." Li Chang stood firm at the eastern gate, bitterly reflecting, being inexplicably embroiled in this slaughter is no enjoyable affair. Without warning, a figure materialized 100 paces away from Li Chang. Feeling emboldened, he activated the Crimson Flame Dragon Shield to prevent any surprise attacks, summoning 10 golden eagles to circle overhead, gripping his spear with determination. The figure was clad in black armor, a dark mask obscuring his face, and silver hair contrasting sharply with the armor, creating an eerie spectacle. In his hand, he wielded a peculiar weapon, a black orb radiating blue light. "You are in gang of the Black Flag Army?" he sneered. "You are the one who killed my men. Possessing quite the audacity. What is your name, and which sect do you belong to? Who is your master?" In Gang's tone was haughty and arrogant. Li Chang had never shied away from verbal sparring. Even in his days of ineptitude, he could wield words. "Who am I, you ask? Allow me to enlighten you. My surname is Li, and my name is Tai Yi. Do you comprehend? I am your Tai Yi." His subordinates, mere feathers in his eyes, were never regarded as humans by the master. They were akin to a pack of rabid dogs, all of whom met their demise at his hands. "You dare to bite me? Ha, ha, ha." The silver hair of Ong fluttered without wind, his form trembling slightly. Consumed by rage, his black mask transformed into a vibrant blue, from which a myriad of azure strands surged forth, accompanied by sparks as fine as sand, hurtling towards Li Chang. Ong then hurled a thunderous bomb amidst the luminous strands, an egg-sized explosive, single-use, vanishing upon detonation, yet immensely powerful. Most cultivators were aware of its nature, but Li Chang, having not begun his journey from the lower ranks, was oblivious to such subtleties, and thus found himself at a disadvantage. With a swift gesture, Li Chang summoned 10 golden eagles, their clarion calls piercing the air as they soared forth, followed by a cascade of white light, countless projectiles colliding with the azure strands, resulting in a thunderous roar. Both combatants were propelled backward. Li Chang was struck by the explosion, while Ungong faltered under the relentless assault of the golden eagles. Aang understood that his prowess paled in comparison to Li Chang's, yet he discerned a hint of inexperience in his opponent. Fortunately, Li Chang was shielded by the Crimson Flame Dragon shield, sustaining no grievous injury, though his vital energy had been significantly depleted, rendering the protective purple dragon faint. He thought to himself, if this battle did not reach a swift conclusion, it would be I who would suffer the consequences. Then, I must fight with all I have. Ungong shared similar sentiments, astonished that Li Chang's cultivation level surpassed his own. A piercing cry of an eagle broke the tension, causing Ungong to look up in terror. Over 30 golden eagles formed a straight line, diving towards him from the sky. With a cry of defiance, he shouted, "Very well. I shall fight you to the bitter end." The black orb in his hand emitted a blinding blue light, released towards Li Chang. Instantly, the earth trembled, and the sun and moon dimmed. Neither party could evade the other's lethal strike. The black orb shot forth by Ungong was a treasure known as the Black Qingtian Dan, crafted from the inner core of a beast that dwells underground. This orb could serve as a weapon, and its emitted azure strands were formidable. Yet its true potency lay in its unique ability to unleash a dual explosion. The first detonation would disturb a cultivator's vital energy, impairing their control, while the second explosion was the true harbinger of destruction. However, once the dual explosion was activated, the Black Qingtian Dan would cease to exist. Li Chang fell victim to this peril, for while his current cultivation could have withstood it, his inexperience proved costly. With the sound of the dual explosion, he was hurled over 30 meters, spitting blood, golden stars dancing before his eyes, his body weak and fatigued. He pondered, what manner of orb is this, so powerful? Ungong, however, fared far worse. The golden eagles unleashed by the eagle crossbow were beyond what his level of cultivation could withstand. It is crucial to note that this crossbow was designed by Fu Shan in his earlier years, and Li Chang had painstakingly refined this unparalleled weapon, rendering it immensely powerful, even if it could not rival true mastercrafted artifacts. After launching the Black Qingtian Dan, Ungong swiftly retreated, simultaneously raising 7 protective barriers. Yet, he underestimated Li Chang's golden eagles. One by one, the 32 golden eagles descended, their explosive impact shattering the protective barriers like dried twigs. Ultimately, only 2 golden eagles remained, crashing directly towards him. And in a moment of panic, Ungong raised his left arm to shield himself. As a result, Ungong lost his left arm. Both were left grievously wounded. A figure darted into the east gate, swiftly lifting Li Chang and fleeing with urgency. Master, are you all right? Zhao Hao had not actually left. He had been hiding around the corner of the doorway. Upon witnessing Li Chang being thrown aside, Zhao Hao's face turned pale with shock, and without regard for his own safety, he rushed forward to lift Li Chang and escape. Fortune favored Ngang, for had Zhao Hao spared him even a glance, he would have realized that Ngang was also in dire straits, and a single blow would spell his doom. Li Chang managed a wry smile, asking, "Why haven't you left yet?" Zhao Hao replied anxiously, "Master, I cannot rest easy. Master, please gather your strength. Soon we will catch up with De Gui." Li Chang felt deeply touched, astonished by the concern of this elder disciple. He inquired, "Where are we headed?" Zhao Hao explained, "There is a manor in the nearby Fengling town, originally intended as a tribute from the descendants to their disciple. Those who retreated first have gathered there. We shall assess the situation before proceeding." Li Chang pondered to himself, this place is truly different from Earth. Even merchants possess their own estates. Were it not for the frequent warfare, this would be a delightful place to reside. He then asked, "How large is Fengling town? Is it enjoyable?" Zhao Hao, carrying Li Chang, nearly stumbled at this question and replied, Fengling town isn't very large and typically has a sparse population. However, it is exceptionally cool during the summer, with many officials and wealthy merchants constructing manors there to escape the heat." As he explained, he thought, "My master is so severely injured yet still finds amusement in such matters. His broad-mindedness is beyond my reach. Alas, true masters command great respect." Had Li Chang known Zhao Hao's thoughts, he might have laughed heartily. His own ambition upon arriving at Tianting Star was to explore and await Fu Shan's arrival. This battle had drawn him in against his will. By evening, the two finally reached Fengling town. Li Chang, utterly fatigued, pointed weakly towards the forest behind the town and asked, "Is that the Sighing Forest?" Zhao Hao, filled with urgency, replied, "Indeed, master, please hold on just a bit longer. We are almost home." As they sprinted onward, Zhao Hao began to feel the toll of their haste. The small town of Fengling was teeming with a multitude of fleeing refugees, creating a cacophony of distress, some weeping, others moaning in pain, and many searching desperately for lost family members. The harrowing scene left Li Chang deeply moved, reflecting, so this is the true brutality of war. It is the common folk who suffer the most in times of conflict. However, Zhao Hao could not afford to dwell on such matters. He hastened through the town with Li Chang on his back. Not far beyond the small town, they spotted the walls of the manor. Zhao Hao exclaimed, "Master, we have arrived." The manor's grand gate was securely shut, a precaution against thieves. Unable to contain his impatience, Zhao Hao kicked the door with force. And with a resounding clang, the heavy doors swung open, revealing the inner sanctum. After 5 days of recuperation, Li Chang gradually regained his strength, thanks to the invaluable Xian heart, a true treasure of the cultivators. He stretched lazily and ambled out of his room into the manor of Fengling town, just stepping outside. "Ah, Sister Chuanxiang, Sister Qiuxiang, what are you two doing here?" Li Chang inquired with surprise. "Greetings, Master." Upon seeing Li Chang emerge, Chuanxiang and Qiuxiang's eyes sparkled with joyful tears, their faces alight with smiles as they bowed to him. Autumn Fragrance remarked, "Old Master Zhao has instructed that if the Master awakens, he should proceed to the hall." Spring Fragrance, filled with joy, dashed outside, exclaiming, "I shall inform everyone that the Master has arrived." Li Chang chuckled, saying, "Sister Qiuxiang, I asked you not to call me Master. Why does no one listen? Am I truly that old?" He then mimicked the posture of a hunched elder. Qiuxiang was amused by his antics, replying, "Master, I cannot refrain from calling you that. It is the established custom." Li Chang sighed inwardly, thinking that this innocent girl, merely 12 or 13 years of age, must have endured considerable hardship to dare not defy such a vexing tradition. He said, "Please take me to the hall," and from his bracelet, he produced 2 bags of preserved plums, handing them to Qiuxiang. Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, Zhao Hao, Cheng Zizhong, and Zhao Degui were already waiting to greet him. The hall was filled with numerous gentlemen, officials, and martial artists who engaged in introductions and pleasantries before taking their seats. Zhao Hao insisted that Li Chang occupy the seat of honor, but Li Chang, unfamiliar with the customs, promptly sat down without hesitation. He inquired, "How's the child of Manager Qi?" In recent days, Zhao Hao had informed everyone about Li Chang's violent actions in Hanlin City. Li Chang nodded and further asked Cheng Zizhong, "Old Master, are there any new developments in Hanlin City?" Cheng Zizhong replied, "The Black Flag Army has retreated. I have heard rumors that Lord Li severely wounded their leader, In Gang." When I asked Old Master Zhao, he said the situation was too urgent for him to ascertain precisely what transpired. This news immediately captured the attention of all present, sparking animated discussions. Li Chang had not anticipated such turmoil in the Heavenly Court Star. Had he not possessed formidable strength, the consequences would have been dire. Before the gathering could disperse, a young servant rushed in, stumbling and stammering, Master, Master." Zhao Hao bellowed, "Calm down. What is the matter?" The servant gulped hard and managed to say, "A decree has arrived, requiring the Master to receive it." Zhao Degui stepped forward and slapped him, scolding, "Speak clearly. Which Master do you mean?" The servant, feeling wronged, pointed at Li Chang and said, "It is none other than Master Li." Li Chang was taken aback, and a name flashed through his mind, Feng Kaiyan. It must be his doing. Li Chang's suspicion was not unfounded. From the moment he took residence in the governor's office, Feng Kaiyan had dispatched an urgent missive through the postal station to the capital. One could hardly blame Feng Kaiyan. Wherever Li Chang appeared in the Heavenly Court Star, local officials would promptly report his presence. The strength of a cultivator is a significant asset for any nation, especially that of a powerful one, which every state seeks to recruit. Feng Kaiyan's report had directly alarmed the emperor. The reason was that Li Chang could converse in the court dialect, the very language spoken by members of the royal family. The emperor issued a decree to investigate Li Chang's origins. The missive had traveled back and forth several times, yet clarity remained elusive, ultimately concluding that he might be a descendant of a scattered royal lineage. Following Li Chang's display of prowess in Hanlin City, where he dealt a heavy blow to the Black Flag Army, Feng Kaiyan hastily activated the communication array established by the royal family to relay the situation back to the palace. Li Chang felt overwhelmed, reluctant to accept any imperial decree. He quietly inquired, "Old Master Cheng, what will happen if I refuse to accept the edict?" Cheng Zicheng, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, replied in a panic, "You cannot do that. Disobeying the decree is punishable by death, not only for you, but for the entire Zhao family as well. It is imperative that you comply." He thought to himself, if he defies the order, I might lose my own head as well. If he truly refuses to accept it, who could possibly stop him? Li Chang contemplated the nature of authoritarian rule, realizing that this was it, utterly devoid of justice. He mused, if I choose to flee, there is nothing they can do to me. However, my old disciple's family would be doomed. With a resigned sigh, he thought, fine, I shall accept it and see what unfolds. Cheng Zicheng observed Li Chang's shifting expressions with growing anxiety and urged, you should accept the decree and listen to its contents before making any decisions, all right? Li Chang could only nod in agreement. Very well. As he turned to summon Zhao Hao, he noticed that the ceremonial table had already been set, and the official for proclaiming the decree stood behind it, elongating his tone as if singing. The decree is hereby given. Li Chang accepts the decree. Everyone present knelt down, except for Li Chang, who remained standing upright. Cheng Zicheng, in a state of desperation, tugged at Li Chang's trousers from behind, to which Li Chang lowered his head and said, Old master, please stop pulling. You're about to pull my trousers down. Cheng Zicheng nearly fainted from distress. Li Chang, with a playful grin, remarked, my dear brother, my knee is injured, and I cannot kneel. Let us consider this a formality. Just hand me the decree, and I shall regard it as accepted. It would be convenient for you, for me, and for everyone else, wouldn't it? He thought to himself, wait. That last part doesn't sound right. Convenient usually means going to the restroom, doesn't it? Cheng Zicheng, sensing the impending trouble, saw the issuing official trembling with anger and hurriedly bowed, saying, Your Excellency, I have a confidential matter to disclose. The official replied, Speak. Cheng Zicheng approached and whispered in his ear. The official nodded. Very well, you handle everything. He then handed the decree to Cheng Zicheng. Li Chang was the sort of person who, once he desired to listen, could hear even the faintest of whispers. He overheard Cheng Zicheng saying to the official, I bear a secret order to proceed at my discretion. Please hand the decree to me for proclamation. Li Chang exchanged a knowing glance with Cheng Zicheng. Cheng Zicheng's face flushed slightly as he explained, It means you are to travel to the capital to meet the emperor. Li Chang, puzzled, responded, What do you mean by meet the emperor? I don't understand. Cheng Zicheng clarified, It means you are to see his majesty. Li Chang thought, Meeting the emperor could be quite entertaining. I have never encountered a real emperor in my life. I should seize this opportunity to broaden my horizons. He chuckled. I have been meaning to visit the capital for some amusement. I shall go, indeed. Zhao Hao interjected, Master, I have opened a silver shop in the capital as well. You may stay at my residence upon your arrival. Li Chang inquired, Aren't you coming along? Zhao Hao replied, I have resolved to follow you in my pursuit of enlightenment. Wherever you go, I shall not part ways. He thought, It has been so difficult to find a true master willing to teach me the path of cultivation. I cannot let this chance slip away. Zhao Hao continued, The Ling family business has a shipment of local products that needs to be transported to the capital. In the hall just now, the tall man in the blue shirt, named Ling Hongxian. Is he accompanying you, master? Li Chang felt indifferent. Very well. Please arrange it, and see what else needs to be prepared. He then turned to Cheng Zicheng with a meaningful gaze, and said, Old Confucian, you are also heading to the capital, aren't you? Cheng Zicheng, seeking a reason to accompany Li Chang, smiled and replied, Indeed, with a master like you, the journey will be much safer. He thought to himself, What a remarkable fellow he is. Li Chang pondered silently, I must refrain from indiscriminate killing. I am merely a traveler, a transient in this world, and there is no need for me to become embroiled in its conflicts. In truth, it was already impossible for Li Chang to remain detached, unless Fu Shan were to take him away immediately. He was no longer in control of his own destiny. The journey from Windbell Town to the capital would traverse 3 perilous locales, Kishling, Jinghanpo, and Mihulin. Caravans would gather together before daring to pass through these treacherous areas. Kishling was notorious for the presence of numerous bandits, while Jinghanpo frequently encountered unknown beasts. Mihulin, a forest abandoned with a grand array constructed by cultivators, ensnared any who unwittingly ventured within. Ling Hongxian felt quite secure in transporting goods this time, as he was accompanied by Li Chang and the elderly Zhao. He found Li Chang to be enigmatic, often presenting them with items he had never seen before, devoid of any airs, always cheerful and inquisitive, engaging everyone in the caravan with his lively spirit. Li Chang was indeed joyful. The journey was a picturesque delight. He engaged Cheng Zicheng and Zhao Hao in discussions about the local customs and traditions. Zhao Hao remarked, Master, up ahead is Kishling. Li Chang curiously inquired, Is this the place often plagued by bandits? Ling Hongxian interjected. Our caravan fears traversing Kishiling the most. Encountering a small group of bandits is considered fortunate, as a bribe of silver may suffice. Otherwise, with sheer numbers, we might force our way through. However, should we encounter a large band of robbers, if negotiations fail, our goods would surely be lost, and if escape were impossible, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly, Li Chong posed a question. How many days will it take for us to travel from Windbell Town to the capital? Ling Hongxian replied with a smile. If we hurry, it will take around 40 days. If we go slowly, who knows? Li Chong shook his head, thinking, how could the imperial envoy have reached Windbell Town so swiftly? Cheng Zizhong added, the royal court has established small teleportation arrays in various locations, but they are reserved for important personnel and goods and can only be activated with an imperial decree. Li Chong regarded Cheng Zizhong, thinking, quite astute. That was a clever deduction. Cheng Zizhong smiled subtly and remained silent. Upon reaching the foot of Kishiling, Ling Hongxian raised his hand to halt the caravan and said to Zhao Hao, Old Master, please make the arrangements. Li Chang watched with curiosity as Zhao Hao leapt onto a large cart. Listen up, everyone, this is not your first time crossing Kishiling. So let us dispense with unnecessary chatter, follow my instructions. Each cart driver must keep a close eye on their vehicle and not fall behind. Brother Hongxian will provide support from the center, while 10 of our companions will lead the way. Ensure you are all armed, and the rest should prepare their bows and arrows. Moreover, secure the cargo on the cart more tightly. We have no time to linger at Kishiling. We must hasten our journey. If fortune favors us, we shall reach Pancher Town by afternoon. Upon arrival, I shall treat everyone to a drink. Is that clear? Louder, please. I can't hear you. The crew shouted in unison. Understood. Zhao Hao quietly addressed Li Chong. Master, may I accompany you at the forefront of the caravan? Li Chong chuckled. Could there truly be bandits? His luck was quite remarkable, for not only did he encounter thieves, but the terrain of Kishiling was peculiar, resembling a colossal fork that had descended from the heavens, forcefully cleaving the earth and leaving behind 7 deep ravines. These 7 gorges stretched for several miles, converging at the handle of the fork, forming a singular path that led onward. For the bandits, this intricate terrain was ideal, allowing for both offense and defense. And being a critical route for merchants, it provided a perfect place for them to gather. Ling Hongxian's caravan entered via the second path, with Li Chong and Zhao Hao leading the way, followed closely by 10 armed crew members. Li Chong felt no anxiety, fully aware that as long as it wasn't a battle among fellow cultivators, ordinary individuals could not harm him, not even skilled martial artists. Zhao Hao had no intention of involving Li Chang in any conflict, vividly remembering the events that transpired in Huilin City. A sharp whistle pierced the air, and Zhao Hao exclaimed, "It's a warning shot." He gestured to the crew behind him, and one of them turned and sprinted back to relay the message. Zhao Hao smiled wryly. "Let us hope they are not a large band of robbers. Master, please refrain from engaging. Allow your disciple to handle it." Li Chong, equally disinclined to resort to violence, replied, "Very well, I shall observe from the sidelines." A throng of individuals burst forth from the thickets by the roadside, and Li Chong couldn't help but chuckle. This group of bandits was slightly better dressed than beggars, their tattered clothes contrasted by their reasonably decent weapons, which included a variety of knives and clubs. Leading them was a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with scruffy hair, a dark countenance, large eyes, a lion-like nose, and a broad mouth. A cloth band was tied around his forehead, its color indiscernible, and his attire was equally ragged. He wielded an impressive axe, measuring 2 meters in length, with a blade the size of a basin, its material obscured by darkness. Suddenly, Li Chong's playful spirit surged, and he leaped before the giant, laughing as he proclaimed, "Halt! This mountain is mine. This tree I have planted. If you wish to end your life, leave behind some toll for passage." Zhao Hao burst into laughter. "You've got it wrong. You've got it wrong." Li Chang scratched his head. "No, it's written just like this in the book." The black giant raised his axe, shouting, "Halt! This mountain is ours. This tree we have planted. If you wish to pass, leave behind your toll." Li Chang could no longer contain himself and laughed heartily. "Ha ha, ha ha ha. Was it I who erred, or did the giant speak correctly?" Zhao Hao chimed in. "Indeed, indeed. To demand both life and wealth, such bandits are truly ruthless." The black giant was perplexed, pondering, who is the real bandit here? Why are they not afraid at all? With a mighty swing of his axe, the giant bellowed once more, "Surrender your silver, goods, and clothing. And I shall spare your lives. Hurry up. Behind him, the henchmen clamored in unison, demanding the silver coins and the garments of a certain individual. "Ah, I want those shoes. Don't you dare snatch them from me," bellowed a burly man. The towering figure turned and cursed, "Damn it, all of you, shut your mouths." With a grin, Li Chang retorted, "What if my fists are larger than yours? What if my blade is sharper? If you cannot defeat me, what will you do then?" Zhao Hao chuckled softly, thinking to himself, "My master certainly possesses an exceptional wit. I am utterly bewildered." The burly man, scratching his head while clutching a hefty axe, looked perplexed and declared, "Impossible. With this axe, I could cleave you in two. You, with your delicate features, would be a pity to slay. So why not obediently relinquish your belongings, and I shall spare your life?" Li Chang mused. This burly fellow seems rather simple-minded, perhaps a bit naive, which makes this encounter quite amusing. Pointing at Zhao Hao, he said with a smile, "Big guy, would you dare wager with me? I bet you cannot even best my apprentice." The burly man glanced at Zhao Hao and suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha, do not jest with me. I know this old man cannot possibly be your disciple. He looks old enough to be your father." Zhao Hao, somewhat irritated, retorted, "Hey, you big oaf, cease your nonsense. My master is amiable, but I am not so easy to deal with." The burly man, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh, he truly is your disciple? Very well. What shall we wager?" "I, Zheng Peng, shall accept your challenge." Li Chang replied with a slight smile, "Let us wager that you cannot defeat my apprentice. If you win, we shall surrender our possessions to you. But if you lose, what then?" Zheng Ping confidently asserted, "I shall not lose. If I do, I will give you my life. Behold my axe." As the two engaged in combat, Zhao Hao quickly discerned that Zheng Peng relied solely on his innate strength, lacking in skill and technique, and thus was far inferior to him. Zheng Peng, growing increasingly frustrated, found that the old man evaded him with uncanny agility, unable to land a single blow. With a fierce yell, he demanded, "Old man, stand still and let me strike you with my axe." Li Chang, doubled over with laughter, encouraged, "Yes, indeed. Go ahead and strike him." Zhao Hao also chuckled, saying, "By all means, take your shot." Fueled with determination, Zheng Peng shouted, "Receive my axe." He swung the heavy weapon downwards with all his might, the force capable of splitting even a boulder in two. However, Zhao Hao, an exceptional martial artist, deemed such brute force beneath him. With a deft flick of his wrist, he redirected the axe's momentum, causing it to bury itself deep into the ground. Zhao Hao then casually rubbed the axe handle, prompting Zheng Peng to drop the weapon with a cry, his hands trembling and bloodied. Li Chang remarked, "You have lost." Zheng Peng, in disbelief, gazed at his injured hands, grimacing as he admitted, I concede. I will honor our wager, so go ahead and strike me." Not only Li Chang, but even Zhao Hao began to warm to this straightforward man. Meanwhile, the henchmen behind Zheng Peng erupted in a flurry of noise. "The third chieftain has lost. Quickly, inform the main chieftain. This is dire. This old man is formidable. We must flee. We stand no chance against him." The henchmen scattered in a panic. Zheng Peng is straightforward, yet he is far from foolish. He can discern the kindness or malice of others. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, he promptly declared, "Since I have lost the bet, I shall leave my fate in your hands. If you spare my life, I will follow you." Li Chang thought to himself, this towering figure is surprisingly adept at adapting to circumstances. He felt that someone like Zheng Peng was too valuable to be abandoned. It would be better to take him along, so he replied, "Very well. Hey, who harmed my brother? Xiao Haizi, tell your sister who bullied you, and I shall teach them a lesson." Li Chang was astonished. "Is there a female bandit as well?" Zheng Peng's face flushed slightly as he explained, "She is the chief's younger sister, far more formidable than I." From behind the tree emerged a young lady, gracefully wielding a whip as she approached. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, her long dark hair dancing in the breeze, crowned with a floral wreath woven from wildflowers. Her delicate, oval face was complemented by large, playful eyes that sparkled with mischief, and her smile revealed charming dimples. Her attire was exquisite, reminiscent of a young lady from a noble family. Zhao Hao observed Li Chang with curiosity as he swiftly donned the crimson dragon shield and fastened the eagle strike crossbow. Upon first seeing the young girl, Li Chang was not taken aback by her petite beauty, but rather by the whip she held, which glimmered with an unusual energy. He instantly recognized her as a practitioner of the mystical arts. Zheng Peng seemed quite concerned about the young lady, saying, "Sister Chief, I lost a bet and must apologize." I will no longer remain in the stronghold. Please take care of yourself. Perhaps you could join me. I believe this young man has a good character. And you two would make a fine pair. He was oblivious to his own predicament while worrying about others, and his concern was rather misplaced. The young lady, infuriated by Zheng Peng's words, exclaimed, Heizi, Zheng Peng, what nonsense are you spouting? Step aside and let me teach these two rascals a lesson. Zhao Hao interjected. I must insist, young lady, Zheng Peng is now one of us, and it is not your place to discipline him. Besides, why would a young lady like yourself choose such a path as that of a bandit? Li Chang urgently warned, be careful. The young lady unleashed her wrath, her whip flying forth, 9 shadowy lashes lunging toward Zhao Hao. Li Chang dashed forward, intercepting the onslaught of whip strikes. The 9 lashes transformed into white, serpentine tendrils that coiled rapidly around Li Chang's body upon contact. Zhao Hao was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that the young lady's whip, much like Li Chang's eagle strike crossbow, was a weapon wielded by a practitioner of the mystical arts, something he could not withstand. He shouted in panic, Master, be careful. The tendrils ensnared Li Chang tightly, forming 9 peculiar energy ropes. The young lady giggled, have you experienced my prowess? If I choose not to release you, you shall never move again. Li Chang smiled slightly, is that so? If I manage to free myself, do not take offense. Zheng Ping was utterly astonished as he witnessed a flaming purple dragon spiral forth from Li Chang, shattering the 9 slender white ropes. As Li Chang's hand waved, 7 or 8 small golden eagles, each the size of a palm, soared into the sky, their cries echoing through the air. The young girl was taken aback, retreating in alarm, exclaiming, why you are also. Please don't let the eagles descend. She had never anticipated that Li Chang was also a cultivator, and one whose prowess far exceeded her own. With a mischievous intent to startle her, Li Chang commanded the flock of golden eagles to circle above her head incessantly. Though Zheng Ping was unaware of the eagle's formidable nature, witnessing her terror, he couldn't help but intercede. Come on, my friend, let us call it a day. Spare her for my sake. Zhao Hao chimed in enthusiastically. Little girl, if you concede, I will persuade my master to let you go. The girl pouted, her eyes brimming with tears, and suddenly burst into a loud cry. Wah, 2 big men are bullying a little girl like me. Wah, what is so great about you? Mama, where have you gone? Why don't you come and help me? I have nowhere to turn, so I have to resort to being a bandit. Wah. This unexpected turn of events left the 3 of them in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Li Chang dismissed the golden eagles and quietly inquired of Zheng Peng. Isn't she your chief? Why does she cry upon losing? Zheng Peng replied, somewhat awkwardly. She has only been in the stronghold for half a year. The brothers here cannot match her strength, so they elected her as the chief. She insists on being called sister, and if anyone disobeys her, she can bind them for an entire day with a mere flick of her whip. Nevertheless, she has a good heart and forbids us from killing. That's why the second-in-command gathered a group of brothers and absconded with the stronghold's treasures. Zhao Hao, ears perked and absorbing every word, chuckled shyly. Little girl, stop crying. Since you have nowhere to go, come with us. The girl wailed even louder, wah, 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 yet cast a furtive glance at Li Chang. Amused and exasperated, he said, all right, come along with us. Upon releasing her grip, her tears vanished, and a radiant smile graced her face as she declared, you must keep your word, then let us depart. The 3 men were momentarily dumbfounded once more. By evening, the merchant caravan successfully arrived at Pancher town. The girl, named Mei Jingjing, affectionately known as Niu Niu, hailed from the Litang kingdom, a fact Li Chang had coaxed from her. The presence of 3 young individuals enlivened the merchant caravan. Li Chang observed that Niu Niu was mischievous and cunning, delighting in playful antics that exasperated the caravan members. However, this suited Li Chang's temperament well, as he too cherished a spirit untethered by constraints. During his period of tranquil cultivation, Li Chang required no meals, subsisting solely on fruits native to the celestial realm. Upon reaching Pancher town, the caravan arranged for a meal and rest, while Ling Hongxian invited Li Chang and his companions to dine at an inn. Pancher town, located at the terminus of Kishiling, served as a vital thoroughfare for traveling merchants and was notorious for being a den of bandits. The town was replete with inns, taverns, gambling houses, and brothels, bustling with merchants, outlaws, and beggars of all kinds. As darkness fell, the town illuminated with vibrant lights, teeming with life and excitement. Ling Hongxian led the group to the largest tavern in town, Byway Tower. Esteemed gentlemen, please follow me to the elegant upper chambers, The waiter called out warmly, "Esteemed guests, the upper chambers await. Please." Upon arriving at the celestial realm, Li Chang had yet to visit a tavern, his heart brimming with curiosity. Ascending to the upper floor, he settled into his seat as Mei Jingjing and Zhao Hao engaged in playful banter. "I want to sit beside Big Brother Li. Will you let me?" Mei Jingjing disregarded the customary protocols, urging Zhao Hao forward. Zhao Hao, with a wry smile, replied, "Nyo, you are the youngest here, and being a girl, you must sit at the end." With a twinkle in her eye, Mei Jingjing retorted, "Though I may be younger, my seniority is greater." Zhao Hao pondered the basis of her claim to seniority, saying, Nyo, stop fooling around. We are not related. Where does this seniority come from?" Mei Jingjing, with a cheerful demeanor, explained, "I call him Big Brother Li. You refer to him as Master. He. So you should call me Andy, which makes me senior to you." Laughter erupted around the table, and Zhao Hao, blushing from her words, quickly thought of a clever comeback. "Oh, so that's how it is. If you were to marry my master, wouldn't I have to call you mistress?" Upon saying this, he immediately stood up to offer her his seat, adding, "Mistress, please take a seat." Everyone burst into laughter, surprised by Zhao Hao's wit. Mei Jingjing's face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully scolded, "Big Brother Li, you should keep your disciple in check. He is teasing me." The young girl's voice was both charming and alluring, leaving Li Chang somewhat dazed, thinking to himself, "Goodness, I cannot bear this. If this little girl continues to act coy, even celestial beings might find it overwhelming." Ling Hongxian interjected, "Miss Mei should sit beside Lord Li. The young ones enjoy lively company, so let us not adhere too strictly to customs." Zhang Ping chimed in, "Exactly. My stomach is growling. Let us sit down and eat." Dishes and drinks flowed forth like a river, and Li Chang glanced at Zhang Ping, signaling for a waiter, "Do you have any large pieces of braised pork? Bring me 10 pounds. Zhang Ping's spirits lifted as he boisterously exclaimed, "Ah, brother, you know me well. I can't stand nibbling on side dishes. I love my meat. Hurry, bring it in large chunks." Zhao Hao raised his cup, proposing a toast. "Master, allow me to offer you a drink of this locally produced fine wine, renowned as Tin Li fragrance, which is rarely found elsewhere." Ling Hongxian interjected, "Indeed, it is a fine wine, a tribute of sorts." Li Chang, intrigued, lifted his glass and poured the drink into his mouth. A peculiar blend of sour, bitter, and spicy flavors surged to his head, prompting him to spit it out, exclaiming, "Is this wine? Quickly, bring me water to rinse my mouth." Mei Jingjing giggled, "Big brother, if you cannot handle your liquor, best refrain from drinking. This fine wine can easily intoxicate." Her familiarity with Li Chang grew increasingly affectionate. Li Chang shot her a glance and retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. Have you ever encountered fine wine? I have some right here for you to taste." Li Chang produced a bottle of renowned liquor he had purchased in his hometown, a fine variety from Sichuan known as Wu Liangchen, and retrieved 6 small glass cups, placing one before each person. He uncorked the bottle and filled each cup, declaring with a smile, "Now this is true fine wine." Just as everyone was marveling at the exquisite drink, a commotion arose from behind the screen. "Hey, what the hell? You scoundrel of a waiter! Why don't you sell us some of that fine wine? Are you taking advantage of my lack of funds? Here are 10 taels of gold. I demand the wine from the table next door." The innkeeper, with a sorrowful expression, addressed the distinguished guest, "Esteemed sir, the wine is brought by the patrons. Our humble establishment possesses none. If you desire more, I shall fetch a jug of the renowned Shirley Xiang." The man, obstinate and unreasonable, retorted, "That wine on the table is the true Shirley Xiang. I demand that kind. Here are 10 taels of gold. Quickly fetch it, or I shall set this wretched establishment ablaze." His voice boomed robustly, resonating like a striking bell, leading all to speculate he must be a towering figure. With a glum visage, the innkeeper approached Li Chang's table, pleading, "Honorable guests, please have mercy on me. Might you sell that wine to our humble inn?" Zhao Hao, however, was unwilling. He had been silent, consumed by the exquisite drink. Having traversed the realms for decades, he had never tasted such fine wine, especially since it was presented by his esteemed master. Clutching the bottle, Zhao Hao declared, "No, this wine is not to be relinquished." His demeanor amused Li Chang, who thought, "There is plenty of wine. What harm is there in gifting him a bottle?" Just as Li Chang was about to produce the wine, a screen crashed down, and a wiry little man leaped forward. This individual sported a diminutive head with sparse strands of long hair, disproportionately long arms, and remarkably large hands. His slight frame barely measured 150 centimeters, an appearance unforgettable once seen. The crowd was taken aback. Was he the one who had spoken? With a resounding slap, He placed a gold ingot on the table, exclaiming, 10 taels of gold. I demand that wine. This time, not only was Zhao Hao displeased, but Li Chang also frowned. Mei Jingjing scoffed. You think 10 taels of gold can purchase this wine? Have you lost your senses? This is celestial wine. 10 taels are hardly enough to savor its aroma. The man's nose twitched incessantly as he sniffed the air, his gaze fixated on the bottle in Zhao Hao's possession, his eyes darting about. Gazing at Zhao Hao, he momentarily paused before exclaiming, You are Zhao Lao, yes. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could they be acquaintances? Zhao Hao, equally stunned, set down the bottle and rose, hesitating. You are. I cannot recall who you are. The man snatched the wine bottle, leaping aside and laughing heartily. While you all have conversed, I have discerned who is who. I am nothing but a seeker of this bottle. With that, he dashed out of the tavern, cackling in the air. Ha ha, fooled you all. Ha ha. Furious, Zhao Hao raced after him. Li Chang and Mei Jingjing reacted swiftly and followed suit. Zheng Peng, infuriated, shouted, Wait for me, I'm coming too, and dashed out as well. Cheng Zichong and Ling Hongxian exchanged glances, left in a state of shock. The group pursued the man with lightning speed. Though he ran swiftly, he neglected to cover the bottle's opening, allowing the distinctive aroma of the Wuliangshan to waft behind him. Impossible to conceal from his pursuers, the four chased through the night until dawn broke. Zhao Hao halted, surveying his surroundings, realizing, isn't this the frightening slope? In one night, they had traversed over 200 miles. Li Cheng intended to call out to Zhao Hao but reconsidered, seizing the chance to shake off Cheng Zichong. As for the future, they would deal with it as circumstances dictated. Li Chang inquired, What place is this? Remarkable, we have run exceptionally fast. In his heart, he pondered, I must devise a teleportation array in the future. This pace is far too slow. Zhao Hao chuckled wryly and remarked, We have probably reached the terrifying slope. Mei Jingjing exclaimed, Is this the terrifying slope where monsters roam? Her expression was one of palpable tension, for the young girl harbored an intense fear of bizarre beasts. Zhao Hao continued, It appears we are in the very heart of the terrifying slope. In the distance, a sound like tinkling bells echoed, growing ever louder. Mei Jingjing seized Li Chang's arm, her anxiety evident as she said, Brother, something is approaching. Li Chang gently patted her hand, offering comfort. Don't be afraid, Niao Niao. Just then, a towering figure, Zheng Peng, caught up with them, gasping for breath as he complained, I'm exhausted. You all run faster than rabbits. Did you catch that fellow? Mei Jingjing, irate, retorted, You're going to scare us to death. With such a racket while fleeing, I thought it was some monstrous creature. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she released her grip on Li Chang's arm. Zhao Hao urged, Let us remain cautious. The beasts here are formidable. Rustling sounds emanated from all directions. Zhao Hao shouted, Be careful, it's the shadow bug. Drawing his precious blade, his demeanor turned serious. 3 enormous bugs, each the size of a barrel, appeared before them. Their grotesque forms were marked by red bodies adorned with black spots, a single eye on their heads, and mouth parts resembling sharp, blue-tinted needles over a foot long, glimmering with an unsettling light. Upon sighting them, Mei Jingjing's face went pale. She leaped onto Li Chang's back, whimpering, Mamma mia, how terrifying. Though nervous, Li Chang found solace in her leap, chuckling. Hey, Niao Niao, don't climb up any higher. There is no pillar on my head for you to perch upon. Zhao Hao warned, Watch out for its spines. Zheng Ping, wielding a long axe, glanced at Mei Jingjing and chuckled foolishly. Little sister, why are you becoming more timid? Look at my axe. Mei Jingjing, indignant, replied, I'm a girl, of course I'm afraid of bugs. Li Chang summoned 3 golden eagles, which soared toward the shadow bugs. With 3 thunderous explosions, the bugs were propelled several meters away. Mei Jingjing cheered, jumping down from Li Chang's back, her admiration evident. Brother, you're amazing. The bugs were blown away in an instant. Li Chang, flattered by her praise, felt every hair on his body stand on end. Yet, astonishingly, the 3 shadow bugs were not dead. They staggered back toward them. Mei Jingjing, terrified, hid behind Li Chang once more. Wow, they're not dead. Li Chang's face paled. The energy contained within a golden eagle was formidable, yet it had failed to vanquish them. These bugs seemed to possess not just thick hides, but also an energy shield protecting them. The bugs emitted a piercing screech, akin to a blade scraping glass. Zhao Hao exclaimed, It's calling for its companions. We must eliminate it quickly. Li Chang commanded, Niao Niao, bind it with your whip. Hey Z, protect Niao Niao. Zhao Hao, keep watch behind us. Ready? Move. Gathering her courage, Mei Jingjing flicked her whip, ensnaring each bug with 3 strands of the whip's shadow, rendering them completely immobile. The insects emitted a high-pitched shriek as 6 beams of blue light shot forth. Li Chang's 100-edged gun unleashed a flurry of gun shadows, striking down the blue light with a series of sharp sounds, leaving 6 glistening blue spikes scattered on the ground. The 3 shadow insects, having released their spikes from the device, immediately withered and fell to their demise under the assault of Li Chang's gun shadows. Zhang Ping, his face flushed from her mockery, retorted, "If it weren't for your brother ordering me to protect you, I wouldn't even regard these little bugs." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "What is this?" From the belly of the shadow insect cleaved by Haizi, a glowing blue pearl emerged. Zhang Peng reached out to grasp it, marveling at its beauty. Rubbing it on his clothing made the pearl shimmer even more exquisitely. The young girl, captivated by the sparkling orb, stretched out her little hand to claim it. Zhang Peng, grinning with pride, replied, "Not a chance. Who told you to mock my Haizi?" Mei Jingjing, with a mischievous grin, teased, "Really, you won't give it to me?" Seeing her playful demeanor, Zhang Ping felt a shiver of unease. He wanted to yield, but was reluctant to lose face. Mei Jingjing playfully flicked her whip and giggled. "Are you truly not giving it? Then don't blame me for taking it." Upon seeing her whip, Zhang Peng suddenly realized and shouted, "Big sister, don't tie me up with that. If you don't give it to me, I'll just bind you." The young girl insisted, unreasonable as ever. Not to be outdone, Zhang Ping swiftly darted behind Li Chang, laughing, "Haha, I found my shield." Li Chang, watching their playful banter, felt a warmth in his heart and said, "Nyo. Here you go," as he handed her 2 blue pearls, which Xiao Hao had unearthed during their frolic. Mei Jingjing cheered, "My brother is the best." "Haizi, you don't act like a man, fighting with a girl for trinkets." Zhang Ping was left speechless, caught off guard by her words. Suddenly, a cacophony of rustling filled the air. Li Chang inhaled sharply, swiftly retrieving his celestial stones and other tools, setting up a defensive formation while instructing. "Keep a vigilant watch around you. Haizi, protect Nyo. If bugs charge at us, Nyo, ensnare them with your whip, and Xiao Hao, use your blade to strike." Buying me time to complete the formation. "A horde of insects is approaching." Mei Jingjing shrieked, "Oh no. So many bugs. This is revolting." Hundreds of these shadow insects, in a riot of colors predominantly pink, swarmed towards them, while the vividly red ones they had just slain were nowhere to be seen. Li Chang felt a rush of urgency. Although he was safeguarded by the crimson flame dragon shield, the 3 of them would not be able to withstand the onslaught. He unleashed dozens of golden eagles that circled above their heads. Whenever a large insect approached, one would swoop down, screeching, and send it flying. Mei Jingjing, trembling with fear yet mustering her courage, swung her whip incessantly, ensnaring the encroaching shadow insects, while Xiao Hao dashed back and forth, knocking down the incoming spikes. Zhang Peng, wielding his long weapon, joined the fray, chopping down the ensnared shadow insects while chanting, "I'll slay you. I'll slay you." Their teamwork was surprisingly harmonious. In a short time, the battlefield was engulfed in chaos, with smoke and carnage flying in every direction. Finally, Li Chang completed the defensive formation and called out, "Everyone, gather around me. The formation is about to activate." With a swift motion of his hand, the golden eagle dove down, scattering the insects in a series of explosive bursts. Li Chang channeled his true energy to activate the formation. Xiao Hao, panting heavily, lamented, "Master, it is my fault for bringing everyone to this place." Li Chang, slightly relieved, responded, "Do not speak foolishly. No one will blame you. It was the one who sought to seize the wine that deliberately lured us here." A dense swarm of insects crashed against the defensive formation, encasing the 4 of them as though they were trapped beneath a glass bowl. No matter how fiercely the insects attacked, they could not breach their defenses. For the time being, they were safe. Mei Jingjing patted her chest and exclaimed, "How terrifying. Thankfully, my brother can set up a defensive formation. With so many insects charging at us, we wouldn't have survived otherwise. You are truly remarkable, brother." As she lavished praise on Li Chang, Zhang Peng chuckled, "I, Haizi, have also slain many insects. Why not shower me with compliments, little sister?" Mei Jingjing shot him a disdainful glance, "Dream on." Xiao Hao, observing their banter, mused, the carefree nature of youth. The insects we face now are merely ordinary creatures. If a larger monster were to appear, we would be in dire straits." Li Chang smiled and teased, "With such a sweet tongue, little girl. Do you have an ulterior motive?" Mei Jingjing clapped her hands in delight. "Oh, you guessed it. Brother, will you teach me how to set up formations?" Li Chang pondered for a moment before asking, "What level of cultivation have you reached, little girl?" Mei Jingjing shyly admitted, I've been practicing haphazardly. My mother said I am close to the enlightenment stage. Li Chang was taken aback. That can't be right. How could you be at such a low level? I thought you had reached the fusion stage. Stay still. Let me take a look. Li Chang extended a wisp of true energy to examine her, contemplating. Her cultivation method is quite peculiar. She is at the early enlightenment stage, lower than Zhao Hao. Yet her true energy has reached a level achievable only at the fusion stage. He then inspected her whip, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship and ingenious design. This whip could actually increase in power with her cultivation. Li Chang was baffled by its mystery and shook his head, thinking, if only Brother Fu were here, he would surely understand. Turning to Mei Jingjing, he said, little girl, I am unsure if you can learn this. However, in the future, when time permits, I shall forge a protective gear for you. Mei Jingjing beamed with joy. Zheng Ping inquired, can I stand within the formation and strike at the insects outside? Li Chang shook his head, that won't do. Suddenly, he recalled that weapons could not leave the formation, but energy emitted from them should be able to reach beyond. He attempted to wield the 100-blade spear, sending forth an energy-formed spear tip. With a soft pop, the tip dissipated within the defensive formation. Li Chang sighed. We are trapped. Let us rest for now while I think of a solution. Mei Jingjing played with 2 blue orbs, and Zheng Ping noticed, saying, Big sister, this large orb is for you. I was just teasing you earlier. Mei Jingjing accepted the blue orb, her expression dimmed. I know. Zhao Hao glanced at Li Chang, who was lost in thought, and lamented, alas, I have burdened everyone. Mei Jingjing gently reassured him, old man, do not blame yourself. Stay hopeful. I have faith in my brother. Look, despite all these insects, they have not harmed us. Zhang Ping remarked, indeed, I believe the young man will find a solution. After pondering for a considerable time without grasping the situation, Li Chang rose and declared, you all stay back for now. I shall venture out and confront them for a while. Worry not. With the Crimson Flame Dragon Shield protecting me, these pests cannot harm me. Mei Jingjing anxiously seized Li Chang's arm, exclaiming, brother, do not go. There are too many insects. It is perilous. Zhao Hao insisted, Master, I will accompany you. Zheng Peng also clamored to join. Activating the Crimson Flame Dragon Shield, Li Chang grasped the 100-blade gun and leaped into the swarm of insects. Mei Jingjing, filled with trepidation, covered her eyes with her hands, unable to bear the sight. Zhao Hao and Zheng Ping fixated on Li Chang, prepared to rush to his aid at the first sign of trouble. As the shadow insects detected the presence of a challenger, they squealed with excitement and surged forward in a dense swarm. Li Chang felt a chill run down his spine and bellowed, come forth. He wielded the 100-blade gun, unleashing a flurry of silver-white projectiles that pierced the air with a cacophony, sending the insects sprawling far away. While he fought, he contemplated the flaws in his weapon's design. He realized that the power of the weapons he had cultivated could not be adjusted, nor could they emit illusory energy based on the strength of the opponent. This rapid consumption of true essence rendered prolonged combat exceedingly difficult. He vowed to refine his training in the future. In a moment of distraction, a shadow insect leapt onto his back. Mei Jingjing, witnessing the creature's assault through the gaps between her fingers, felt a pang of anguish and screamed as she dashed forward. Brandishing her whip, Zhao Hao and Zheng Peng, startled, rushed to her side. Zhao Hao swung his treasured blade with the ferocity of a tempest, forcing the encroaching insects back, while Zheng Ping wielded his long axe with great might, pivoting his body to deliver powerful, sweeping strikes. The trio found themselves ensnared in a fierce battle. As Li Chang continued to engage, he began to appreciate the formidable nature of the Crimson Flame Dragon Shield. The illusory energy emitted by the 100-blade gun and the Eagle Strike crossbow was uniform in strength. Against weaker foes, a single strike was sufficient to vanquish them. Yet excess energy was squandered. Conversely, when facing resilient adversaries, the illusory energy proved insufficient to deliver a fatal blow, leading to even greater waste. The Crimson Flame Dragon Shield, however, functioned as a passive defensive weapon, adeptly adjusting to the force of incoming attacks, responding precisely without wasting a trace of energy unless the opponent's strength surpassed his own. A piercing scream echoed. It was Niu Niu's voice. Li Chang's heart raced with alarm as he realized Zhao Hao and the others had ventured beyond the formation, and they were in dire peril. His eyes reddened with urgency as he expended his true essence to summon the golden eagles. In an instant, the sky was filled with their majestic forms, and he was prepared to fight with all his might. Unexpectedly, Mei Jingjing found herself swept into Li Chang's embrace. Letting out a soft gasp, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. Outside the formation, the flock of eagles soared toward the shadow insects, their thunderous cries shaking the heavens. The explosive cries of the golden eagles ignited the surrounding flora, and flames erupted. Zhao Hao marveled at the power of the defensive formation, noting that the raging fire and billowing smoke had no effect within its confines. The shadow insects, unable to withstand the searing heat and smoke, began to flee, leaving behind the injured and feeble, who perished in droves. Gradually, the inferno began to subside. Mei Jingjing gazed anxiously at Li Chang and inquired, "Old man, do you think my brother is in danger?" Zhao Hao shook his head and replied, "There is no danger. The master has merely expended too much true essence. He will recover shortly. Do not worry, Niao." He added, "We must not disturb him." Zheng Peng remarked, "The fire has gone out. I will take a look outside." Zhao Hao quickly interjected, "I will accompany you. Niao, take good care of the master. We won't wander far." Mei Jingjing nodded and suddenly remembered, "Haizi, help Niao find some beads. The little girl has a penchant for shiny objects." Li Chang slowly absorbed the vital energy from the celestial stone in his hand, gradually replenishing his true essence. In truth, he had not yet fully mastered the capabilities of the purple flame heart. He did not require other celestial stones for replenishment, as he had only integrated less than 1/6 of its inherent energy. Unfortunately, without Fu Shan by his side to guide him, Li Chang was left to navigate this journey of exploration alone. Although his eyes were closed, his senses became increasingly acute. Suddenly, a brightness enveloped him, and Li Chang seemed to delve deeply into his own body. To his astonishment, he discovered a diminutive figure seated in a lotus position within him, no larger than a fist, floating amidst a swirl of purple flames. Upon closer inspection, the figure's delicate features, its brows, eyes, ears, and nose, were strikingly identical to his own, adorned in celestial armor reminiscent of a starry sky. Li Chang felt a stirring within him, realizing that this was his purple mansion Yuaning, seemingly newly formed and enveloped by the purple flame heart. He attempted to immerse his consciousness into the Yuaning and immediately recognized it as another version of himself, albeit composed entirely of pure vital energy. He experimented with exchanging energy between his body and the Yuaning, and soon a stream of purple flames began to emanate from the Yuaning, continuously merging into his being. In a matter of moments, Li Chang felt a significant enhancement in his powers. Not only was his depleted true essence restored, but it was also rendered more refined. Unbeknownst to him, he had already ascended to the realm of undying spirit. Mei Jingjing dared not disturb Li Chang. Instead, she fixated her gaze upon him. She herself could not comprehend why, in such a short span of days, she had developed such concern for him. When Li Chang opened his eyes, he was met with her worried expression, which touched his heart. "Niao, it's all right. I'm fine," he reassured her. "Oh, where did the insects go?" Mei Jingjing exclaimed joyfully, "Brother, the bugs have all been burned to ashes. The old man and Haizi are checking outside. You're truly all right?" The beads varied in size and color, and Li Chang casually picked one up, intrigued. He thought to himself that such shiny, translucent beads had never been found within animals on Earth. They were only akin to pearls or bezoars. He channeled his true essence to probe the bead and was taken aback, tossing it aside in surprise. Mei Jingjing laughed. "Isn't this an ice bomb? How wonderful. Let us unleash it on the monsters and freeze them to death. I'm hungry. Let us hurry." "All right, let us go together." A faint aroma of wine wafted through the air. Zhao Hao sniffed and quietly asked, "Do you all smell that?" "Yes. It must be the person who stole the wine yesterday. He is still around. Let me show him how it's done." He felt anger rise within him. After a fierce battle that shook the heavens, this fellow had the audacity to hide here and drink. The four of them stealthily made their way forward. "Stop searching. I am right here." The carefree voice echoed from the heights of a towering tree. Seated on a high branch, the individual swung his legs with abandon, finishing the last sip from a bottle of liquor, exclaiming with a grin, "What a fine wine. Truly exquisite. Hey, lad, do you have more of this wine? I'll buy it." Zhao Hao, infuriated, sprang onto the tree trunk, his blade poised to strike. The man, indifferent, merely twirled his foot and effortlessly forced Zhao back down. Zhao shouted, "Come down, let us settle this." Li Chang remained silent, intently observing. Ever since Fu Shan had taken him away from Earth, he had come to understand the wisdom of knowing that there are always greater men beyond one's own realm, and he dared not underestimate anyone. "You are not worthy. Even all four of you combined cannot match me," he taunted, yet he remained perched aloft, adding, "Tell me, lad, which country is this China, and where is Sichuan province? I truly am woefully ignorant." Li Chang was taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, he realized he had noticed the label on the bottle. Zheng Peng assessed the height of the tree, acknowledging he could not climb it, yet he devised a plan. Spitting into his hands, he rubbed them together, brandished a large axe, and approached the base of the tree, shouting enthusiastically as he began to chop. The tree was enormous, but Zheng's axe was formidable. "Hey, you big fool, does your family need firewood? There are smaller trees nearby. Don't chop this one down, or I'll come crashing down," the man yelled from above. Mei Jingjing, growing impatient, lashed out with her whip, commanding, "Get down here." A flash of white darted toward the man, but unexpectedly, it vanished without a sound upon nearing him. Mei Jingjing gasped in astonishment, having never witnessed such a phenomenon. Li Chong leisurely produced a bottle of Maotai, uncorked it, and smiled. "Everyone, come over and savor this exquisite wine I've brought. Stop chopping. Let him linger up there," he added. This move was nothing short of brilliant. The aroma of the Maotai wafted through the air. Zhao Hao, catching the scent, exclaimed, "Master, this wine is splendid. So fragrant. After a long day, let me indulge a little." Mei Jingjing scoffed, "You men and your fondness for alcohol. What is so special about it? Save some for me." Zheng Peng abandoned his chopping, hurried over to seize a drink. The man in the tree was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated Li Chang would possess liquor. The enticing aroma teased his throat, akin to a tiny hand incessantly scratching at him. Having faced betrayal since departing from Bada Star, he found solace only in drink. His craving was insatiable. Witnessing such fine wine, yet being unable to partake, filled him with despair. He pondered, "It would be quite embarrassing if I do not manage to acquire this exquisite bottle." With a light leap, he descended as gracefully as a falling leaf. Gloating over his maneuver, he glanced at Li Chong and his companions, only to find they did not even acknowledge him. Cursing under his breath, he donned a smile and waddled over. Zhao Hao admired his master, realizing that while the three of them had exhausted every effort to coax the man down, it was the promise of fine wine that brought him willingly to them. The man coughed and said, "Hey there, young fellow, the drink," and so forth. Li Chong thought to himself, "This individual must be an extraordinary drunkard." Observing how he dealt with Nyonyo's whip, it is evident that he is an exceptional cultivator. Such a fondness for alcohol. Yet he refrains from using force to seize it. Although he resorted to deception yesterday, he still left behind 10 taels of gold. Let us have a little fun with him. Li Chong bore no grudge against him. The four individuals exhibited an uncanny synergy, collectively ignoring him as if he were invisible. The man was momentarily taken aback. Normally sharp-witted and feared by many, he was rendered utterly helpless by a mere bottle of liquor. A sly grin suddenly appeared on his face, and in a flash of white light, he vanished. "Oh, he has gone," Zhao Hao exclaimed in astonishment. All four knew he would not depart so easily. Indeed, moments later, the man came rushing back, shouting excitedly. To their surprise, he was being chased by a colossal beast. He dashed to Li Chong's side, made a comical face, and gleefully exclaimed, "I accidentally provoked the golden crystal-horned beast. Ha ha. I am terrified of it. Let us go." In a flash of white light, he perched himself on a tree, leisurely watching the ensuing chaos. The golden crystal-horned beast was highly aggressive, measuring approximately 6 meters in length, with a snow-white, knife-shaped horn atop its head, and its body was covered in white scales. When enraged, its scales transformed into a golden hue, and its long, slender tail was adorned with scale spikes. Typically, it possessed 2 crimson eyes, but when enraged, a third eye would open on its forehead, thus earning it the moniker of the three-eyed beast. Li Chong had no time to curse. He raised his 100-blade spear and launched a flurry of spear thrusts at the beast's head, simultaneously shouting, "Everyone, retreat." However, the illusory spear strikes failed to impede the beast's advance, and it charged directly at Li Chong. The Crimson Flame Dragon shield activated immediately, but the creature's weight and force were overwhelming, and before he could react, he was knocked aside. Zhao Hao and Zheng Peng approached from opposite sides. Zhao Hao aimed his precious blade directly at the beast's eyes, while Zheng Peng swung his mighty axe with all his strength. As the axe struck the beast's horn, a flash of gold illuminated the air, and Zheng Peng felt as if he had struck a mountain, causing him to stagger back and fall to the ground, his axe flying from his grasp. Zhao Hao, realizing he had missed, relied on his agility to swiftly counter with another strike against the beast, only to find that his blow failed to penetrate its hide. Rising from the ground, feeling both unscathed yet humiliated, Li Chong was struck by a profound sense of inadequacy. He looked up, utterly astonished, and shouted, "Haizi, get down." Zheng Peng, having fallen, lay on the ground with his axe thrown far away, as the golden crystal-horned beast charged swiftly toward him. 12 whip shadows entwined around the beast's feet, causing it to stumble and crash to the ground. Mei Jingjing, with her long whip, skillfully pulled Zheng Ping to safety. She cast a commendatory glance at Nyonyo, and as Li Chang surveyed the area, an idea sparked in his mind. He called out, "Everyone, follow me." Leading the group directly toward the large tree, he instructed, "Hide behind the boulder. I will draw its attention." The golden crystal-horned beast, shimmering with golden light, quickly broke free from its restraints and rose to its feet, appearing exceedingly furious. As it turned its body, it spotted Li Chang standing beneath the tree and charged with a ferocious roar. With a swift motion, a golden eagle was unleashed, sending the crystalline horned beast staggering back several steps. Li Chang laughed heartily at the figure perched in the tree, saying, "Make yourself comfortable." In a flash, he darted behind a massive boulder, leaving the horned beast furiously charging forward in a fit of rage. Suddenly, Li Chang vanished, causing the beast to crash headlong into the tree. The individual in the tree let out a startled cry and fell directly onto the back of the horned beast. To Li Chang and his companion's astonishment, the man grasped the creature's horn with one hand and began to strike it methodically, each punch resonating with a powerful authority. The horned beast, as if burdened by a great weight, was rendered immobile, each blow penetrating deep into its very essence. With a grin aimed at Li Chang's hiding spot, the man chuckled, "Heh, I'm about to tire out. Alas, age has its limits, and my strength is waning." He then leapt off the beast, using only one hand to drag it toward the boulder where Li Chang was concealed. The four companions stood in stunned silence, grappling with the magnitude of such power. The beast, shimmering with golden light, exerted all its might to escape the man's grasp, emitting a series of low, desperate growls, each one tinged with resignation. Mei Jingjing, her voice laced with anxiety, exclaimed, "Bringing the beast over here." The gravity of the situation dawned upon them. If the man were to release his hold, the consequences could be dire. In a moment of realization, Li Chang retrieved a nearly half-empty bottle of Matai, raising it high and calling out to the man, "Hey, you'd better hold on tight. If you let go, I'll be anxious and I might drop my drink." The man, caught off guard by Li Chang's clever remark, retorted, "All right, you've got me there." He then playfully proposed, "How about this? I'll help you drive away the crystalline horned beast, and in return, you give me that bottle of liquor." As the man's gaze fixated on the drink in Li Chang's hand, drool began to trickle down his chin. Mei Jingjing interjected, "That's unfair. You brought the beast here, so you should be the one to send it away. That doesn't count. Let us negotiate new terms." The man, thinking to himself, chuckled inwardly, having achieved his goal. What other conditions could possibly challenge him? Wiping his mouth, he asked, "Fine, what terms do you propose?" Li Chang nodded, saying, "Nyonyo, why don't you suggest something?" He thought this was the best approach, ensuring no one would lose face. In that moment, Mei Jingjing struggled to think of a suitable condition. Then, glancing at the man who had his hand firmly on the beast's horn, an idea struck her like lightning. She giggled, "Let us trade for the beast's horn." She thought, "Let us see how you manage to obtain it." The man visibly relaxed, laughing, "Oh, that is quite a challenge." With his left hand pressing down on the beast's head, he deftly twisted the right hand that grasped the horn. And with a resounding crack, he forcefully snapped the golden horn at its base. The four onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. Such strength seemed beyond human capability. "You've made quite the contribution. I want to kill you today. Now scram." The man delivered a swift kick, and the beast, as if tethered by an unseen force, rolled away, vanishing from sight. Approaching with the horn in hand, the man declared, "Young lady, you have an eye for treasure. This golden horn is indeed a valuable find." Zhao Hao, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the man, felt a deep respect, yet could not help but inquire, "Hey, who exactly are you?" The man paid no heed to Zhao Hao's question, handing the horn to Mei Jingjing and eagerly extending his hand. "Now, about that drink." Noting the man's eagerness, Li Chang smiled slightly and replied, "I have plenty of liquor, but first, you must tell me, who are you?" The man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Really? But I didn't see you bring it." "Ah, you possess a storage bracelet. Under whose tutelage do you train? But first, hand me that wine." Observing his anxious demeanor, Li Chang passed him the bottle. After taking a small sip, the gaunt features of the man relaxed, and he exhaled, inquiring, "Which sect do you belong to? How could you possess a storage bracelet, a rarity even among the adept practitioners, when your cultivation seems to have just reached the nascent soul stage? How could your sect bestow such a precious item upon you?" Suddenly, two peculiar figures appeared out of thin air, one tall, and the other short. The tall one cursed. Damn it, he slipped away again. The short one, sniffing the air in astonishment, remarked, that old fellow seems to have found some fine wine. He may have already unraveled the curse we placed on him. The tall one growled in frustration, let us search for him again, come on. Upon arrival, the man plopped down on the ground. Although Li Chang lacked the ability to teleport, he had gained some experience. While Zhao Hao and the others had never encountered such an experience before, feeling a mix of fear and admiration, the man took another sip of wine and stated, let us continue our discussion, fixing his gaze on Li Chang. After a moment of hesitation, Li Chang confessed, it seems I do not belong to any sect. The bracelet was a gift from my elder brother. The man, with a look of skepticism, replied, that's impossible. Who is your elder brother? Li Chang answered. My elder brother is named Fu Shan, on the Fengyuan star. Leaping to his feet in surprise, the man exclaimed, what? Fu Shan, Fu Chongbi. No wonder. How strange. Tell me, young brother, is Fu Shan your mentor? Li Chang, filled with excitement, responded, yes, brother Fu is my mentor. Do you know him? The man chuckled, oh, I know him well. We have sparred for several hundred years, neither able to best the other. By the way, it seems you haven't learned much. Why are you so lacking? Zhao Hao and the others, unable to interject, pondered silently. Li Chang then recounted his experiences on Mars. The man laughed heartily, haha, Huamenyang. Not bad, not bad. This little demoness has quite the audacity to challenge Fu Chongbi. Interesting, very interesting. He continued, since you are Fu Chongbi's brother, I shall not hide my identity from you. My surname is Ho, and my given name is Pijing. I am both a friend and a rival of your elder brother. Li Chang chuckled. What? Ho Pijing? Haha. The four of them could not contain their laughter. Ho Pijing, indignant, retorted, how disrespectful. It's Pijing. As in the thunderous pie and the jing of cleanliness. No more laughter. Grumbling, he added, I knew you would laugh. The four struggled to stifle their amusement. With Mei Jingjing's small face turning red, her smile rippling like waves. Li Chang, after managing to suppress his laughter, caught sight of Nonyo's peculiar expression and burst into laughter anew. With a smug grin, Ho Pijing declared, if you wish to hear more, fetch another bottle of wine. Li Chang felt a surge of indignation. After taking a sip, Ho Pijing pondered for a moment before beginning to introduce Fu Shan's background and sect. Fu Shan, styled Chongbi, also known as Qi Fengshenren, belongs to the Chongxian sect, which is renowned for its focus on artifact crafting. Their cultivation methods are unique and extraordinary, allowing newcomers to progress rapidly in their early stages of training. Among the 7 sects and organizations of the enclosed star, there exists a most unique faction. The core figures of this sect do not adhere to the traditional master-disciple inheritance. Instead, they refer to each other as brothers and welcome newcomers in the manner of guiding light. However, to be embraced by this sect, one must meet its distinct criteria. Furthermore, in order to gain the status of a guide within the sect, one's cultivation must reach the 8th layer of the spirit-severing stage, and one must forge a remarkable artifact for foundational cultivation. The Chongxian sect also possesses a peculiar tradition. Every core brother has the autonomy to take on disciples, thus making it a formidable sect. Currently, there are 27 core brothers within the Chongxian sect, though 15 of them have gone missing, likely in secluded cultivation. Fu Shan ranks 12th among the brothers, having attained the level of a master. Li Chang sighed and said, Brother Ho, it is unfortunate that I lost track of Brother Fu. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, earlier, you mentioned 2 bothersome individuals. Who are they? Why are you avoiding them? Brother Ho. With a breath of alcohol-laden air, Ho Pijing cursed. Those 2 despicable scoundrels lurk in the shadows to harm others. They're elders of the Poison Curse sect, and, damn it, they cast upon me their most formidable heartless curse while I was unsuspecting. My nascent soul has been sealed, and I must consume alcohol to temporarily break free from it, making me worse off than a drunkard. Curiously, Li Chang asked, why does alcohol have the power to unbind the heartless curse? I cannot fathom it, Ho Pijing replied, but when I fell prey to the curse, feeling discontent within, I turned to drink and discovered that it could momentarily loosen that wretched knot. It seems the stronger the alcohol, the better it works. Damn it. After 10 years of drinking, just the scent of alcohol makes my mouth water. In contemplation, Li Chang mused, if stronger alcohol is more effective, then nothing surpasses pure ethanol. How fortunate that I possess medical-grade ethanol with a purity of 100%. He chuckled, surely, this alcohol can unravel your heartless curse. Producing a bottle of ethanol. He grinned, this is the strongest drink I brought. It may not taste pleasant, but would you care to try? Amused internally, he thought, goodness, pure ethanol at 100 proof, it could be lethal, but it should be fine for him. To his dismay, Ho Pijing could not stand the mention of alcohol. Seizing the bottle, he uncorked it and downed 3 hearty gulps. Puzzled, he exclaimed, what is this flavor? A fiery sensation surged within him, and he cheered loudly. Damn it. This is exhilarating. He drained the entire bottle and promptly sat down cross-legged. Mei Jingjing whispered, brother, what kind of drink did you give him? His face is so red. And he seems to be glowing. Zhang Ping, in a daze, remarked, little brother, let me have a sip of that drink too. Li Chang, both amused and exasperated, retorted, if it were drinkable, would I deny you? That is ethanol. The 3, oblivious to the nature of ethanol, gazed at him with confusion. Leaving Li Chang at a loss for how to elucidate further, Ho Pijing was exhilarated. As the emotional knot that had troubled him for nearly a decade showed signs of complete unraveling. Under the catalytic influence of alcohol, his true essence began to whirl rapidly. With closed eyes, he focused inward, noticing the layer of dark, sticky threads enveloping his primordial infant starting to loosen. As his true essence rapidly dissipated, the threads grew increasingly faint, and the primordial infant expanded dramatically. In an instant, the emotional knot that had plagued him for nearly 10 years dissipated into thin air. Sweating profusely, Ho Pijing jubilantly leaped into the air, floating gracefully for a moment before landing in front of Li Chang, grinning foolishly with delight. Li Chang thought to himself, my goodness, 100 proof medical alcohol is consumed as casually as water. Good heavens. He chuckled, have you truly unraveled it? Congratulations. Congratulations. Ho Pijing replied, indeed, it is resolved. Haha. Brother, I, old Ho, have never owed anyone a debt of gratitude. I shall not utter thank you, but if you encounter any insurmountable issues in the future, I shall be here to support you. Li Chang, however, did not perceive the magnitude of the situation. Nonetheless, he felt quite pleased to have such an extraordinary ally. Unbeknownst to him, Ho Pijing was as renowned in the realm of cultivation as Fu Shan, a formidable character with exceptional skills and few rivals. With him backing Li Chang, the number of people who could challenge him was inevitably limited. Li Chang chuckled, brother Ho, seeing as I have become separated from brother Fu and lack many cultivation techniques, could you impart some knowledge to your younger brother? Ho Pijing was taken aback, realizing that his brother seemed utterly oblivious to the customs of the cultivation world. Unaware that disciples from different sects were forbidden from practicing the methods of other sections. Nevertheless, he fondly accepted this brotherly bond and asked, what would you like to learn? Brother? Zhao Hao tugged at Li Chang's sleeve and whispered, I want to learn to fly. Although Zhao Hao's cultivation was lacking, his vision was quite discerning. Mei Jingjing and Zheng Peng also chimed in, we want to learn too. Ho Pijing looked at Zhao Hao, chuckling as he teased, you little rascal. Your insight is rather impressive. Very well, since I am in high spirits today, I shall teach each of you a set of skills. Zhao Hao smiled wryly, realizing that, at over 70 years of age, he was being referred to as a little rascal for the first time. However, basking in the glory of his master, he felt fortunate to learn from someone so formidable. Li Chang diligently experienced the operation of his true essence, gradually beginning to levitate. As he attempted to take a step, a realization dawned upon him regarding the source of his newfound ability to move through the air. Slowly, he began to stroll through the skies, exclaiming with joy, haha, I can fly. But as he relaxed his focus, he suddenly tumbled down. Embarrassed, Li Chang scrambled to his feet and explained, oh, please don't laugh. It was merely an accident. Mei Jingjing remarked, brother, you looked so cool when you fell. Ho Pijing burst into laughter, spitting out his drink as he coughed, little girl. Are you praising your brother or mocking him? Haha. Blushing, Mei Jingjing insisted, of course, I'm praising my brother. If you dare to laugh at me, I'll hit you. After a brief bout of playful banter, everyone resumed their training. Li Chang, confident in his foundational skills, quickly became proficient. In truth, once a cultivator reached the enlightenment stage, they could learn sword control and begin flying, although they would require a fine sword. Once they achieved the primordial infant stage, they could fly freely without relying on external tools. To master the art of teleportation, one must cultivate to the 8th level of the spirit division stage. Thus, the ability to teleport invariably signifies a mastery of the highest order. Observing the pitiful Zhao Hao, Ho Pijing chuckled, do not look at me with such despair. It is not that I refuse to teach you, but your master has not bestowed upon you a treasured sword, leaving me powerless to assist. Li Chang pondered, in the realm of cultivation, one must receive a sword to become a disciple, This is dire, for I possess none. After a moment's contemplation, Li Chang beamed at Ho Pijing. Sensing Li Chang's smile, Ho Pijing exclaimed, "Hey, do not harbor any ill intentions. I have no sword, none whatsoever." Li Chang remained silent, leisurely arranging 8 bottles of fine wine on the ground. Smiling at Zhao Hao, "Although you are my recorded disciple, I cannot grant you a flying sword. Thus, let these 8 bottles of exquisite wine serve as your compensation." Zhao Hao understood the implication and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, master." Ho Pijing's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "Brother, I have not wronged you." You, frantically scratching his head in frustration. Zhao Hao grinned, "Uncle Master, how about this? Let these 8 fine bottles of wine be my filial tribute to you, and in return, you may grant me a fine sword on behalf of my master." Ho Pijing, feeling the sting of Li Chang's words, was utterly captivated by the allure of the decade-old wine he had consumed. The craving had grown to an unbelievable extent. Shaking his head, Ho Pijing feigned surprise. I seem to recall having a fine sword. Very well, I shall relent and give it to you. But you must cultivate anew to wield it." Zhao Hao joyfully accepted the sword, which measured 7 inches in length, its blade shimmering with what appeared to be flowing mercury, a truly exquisite piece. The hilt bore 2 delicate characters, Cold Sparrow. Mei Jingjing and Zheng Peng were not pleased, rushing forward to demand their share, regardless of form or shape, drowning the scene in chaos. The 4 of them entwined Ho Pijing in such a frenzy that even this esteemed master found himself overwhelmed by the persistent queries of his novice disciples, exclaiming in exasperation. After several days of rigorous training, the prowess of Li Chang and his companions surged dramatically. One day, Ho Pijing nestled in the branches of a great tree, savoring fine wine while contemplating his thoughts. Li Chang soared up to sit beside him and inquired, "Old brother, do you also cultivate in the Fengyuan Star?" Ho Pijing shook his head. "I train on the Bada Star. However, I often visit Fengyuan Star, where there is an abundance of cultivators and sections. Certain items used by cultivators can only be acquired there." Curiously, Li Chang asked, "Then how did you come to the Heavenly Court Star?" "Let us not dwell on that. Brother, where do you intend to go?" Li Chang replied with a wry smile, "The Emperor of the former Song Kingdom has summoned me to the capital, though I am uncertain of his intentions." Ho Pijing nodded. "This is not surprising. As a cultivator, you are of interest to him. Fear not, I shall accompany you." A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he added, "What a coincidence. Those 2 despicable fellows have found their way here. Let us see how I shall deal with them." Li Chang understood that the members of the Poison Curse sect had arrived. With a grin, Ho Pijing stood before the 2 elders of the Poison Curse sect, declaring, "Are you looking for me? Feng Biqing, how have you grown so lanky? And you, Tong Kong? Dear me, you ought to eat less. You resemble a balloon. For nearly a decade, your 2 lingering spirits have pursued me relentlessly. If I were a woman, I might have succumbed to your advances. Seeing your earnestness, I can hardly contain my impatience any longer. Let us draw closer today." The tall Feng Biqing looked at Ho Pijing in astonishment, stammering, "Why you? You?" The shorter, rotund Tong Kong reacted more swiftly, exclaiming, "Oh no. The unfeeling curse has been dispelled." Feng Biqing's hands flailed as he executed a series of intricate seals, sending fine strands of black silk towards Ho Pijing. Observing Ho Pijing remain utterly still, shock and panic reflected on the faces of both men, had it not been for the unfeeling curse restraining him. Not even the most skilled practitioners of the Poison Curse sect could rival him. "Ha. After enduring for 10 years, you 2 truly are formidable, chasing me in circles, impressive indeed." Ho Pijing extended his thumb, seemingly without warning, delivering 2 resounding slaps, 1 to each of them. He stood firm, thumb outstretched, as both men, terrified, expelled several teeth in unison. Li Chang and his companions hid in the foliage, observing the scene. Among them, only Li Chang caught a glimpse of Ho Pijing's rapid movements. The others were utterly baffled, unable to comprehend how he could strike while remaining stationary. Feng Biqing and Tong Kong exchanged glances, simultaneously forming a peculiar seal. Feng Biqing's seal unleashed a torrent of black silk, as though alive, converging upon Ho Pijing, while Tong Kong's seal transformed into an unusual azure mist, merging with the black strands. The 10,000 Curses of the Heart is the most domineering attack spell of the Poison Curse sect. Ho Pijing laughed heartily, declaring, "This trinket is useless before me. Ha. The 10,000 Curses of the Heart can only prey upon children." With a flick of his wrist, a colossal hand, radiating an icy aura and gleaming white, shot forth. The black silk disintegrated as if snowflakes tossed into a fire, vanishing without a trace. Both men spat blood simultaneously, suffering grave injuries. Zheng Ping gasped, "Is that the cold spirit giant palm? Remarkable. I shall learn it too." Zhao Hao chuckled, "To reach the level of our master, you would need to cultivate for at least several centuries." Zheng Peng shot him a glare, retorting, "Must you always dampen my spirits?" Feng Biqing shouted, "Our old acquaintance is too formidable. We must retreat." Incredibly, they vanished into thin air. Ho Pijing sneered, "Thinking you can escape? I haven't yet had the chance to become well acquainted with you." No sooner had he spoken than a thud echoed, revealing the two men not far off. The short, plump Tong Kong cried, "We concede. You are a senior expert. It would be unbecoming to hold a grudge against us juniors." Ho Pijing replied cheerfully, "No grudges here. I won't slay the two of you rascals. I merely wish to reciprocate your 10 years of relentless pursuit." As he approached, to the astonishment of Li Chong and his companions, Ho Pijing began to rain down punches and kicks upon the two. Akin to a street thug brawling, each strike landing with gratifying force. In no time, the two lay sprawled on the ground like puddles of mud, and without hesitation, Ho Pijing rifled through their belongings, declaring, "Tell your leader that I will eventually pay him a visit. He should be prepared and get lost." Li Chong, along with 3 others, stepped out applauding. Mei Jingjing, with a playful grin, exclaimed, "Senior Ho is truly formidable and incredibly brave, effortlessly defeating those 2 scoundrels." "Nyo Nyo admires you so much, hee hee." Ho Pijing shivered slightly and retorted, "Stop flattering me. You're the little rascal here. What are you scheming, you little girl? I know exactly what you're up to." The 4 laughed in unison, and Ho Pijing added, "Alas, in my past life, I must have committed some misdeeds to encounter such little rascals like you. This is for you, and that is for the little black boy." Zhao Hao inquired, "Master Uncle, what about mine?" Li Chang joined in, calling out, "What about me?" Ho Pijing, overwhelmed, shook his hands and repeatedly declared, "There is nothing left. Those 2 fellows only have this valuable item. There is nothing else. If you keep asking, I might have to part with my undergarments." Mei Jingjing and Zheng Peng received storage belts, quite practical items, though not as splendid as Li Chang's bracelet, but still capable of holding numerous belongings. Zhao Hao, having received nothing, was not disheartened. After years of wandering the martial world, he understood that having Li Chang as his master was already a blessing beyond measure. If it weren't for Li Chang's Naved, who would take a man over 70 as a disciple? Ho Pijing suggested, "Brothers, let us head to the capital first." "Wonderful. We're going to the capital for some fun." Mei Jingjing cheered, as her recent training had left her restless. With Ho Pijing's ability to teleport, the 5 arrived at the capital with ease. Upon entering, Zhao Hao smiled and said, "Master Uncle, Master, let us first rest at my humble abode. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to explore the city." Li Chang hesitated slightly and asked, "What do you think, old brother?" Ho Pijing's expression was somewhat peculiar, distractedly responding, "The changes are indeed vast." "Oh, very well. Let us go to your disciple's home." Zhao Hao curiously asked, "Master Uncle, are you familiar with this place?" With a long sigh, he replied, "Indeed, it has been over 40 years since my last visit. There used to be a Qingji oil mill here, and now it has transformed into a pawn shop." The group arrived at Zhao Hao's residence, and Mei Jingjing exclaimed, "Wow, so you're wealthy. Is Zhao Ji Baoing Jewelry House yours?" Zhao Hao replied with a smile, "Yes. I will have them bring out the finest gold and silver jewelry for you to choose from." Mei Jingjing joyfully responded, "Really? But Nyo Nyo has no money." Li Chang chuckled. How could he dare to ask for Nyo Nyo's money? At that moment, a young servant entered and announced, "Master Chung requests an audience." Chung Zichong entered and exclaimed, "Oh dear, Lord Li, you nearly frightened the life out of my master. We waited at Panshir Town for a whole 2 days. If you had delayed any longer, my master might have jumped into the river." He thought to himself, "Thank heavens, if you had run away, the emperor would have surely had my head." Upon noticing Ho Pijing seated at the head of the table, Chung Zichong inquired with surprise, "Who is this?" Li Chang introduced, "This is my elder brother." "Elder brother, this is Chung Zichong, Master Chung." Chung Zichong hurriedly said, "Greetings, old master." Ho Pijing snorted dismissively, "Enough?" He exhibited an air of condescension. Chung Zichong thought, what an arrogant demeanor. If it weren't for Lord Li's presence, who would pay attention to such an old fool? His displeasure was evident. Li Chang smiled lightly and said, "Master Ching, please have a seat." Once again, Dao asked, "Am I to meet the emperor? When shall I go?" Ho Pijing shook his head and replied, "Tomorrow, I shall accompany my brother into the palace. You may amuse yourselves first." Chang Zichong, taken aback, exclaimed, "How can you enter the palace without a summons?" with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Ho Pijing scrutinized Cheng Zichong and retorted, I have never sought a summons to enter the palace. Were it not for accompanying my brother, I would not even consider going. Cheng Zichong, unsettled by his piercing look, found it difficult to fathom the true nature of this seemingly coarse old man who persistently referred to himself in such a manner. He thought to himself, well, at the palace gates, the guards will surely obstruct entry. Cheng Zichong, ever adept in social dealings, smiled and said, of course. Since the elder wishes to go, we shall all enter the palace together tomorrow. On the following morning, Li Chong and the others arrived punctually at the gates of the imperial palace. Cheng Zichong presented the imperial edict to the gatekeeper, who knelt to read it before rising to announce, Lord Cheng, Lord Li, please. Following closely, Ho Pijing attempted to enter, but several guards stepped forward, commanding, no idle persons are permitted within. Halt. Cheng Zichong could not suppress a smirk, thinking, let us see how you handle this. Ho Pijing, with a cold smile, remarked, blind to the true worth of others, catch this. He swiftly tossed a plaque into the air. The guards, upon receiving it, instinctively knelt in unison. A hush fell over the palace entrance, and one guard sprinted towards the inner palace. The guard who received the plaque bowed respectfully, elevating it with both hands and proclaiming in a tone of utmost reverence, second rank, 4th grade blade-bearing guard captain, leading the guards in welcoming His Royal Highness, the great wisdom and mighty sage prince. Cheng Zichong nearly collapsed in shock and, in a moment of instinct, knelt as well. He was well aware of who the great wisdom and mighty sage prince was. Yet he could hardly believe it was the very same coarse old man who had accompanied him. Ho Pijing, of the former Song dynasty, was a true royal. Originally named Xiaoyu, bestowed the name Ho Pijing by his master, he had renounced the throne in his youth to pursue spiritual cultivation, allowing his brother to ascend to power. Consequently, he was conferred the title of the royal family's foremost relative and granted the rank of the great wisdom and mighty sage prince. A eunuch emerged from the palace, his voice elongated like a duck's quack, announcing, the emperor arrives. Cheng Zichong felt a pang of regret, lamenting the missed opportunity to forge a connection with him the previous day, affirming Ho Pijing's earlier words about the folly of underestimating others. He silently rejoiced at having avoided offending him. The imperial palanquin halted at the palace gates, and 2 eunuchs assisted the emperor as he descended, beaming as he approached Ho Pijing. As the emperor passed, all surrounding guards, eunuchs, and palace maids knelt as if bowing to the wind. Ho Pijing, being of ancestral stature in the former Song dynasty, was not required to kneel, and even the emperor paid him respects. Although Li Chong understood the protocol of kneeling before the emperor, his upbringing had not instilled such customs in him, so he stood, unmoving like Ho Pijing. The emperor, well acquainted with this esteemed ancestor, recognized his consistent demeanor, glanced at Cheng Zichong, and remarked, I did not anticipate that the youthful hero who displayed such prowess in Hanlin City would be the brother of my royal ancestor. How delightful, he mused. No wonder he speaks the royal dialect, it all makes sense now. This misunderstanding was one that Li Chang could not clarify. Li Chang found himself in a quandary upon hearing the emperor address him, lacking a solid grasp of court etiquette. He hesitated for a moment until a scene from a television drama he had previously watched suddenly inspired him. He stepped forward and performed a bow, exclaiming, Commoner Li Chang pays his respects to your majesty. Cheng Zichong internally lamented his predicament. He had intended to first study the protocols at the Ministry of Rites before an audience, but unexpectedly, the emperor had personally welcomed him to the palace gates for the arrival of the holy monarch, leaving him unprepared. Should the emperor express displeasure, he would find himself at a loss for words. Ho Pijing chuckled, Your Majesty, my brother is unfamiliar with such customs. Please do not hold it against him. The emperor also smiled and replied, Very well, Emperor Ancestor. Let us converse further within the palace. I have matters I wish to discuss with you. With a retinue of eunuchs and palace maids leading the way, the emperor's grand sedan chair proceeded to his study. Li Chang glanced up at the plaque, which bore the 3 elegant characters listening to the Rain Pavilion in a refined and powerful script. Once seated, Ho Pijing, growing impatient with royal formalities, transmitted a message. Your Majesty, does my brother wish to be granted entry to the Hall of Offerings? However, I must inform you that he hails from the Chongshen sect, and Fu Chongbi is his elder brother. If your Majesty were to summon him into the former Song Kingdom, well, you should understand the implications for our relationship with the Great Han. The emperor did not respond via transmission but subtly nodded in acknowledgement. His expression remained calm, yet inside, he felt a surge of excitement. The emperor ancestor still held concern for the former homeland, and the significance of Fu Chongbi and the Chongxian sect was not lost on him. As the emperor, he understood all too well the standing of Fu Shan in the Great Han Kingdom was akin to that of Ho Pijing in the former Song Kingdom, revered as a national protector. The revelation of such vital information instilled him with a sense of purpose. In a gentler tone, the emperor remarked, "Minister Li, your valor in rescuing countless citizens in Hanlin City and injuring the leader of the Black Flag Army, in Gang, has compelled them to retreat. For such merit, I wish to bestow a generous reward. Summon the Privy Council and grant Li Chang the rank of first-class offering minister with the title of General of Tiger Might, and permit him to attend court without bowing." Li Chang was utterly bewildered, having inexplicably ascended to a position of authority. Stammering, he looked to Ho Pijing and managed to utter, "This, that?" Sensing Li Chang's confusion, the cunning Ho Pijing seized the moment, saying, "Brother, it is quite easy to serve in the Hall of Offerings. You can pursue whatever you desire without the obligation of court attendance, and you will receive a salary. Where else can one find such a fortunate opportunity? Quickly accept the decree." With a muddled mind, Li Chang replied, "Li Chang accepts the decree." The emperor's anxious heart finally settled, and he beamed with delight, continuing, "In addition to the title of General of Tiger Might, I bestow upon you an estate and a manor, along with 1,000 taels of gold and 10 bottles of imperial wine." Li Chang stood in shock, his mouth agape. He had never before encountered such lavish rewards. Cheng Zizhong, standing quietly to the side, was equally astonished. Such a substantial gift for a figure of the former Song Kingdom, who was yet a trusted confidant of the emperor, was unprecedented in his experience. Ho Pijing interjected, "My royal residence has stood empty for so many years, and I have grown weary of it. Rather than let it go to waste, I shall give it to my brother as the estate." The emperor was taken aback and hurriedly exclaimed, "No, no. The royal palace of my revered ancestor is held in the highest esteem. How could I dare bestow it upon anyone?" Ho Pijing, with an intimidating glare, insisted stubbornly, "If I say it's acceptable, then it is. The house is for my brother. It's not as if I will be utilizing it myself." The emperor, left with no options, smiled wryly and replied, "I shall heed your words, if that is what you wish." Cheng Zichong, overwhelmed by Ho Pijing's incessant self-reference, felt a chill of fear. Pondering to himself, "The sovereign is rather disrespectful. It's no wonder I could not discern his identity at the silver shop." Li Chang was also deep in thought, contemplating the notion that one should not receive rewards without merit. His meager contributions in Hanlin City hardly warranted such a generous gift. Was it because they valued him as a cultivator, anticipating his assistance in warfare? That seemed implausible. The palace harbored formidable figures like Ho Pijing, and surely there were other exceptional beings. Why was this the case? He was utterly perplexed. A eunuch reported, "Your Majesty, the envoy from the Litong Kingdom seeks an audience." The emperor responded, "Bring him to the Ihi Hall and summon the envoy from the secret court, the Minister of War, and the Minister of Rights to enter the palace." He gestured for the others to withdraw, leaving only 3 in the study. The emperor stated, "My esteemed ancestor, my relations with the Litong Kingdom have become quite strained, and war may be imminent. Fortunately, your presence brings me some solace. I seek your counsel." Ho Pijing replied, "Your Majesty is aware that in the nations of the Green Basin, cultivators are forbidden from participating in wars. How you proceed is your own decision. I can only offer suggestions, as it is inconvenient for me to take the lead." The emperor sighed, "Indeed, I understand. There exists an unwritten rule in the realm of cultivation. Cultivators, regardless of the planet, must not engage in wars between local nations, as their destructive capabilities are exceedingly formidable. Such conflicts would only drain the vitality of both sides, and direct involvement by a cultivator would incur repercussions from the cultivation world." With a deep sigh, the emperor remarked, "The envoy from the Litong Kingdom has entered the palace. If this negotiation fails, alas." Li Chang, intrigued, inquired, "What is the cause of the dispute with the Litong Kingdom?" Ho Pijing's eyes sparkled with hidden meaning as he glanced at the emperor, subtly gesturing towards Li Chang. The emperor, momentarily taken aback, soon realized the implication. A negotiator with the backing of the Great Han Kingdom, represented by Fu Shan, was indeed an impeccable choice. With clever maneuvering, he could wield the strength of 1,000,000 troops. The emperor erupted into hearty laughter. Unbeknownst to Li Chang, he had been unwittingly enlisted by Ho Pijing, yet he continued to smile while counting his money. The emperor, with a cheerful demeanor, elucidated the reasons behind the disputes between the two nations, feeling considerably reassured with Li Chang as a strategic asset. The historical contention between the former Song Kingdom and the Litang Kingdom had deep roots. Since the inception of the former Song as an independent state, it had gradually encroached upon the territory of the Litang Kingdom. Among the three nations in the Green Basin, the former Song was the last to establish itself, yet it was also the most ambitious. Through the efforts of successive emperors, its territorial expanse continually grew. Currently, although the former Song may not hold the title of the mightiest nation, the territorial boundaries among the three nations have stabilized, with their national strengths now comparable, thus forming a tripartite equilibrium. The Litang Kingdom has harbored a long-standing animosity towards the former Song Kingdom, with successive monarchs prioritizing the reclamation of lost territories. Thus, the disputes between the two nations have never ceased. Recently, the Litang Kingdom dispatched troops to the borders, exhibiting a posture suggestive of impending warfare with the former Song Kingdom, while simultaneously collaborating with the Qingfeng Kingdom of the Hongyan Mountain to harass the Song Kingdom. The Black Flag Army, positioned as a covert force behind the Song Kingdom, was meant to disrupt its stability. However, due to Li Chang's interference, the Litang Kingdom's plans were derailed, leading to the retreat of the Black Flag Army and affording the Song Kingdom precious time to swiftly amass its forces, thus achieving a balance of power. Ultimately, with time being of the essence and preparations insufficient, the Song Kingdom was reluctant to engage in battle. Seizing this opportunity, the Litang Kingdom exerted pressure by presenting territorial demands and dispatched a master of cultivation, named Lang, as an envoy to the Song Kingdom, hoping to obtain results unattainable on the battlefield. The imperial edict was delivered with a shift in tone from the emperor, Minister Li. This negotiation pertains to the very survival of the Song Kingdom. Li Chang pondered, what does this have to do with me? I am utterly uninformed. Wait, why is the emperor sharing this with me? Confusion enveloped him. The emperor exchanged a knowing smile with Ho Pijing and continued, Minister Li, I hereby designate you as the plenipotentiary envoy of the Song Kingdom, tasked specifically with negotiations with the emissary of the Litang Kingdom. Good heavens! So that's why I have been bestowed titles and estates. It's to negotiate something vital, he thought, to entrust the fate of a nation to me. If the talks falter, it would spell disaster, and I would bear the blame. No, I cannot accept this. Li Chang exclaimed, Your Majesty, I am but a humble scholar, lacking in knowledge. I fear that my participation may result in casting a glance at Ho Pijing, he thought. You could at least speak up to assist me. If you don't, Ho Pijing turned away, feigning ignorance, which made Li Chang grit his teeth in frustration. The emperor chuckled. There is no need for such modesty, dear minister. I have faith in you. You shall have 3 days to prepare. As for you, my dear ancestor, I have some state affairs to attend to. What do you think? Ho Pijing interjected. Oh, you go ahead with your duties. I too wish to take my brothers to the royal residence for a while. Without allowing Li Chang further protest, the emperor coughed lightly and departed with a wave of his hand. In a flurry of anxiety, Li Chang stamped his feet and cried out, Brother, why did you not speak up to dissuade him? You're leading me to my doom. I know nothing and am entirely unprepared. How can I negotiate? Ho Pijing replied with a grin, Fear not, everything will be under my command. What is there to worry about? Li Chang quickly assented. All right. I hold you to your word. Everything shall be under your control. He mused, When the time comes, I shall speak nonsensically and see how you handle it. If the negotiations fail, it would be perfect for the emperor to dismiss me. Ha! As they exited, a row of guards awaited them outside the palace, with the lead guard stepping forward and kneeling, proclaiming, Chun Fengning, a 5th-rank sword-bearing guard, has been commanded to serve the Holy King with 16 guards at his side. The group departed the imperial palace, making their way to the royal residence. On the way, Li Chang instructed one of the guards to fetch Xiao Hao and others from the silver shop. Upon arriving at the royal residence, Li Chang was utterly astonished. The sacred king's manor sprawls across nearly 1,000 acres, rivaling the imperial palace in size. It stands as a significant architectural symbol of the Song dynasty. Having been transformed from the former royal garden, the palace walls extend for an impressive 10,000 meters, and the estate is divided into 5 architectural clusters situated in the east, west, south, north, and center. Every few years, the royal family allocates substantial funds for renovations, leading to a retinue of over 1,000 eunuchs, palace maids, and servants within the manor. The entire complex gleams resplendently, scarcely differing from the grandeur of the palace itself. Li Chang now comprehends why Ho Pijing's suggestion to relinquish the manor would astonish the emperor. This information, intentionally disseminated by the emperor's emissaries, aims to ensure its reach to the envoy of the Litang Kingdom. Soon, the once desolate entrance of the manor became bustling with the carriages and horses of visiting officials. The guards stationed at the entrance, after receiving the visiting cards, uniformly denied entry, stating that the sacred king was currently unavailable. Frustrated by their inability to see the sacred king, the officials reluctantly congregated in small groups to engage in fervent discussions. Amid their animated chatter, a guard approached the entrance, escorting 3 individuals. "Ah, isn't that the venerable proprietor of Zhao's jewelry and gold house? What brings him here?" One official remarked. "Old Qian, are your eyes deceiving you? That fellow appears far too youthful." Another replied, pointing at the towering figure wielding an oversized axe. "And look at that young lady. She is indeed strikingly beautiful." As the officials speculated, they watched the trio confidently stride into the manor. They unanimously nominated one official to inquire about the situation. Approaching a familiar guard, he asked Su, "My good fellow, may I inquire why those 3 were permitted entry?" The guard chuckled. "Ah, Qin, to be honest, I am equally in the dark." The official, taken aback, managed a wry smile. "In that case, I thank you, Su." Upon entering the manor, Ho Pijing briefed the steward and then vanished into the recesses of nostalgia. Li Chang found himself surrounded by a throng of palace maids and eunuchs as he entered the inner hall. Before he could settle, a group of maids presented him with fresh garments, urging him to bathe and change. In a small adjoining chamber, 4 eunuchs carried in a large wooden basin adorned with silver trim, adjusting the water to a suitable temperature. A maiden with an oval face, delicate brows, and large eyes spoke, "Please, sir, indulge in a bath." The eunuchs and servants retreated from the room. Li Chang acquiesced. "Very well, let us proceed with the bath. You may leave." The remaining 8 maids bowed deeply, stating, "We shall attend to your bathing, sir." Taken aback, Li Chang exclaimed, "Oh no, this is unacceptable." The 8 maids promptly knelt, declaring, "We deserve punishment." Scratching his head, Li Chang protested, "What is this? Why should anyone be punished? Rise, all of you. I merely prefer to bathe alone. It is nothing more. If this is the case, I shall forego the bath." The maids, however, remained prostrate. With no other recourse, Li Chang resigned himself, gritting his teeth. "Fine, let us proceed with the bath." He mused to himself. The nobility here truly knows how to indulge. Even bathing requires the attendance of women. I shall brave this. What is there to fear? As a maid stepped forward to assist him in loosening his garments, Li Chang adopted a demeanor of righteous resolve, ready to face whatever came next within the inner sanctum of the manor. Li Chang sat uneasily in the grand chair, feeling out of sorts after being meticulously attended to by 8 young and beautiful palace maids, nearly losing his composure in the process, his heart racing and face flushed. Still unable to recover from the experience, a eunuch announced the arrival of Zhao Hao and 2 others. Li Chang, elated, exclaimed, "Quickly, please come in." Zhao Hao, Mei Jingjing, and Zheng Peng entered the inner chamber, looking around curiously. Mei Jingjing, impatient, rushed in first, paused momentarily upon seeing Li Chang, and laughed. "Brother, you look quite odd in that official attire. How did you come to hold an official position?" With the trio's arrival, Li Chang's spirits lifted, and he chuckled. "Nyo. Does your elder brother look handsome?" In unison, they replied, "Not handsome at all." "Ha ha." Zhao Hao said, "Master, news of your appointment has spread far and wide. Where is your uncle?" He detailed the rumors circulating outside to Li Chang. After pondering for a moment, Li Chang added, "There is one piece of information that has not yet reached the outside world. The emperor has appointed me as a special envoy, tasked with negotiating with the Litang Kingdom. By the way, Nyo, you hail from the Litang Kingdom, so I would like to inquire about some details." Mei Jingjing replied, "I will share everything I know." Li Chang continued, "I wish to understand what role Lang plays in the Litang Kingdom." Mei Jingjing's expression changed dramatically. "Lang?" "The Lang of the Litang Kingdom's offering hall." Gritting her teeth, she added, "He is an enemy of the Mei family." Mei Jingjing's father, Mei Ao, held the position of a 3rd-grade offering in the offering hall of the Litang Kingdom. The Mei family's cultivation method was uniquely distinguished, relying on the practice of herbal alchemy. Particularly renowned was Mei Ao's alchemical prowess. The Mei family's elixirs were coveted by cultivators, with 5 notable varieties, the foremost being the Yuan Yang pill, which significantly enhances a cultivator's true essence. If taken at the initial formation of the Yuan infant, it can accelerate its growth, mitigating the risk of falling into madness. The second is the Pei Yuan pill, a treasure for novice cultivators, enabling rapid foundation establishment. The third is the Jiesu pill, which allows cultivators who have suffered limb loss in combat to regenerate seamlessly, its efficacy unparalleled. The fourth, the Lian pill, is the most esteemed. Any severely injured cultivator still possessing a breath can be saved with this pill, hence its alternative name, the life-grabbing pill, implying it can reclaim life itself. The fifth is the Qin Yun pill, which neutralizes various arcane poisons and curses. The trouble stemmed from Mei Ao's elixirs, and Lang, a first-grade offering with a dukedom, was an uncle to the emperor of the Li Tang kingdom, wielding significant power. In his ambition to cultivate his descendants, he forcibly demanded yuan yang and pei yuan pills, both of which are exceedingly difficult to produce. Mei Ao had only a few remaining, yet Lang audaciously requested 6 of each. Unable to meet such demands, a bitter enmity was born. Lang, known for his ruthless demeanor, harbored resentment when Mei Ao could not fulfill his requests, secretly plotting to ensnare him, ultimately forcing Mei Ao to flee with his wife and daughter. Lang dispatched agents to pursue them relentlessly. At the border between the Li Tang kingdom and the former Song kingdom, the family engaged in a fierce battle with the pursuing assassins. In the chaos, Mei Jingjing became separated from her parents, wandering to the Qishiling region. "Where are your parents now? Have you heard anything?" Li Chong inquired with concern, reflecting upon the matter. No wonder she ventured to Qishiling to become a bandit. This young girl is indeed remarkable. Mei Jingjing, with a heavy heart, lamented, "Not exactly, but my parents may have gone to the frozen plains seeking help from their sect." Zhao Hao was taken aback. "To the frozen continent?" Mei Jingjing affirmed. "Precisely, the frozen continent." Zheng Peng exclaimed, "Let me cleave that old scoundrel with my axe." "Sister, my axe is no mere trinket." Li Chang consoled. "Do not be disheartened, Nyonyo. We are all here to support you. Once matters are settled, I shall accompany you to the frozen plains." He then turned to Zhao Hao and inquired, "What kind of place is the frozen plains? You have traveled extensively. Have you been there? Who would dare venture to the frozen continent if they are not a cultivator? That place is exceedingly harsh, with bizarre weather conditions, and it is home to a creature known as the Cha-Cha Ice. Humans stand no chance against it. I once traversed the edge of the frozen continent, and had it not been for my martial training, I might not have survived. Out of 11 companions, only 7 managed to escape," Zhao Hao recounted, his voice tinged with trepidation. Li Chang asserted, "We must go there. I cannot find peace until we locate Nyonyo's parents." Mei Jingjing, moved to tears, cautioned, "Brother, be wary of this Lang. He is treacherous and cunning, and one misstep could lead you into his trap." Initially, Li Chang intended to approach this negotiation with indifference. But upon learning of Nyonyo's adversary, his resolve shifted. He was determined to ensure that Lang faced retribution. With his decision made, Li Chang began to contemplate his strategy. The steward of the royal mansion reported that the Holy King was in the western residence, and they dared not disturb him. The 4 were led by the steward, followed by a throng of servants, toward the western residence. Ho Pijing glanced down and remarked, "You little ones have all come. Let us descend." He added with a smile, "This royal mansion is now your domain. Why not give everyone a tour and extend the hospitality of a host?" Seeing him relaxed and jovial, Li Chang also chuckled, "Brother, surely you jest. This mansion is so vast that I cannot even discern east from west. Do you wish for me to lose my way?" The 2 of them descended gracefully, hand in hand, while the servants knelt in unison, proclaiming, "Long live the Holy King." Li Chang remarked, "Brother, how do you endure it, having people kneel and pay respects daily?" Ho Pijing laughed heartily. "That is precisely why I had the emperor bestow this mansion upon you, so that my brother could savor the experience. How does it feel?" Li Chang immediately recalled the earlier torment inflicted by 8 beautiful palace maids and responded, "Uncomfortable, not enjoyable at all. Indeed, it was far from pleasant. Being attended to by 8 young and lovely women, while being unwilling to indulge in any impropriety, was an excruciating predicament." Zhao Hao approached and knelt respectfully, saying, "I did not realize that my master was the Holy King. Please forgive my ignorance." He felt a surge of pride within, knowing that the Holy King was his master, and power and wealth were but within his grasp. Ho Pijing gazed deeply at Zhao Hao, retracting his smile and solemnly stating, "Listen well, young one. I shall say this only once. If you truly wish to enter the realm of cultivation, all worldly matters will hold no significance for you. You may indulge in games and express concern, but you must never become enamored. Should you fail to pass this test, you shall never ascend to a higher level of cultivation. Do not blame me for not warning you." These words struck Zhao Hao like a hammer upon his heart, causing beads of sweat to cascade down, awakening him as if the sound of a morning bell had resonated within him. He promptly bowed, expressing, "Disciple humbly thanks Master for illuminating the path. I understand." In truth, Zhao Hao's 70 years of earthly existence had been filled with mundane pursuits in the business world, so his worldly thoughts were hardly surprising. However, the guidance from Ho Pijing would greatly aid Zhao Hao in his future cultivation endeavors. Ho Pijing continued, "Learn from your master. His level of cultivation far exceeds yours." Li Chong felt a tinge of shame, pondering how Ho Pijing would react if he witnessed his initial clumsiness upon acquiring the bracelet on Earth. He would surely kick him far away. The study within the Wangfu, or rather the three-story library, was where several of them followed Ho Pijing inside. Upon entering, Li Chang felt immense joy at the sight of shelves brimming with ancient tomes from the first to the third floor, resolving to delve into them whenever he had the time. Once seated, Li Chang shared Mei Jingjing's background with Ho Pijing and inquired, "What is Enlang's standing in the realm of cultivation? What is the background of his sect?" "Brother, you are familiar with the situation. Please enlighten us." Ho Pijing chuckled. "Do not shake so. My old bones are about to crumble." He turned to Li Chang and explained, "Enlang holds little status in the cultivation world. He is a petty man, enamored with power and fond of schemes. Thus, it can be inferred that his cultivation level is not particularly high." Glancing at Zhao Hao, he added, "However, it is said that he possesses many peculiar and sinister artifacts. His sect is shrouded in mystery, from what I understand. Enlang is connected to the notorious 100 Yellow Elder of Qianjia Star." Mei Jingjing interjected, "What is Qianjia Star?" Ho Pijing replied, "It is a desolate place for exiled cultivators, a terrifying planet where a cultivator without strength faces a grim fate. Moreover, the 100 Yellow Elder is the leader of a tyrannical organization on Qianjia Star, commanding many powerful cultivators. However, under the suppression of Feng Yuan Star, they do not dare to wreak havoc." Zheng Peng, unable to bear the conversation any longer, exclaimed, "Little brother, I cannot comprehend what you are saying. It is utterly boring." Li Chong discreetly summoned the steward, instructing, "Take him to the guest room and prepare a lavish feast for him. Go quickly." After a moment of contemplation, Li Chang remarked, "I am not well acquainted with the circumstances of Litong country and the former Song country. Brother, please request the emperor to send someone. I need a strategist. Specifically that Qing Zichong, along with another who understands the entire Green Basin region." Ho Pijing replied with a smile, "No problem. Whether it be the head of the Privy Council or the ministers of various departments, I can arrange it." At that moment, a guard reported that the permanent envoy from the Han Kingdom to the former Song Kingdom sought an audience with General Hui. The second chapter of the Star Palace awaits. In the frigid expanse of the frozen plains, the envoy of the Great Han Kingdom had already received an imperial edict from the capital, commanding the search for a cultivator named Li Chong. Upon discovery, it was imperative to retain him and fulfill all his needs, ultimately persuading him to visit the capital of the Great Han Kingdom. This royal decree left the envoy utterly bewildered, as he could not comprehend the significance of Li Chong until today, when he learned through rumors that Li Chong was, in fact, the brother of the venerable Fu Chongbi. The envoy promptly relayed this news via the royal transmission array to the palace. Soon, the emperor issued a decree, instructing the envoy to pay a visit to Li Chong, simultaneously bestowing upon him the rank of a first-class Marquis of Valor in the Great Han Kingdom and urging him to come to the capital for an audience. Without delay, the envoy hurried to the sacred king's manor to request an audience with Li Chong. Li Chong found himself in a quandary without any merit. Both nations were vying to confer titles upon him, leaving him utterly perplexed. Reflecting on the absurdity of the situation, he realized that his desire to escape was akin to the feelings he experienced when he took lives back on Earth. Although Li Chong also contemplated his journey to the Great Han Kingdom, awaiting Fu Shan to escort him to the Star of Fate, two matters required his attention first. After dismissing the envoy, Li Chang slapped his forehead in frustration, prompting Mei Jingjing to chuckle, "Brother, it seems you are reluctant to take on an official position. Yet many envy you." Li Chang could only offer a wry smile. "Nyo, please do not tease your brother. This is all quite vexing." As evening descended, Chung Zizhong and an official arrived at the manor. This official, a cultivator from the Hall of Offerings, specialized in collecting and analyzing intelligence, holding a second-rank title, known as Ten Qigong. Once seated, Li Chang began inquiring in detail about the relations between the two nations. He sought a general understanding of the economic, military, and sovereign ministerial dynamics of the Li Tang Kingdom, with his primary interest lying in the recent commercial conditions, including fluctuations in prices, the volume of merchants, and the consumption patterns of the common folk. Although Tan Qigong found this curious, he did not dare to be negligent and promptly commanded his subordinates to report. Amassing a wealth of intelligence through the royal transmission array to the manor, Li Chang had been a successful businessman on Earth. Amassing millions in assets within a few short years, he possessed a habit of collecting and analyzing market trends. In an era of information overload, it was essential to efficiently organize and distill the plethora of data to uncover valuable insights. The intelligence provided by Tan Qigong and Cheng Zizhong was both specific and precise, offering Li Chang the best foundation for logical reasoning after he organized and synthesized it. As he listened to Li Chang's analysis, Tan Qigong was left in awe. Realizing for the first time how intelligence could be utilized in such a manner, Ho Pijing was equally astonished. Initially intending to leverage Li Chang's dual identity to suppress the envoy from the Li Tang kingdom, he now recognized Li Chang as a true puppet master. After hearing Li Chang's comprehensive analysis of the situation, he realized he had underestimated him. Li Chang's ability to infer the military operations of the nation from the fluctuations in market prices and the ebb and flow of commercial activity warranted a newfound respect. Li Chang's analysis revealed that Litong country was utterly incapable of waging this war. The meticulously orchestrated situation was nothing more than a ruse, entirely driven by the internal power struggles within Litong. Moreover, it appeared that there was some ulterior motive at play, as if Litong sought to acquire something, though he could not discern what that might be. Feeling that he had grasped the most significant card in the negotiations, Li Chang's spirits were considerably lifted. He solicited differing opinions from those present, to which Tan Qigong replied, "Your Excellency's analysis is astutely thorough. I shall seek your guidance more often in the future. I will promptly organize the information and report it to the Emperor." With Tan Qigong, who was responsible for intelligence, expressing no dissent, the others had little to add. Only Zhao Hao mused that if Li Chang were to engage in commerce within the Green Basin, it was unlikely any merchant could compete with him. He would undoubtedly dominate the market. After bidding farewell to the assembly, Li Chang and Ho Pijing ascended to the platform of the study on the second floor, both unburdened by the need for food or sleep. After a moment of silence, Li Chang spoke. "Brother, I intend to resign from my official position after negotiating with Litong. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Gazing at the stars above, Ho Pijing replied softly, "I understand. True practitioners of the way are seldom swayed by fame or fortune. However, I will soon face the tribulation period in a century's time. If I fail to overcome this trial, I shall never have the opportunity to look after my homeland again. Brother, I have no close kin, so I regard you as my dearest. Please do not abandon your post. You may go wherever you wish, and I would not compel you to remain in the former Song dynasty. Just promise to visit me often, will you?" Moved by Ho Pijing's sentiments toward his homeland, Li Chang responded, "Very well, I promise you." He then inquired, "Is the tribulation period truly perilous?" It seems that when on Mars, Hua Mainyong mentioned that Brother Fu was also nearing his tribulation period. The tribulation is the greatest hurdle for practitioners. Of 100 who reach this stage, no more than 30 will safely navigate it. Those who succeed ascend to a higher realm, entering what is known as the immortal cultivation world, while those who fail are utterly obliterated, their essence and soul vanishing entirely, a true death. The onset of the tribulation is a natural consequence of deepening cultivation, one that practitioners cannot control, as explained by Ho Pijing. Li Chang further queried, "Are there no safer methods to traverse the tribulation?" "There are two approaches that are somewhat better," Ho Pijing replied, holding up two fingers. "One is to seek disintegration before reaching the tribulation, allowing the soul to cultivate independently. The benefit of this method is that one need never fear the tribulation. The drawback is that without the physical body, one suffers immense power loss and must rely on the aid of other practitioners. If malevolent practitioners discover this, they may craft one into a sinister weapon, resulting in eternal damnation. The second method involves receiving assistance from other adept practitioners during the tribulation, which can be immensely beneficial. However, the challenge lies in the fact that such assistance will severely deplete the helper's energy, and unless they are very close friends, most would be reluctant to offer aid. Not to mention that finding skilled practitioners is no easy feat." Ho Pijing sighed, "I have always walked my path alone, unwilling to resort to disintegration, and with no one to assist me. Thus, I require your help to look after my homeland, brother." In a moment of impulsiveness, Li Chang exclaimed, "Brother, when you reach the tribulation stage, be sure to let me know, so I can lend a hand." Ho Pijing felt a surge of emotion, but shook his head, pondering. A century passes in the blink of an eye. Although Li Chang is eager to assist, regrettably, he will not attain the requisite level within 100 years. A lingering question weighed on Li Chang's mind, prompting him to inquire, "Brother, during your encounter with the golden crystal horn beast, how were you able to subdue it effortlessly? Even managing to break its horn with your bare hands? I did not see you wield any magical artifact. What is the reason for this?" Ho Pijing chuckled and replied, "I thought you would never ask. It seems you couldn't contain your curiosity. This pertains to the various schools of cultivation. There are countless sects, each with their peculiarities, both righteous and sinister. Take, for instance, the Chongxian sect and my own school, the Yuanshi sect, for comparison. The Chongxian sect emphasizes the crafting of artifacts, approaching cultivation through the creation of tools, guiding the practitioner from the external to the internal. You must have a profound understanding of this." Recalling his experiences in Hanlin City, where he honed several weapons, Li Chang nodded. "Indeed, having practiced with a few blades, I felt a significant enhancement in my prowess." Ho Pijing continued, "Precisely. This is the advantage of the Chongxian sect. While cultivating, one also creates divine weapons. The approach of the Yuanshi sect is entirely different. It begins with martial arts before stepping into the realm of cultivation. The method of the Yuanshi sect has its merits, as it does not rely on magical artifacts but rather transforms the practitioner into a living treasure. However, the initiation is exceedingly challenging." Li Chang pondered silently. To become a treasure oneself? The notion swirled in his mind, eluding his grasp. He scratched his head and asked, "Brother, could you teach me some martial arts?" Li Chang's vague request led Ho Pijing to believe he sought to learn the cultivation methods of their sect, which is considered taboo among cultivators. Fortunately, Ho Pijing was not overly concerned. He provided Li Chang with the sect's texts, but beyond that, the path of cultivation was up to Li Chang alone. He handed Li Chang a slender object, 1/2 a foot long and 3 fingers wide, smooth and jade-like, with an ancient shape. As Li Chang attempted to infuse it with some true essence, he discovered it was a jade tome recording the cultivation methods of the Yuanshi sect. His heart raced with excitement. He had merely hoped for guidance in martial arts, but unexpectedly, he received the Yuanshi sect's cultivation scriptures. The jade tome contained relatively little information, approximately 1/3 the volume of the jade tome from the Chongxian sect gifted by Fu Shan. It detailed methods for cultivating the physical body and the embryonic soul, with foundational techniques that were quite simple: only a sitting posture, a walking posture, and a lying posture, albeit rather peculiar in form. Intrigued, Li Chang jotted down the 3 postures and the method of energy circulation. After stowing away the jade tome, he noticed the sky had begun to brighten, stretching his body languidly before descending the stairs. The night watch servant promptly approached to offer greetings, followed by a flurry of palace maids who came to assist him with washing, grooming, and dressing, which made him feel quite uneasy. He thought to himself, "I must find a way to leave this place quickly. It is overwhelming." Li Chang instructed the steward of the manor to summon Zhao Hao and the others, stating, "Today, we shall go shopping and enjoy ourselves." Shopping was Mei Jingjing's favorite pastime, and she cheered as she dashed towards the gate. Upon reaching the bustling streets, Li Chang halted the procession of guards, allowing Zhao Hao to lead the way forward. The early morning in the capital was refreshingly cool, with a delicate mist enveloping the surroundings. The street was lined with quaint 2- and 3-story wooden buildings, their white walls contrasting with dark tiles. The thoroughfare appeared desolate, occasionally graced by the presence of early risers lazily venturing out to procure breakfast. Some chimneys were already emitting wisps of blue smoke, and a few small shops had lifted their shutters, commencing the day's hustle. In a moment of reverie, Li Chang felt as though he had wandered into an ancient town in China. Zhao Hao chuckled, "Master, the hour is still early. Let us first seek a place for breakfast before venturing elsewhere." Cheng Zichong interjected, "I know a little shop renowned for its delectable meat buns. If we proceed along this street and turn east, we shall arrive." The cheerful proprietor of the small shop greeted them warmly, saying, "Esteemed guests, please ascend to the upper floor." A steaming basket of buns was soon presented, releasing a subtle, enticing aroma. Upon lifting the lid of the steamer, they beheld the petite buns, their skins exceedingly thin and semi-transparent, revealing the savory broth within. The buns rested atop palm-sized green leaves. Li Chang could not help but exclaim, "Marvelous! They are crystal clear and exquisitely delicate. I can scarcely believe buns can be crafted in such a manner." Zhang Ping grumbled discontentedly, "This won't do. They are far too small for my liking. Hey, shopkeeper, bring me a large meat bun." His loud outburst startled Mei Jingjing, causing her to drop the bun she had delicately picked up with her chopsticks. With her hands on her waist, she scolded, "You ruffian! You nearly frightened me to death." Zhang Ping fell silent, knowing that when she was incensed, even Li Chang would yield to her. After savoring the taste of the buns, Li Chang set down his chopsticks and inquired of Cheng Zichong, "Pray tell, what is the purpose of the worship hall?" Cheng Zichong replied with a smile, "Though it is not customary for esteemed gentlemen to inquire, I shall elucidate. The worship hall is a royal institution established for cultivators, primarily tasked with safeguarding the royal family, protecting the emperor, conducting foreign missions, and gathering intelligence. Furthermore, it bears the significant responsibility of educating and training the children of royalty and nobility, thereby overseeing the educational institutions in the capital. The worship hall boasts 4 such institutions: the Cultivation Academy, the Hanlin Academy, the Chongwu Academy, and the Guozijuan. Among these, the Cultivation Academy nurtures the reserve forces for the worship hall. Anyone with a respectable lineage and demonstrable abilities may apply, regardless of their background. It is a place where merit is paramount. The Hanlin Academy and Chongwu Academy, however, exclusively admit the offspring of royals and nobles. The Guozijuan has the broadest admissions criteria, welcoming the children of officials and commoners alike, provided they possess the means to apply. Every nation in the celestial realm has established its own worship hall, Cheng Zichong added. "Which institution did you graduate from, esteemed teacher?" Li Chang inquired curiously. Cheng Zichong replied, "I obtained my degree from the Guozijuan in the year of Bingzi, achieving the rank of Zhuan, and the following year, I placed 73rd among the Jinshi candidates," his tone reflecting a sense of pride. Zhao Hao remarked, "Our esteemed teacher is indeed remarkable. Few students emerge from the Guozijuan with the title of Zhuan, and even fewer attain the status of Jinshi. Your scholarly prowess must be exceptional." Cheng Zichong humbly responded, "I am not deserving of such praise. It was merely a fortuitous coincidence. You, like the Governor Feng Kaiyan of Hanlin City, are a successful candidate. How is it that you find yourself as a secretary in his residence?" Li Chang inquired, perplexed. Cheng Zichong replied, "I am an inspector of the emperor, and examining officials is among my duties." Li Chang understood then that the emperor had indeed dispatched numerous spies. Mei Jingjing clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Niu Niu is full. Old master, you know the capital best. Where shall we go for some fun?" Cheng Zichong smiled and suggested, "Let us first head to Temple Street, where many merchants have their shops. At noon, we can visit the largest tavern in the capital, the Bai Fan Lu. What do you think, lordly?" Before Li Chang could respond, Mei Jingjing chimed in, "Excellent. Let's first explore the shops." Zhao Hao tossed down a piece of broken silver, and the group set off for Temple Street. By mid-morning, the crowd at Temple Street began to swell. The sound of gongs echoed from an open space at the street corner. Zhao Hao remarked, "It could be performers ringing the gongs. Should we go take a look?" Zhang Peng eagerly replied, "Let us check it out," and dashed ahead. Cheng Zichong observed, "It does not seem like a performance. Let us see." The group followed at a leisurely pace. Upon approaching, they realized it was not a performance at all, but rather a grim spectacle of human sale. A middle-aged man, gaunt and weary, with a straw tag affixed to his head, stood beneath the watchful eyes of 2 burly men. One of them struck a small gong forcefully, while the other gripped the man's collar, shouting, "One man, willingly selling himself to pay off gambling debts. A bargain at just 10 taels of silver. Speak up if you wish to buy." Someone in the crowd remarked, "Isn't that Chi's second son? What a tragedy. He has gambled away everything, even his wife and children, and now he sells himself." Another added, "He deserves it. Who told him to gamble?" The crowd grew larger, all drawn to the spectacle, yet no one voiced an intention to purchase. As the 2 burly men, frustrated by the lack of bids, began to strike the middle-aged man, he merely cowered, clutching his head and mumbling incoherently. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Mei Jingjing, who had once been a bandit and possessed a certain fierceness, drew a whip from her storage belt, flicking it deftly in the air with a sharp crack. The whip struck one of the men across the face. This whip, a treasured artifact, was something even Li Chang could not fully comprehend. Without even channeling her true energy, the mere strike caused the man to howl in pain, exclaiming, "You little wench! How dare you strike me? I will make you pay dearly. Third brother, help me subdue this scoundrel." Hearing such vile insults, Li Chang approached. Zhao Hao, noticing his master advancing, quickly stepped forward. "Master, allow me to teach him a lesson." Li Chang gestured dismissively, "No need." Fuming, Mei Jingjing raised her whip again, this time channeling a hint of her true energy as she struck the man's back. With a resounding crack, his clothing disintegrated, scattering in tatters. He let out a blood-curdling scream, the weight of the whip forcing him to the ground, still muttering curses under his breath. Li Chong seized him by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Which gambling house do you belong to? Take me to your boss. A collective gasp echoed as a burly man brandished an 8-inch dagger, thrusting it fiercely toward Li Chong. Undeterred by the weapon, Li Chong seized the man's throat with his other hand, overwhelmed by fear. The man felt as though his dagger had struck an impenetrable surface. The grip on his neck rendered him breathless, and he promptly lost consciousness, the dagger clattering to the ground. Zhao Hao remarked, "Master, they have fainted." Li Chong mused to himself, "I exerted no force. How could they be so feeble?" He hastily released his grip. Turning to the middle-aged man, Li Chang inquired, "Which gambling house did you lose yourself in?" The man stammered in fright. It was the Baolai gambling house. Cheng Zichong whispered, "Sir, the Baolai gambling house has ties to the Litong kingdom. The situation is rather intricate." Li Chong nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he asked, "Shall we indulge in a game of chance?" Cheng Zichong and Zhao Hao were undoubtedly supportive of Li Chong's decision, while Zheng Ping found novelty in the adventure, and Mei Jingjing was eager to stir up some trouble. The group unanimously agreed to visit the casino. Zheng Peng hoisted the two unconscious men, guided by the middle-aged man, as they made their way to the gambling house. The Baolai gambling house ranks among the 4 major casinos in the capital, and establishments of such stature typically boast formidable backgrounds. The proprietor of Baolai remains an enigma, seldom seen by patrons, while a figure named Du Dingguang presided over the premises, reputed to be a renowned expert in the gambling realm. During their journey, Cheng Zichong briefly Chang on pertinent details, for his role as the Wind Patrol officer was not without merit. Upon reaching the entrance of the casino, Li Chang gestured for Zheng Ping to lift the 2 men, while he struck a small gong and proclaimed, "Step right up, behold the extraordinary sale of living beings. 2 fine gentlemen, yours for just a single coin. Buy 1, get 1 free. The deceased require no payment." Mei Jingjing chuckled, "Brother, you are truly remarkable. Your sales pitch is impressively seasoned." Li Chong reflected, "What is so impressive? The street vendors in our area shout far more passionately than I do. Yet, I am selling men while they peddle stockings. Both are merely subpar commodities." Cheng Zichong and Zhao Hao exchanged amused glances, arms crossed, enjoying the spectacle. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man trembled in fear. Chaos erupted at the entrance as a group of thugs emerged from within the casino. The leader, a burly man with a thick beard, clasped his fists and addressed Li Chong, "Dear friend, may I ask how my brothers have offended you?" Upon spotting the middle-aged man, he suddenly understood, exclaiming, "Chi Lao Air, how dare you bring others to disrupt our establishment? Are you tired of living?" Chi Lao Air, trembling, repeatedly shook his head, fearfully protesting, "I did not summon them. I did not summon them." The bearded man retorted, "One must accept the consequences of their wagers. Chi Lao Air lost on his own accord, and it is not our fault if others seek to reclaim their debts." Li Chang chuckled, "Be gone. What does it matter who Chi Lao Air or Chi Lao San is? Do not impede my business. I have finally discovered these 2 treasures and intend to sell them for a fair price, so I may indulge in some gambling myself. Perhaps fortune will smile upon me. You wretched scoundrels, do not prattle before me and hinder my enterprise." Zhao Hao stifled a laugh, noting how Li Chong's tone mirrored that of a sovereign, almost indistinguishable. The bearded man had never encountered such audacity. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "You little dog, utterly oblivious to your own insignificance." Before he could finish his outburst, a whip cracked sharply across his mouth, shattering a row of his upper teeth. Muffled and in agony, he gestured to his subordinates, pointing at Li Chong and his companions, and whimpered, Beat them to death. Ugh, my teeth. Everyone attack." The throng of thugs surged forward, and Li Chong, with a grin, declared, "Anyone who dares to extend a paw towards me shall be knocked unconscious. But make sure not to kill them. Dead men are worthless." Zhao Hao laughed, assuring, "Fear not, master, none shall perish." Zheng Peng chimed in, "Haha. A brawl is upon us. Witness my fist in action." These henchmen, tasked with guarding the premises, possessed some skill, yet their misfortune lay in confronting Zhao Hao, a master of martial arts and a newcomer from the realm of cultivation. He darted among the thugs with the grace of a dragon, striking swiftly in all directions. Zheng Peng, employing a more brute force approach, seized one thug with his left hand and another with his right, colliding their heads together before discarding them to seize more. In mere moments, the ground was strewn with the incapacitated henchmen, all groaning and calling for help. Finally, several figures emerged from the main entrance. Leading them was a man in his 60s, bald and beardless, with with a pallid complexion reminiscent of someone long deprived of sunlight. Deep wrinkles marred his forehead, and a look of despair adorned his face, flanked by several middle-aged men clad in blue robes. Chang Zichong whispered, "That is Du Dingguang." Li Chang, uninterested, continued to clang a small gong, announcing, "People for sale." How many do we have now? Nyonyo, please help me count. Mei Jingjing, delighted, counted the incapacitated thugs on the ground, giggling. There are 21, plus the 2 from earlier, making a total of 23. What a sum of silver. I will purchase them all, Du Dingguang said with a grim tone. Li Chang felt a jolt of surprise. Du's composed demeanor hinted at a formidable opponent. With a smirk, Li Chang retorted, "Such worthless goods are a bargain at 100 taels of silver each. For the entirety, I shall offer a discounted price of 2,000 taels. A grand clearance sale." One of Du Dingguang's associates could not restrain himself and began to speak, but Du gestured for silence, his voice dripping with malice. "Are you here to gamble or to walk away with your silver?" Li Chang, now on high alert, sensed the man's sinister aura. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "Indeed. Today I have encountered a major patron. If I can sell off such trash, my fortune must be favorable. I shall gamble, no matter the outcome." "Ha." Du Dingguang signaled with his eyes, and one of his men dashed away. He stepped aside, gesturing for Li Chang and his group to enter the casino. Qi Laojiu, noticing the distraction, quietly slipped back into the crowd and fled. Inside the casino, it was not the smoky den Li Chang had envisioned. The spacious hall allowed for good air circulation, and upon entering, it felt far from stifling. A staff member approached, balancing a large tray of chips, and smiled, "Sir, will you play in the main hall or venture into the inner chamber?" Zheng Peng stepped forward to take the tray. Cheng Zichong explained, "The hall is where the commoners play. Only the wealthy may enter the inner chamber." Li Chang laughed. "Well then, I am indeed a wealthy man now." With a hearty laugh, the capital of 2,000 taels of silver was deemed sufficient for a round of gambling. "Let us proceed to the inner hall," he beckoned. Standing at the back, Du Dingguang casually rubbed his hands, restraining his impulsive subordinates. The attendant led everyone into the lavishly adorned inner hall, where youthful maidens flitted about amidst numerous screens that partitioned the space. Du Dingguang inquired nonchalantly, "What games do our esteemed guests wish to indulge in? Pai Gao, Do Shou Qi, or dice? Whatever you desire, our establishment shall accommodate." Li Chang, momentarily taken aback, felt a rush of uncertainty. He had never gambled before. After some contemplation, he recalled that dice could be an enjoyable option. "I'll play dice. Show me where," he declared with a grin. A flicker of disdain crossed Du Dingguang's eyes as he turned to lead the group to a large table. Seated there were 6 well-dressed gentlemen, engrossed in observing the croupier, who called out, "Roll, roll, roll." The crowd echoed, "Open, open, open." When the croupier lifted the cup, joy and despair danced among the spectators. With a wave of his hand, Du Dingguang dismissed the croupier and took his place, stating, "Allow me to serve you, esteemed guests." "Ah, if it isn't Zhao Laodang from the Bowing Shijin building. My, how youthful you appear after 2 years." A robust man exclaimed. Zhao Hao chuckled. "Chenju Yue, is that you? Abandoning the escort agency for gambling? Aren't you afraid your wife will have words with you?" Chenju Yue replied sheepishly, "She wouldn't dare, if she misbehaves. I'll teach her a lesson." Du Dingguang felt a jolt of surprise. He knew Zhao Hao was a formidable player. However, he maintained his composure, saying, "What game would you prefer? I am at your service." He thought to himself, "Let us take our time." Recalling the gambling films he had watched on Earth, Li Chang mused, "I cannot engage in anything too intricate, but fortunately, my foundation and cultivation will allow me to impress him and instill fear." He couldn't help but chuckle to himself in delight. "Am I not the one dictating the rules of the game?" Li Chang deliberately averted his gaze from Du Dingguang. Though Du Dingguang's expression remained impassive, he was inwardly furious. "As you wish. Whatever you propose, I shall oblige," he replied. Li Chang felt a surge of excitement, suggesting, "Let us compare the sizes, each of us with a cup, rolling 6 dice, and the one with the higher total wins. A tie shall be considered equal, or we may compare the lower values. What say you?" The surrounding spectators murmured in astonishment, having never witnessed such a method of dice gambling before. Du Dingguang, a lifetime devotee of gambling techniques, was intrigued by this novel approach. "Very well, let us proceed with your notion of comparing sizes," he agreed. The attendant fetched the cups and dice, placing them on the table. As news spread that the proprietor of the gambling house was personally taking on a youth, a throng of gamblers gathered around. After inspecting the dice, Li Chang smiled. "As the guest, you may go first." Du Dingguang, disinterested in further conversation, lifted the cup, gave it a few shakes, and gently set it down. Please, go ahead. Emboldened, Li Chang tossed the dice one by one into the air, controlling their descent with his true essence. He swiftly maneuvered the cup, shaking it vigorously with a flourish, culminating in a dramatic toss. The cup landed with a thud on the table. The crowd was utterly astonished. The performance was nothing short of spectacular, prompting many to erupt in spontaneous applause. Du Dingguang, equally taken aback, had never witnessed such a display in his many years of mingling within the gambling halls, and a sense of unease began to creep over him. Nearby, the croupier announced, "Please place your bets. Those betting on Boss Du should wager on the left, while those backing this gentleman should wager on the right." Du Dingguang inquired, "How much shall we wager?" "You place your bet." Li Chang, with a cheeky grin, retorted, "If I win, how will you compensate me?" This provoked Du Dingguang, who, usually composed and stoic, felt his temper flaring, his frustration boiling as he gritted his teeth. "Even odds. Are you expecting 2-1? At this, Li Chang's spirits soared, thinking, "Excellent. The less composed you are, the more likely you are to lose half." He teased, "Would you accept 2-1? Aha." Du Dingguang felt a rush of blood to his head, his pallid complexion suddenly flushed. Mei Jingjing clapped her hands and laughed. "Oh, yes," blushing. The crowd erupted in laughter. Enraged, Du Dingguang trembled, thinking, "You little rascal, you dare to push me too far. I refuse to believe my skills cannot surpass yours." In a moment of recklessness, he declared, "Fine, let it be 2-1. You may reveal the outcome first." Li Chang placed 2,000 taels worth of chips on the table, grinning. "Can I wager with jewelry?" He produced 4 luminous pearls, each the size of a quail egg. Placing them atop the chips, the crowd gasped, realizing the immense value at stake. Zhao Hao remarked, "Such pearls are worth at least 25,000 taels each." Du Dingguang responded, "You are quite ruthless." Li Chang pointed to a maid and said, "You shall reveal the outcome." Trembling with trepidation, the maid lifted the dice cup. A wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers as they beheld 6 dice arranged in a star formation, all showing 6s, with one die cracked in half, as if sliced, revealing an extra pip. Du Dingguang's face turned ashen, and with a bitter tone, he conceded, "You have won," though he too had rolled 6s. The extra pip rendered his effort futile. Applause erupted from the crowd, exclaiming, "Truly magnificent. What a remarkable win." At that moment, a group entered through the door, led by a martial official clad in the attire of a third-rank officer, who was applauding. Cheng Zicheng whispered, "That is Ping Yongnian, the commander of the Imperial Guard." The room fell silent. Li Chang mused that this man was undoubtedly a local tyrant. A flicker of delight crossed Du Dingguang's face. Ping Yongnian approached the table and picked up one of the luminous pearls, inquiring, "Where did this pearl originate?" "I believe there have been recent reports of a theft involving a batch of jewelry." Turning to his subordinates, he asked, "Is there any truth to this matter?" One soldier replied, "Yes, my lord, there are reports of missing jewelry, including 4 luminous pearls." Li Chang watched with keen interest, finding the unfolding drama entertaining. Cheng Zicheng silently worried for Peng Yongnian, thinking, "You are courting disaster. Why provoke Li Chang? If you wish to covet someone else's possessions, you ought to ascertain the situation first." Mei Jingjing, witnessing Ping Yongnian's blatant accusation of their theft, was incensed and swiftly lashed out with her whip. Just as Peng Yongnian grasped the 4 luminous pearls, Mei Jingjing's whip struck. He truly lives up to the title of a deputy officer, possessing remarkable skills. With a slight contraction of his body, he deftly tapped the corner of the table with the back of his hand, skillfully evading the whip. The strike left a crack in the tabletop. Mei Jingjing exclaimed, "You dodged quite swiftly. Very well, behold this lash." Li Chang raised his hand to halt her, aware that Nonyo intended to ensnare him within the whip shadow. Yet, the spectacle was far from over, and he was reluctant to allow her to immobilize him. Goodness! This audacious young woman dares to strike even an officer. Times have changed. Even young girls exhibit such ferocity. "Bring these suspects away," commanded the officer. And the soldiers surged forward. An invisible force emanated from Li Chang, causing nearly everyone to falter and retreat, save for Zhao Hao, Ping Yongnian, Du Dingguang, and Mei Jingjing, who managed to remain steadfast. Li Chang felt a surge of joy. The meditative posture taught to him by Ho Pijing from the Jade Eyes manual had such an effect. Ping Yongnian's expression soured as he remarked, "You impudent rascal, how dare you resist arrest? Summon my orders to surround the gambling house and fetch experts from the Shrine of Offerings." He had discerned that Li Chang was a practitioner of the mystical arts. Yes. A soldier hurriedly dashed outside. Chaos erupted within the gambling house. It was too late for many to escape. Li Chang, unfazed, chuckled, "No need to panic. Take your time to relay the message. I have yet to indulge fully." "Ah, Du Dingguang, your name is rather unfortunate, Dingguang." "Dingguang? Ah, surely. You are destined to lose everything." Mei Jingjing giggled. "Brother, he hasn't lost any money yet. How much should he lose? Let Nyo calculate." 2,000 taels of silver plus 4 luminous pearls, each worth 25,000 taels. If he loses, that amounts to 204,000 taels of silver. As they conversed nonchalantly, Peng Yongnian felt a shiver run down his spine. After years of navigating the officialdom, he could gauge the gravity of the situation. These individuals were either fools or of remarkable status, entirely unfazed by him. Pondering further, he realized he had neither seen nor heard of them before, leaving him in a quandary. A sense of foreboding washed over Peng Yongnian as he inquired, "Hey, kid, what do you do? Who are your ancestors? Speak up to avoid misfortune." Cheng Zicheng sighed inwardly, noting that the young man was not entirely foolish, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Yet those around him had already made up their minds and would not heed his words. Du Dingguang could no longer contain himself and leaned close to whisper a few words to Peng Yongnian. This brought him some comfort, as he deduced that the group was merely the head of a silver shop. Their origins were unlikely to be too lofty. Moreover, the head of the silver shop must be quite wealthy, an unexpected windfall indeed. With this realization, he burst into laughter, declaring, "I suggest you all surrender. Resistance is futile. Once at the magistrate's office, everything will be cleared up. Haha." Li Chang found his self-directed monologue amusing and turned to the others. "Hey, did you all hear that? I keep hearing a pesky little bug buzzing in my ear. So annoying." He then looked at Peng Yongnian and asked, "Was that you speaking just now?" The crowd mused over how this young man managed to insult without resorting to vulgarity, a true marvel. Peng Yongnian nearly lost his composure, trembling as he said, all right. Well said. We shall see how this unfolds." He dared not utter any foul language, utterly perplexed by the audacity of this individual. For attendants arrived at the offering hall. Li Chang quietly inquired of Cheng Zicheng, "Does the offering hall also concern itself with such matters?" Cheng Zicheng slowly shook his head, discerning the implication behind Li Chang's words. If the offering hall were to meddle in such trifles, it would be no different from a mere enforcer. Meanwhile, Peng Yongnian, wearing a smug expression, approached the four with exaggerated deference, exclaiming, "Esteemed immortals, I have encountered a few brazen individuals, and I must humbly request your assistance in dealing with these audacious fools." "Haha, please." The four, devoid of official attire, displayed an air of arrogance. They huddled together, whispering before turning to Li Chang, bowing and stating, "We pay our respects to General Hu Wei. Unaware of your presence, we beg your forgiveness for any offense caused." They were genuinely grateful to Cheng Zicheng. Had he not intervened, the situation could have escalated dramatically. The rank of Li Chang was of secondary concern. What was truly daunting was his identity as a brother to the Holy King. In the former Song Kingdom, to provoke the brother of the Holy King was akin to courting death. As the saying goes, a mouse licking a cat is a fool seeking demise. Peng Yongnian felt a chill surge from his feet to his head, his hands and feet turning icy, limbs tingling with dread as he recognized their identities. Steeling himself, he approached to pay his respects. "I am Peng Yongnian, a commander of the Imperial Guards, here to greet General Hu Wei." Du Dingguang quietly retreated, while Li Chang gestured to Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao inclined his head slightly, appearing like a specter before Du Dingguang, saying with a grin, "Where do you think you're going?" "Stay here." Du Dingguang ominously replied, "Do not press your luck. I am not easily trifled with." He conjured a faint blue phosphorescence from his palms and struck out with a peculiar force, his hands crossing and trailing 2 phosphorescent streams towards Zhao Hao's chest. Zhao Hao laughed heartily. Behold the cold spirit, great palm. His hand radiated a brilliant white light, a unique technique learned from Ho Pijing. Though Zhao Hao's power was insufficient to fully unleash the palm strike, its impact was nonetheless formidable. At the lightest touch, Du Dingguang was startled and hastily retreated, countering with a blue phosphor strike from below. Before Du Dingguang could muster his strength, 5 white whip shadows ensnared him, and it was too late for him to evade. Mei Jingjing's whip shadows bound him tightly. Zhao Hao, unable to restrain himself, swiftly redirected his energy. A surge of true essence grazing Du Dingguang's chest and tearing a large gash in his clothing. The force of the palm strike struck the large blue bricks beneath, causing an area of about 10 square feet to sink. Furious, Du Dingguang cursed. Zhao Hao remarked in surprise, "What is this?" Truly, the leader of the Silver Pavilion possesses extraordinary insight. A delicate chain hung from Du Dingguang's exposed chest, with a pendant the size of a thumb made of jade. Li Chang noticed it as well and commanded, "Bring it here." Zhao Hao deftly yanked it off, causing Du Dingguang's somber expression to shift dramatically. Ping Yongnian stood awkwardly to the side, at a loss for words, the 4 luminous pearls in his hand feeling like scorching little fireballs. Li Chang paid no heed to him, instead toying with the pendant, which possessed a unique design resembling a soaring bird, crafted from a material reminiscent of jade. Li Chang felt a surge of excitement as he inserted a thread of true essence, and to his immense delight, he discovered a miniature jade eye slip. After briefly examining its contents, he deftly tucked the pendant into his bracelet and chuckled, my apologies. Should I address you as Boss Du or as Master Du? Haha, it seems rather unfair for a master from the Li Tang Kingdom to operate a casino in the Gusong Kingdom." He then turned to Ping Yongnian and added, "Excellent. With the protection of our Gusong Kingdom's elite guards, safety is assured." Ping Yongnian fell to his knees in panic, stammering, "I assure you, I have not. Unable to articulate his thoughts further, Li Chang inquired of Cheng Zicheng, which agency is responsible for investigating cases. Cheng Zicheng replied, "It falls under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice's Inspection Division. I shall send someone to notify them." Li Chang instructed the 4 masters to keep watch over their surroundings and dispatched soldiers to raid the casino, much to the delight of the soldiers. As the casino was a veritable treasure trove, Mei Jingjing approached Peng Yongnian with a charming smile, extending her hand. "Hand it over. You speak without a trace of shame." Suddenly, a master from the west shouted, "Who goes there?" "Halt." A shadow darted past, moving with an elusive grace akin to a wisp of smoke. And the master could not intercept him. Several soldiers attempted to block the figure, but were immediately hurled away with anguished cries. Li Chang swiftly released a golden eagle, from which a small sword flickered with green light, making a soft sound as both the golden eagle and the sword vanished without a trace. Zhao Hao exclaimed, "It's a flying sword," and unleashed the Hake sword, sending forth 4 silver sword shadows to confront the intruder, though his technique with the flying sword remained rather unrefined. Mei Jingjing's 7 whip shadows also ensnared the opponent. The 4 masters simultaneously unleashed their treasures from different directions toward the shadowy figure. The figure bellowed, "Is that all you can muster?" A brilliant green light erupted from him as he seized Du Dingguang from the ground and leapt from the circle of green light, crashing straight through the roof. Bricks and debris cascaded down, colliding violently with the green light and the energy emitted by the treasures, resulting in a thunderous roar and a chaotic surge of true essence, filling the air with turmoil. Li Chang unleashed 7 or 8 golden eagles in pursuit. But the figure laughed heartily. "Haha, such trifles are brought out for display? This debt will be settled in due time." His voice gradually faded into the distance. Li Chang halted the pursuit, painfully realizing how utterly powerless he felt in the presence of a true master of cultivation. In the secular world, he was unmatched in strength. Yet in the realm of cultivation, he was merely a novice. The officer from the Ministry of Justice's Inspection Division personally led a large entourage to the casino and, after greeting Li Chang, commenced their search and inquiry. A eunuch arrived at the casino, announcing that the emperor summoned Li Chang, prompting Cheng Zicheng to enter the palace to pay his respects. Bound by duty, Li Chang could only offer a wry smile as he briefed Zhao Hao and Nyo before following the eunuch into the palace. The emperor convened several ministers at the water pavilion to discuss negotiations with the Li Tang Kingdom. In recent days, the envoy from Li Tang had been incessantly urging and even threatening that if discussions did not proceed soon, the envoy would report the breakdown of negotiations to the emperor of Li Tang. Several ministers had been embroiled in heated debate over the matter for quite some time. The emperor, wavering in his decision upon hearing the intelligence analysis by Tan Qigong, summoned his ministers for a discussion. However, the ministers each presented their own arguments, further complicating the emperor's ability to reach a resolution. Li Chang and Cheng Zicheng arrived at the elegant water pavilion, where they paid their respects to the emperor and the assembled ministers. After being granted seats, they listened as the Minister of War expressed his view. "Esteemed colleagues, I believe we must initiate negotiations with the envoy from the Li Tang Kingdom without delay. Our military preparations are woefully inadequate. The mobilization of troops and provisions, as well as the armament of newly drafted soldiers, has yet to undergo the necessary training. If negotiations falter now, it would be detrimental to our position." The emperor nodded in agreement and inquired, "What are the opinions of the Privy Council? Let us hear them." Li Chang gradually grasped the crux of the ministers' debate. They were divided into factions advocating for war and those favoring peace. Yet, Both factions concurred on the urgency to commence negotiations. The war advocates sought to delay through negotiations, while the peace proponents aimed to avoid bloodshed at all costs, knowing that war would severely deplete the nation's vitality, a recovery from which would take years. As he observed the ministers engaged in fervent discourse, Li Chang synthesized their arguments in his mind and, having formed his own opinion, comfortably settled into his seat to listen. The emperor, also uncertain, pondered for a moment before noticing Li Chang, who sat composed and serene at the side, prompting his curiosity. He had appointed Li Chang largely due to his background rather than any specific talents, as reports had indicated that the great Han kingdom had conferred a title upon him. What thoughts might Li Chang be harboring now? The emperor inquired with a smile. Li Chang, do share your thoughts. After all, you are my special envoy for negotiations. With confidence, Li Chang responded with a question. Might I ask why the envoy from the Li Tang kingdom is so eager to commence negotiations? This single inquiry left the ministers speechless. The emperor softly echoed, Indeed, why is that? Observing the ministers fall into silence, Li Chang continued at a measured pace. It is because the Li Tang kingdom is even more anxious. If we delay further, they may find themselves unable to endure. He then proceeded to analyze the circumstances and intentions of the Li Tang kingdom, elaborating for over an hour. The entire situation of the Li Tang kingdom unfolded clearly before the assembly through his insightful and accessible exposition. The ministers were united in a singular thought. Should this man ascend to a higher position, their own prospects would be grim, for he was exceedingly astute. The emperor was even more astonished. This man possessed the qualities of a prime minister, and he had underestimated him gravely. Li Chang proposed a strategy of prolonging the negotiations while simultaneously mobilizing large numbers of troops domestically to exert pressure on the adversary, alongside dispatching spies to spread rumors. Most crucially, he advocated for an immediate cessation of trade with the Li Tang kingdom, particularly concerning grain. At this juncture, Li Chang recalled an incident at the Baolai gambling house and smiled, saying, Your Majesty, I have a gift for you. Let the experts of the offering hall transcribe this. Upon review, you shall understand. He handed the pendant to the emperor. Once Li Chang had elucidated the prevailing circumstances, the ministers quickly harnessed their respective expertise to devise a comprehensive plan. The emperor was elated and immediately sought to reward Li Chang handsomely. However, Li Chang firmly declined, citing his recent appointment in the state of Song and the inappropriateness of a swift promotion. The emperor should not be overly insistent, for he is, after all, the brother of the emperor's grandfather. In the end, Li Chang requested a leave of absence from the emperor, wishing to retreat to the Saint King's mansion for a period of introspection. Upon returning to the mansion, Li Chang promptly summoned Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao inquired, Master, do you have something to discuss? Li Chang pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. I have an idea. Do not be surprised. But could you teach me martial arts? It would indeed be surprising if Zhao Hao were not taken aback. He could not fathom why his master would be interested in such trivial skills. Nonetheless, he would never refuse his master's request, for he held a deep-seated admiration for this young mentor. At the Saint King's mansion, Li Chang officially commenced his initial cultivation of his original form. Zhao Hao reflected. In just a few days, his master had nearly mastered all that he had to offer. Whenever Zhao Hao explained or demonstrated a technique, Li Chang would immediately grasp it, often surpassing Zhao Hao's own proficiency. Li Chang himself found it curious how effortlessly he learned martial arts. In truth, it was no mystery. As a cultivator who had attained the Purple Mansion nascent soul, his inner power was magnitude stronger than even the most elite martial artists, rendering the acquisition of martial techniques as effortless as sailing on calm waters. Having exhausted Zhao Hao's knowledge, Li Chang turned to the study. The library of the Saint King's mansion was renowned throughout the former Song kingdom, particularly rich in texts related to martial arts and the path to true cultivation. After discovering a plethora of martial arts manuals, he immersed himself in study for 7 or 8 days. Eventually, he grew weary of the lack of challenge, finding the techniques almost too simple to master, and thus lost interest in further martial arts training. Turning his focus to the scriptures of the primordial beginning sect, he first ensured Zhao Hao and the others were settled. He then arranged a defensive formation within the study and began his cultivation in a seated posture. Almost instantly, his consciousness sank into his body, and he perceived that his nascent soul appeared to have grown significantly, now over 2 fists in height, with its radiant purple flames gleaming even brighter. According to the primordial beginning sect's method of cultivation, He was to channel his true essence to form a rotating microcosm in his chest and abdomen. For beginners, the most challenging aspect lay in the need to meticulously guide the true essence to designated locations through meditation. Any lapse in focus could not only prevent the formation of the microcosm, but also lead to a backlash of true essence, posing grave danger. Li Chang delved deeply into the essence of his nascent soul, entering a state of profound meditation. Were someone to witness this nascent soul at that moment, they would find its eyes wide open. Li Chang curiously opened his eyes and was astounded to find himself standing in a vast ocean of light, with vibrant orbs of color swirling around him. When he attempted to touch one of the luminous spheres, it slowly drew into his body, only to be expelled moments later as another orb of light. In an instant, Li Chang realized that the nascent soul functioned like a generator within his body, producing all energy. By arranging this energy in an orderly manner, he could create his very first microcosm according to the primordial beginning sect's methods. With the assistance of his nascent soul, he effortlessly overcame the most challenging step of the cultivation process. Even a single-seated meditation yielded such profound effects, indicating that the cultivation methods of the primordial beginning sect were indeed unparalleled. Without delay, Li Chang proceeded to engage in cultivation while lying down. Lying down with one hand propping his head and the other resting on his knee, this posture reminded Li Chang of the reclining Buddha in the temple, so strikingly similar in its pose. The supine position was a unique practice of the Shadow Dream Armor, a cultivation method exclusive to the Yuan-Shi sect. This technique, unlike the external armors of other sects, was entirely composed of true essence. The crux of the cultivation lay in arranging the true essence energy in an orderly manner within the skin, following a formation known as the surrounding stars. The most distinctive feature of this armor was its ability to evolve alongside its master's increasing prowess. Cultivating the Shadow Dream Armor consumed a considerable amount of Li Chang's time. The training process was intricate and tightly interlinked. It was crucial that the structure of the armor be completed in one continuous flow. If one lacked sufficient power, attempting it would be ill-advised. Failing midway would make future attempts tenfold more challenging, although finer details could be refined gradually. With ample strength at his disposal, Li Chang meticulously structured the true essence before embarking on the detailed refinement, which took an astonishing 30 days. Stepping out of the library, Li Chang waved his hand to halt the approaching eunuchs and palace maids, inquiring of the steward, "What news has transpired in recent days?" Li Chang exclaimed in surprise, "He has left?" His thoughts turned to the unfortunate circumstance that he had hoped to inquire about the state of the icebound continent. And now he would have to navigate it blindly, leaving him feeling a tinge of melancholy. This individual had been a boisterous brother he had met in the heavenly court, and the absence of even a farewell left him feeling somewhat despondent. Cheng Zichong entered exuberantly, followed by Zhao Hao and others, all wearing expressions of excitement. From a distance, Cheng Zichong exclaimed, "Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations." Li Chang chuckled, responding, "Oh, dear teacher, I am not wed. What joy is there to celebrate?" Laughter erupted among the group, save for Mei Jingjing, who blushed. Cheng Zichong continued with a laugh, "If my lord wishes to marry, it is quite easy. Simply name a maiden, and I shall fetch a matchmaker to propose, ensuring that the emperor will officiate your wedding." Mei Jingjing felt a flurry of emotions, wishing she could silence this sycophant. Li Chang, thick-skinned, laughed. "Who would desire a vagabond like me? Besides, I know not where to find a beauty, so spare me your concerns." Changing the subject, he asked, "What else is there?" Cheng Zichong responded, "The emperor has decreed to bestow upon you the title of a third-class duke, in recognition of your successful negotiations with the Litong kingdom." What? Negotiations? I did not even attend. The negotiations concluded during my seclusion? Li Chang questioned, perplexed. Zhao Hao explained, "Master has been in seclusion for over 50 days. This matter has even drawn the emperor's attention." Subsequently, the emperor dispatched Lord Tan Qigong from the Temple of Offerings to negotiate based on the plan left by you, master. As a result, the Litong kingdom not only withdrew their troops but also compensated for the losses of the former Song kingdom, achieving a victory without conflict. The emperor praised you, stating that you are a pillar of the nation. Cheng Zichong interjected, "The jade pendant you presented to the emperor helped unearth several spies long embedded within our country from the Litong kingdom, individuals who held significant positions in the former Song kingdom. The emperor has even mentioned that you may oversee the Ministry of Justice." Li Chang immediately commanded his servants, "Everyone, withdraw. Do not allow news of my exit from seclusion to spread, understood?" Observing the perplexed expressions of Zhao Hao and the others, Li Chang smiled gently and said, "Because I intend to depart from the capital today." He thought to himself, "I can no longer remain in the Song Kingdom. My official title has been elevated in such a short period that I would be unable to venture anywhere else. Moreover, given the emperor's attitude, resigning at this moment would be futile. It would be far more elegant to follow the ancient tradition of leaving one's post with grace. If not now, then when?" Turning to Mei Jingjing, he asked, "Shall I accompany you to the cold ice plains to search for your parents?" Strangely, Mei Jingjing did not leap with joy. Instead, a warm surge filled her heart. The fact that Li Chang, choosing to relinquish his position, was solely concerned with helping her find her parents touched her deeply. Her nose tinged with a slight sting. Her eyes reddened as she lowered her head and softly replied, "Thank you, brother." Chang Zirong hesitated, stammering, "Well, what about the emperor?" Li Chang chuckled, "That is easily resolved. I shall leave a memorial for him. If you still find that insufficient, then—" Just as Chang Zirong was about to inquire further, Li Chang raised his hand and struck the back of his neck. As he collapsed to the ground, Li Chang called for a servant to carry him into a room, saying, "This way, the emperor will not hold you accountable." With all preparations complete, Li Chang exuded confidence. "All right, let us quietly exit through the back door." As Mei Jingjing was not yet accustomed to long-distance travel, the trio had no choice but to walk, journeying through the dust and fatigue. On this day, they reached a mountain ridge, where Li Chang paused and remarked, "I can't shake this feeling of unease. As if something is waiting for us. Do any of you share this sentiment?" Mei Jingjing shook her head in confusion. "Not at all. I feel quite normal." Zhao Hao pondered for a moment before replying, "Perhaps it is just a fleeting sensation of anxiety, but I cannot articulate it well." Li Chang inquired, "Where are we now?" After a moment's thought, he continued, "If we were to get separated, it would be prudent to have a designated meeting place." The three conferred and established a rendezvous point, which reassured Li Chang, as neither he nor Mei Jingjing were familiar with the terrain and had to rely on Zhao Hao. They proceeded in the direction of the cold ice plains, heading westward towards Hanlin City. By traversing the petrified mountains of red rock, they would eventually reach the cold ice plains. Their current location was near the enigmatic forest, beyond which lay the petrified mountains. Without warning, 5 individuals clad in black battle armor appeared around them. "Who goes there?" "Step forward," Zhao Hao commanded. Mei Jingjing swiftly drew her shadow pattern whip, while Li Chang prepared his weapon, all too aware that these newcomers bore ill intentions. "We come for your lives." The 5 laughed boisterously. Li Chang immediately understood that retribution had arrived. The leader, a strikingly handsome young man in black armor, was encircled by 2 faint blue halos as he crossed his arms, regarding Li Chang and his companions with disdain. Suddenly, Mei Jingjing shouted, "Be careful. He is a revered one from the Litan Kingdom." With a flick of her wrist, 3 shadowy whip strikes shot forth. "Ah, the same old tricks. How about some new variations?" The man reached out to grasp the whip strikes mid-air. But as they wrapped around his wrist, a flash of blue light erupted from his arm, causing the whip strikes to vanish without a trace. Mei Jingjing gritted her teeth and declared, "Li Zifeng, do not overstep your bounds. Even now, you continue to haunt us. Tell Lang that the Mei family will never yield." The 5 laughed heartily, and Li Zifeng taunted, "With a little girl like you, there is no need to summon the 5 envoys of the burning heavens. Ha ha, Lang. He could never gather us 5 together." His tone shifted to a menacing growl. "Li Chang, yes, that is your name. I assent it. You have disrupted our plans, and the kingdom of Litong will not let you go this time." Li Chang felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite having been in many fights, he was never quite at ease in confrontations. He maintained a smile, saying, "Haha, indeed. I am Li Chang. Understand? I am stronger than you. So what are you, of the Li clan, planning to do?" He realized he had become increasingly cheeky. "Here, have a treat." Mei Jingjing tossed 3 ice explosion bombs she had obtained from the shadow insects. Li Zifeng carelessly caught them, but soon regretted it as his expression changed. The bombs detonated. Even with his formidable strength, he was caught off guard, and one of his hands was nearly obliterated. The fierce cold energy contained within the ice bombs instantly coated his black armor in frost. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chang transmitted a message to Zhao Hao, instructing him to protect Nyonyo while unleashing a series of golden eagles. The 5 were clearly prepared. One of the portly figures formed an intricate hand seal, causing a small black net to emerge from his corpulent form and rise above his head. He bellowed, "Go!" The black net suddenly expanded, and the golden eagles collided with it, creating a cacophony of explosions. The portly man staggered backward, as if straining under the effort. The two companions beside him infused the black net with their true essence, causing it to emit an eerie green glow as it surged toward Li Chang and his companions. Li Zifeng finally regained his composure. The black armor he wore emitted a sound of cracking ice as he took a step forward, pieces of armor flaking off like snow. He felt both pained and humiliated, for Mei Jingjing had embarrassed him in front of his comrades. Li Zifeng roared, "You shall not survive this. I will tear you apart." He expelled his true essence into the black net. This net was a formidable weapon known as the Falling of the Burning Heavens, a treasure cultivated collectively by the 5 envoys, having defeated countless cultivators. Li Chang, keenly perceptive, recognized that the 3 of them were no match for their adversaries. So he signaled Zhao Hao to lead Niu Niu toward the enchantment forest, while he himself would confront the accursed black net. Zhao Hao hesitated briefly but agreed, knowing from his greater experience that this was the best course of action for their survival. Quickly channeling his nascent soul energy into the Eagle Strike crossbow, he halted the launch momentarily. In an instant, a radiant purple glow enveloped Li Chang, and a massive purple-gold eagle materialized before him. Li Chang shouted, "Go quickly." Zhao Hao grasped Mei Jingjing and propelled them with his flying sword into the depths of the enchantment forest. The 5 envoys of the burning heavens were taken aback. Li Zifeng warned, "Beware of that eagle." He had not expected the Eagle Strike crossbow to yield such an effect. Surprised, Li Chang channeled his true essence, and the purple-gold eagle flapped its enormous wings, lifting him into the air. The Falling of the Burning Heavens net glimmered with an eerie green light, slowly closing in on Li Chang. Mei Jingjing, in a state of utter despair, was forcibly pulled away by Zhao Hao. From a distance, she caught a glimpse of the golden eagle materializing on Li Chang's body, and then witnessed it soaring through the air, heading towards the dark net. Tears could not help but cascade down her cheeks. As the ominous net approached, Li Chang found tranquility amidst the chaos. In that fleeting moment when the net enveloped him, he bent low and executed a nimble leap, escaping the energy conjured by the golden eagle. The black net immediately ensnared the purple-gold eagle, but with a mere thought, Li Chang unleashed a powerful explosion from the eagle. This unexpected outcome took even Li Chang by surprise, though it cost him a third of his true essence. A flash of green light darted towards him, revealing a figure, the same person who had rescued Du Dingguang from the gambling den. He coldly addressed the Burning Heaven 5. "What utter fools you are, failing to handle such a trivial matter. What use are you to me?" The 5, trembling with fear, knelt in apology. The man continued, "I grant you one final opportunity. Bring him to me." "Who are you? This is unfair. 5 against 1? You, lurking in the shadows, merely watching for a chance to strike. This is ridiculous. I'm done with this." Li Chang babbled nonsensically while plotting his escape. Only in dire circumstances would he recklessly risk his life. Having been a merchant, he understood the importance of seizing opportunities. One must preserve the mountains to avoid a lack of firewood. "Behold my golden eagle." He unleashed a barrage of golden eagles and fled. While the Burning Heaven 5, in a state of panic, knew that failing to capture Li Chang would result in dire consequences for them. Ignoring their injuries, they summoned the Burning Heaven Lord's net and pursued him. The man, surprised by Li Chang's flight, took to the skies without uttering a word, silently observing how the Burning Heaven 5 would attempt to capture him. He intended to keep his promise and give the 5 a chance to prove themselves. However, the continuous barrage of golden eagles drained Li Chang's true essence at an alarming rate. Realizing that this approach would lead to no escape, he decided to alter his strategy. He descended from the sky and swiftly maneuvered into the dense forest. The Burning Heaven 5 watched helplessly as Li Chang vanished into the woods, activating the black net that expanded ominously, encompassing a radius of 300 meters. Trees caught in the net were instantly reduced to ashes by the dark flames. With not even a wisp of smoke rising, the net descended almost unimpeded to the ground. Li Chang entered the forest without pause, swiftly veering to the left, his speed almost allowing him to evade the grasp of the black net. Witnessing the trees being incinerated, he felt a chill run down his spine. Being caught by that net would be a dire fate. He hurried deeper into the woods, under the watchful gaze of the man. The Burning Heaven 5 intensified their efforts with the black net, which pursued Li Chang closely to the ground. The net was indeed terrifying, leaving destruction in its wake, though it also drained a significant amount of their true essence. "Damn it, you're addicted to the chase. Take this." Cornered and desperate, Li Chang unleashed a powerful strike, sending a massive boulder, over 2 meters high, flying towards the black net. The boulder soared 3 meters high before crashing violently into the net. causing the burning Heaven Five to tremble violently, blood spewing from their mouths as they collectively exerted their strength. The boulder shattered into fragments before it even hit the ground. Seeing that it was effective, Li Chang continued to flee while searching for larger stones. Turning around a mountainside, he let out a cheer upon discovering a stone forest. He dashed inside, concealing himself behind a massive boulder, contemplating that he must shatter this net with a great stone. However, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the five fiends were taken aback, for they found themselves amidst a sprawling stone forest. It was absurd to attempt to sweep the stone forest with a black net, as it would be utterly ineffective. In a moment of confusion, Li Chang erupted, cursing and striking the colossal rocks around him, hurling one after another relentlessly at the black net. The fiends, feeling utterly humiliated, realized that this young man was resorting to underhanded tactics, as they prepared to ensnare him. It was too late. They could only expend all their true essence to counter the enormous stones that were hurtling towards them. The man in the air shouted, "You five imbeciles, useless fools. That tattered net should have been discarded long ago. With your combined efforts, you could have easily dispatched this rascal. How can there exist such brainless beings in this world?" Li Zifeng, a man of strong will, was provoked by the scathing rebuke, causing him to lose focus and unwittingly attempt to retrieve the net. Among the five, urged one to gather it, but they were immediately met with backlash. The extraordinary treasure emitted a peculiar wail as it disintegrated under the strain of their conflicting forces. The fiends were struck by the retaliating energy, severely injuring their vitality and rendering them unable to continue the fight. Li Chang thought to himself, "If I do not flee now, when will I?" And with that, he took off at astounding speed, leaving even rabbits in his dust. Just then, a streak of green sword light zipped through the air above the five, followed by a flash of red, and the five souls soared into the sky. Lei Tianxiao gestured, directing a wave of green light towards the fleeing souls, which seemed to possess an immense gravitational pull, drawing the five souls into a dark green gourd with their desperate cries. He chuckled with delight. What a fine harvest. Ha! A blast of true fire incinerated the five corpses, reducing them to ashes in an instant. Soaring into the sky, Lei Tianxiao spotted Li Chang sprinting in the distance and mused to himself, "You little rascal, I wonder where you think you can escape to?" Li Chang, feeling exhilarated by his speed, fancied himself swifter than a cheetah, even dreaming of winning a gold medal in the Olympics. However, as he reveled in his own prowess, a green sword rainbow arced overhead, and Lei Tianxiao effortlessly landed directly in his path. Li Chang berated himself internally, realizing how foolish he was. Hadn't he learned to fly? Running would not suffice. He halted, pondering how to deal with this formidable opponent. He could not win through combat. Rubbing his head, he feigned innocence and prepared to buy time, saying, "Hey, who are you? Please introduce yourself. I seem not to recognize you." Lei Tianxiao, usually somber, only laughed heartily when he felt triumphant or was about to kill. He guffawed, "I am Lei Tianxiao, the one sent to escort you to your demise. Do not blame me. After all, you interfered with our grand plans, ha." With that, he unleashed a sword strike aimed directly at the crown of Li Chang's head. What nonsense is this? Li Chang thought, determined not to fall for the trick. He brandished his 100-blade spear to parry the sword's shadow, but the immense pressure surprised him. The green sword shadow suddenly transformed into countless streams of light, infiltrating every possible gap like mercury spilling forth. The crimson flame dragon shield erupted with its utmost protective power, while the purple dragon spun rapidly, the pressure overwhelming Li Chang to the point of near suffocation. Lei Tianxiao was equally astonished. His flying sword could not penetrate Li Chang's defenses and even showed signs of backlash. He unleashed a surge of true essence into the sword's projection, causing it to shine brilliantly. As the crimson flame dragon shield appeared on the verge of collapse, in a moment of desperation, Li Chang shouted, "Cold Spirit Giant Palm." True essence surged into his palm, causing it to swell, shimmering with purple light, as a hand the size of a basin detached from his wrist. Ho Pijing's unique mastery was indeed remarkable. As the Cold Spirit Giant Palm detached, it made a crisp sound upon contact with the sword projection, causing the pressure to suddenly ease. However, the Crimson Flame Dragon Shield could no longer withstand the onslaught, and the purple dragon dissipated into the void with a mournful cry. Li Chang, disregarding the shield, focused all his energy on the Cold Spirit Giant Palm, the crisp sound gradually transforming into a series of deafening booms. Lei Tianxiao was astonished. Having exerted 5 layers of strength, he was still unable to secure victory. Thus he added another layer of force. Curse it! Li Chang, with all his might, frantically added another palm strike. The wind shifted dramatically, the earth trembled. This fierce clash took Lei Tianxiao by surprise, as the two were evenly matched. In truth, Li Chang had suffered greatly. His opponent had only unleashed one sword strike, yet he was already at his limit, devoid of the strength to even take flight. Impressive, impressive. To withstand my 6 layers of power, Lei Tianxiao remarked, surveying the vast expanse of collapsed stone forest around them, realizing that Li Chang had no strength left to resist. He taunted in a tone reminiscent of a cat playing with its prey. I expected Fu Chongbi to have trained some exceptional disciples. But it seems you are merely a novice. Don't blame me for being ruthless now. Lei Tianxiao exuded an air of arrogance, seemingly unconcerned about Fu Shan. Had Fu Shan been present, he likely would not have dared to utter a word. He took advantage of Li Chang being isolated, with no one aware of his predicament. And the knowledgeable members of the Burning Sky Five had already been silenced. Li Chang deeply regretted not having mastered the final movement of the Yuanshi sect. Designed for swift mobility, he inquired, are you from the worship hall of the Li Tang Kingdom? Contemplating a delay to regain some true essence. Recognizing this opponent as a formidable foe, one who did not even regard his elder brother, Fu Shan, at this moment, the benefits of having practiced the seated posture of the Yuanshi sect became evident. Li Chang secretly urged his nascent soul, beginning to recover at a rapid pace. Lei Tianxiao, evidently still enjoying himself, scoffed, what significance does the worship hall of the Li Tang Kingdom hold? I have not yet descended to such a lowly status. His tone dripped with contempt. Li Chang laughed heartily. Ha! So you are not serving the despicable Li Tang Kingdom? How intriguing. His tone shifted. Then why do you persistently chase after me? Do you find me attractive? Bah! Facing imminent doom, he remained defiant. I shall enjoy peeling your skin. A swirling green mist surged toward Li Chang, a sinister weapon wielded by Lei Tianxiao. Should it touch him without adequate protection, it would prove far more terrifying than skinning, capable of corroding one's very flesh. Li Chang retreated hastily, simultaneously releasing an ice explosion grenade, soaring into the air. In that brief moment, he had regained a considerable amount of true energy and mockingly remarked, you might as well peel your own skin off. I'm done playing. While uttering these words, he awkwardly flew towards the misty forest. Lei Tianxiao, infuriated, cursed, you little rascal, cunning and slippery. How dare you? Before he could finish, he leaped into pursuit. Puzzled by how swiftly this young man had recovered his strength, as one chased and the other fled, Li Chang realized that a straight escape would not outpace Lei Tianxiao. He zigzagged through the sky, darting in every direction, occasionally tossing out an ice explosion grenade and uttering some taunts, which only served to infuriate Lei Tianxiao further, causing his eyes to redden with anger. This reckless pursuit allowed Li Chang to exploit openings and evade capture. Suddenly, Lei Tianxiao halted midair, being a seasoned expert. He sensed something amiss and promptly altered his strategy. He retrieved a small golden box and summoned a creature from within, a green monster resembling a bat, which began to soar with a shrill cry. With the green creature under his control from a distance, Lei Tianxiao laughed triumphantly. Let us see you run now. Ha! Run faster! The green creature drew closer, and Li Chang found himself in a dire situation, having exhausted his ice grenades and hesitant to use his golden eagle. He had only enough true energy left for flight. Thus, he skimmed close to the ground, utilizing the terrain of trees and rocks to impede the creature's pursuit. Lei Tianxiao had vanished from sight, leaving only the relentless green monster in pursuit. After soaring over several massive boulders, Li Chang caught a glimpse of a pink hue and, without a moment's hesitation, darted towards it. A thick cloud of pink mist billowed in a valley below, and he felt a peculiar familiarity with this color. Without time to ponder, he plunged into the mist. Upon entering, he was met with a slick sensation. Not far off, a large rock loomed, and he swiftly concealed himself behind it. The pink mist suddenly contracted, revealing a figure below, and Li Chang was taken aback to discover it was Hua Mainyang. No wonder he had felt a sense of familiarity. He thought to himself, goodness, another enemy. Seizing the opportunity while she was unaware, he quickly attempted to restore his true energy. Oh dear, whose flying bat blend is this? No one is answering, so I shall take it for myself, she declared, as a vast cloud of pink mist enveloped the flying bat blend. A cacophony of shrill cries erupted, followed by a distant shout. Stop! Hands off! A green sword-like beam flashed, and Lei Tianxiao descended into the valley, scanning the area in confusion. Where did everyone go? Where have they run off to? Hua Mainyang felt a surge of irritation. Here stood such a striking beauty before him, Yet he pretended not to see her and continued searching for others, concealing her amusement. She said playfully, "Isn't this the infamous Lei Tianxiao from Qianjia Star? What brings you all the way to Taiyangding Star for leisure? Not even a greeting upon seeing your elder sister? Have you found some backing, allowing your eyes to wander up to your forehead? I told you to hide. Let's see where you can escape to." A green beam struck the massive rock, causing it to shatter, and a figure shot into the sky, landing in the valley. The three of them stood in a triangular standoff. Hua Meinyang exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the brother of old Master Fu? How delightful to find you here in Taiyangding Star." Then, with a teasing laugh, she continued, "Oh, little Lei, you seem rather impressive now. Daring to pursue old Master Fu's brother. I'm quite impressed." Inside, Lei Tianxiao cursed vehemently, lamenting his ill fate of encountering the troublesome Hua Meinyang. To make matters worse, she was acquainted with Li Chong and was aware of his affiliation with the Fushan sect. If he were to apprehend Li Chong in her presence, word would surely reach her, and the formidable Chongxian faction would undoubtedly retaliate against him. Unbeknownst to Lei Tianxiao, it was Hua Meinyang who orchestrated Li Chong's arrival at Tianying Star. Li Chong remained silent, seizing the moment to covertly clutch a piece of celestial stone in his hand, hastily restoring his true essence. The bat-like creature, fee-baiting, continued to emit distressing cries, and upon closer inspection, Lei Tianxiao's heart ached. The creature was riddled with minute essence extraction needles. Its vitality waning, its form diminished to merely a third of its original size. With a glimmer of green ferocity in his eyes, Lei Tianxiao addressed Hua Meinyang. "You are well aware of the dire consequences of opposing us from Qianjia Star. Cease your pretense and remove the needles from fee-baiting." Hua Meinyang responded with a sly chuckle. "Oh, dear Lei, is it not enough that I take it back?" With a flick of her hand. The creature let out a harrowing scream as countless needles leapt from its body, instantly transforming it into a desiccated husk. "See, I have indeed reclaimed it," she laughed gleefully. In anguish, Lei Tianxiao howled, "You vile harlot, our feud is far from over." Renowned in the realm of cultivation for her ruthlessness, Hua Meinyang had never shied away from confrontation, not even with formidable foes like Fushan, let alone Lei Tianxiao. With a swift motion, Lei Tianxiao unleashed his flying sword. Aiming for Hua Meinyang's head, she retorted with a smirk, "How bold of you to wield weapons against your elder sister." In an instant, a flurry of peach blossoms filled the air. This time, Li Chong recognized the prowess of Hua Meinyang. Previously, during the standoff on Mars against Fushan, her strength had been overshadowed by Fushan's dominance. Now, however, Li Chong possessed a discerning eye to distinguish the powerful from the weak. The cascading petals, akin to blades, encircled Lei Tianxiao with a fierce and whistling rush. The green sword shadows danced rapidly, yet the incessant barrage of petals proved insurmountable. Lei Tianxiao bellowed, "Heavenly armor." A finely crafted green armor materialized upon him, emitting a myriad of emerald rays that barely repelled the onslaught of petals. Hua Meinyang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The donning of armor signified a willingness to fight fiercely. With a commanding voice, she declared, "Peach blossom armor." Li Chong silently rejoiced, for he had gained precious moments to breathe. All three were unconventional individuals. Li Chong, in his naivety, was unperturbed by the gravity of the situation. Hua Meinyang, a natural rebel, followed her own whims, and Lei Tianxiao, sinister and ruthless, harbored malevolent intentions. In this tense standoff, each harbored their own schemes. Li Chong, the weakest among them, sought every possible means to escape. Regardless of whom he faced, his fate seemed grim. Hua Meinyang, ever the instigator, took delight in targeting Lei Tianxiao, who had previously dismissed her. Meanwhile, Lei Tianxiao was driven by a mission to capture Li Chang and transport him to Qianjia Star clandestinely. Any exposure of this endeavor would incite the wrath of both the Chongxian faction and the Yuanshi sect, two immensely powerful sects capable of retaliating with devastating consequences. Suddenly, the enchanting Hua Meinyang appeared, catching him off guard. To make matters worse, she was acquainted with Li Chong. If this news were to spread, he would find himself in an untenable position. Rage surged within Lei Tianxiao as he infused his true essence into the Gang Lei Jiao. A series of crimson glows emanated outward. With a thunderous crack, a multitude of electric sparks erupted alongside the red light. "Look at this. Behold the splendor of my floral display," Hua Meinyang exclaimed. Li Chong, while recovering, was acutely aware that he must remain silent at this moment. Any attention drawn to himself would spell trouble. He swiftly activated the Shadow Dream armor, to shield himself from their fierce confrontation. His heart racing with anxiety over the whereabouts of Zhao Hao and Mei Jingjing. A formidable dark force bore down upon him, and Li Chang adeptly retreated to evade the hidden threat, positioning himself behind Lei Tianxiao. Enraged, Lei Tianxiao's strength fell short. As he watched Huang Meinyang channel her true essence, launching a barrage of energy-formed blossoms toward him. Despite the Gang Lei Xiao radiating its maximum crimson light, it remained insufficient for defense. "This is your doing, you wretched Dade Weller. I shall go all out," Lei Tianxiao shouted, a white orb materializing above his head, adorned with 9 dark holes. From these apertures, anguished cries surfaced, releasing tendrils of dark red smoke that swirled into 6 monstrous figures. The grotesque beings held in unison, baring their fangs and preparing to strike back at Lei Tianxiao. Pointing at the orb atop his head, Lei Tianxiao commanded, "Feast upon them now." The 6 creatures charged forth, causing Huang Meinyang to cry out in alarm. "Lei Tianxiao, how dare you cultivate the primordial infant of a cultivator? Are you not afraid of incurring wrath?" Countless pink smoke wisps emanated from Huang Meinyang, swirling rapidly around the 6 creatures, rendering her visibly strained. In the realm of cultivation, utilizing the primordial infant to refine weapons was a grave taboo. If discovered, all cultivators would unite against the offender. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lei Tianxiao resolved not to allow Li Chang to escape, intent on eliminating Huang Meinyang to silence her. In a desperate gamble, he unleashed the most forbidden weapon, the 9-orifice, soul-absorbing sphere. Li Chang sensed impending danger. Should Huang Meinyang falter, his own escape would be impossible. Observing her struggle, he decisively unleashed the cold spirit giant palm, launching it towards Lei Tianxiao from behind. Lei Tianxiao, wholly focused on directing the 6 primordial infants, was unprepared for this sudden assault, mistakenly believing Li Chang to be incapacitated. With a thunderous impact, the cold spirit giant palm struck with tremendous force. Despite Li Chang's insufficient power to fully harness its arcane potential, Lei Tianxiao was caught off guard, blood erupting from his mouth. Had it not been for the protective armor of Tianyu, he would have sustained severe injuries. The 6 grotesque beings, momentarily devoid of Lei Tianxiao's guidance, faltered in their ferocity. Huang Meinyang seized the opportunity, dispatching 6 of her favored concealed weapons, the love blossoms. These delicate flowers floated forth, each embodying a tender lover, entwining themselves around the hearts of their intended. In an instant, the 6 primordial infant creatures were enveloped in an aura of affection. Overwhelmed by fury, Lei Tianxiao coughed up another mouthful of blood. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the love blossoms, should the sentient entities become ensnared. The consequences would be dire. As he attempted to forcefully direct the 6 creatures to evade, it was already too late. 6 primordial infants were silently struck down with a fatal blow, a wound to their very essence, and they appeared to falter. Lei Tian laughed, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the primordial infants, which revived them momentarily. Though their former power was diminished, they regained a semblance of ferocity. Lei Tian, having expelled this vital essence, suffered significant depletion of his own energy, yet he paid no heed to his condition. Should these 2 escape, it would surely lead to endless troubles. Li Chang, witnessing the revitalized primordial infants, was utterly astonished. Such entities surpassed his imagination. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of their battle, he stealthily retreated behind a rock and took to the skies at a low altitude. In a frantic bid for escape, he flew lower than he had ever dared, gradually pulling away from them, and he exhaled a sigh of relief as he leaped into the air, hastening towards the direction of Zhao Hao and the others. However, the immense consumption of true essence left him weary, and he descended into a forest to recuperate for a moment. He sought to ascend and survey the terrain, but to his astonishment, he found himself unable to rise. The trees of the forest seemed to match his altitude, growing as high as he flew. Alarmed, he landed on the ground. Where was he? Li Chang was taken aback. Gliding through the dense thicket, flying for what felt like several hundred kilometers, yet still found himself within the forest. Upon descending, he had initially perceived this woodland as small. After deep contemplation, he concluded that he had entered the fabled enigmatic forest. Stay calm, Li Chang repeatedly urged himself. To decipher this formation, he needed to ascend. But that was currently impossible. This grand array must possess a focal point. Locating it might provide a means to unravel the formation. Observing closely, the forest appeared no different from others he had encountered, save for the eerie absence of life. Not a single creature could be found, not even an ant, let alone birds. The silence was unnerving. He tore a large piece of bark from a tree to mark his path, leaving signs as he moved deeper into the woods. Surveying the countless markers he had left on the trees, Li Chang found himself devoid of even a bitter smile, unable to fly above or traverse the ground. What about below? With a sudden burst of realization, he exclaimed, "Of course, I haven't tried beneath." He recalled he had yet to learn the art of subterranean movement, but he retrieved the jade tome given by Fu Shan and began to search. Soon, he discovered the requirements, only to feel despondent. He needed to cultivate a specific artifact for subterranean travel. Determined, he pulled out another jade tome from the Yuanshi sect. Li Chang's wealth of knowledge was considerable, as he possessed tomes from 2 sections. With a cheer, he eventually found what he sought. Possessing the Shadow Dream armor would allow him to traverse underground. He stowed the jade tome, channeling his true essence as the Shadow Dream armor began to shimmer. Launching himself into the earth, Li Chang felt as though he were plunging into water, yet the surrounding terrain relied entirely on his spiritual perception. The sensation of being underground was truly extraordinary. Though he could not see with his eyes, everything around him imprinted vividly in his mind, as if he perceived it with utmost clarity. Suddenly, he sensed a distant pull beckoning him, and he turned to follow that direction. As he moved, a lightness enveloped him, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself within a passageway. Li Chang casually retrieved a large flashlight from his bracelet and began to illuminate his surroundings. This is a yellow corridor. Its walls constructed of an unknown material that feels somewhat sticky and slippery to the touch. The entrance he had just traversed has vanished without a trace, and the smooth corridor exhibits no signs of damage. A sudden realization struck him, prompting him to attempt to penetrate the corridor's wall using his earth manipulation technique. Indeed, he found it impossible to escape. Cautiously, he continued to explore the path ahead. As he turned a corner, he encountered a descending staircase. As he journeyed onward, Li Chang was astounded by the pristine nature of the corridor, devoid of any dust, so immaculate that it was almost unbelievable. He found no signs of life or objects. Upon descending the stairs, he noticed a flickering red light in the distance at the corridor's end, provoking a surge of alarm within him, compelling him to approach with caution. The sounds of crackling flames grew louder, and the red light intensified. Li Chang felt a knot of tension in his chest, perplexed as to who had constructed this place and who its master might be. He carefully activated his Shadow Dream armor, gripping his 100-blade spear tightly, and approached step by step. At the corridor's terminus lay a grand arched hall, its vaulted ceiling resembling a profound sky, adorned with twinkling stars that radiated an aura of tranquility and peace. In the center of the hall, hovering in midair, was a vibrant crimson block, measuring approximately 1 meter on each side, beneath which danced a violet flame, perpetually burning without visible source, as if it had existed in this state eternally. The crackling sound emanating from this violet flame was unmistakable. Li Chang recalled reading in the Jade Eye Compendium that this appeared to be a method of artifact crafting from the celestial realm, referred to as the celestial fire purification technique, unattainable by mere cultivators. However, he was left wondering what precisely was being forged here, for corridors led into the hall. And after a moment's hesitation, Li Chang pondered whether to disturb the block or to retreat for the time being. His curiosity was piqued. What exactly was being refined? Exercising caution, he speculated that if this truly was an ancient celestial craftsman's forge, formidable defenses must surely be in place. He extended the tip of his 100-blade spear towards the violet flame. Li Chang understood that the spear was imbued with the essence of true fire, possessing high heat resistance, yet to witness it melt away under the influence of this petite violet flame was astonishing. The thought of losing 2 of his treasured artifacts in a single day was disheartening. Just as the violet flame threatened to engulf his hand, Li Chang, out of desperation, discarded the spear. The flame, seemingly sentient, leaped from the ground and sought out the hand that had held the spear. Startled, Li Chang yelped and instinctively withdrew his hand. A searing pain radiated through him. It had been a long time since he had endured such agony. While ordinary flames would feel akin to dipping one's hand into warm water, this violet flame had the potency to liquefy his 100-blade spear. It dawned on him that with such a violet flame in existence, no defense was necessary. Anyone who made contact with it would be instantly incinerated. The Shadow Dream armor proved invaluable as his burning hand began to glow. Li Chang, in pain, collapsed onto the ground, striving to dissipate the heat with his true essence. Gradually, the violet flame began to vanish from his hand, yet he realized it had already infiltrated his body, relentlessly advancing up his arm towards his nascent soul. Just when despair threatened to overwhelm him, the violet flame was thwarted at the threshold of his microcosm, and a wondrous event unfolded. Li Chang immediately plunged his consciousness into his nascent soul, exerting all his effort to propel the operation of his microcosm. A vast and familiar force surged into him, remarkably akin to the energy of the purple flame heart. The purple flame heart floated from within his nascent soul to the crown of his head, and that orb of violet flame seemed eager to merge with him. In an instant, Li Chang's entire being radiated brilliance. The towering, burning mass of purple flame, as if responding to an unspoken command, enveloped Li Chang. The peculiar object lost its support and plummeted from the air. Had he not immersed his consciousness in the nascent soul, he would have been rendered senseless by the overwhelming heat of the purple flame. Within Li Chang, the purple flame heart commenced the rapid absorption of the incoming violet flames. With the swift replenishment of energy, the nascent soul visibly matured. Time lost its meaning, and after an indeterminate duration, the purple flame heart finally consumed all the surrounding violet flames and sank back into the nascent soul. The microcosm, now infused with boundless energy from within the nascent soul, began to whirl with haste. In what felt like no time at all, Li Chang seemed on the verge of transcending the nascent soul stage, nearing the realm of exit from the body. Upon returning to his original form, the Shadow Dream armor had autonomously completed a round of evolution. Li Chang sensed a significant surge in his power and silently rejoiced. For had it not been for the foundation of the purple flame heart, he might have left nothing but ashes behind. Approaching the peculiar object that lay on the ground, he noticed the vibrant red hue had faded, and its size had considerably diminished, revealing a myriad of cracks, within which golden light flickered enticingly. A thought crossed his mind. There must be a treasure within. He gently kicked it, producing a sound akin to cracking ice. Li Chang watched with growing excitement, when suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, and a dart-shaped object emitting a brilliant golden light shot forth from within. Li Chang hastily reached out to seize it, but the object moved at an astonishing speed, producing a faint crackling sound as it darted about chaotically. Fortunately, having just experienced a surge in power, he was able to pursue it, though capturing it seemed a distant hope. After considerable effort, he finally cornered it and, disregarding all else, executed a technique known as the light-splitting shadow-catching hand. Successfully grasping its form, the object was no more than 3 inches long, diamond-shaped and slightly flattened, shimmering with golden light, adorned with strands of purple radiance, and still pulsating in his grasp. Unsure of how to utilize it, Li Chang reluctantly stored it in his bracelet. As the illuminating purple flames dissipated, the once bright hall dimmed, and the 4 corridors before him filled him with a sense of bewilderment. He was at a loss as to which path to take. Just then, he noticed a stir in the corridor directly opposite him, compelling him to venture inside. The passage was long, and unlike the one he had traversed earlier. This corridor was a pale azure, glowing softly under the yellow beam of his flashlight, which revealed a faint green luminescence. As he walked, a soft sound akin to something falling into water reached his ears, startling him. Suddenly, the entire corridor burst into light. The pale azure walls began to ripple as though caressed by a gentle breeze, creating concentric waves that radiated down the passage. Li Chang had never encountered walls like these before, leaving him momentarily at a loss. A tremendous wave surged forth, roaring and crashing. The corridor abruptly transformed into a colossal whirlpool. Before he could utter a single word, Li Chang was swept away into its depths. What an absurdity! A passage transforming into a vortex. Such a phenomenon eludes comprehension. Li Chang cursed inwardly as his entire being spun rapidly with the current, uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead. He swiftly summoned the power of the Dream Shadow armor, enveloping himself in a radiant glow. Gradually, he steadied his mind, striving to extricate himself from this predicament. Slowly, tranquility returned. The depths below remained a mystery, as did the heights above. The surroundings were peculiarly strange. Suspended within this watery essence, Li Chang faced a conundrum: how to escape. Bubbles began to rise slowly from below, multiplying and swirling around him. The delightful sound of popping bubbles resonated in the air, a melody so enchanting that it felt as though one were floating among the clouds. A flicker of caution ignited within Li Chang. He suddenly became acutely aware of the immense pressure surrounding him. With each bubble that burst, the pressure intensified. Had it not been for the recent evolution of the Dream Shadow armor, such force could have easily crushed his corporeal form. Startled, Li Chang plunged his consciousness into his primordial infant, summoning all his strength to resist this inexplicable onslaught. A layer of aquatic energy emanated from him, forcibly pushing the bubbles away. This pressure compelled him to accelerate the operation of his microcosm, with the recently absorbed purple flame heart playing a crucial role, converting boundless energy into true essence. In a mere instant, Li Chang's power surged dramatically. The splendid became mundane, the inexplicable arrived and departed. Upon opening his eyes, Li Chang found himself suspended in the center of the passage, the preceding events resembling a fleeting dream. He cautiously continued his flight forward, soon reaching the next grand hall. Having learned from previous experiences, he heightened his vigilance, for everything here surpassed his imagination. Pausing at the entrance of the hall, he observed intently. It was a deep blue chamber, adorned with 9 massive pillars, their texture enigmatic, swirling mists visible within. At the center hung an ancient cloud table, upon which lay several indistinct objects. As he approached, one item became discernible, igniting a surge of joy within him, a jade-eyed scroll, which he surmised contained the formations of this place. Just as he was about to enter, a diminutive figure darted from the adjacent passage, frantically gesturing for him to stop. Clearly, it was a primordial infant. Filled with curiosity, Li Chang cautiously inquired, "Am I forbidden entry?" The primordial infant nodded vigorously. "Why is it unsafe?" Li Chang stepped closer, noticing the creature's fear. Softening his tone, he said, "I am Li Chang. It is a pleasure to meet you. Might you share your name? I mean you no harm." The primordial infant appeared akin to a 2-year-old child, yet his physique was proportionate to that of an adult. Strikingly, he bore 2 snow-white longevity eyebrows that cascaded down to the corners of his eyes. His hard armor mirrored the exquisite azure hue of the grand hall, and he clutched a slender hairpin, regarding Li Chang with a gaze imbued with skepticism. Li Chang, opting for a relaxed demeanor, sat upon the ground and remarked, "I am utterly exhausted. Let us converse. Are there others here?" The primordial infant shook his head and replied, "No. I have been trapped within this cosmic annihilation formation for an extensive period." His expression was one of profound melancholy. "Ah, you have yet to disclose your name." "I have shared mine, and it would be a disservice if you do not reciprocate," Li Chang stated in a deliberately casual tone, aware that this primordial infant was the key to exiting the grand formation. Anxious thoughts of Zhao Hao and Mei Jingjing's safety plagued his mind. The primordial infant settled cross-legged at another passage's entrance, though he seemed to float in the air, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. It appeared he had been lonely for a considerable time, and the allure of conversing with another was irresistibly captivating. "Alas, I have forgotten my own name. You may call me Mo Huayuan. In truth, my original name has long ceased to hold significance," he mused. Repeating Mo Huayuan softly twice, Li Chang suddenly comprehended. It was a reminder to himself to cease dwelling on the past, and a surge of profound sympathy welled within him. Mo Huayuan almost instantaneously sensed this emotion, drifting closer to Li Chang with his wariness considerably eased. "How long have you resided within this cosmic annihilation formation? Who constructed this place?" Mo Huayuan pondered for a moment before responding. "Long ago. I cannot discern how long it has been since I arrived on this planet. At that time, it seemed no one had set foot here before me, and I wandered aimlessly for an extended duration." Li Chang interjected, "Did you not encounter any traces of others on this planet?" Observing Mo Huayuan nod, Li Chang was astounded. It must have been an unfathomable length of time, at least several millennia had passed. Mo Huayuan continued, "I inadvertently discovered the ancient celestial being's cosmic annihilation formation here, which also served as the abode of the ancient immortals. Fearing detection by other cultivators, I established a star-sealing formation atop the cosmic annihilation formation, believing it would ensure my safety. Who could have foreseen? Such a momentary lapse in judgment." His frail voice and seasoned demeanor created a striking contrast, evoking an odd sensation within Li Chang. "What do you mean by a momentary lapse in judgment?" Li Chang inquired curiously. Mo Huayuan regarded him intently and suddenly asked, "What was the sensation of the radiant celestial fire at the heavenly fire palace?" Confused, Li Chang remarked, "I observe your cultivation level is not particularly high. How is it that you emerged unscathed while your power rapidly ascended? Had it not been for that, you would not have been able to capture the Tai Hao Saw." Mo Huayuan shook his head and clarified, "No, I discovered it when you triggered the Tide Sound Array. I investigated the Soul Shadow Crystal Ball and realized that just as I halted the Tide Sound Array, I saw you daringly breach the Universal Azure Field Array. It was out of necessity that I revealed myself to intervene." He sighed and said, "You are indeed a fortunate lad. Back in my day, I merely grazed the blazing celestial fire, and my original form was reduced to ashes. If it weren't for my primordial spirit having ascended to the realm of great ascension, alas, I would not have to endure such a prolonged solitude. Li Chang, filled with questions, inquired, "Why do you not leave the formation? Is it impossible to escape? Has not a single cultivator visited in all this time?" He then expressed his gratitude, saying, "I truly appreciate you halting that so-called tide sound formation. If it continued, I would scarcely be able to endure." Hearing the sincerity in Li Chang's words, Imo Huayan revealed a hint of a smile, responding, "It is nothing. Initially, I feared that cultivators might intrude, but as time passed, I yearned for someone to arrive. You cannot imagine, in this wretched place, there is not a single living soul." His tone was tinged with a poignant sorrow. A chill ran through Li Chang's heart. It was hard to fathom that Imo Huayan had been trapped here for thousands of years without a means of escape. What of Zhao Hao and Mei Jingjing outside? Would they not be frantic by now? Observing the anxiety in Li Chang's expression, Imo Huayan smiled wryly, saying, "Do not worry. I can lead you out." "Really?" Li Chang leaped to his feet, embracing Imo Huayan joyfully and exclaiming, "That's wonderful. You are truly remarkable." Imo Huayan, taken aback by the sudden embrace, was momentarily startled, but he soon found himself sharing in Li Chang's exuberance and felt no sense of danger, allowing him to relax as he discreetly tucked away the hairpin he held. "Why do you remain here if you can leave? Come with me this time," Li Chang suggested. Assuming it was a simple matter, Imo Huayan asked curiously, "Are you genuinely unaware, or are you feigning ignorance?" Li Chang, confused, replied, "I do not understand." "What do you mean?" Seeing that he appeared genuinely perplexed, Imo Huayan explained, "A primordial spirit is merely a pure essence body, aside from possessing a protective heart armor. It is exceedingly fragile. If a malevolent cultivator were to trap it in a soul refinement formation for cultivation, the consequences would be dire. Although I have safely cultivated here for a long time, I am still a primordial spirit, and the higher my power, the more likely I am to attract the covetous eyes of cultivators. After much contemplation, it seems best to remain here." "Oh, I see. Is there truly no other way?" Li Chang asked. "What is that item? If I can assist in obtaining it, I shall." He thought to himself. Out of gratitude for his halting the tide sound formation and escorting him out, he was determined to help. Imo Huayan was taken aback by Li Chang's unexpected offer. A long-buried excitement surged within him, regardless of whether Li Chang could fulfill this promise. The mere fact that he volunteered to assist moved him deeply. He said, "That item is called sea agate. I do not know where it can be found, but I once heard long ago that it originates from a place known as the Sea of Vengeful Souls, a secretion from a deep-sea beast." Li Chang thought, as long as he could meet Brother Fushan, he might have knowledge of it. He resolved to find a way to procure the sea agate, enabling Imo Huayan to escape. With a smile, he said, "Good. As long as I know the name of this item, I will surely find a way to acquire it. But why is this sea agate so crucial for a primordial spirit?" The agate of the sea possesses the extraordinary ability to assist those who have cultivated for over a millennium in ascending their nascent souls to the realm of the loose immortals. Although it does not bestow the status of a true immortal, it represents a significant advancement beyond mere cultivation. Imo Huayan sighed, expressing, in truth, attaining the status of a loose immortal is not of paramount importance. What I yearn for most is to venture out and see if my dear friends from the cultivation world are still around. Li Chang pointed towards the central cloud platform in the hall, inquiring, "Are there formations at the center of these pillars?" He explained, "This is the heart of the formation, the most formidable aspect of the entire array. I have tested it countless times, and this particular formation is one I cannot breach. It is exceedingly complex and perilous. Had you ventured in just now, I would have been unable to rescue you." Li Chang, taken aback, exclaimed, "Indeed, as you said, I am a fortunate lad. Come, allow me to show you this remarkable place." Imo Huayan flew ahead slowly, elucidating the intricacies of the star-extinguishing array. The true name of this ancient abode of the immortals is the Star Palace, arranged in a configuration of 9 stars, with formidable formations laid throughout. Each passageway is fraught with peril, akin to the tide sound array that Li Chang encountered, had Imo Huayan not intervened to halt its activation. He might have been ensnared within it. When he had fallen into the array, it had just begun to activate, showcasing its astonishing power. Within the Star Palace, there exist 9 grand halls, namely the Hall of Heavenly Fire, Hall of Heavenly Thunder, Hall of Heavenly Water, and Hall of Heavenly Clouds as the 4 inner palaces, while the outer 5 include the Tranquil Heart Palace, Palace of Dispelling Desires, Palace of Emptiness, Palace of Stillness, and Palace of Enlightenment, all of which dazzled Li Chang with their splendor. With thoughts of Zhao Hao and Niu Niu occupying his mind, he realized that fully exploring the Star Palace would require no less than several days. Thus, he confided in Mo Huayuan regarding his circumstances. Mo Huayuan pondered for a moment before replying, "Brother, if you wish to depart, I shall not hinder you. However, I shall bestow upon you some magical treasures. Take a little time to cultivate them. Otherwise, should you encounter your adversaries upon your return, what will you do? Are you truly gifting me treasures?" Li Chang inquired, somewhat taken aback. "Indeed, I have no use for them in the underground palace, and besides, you will need my assistance in locating the agate of the sea in the future. It would be unwise to venture forth without decent magical artifacts." Mo Huayuan replied with a smile. Li Chang's plight was indeed unfortunate. Ever since his separation from Fu Shan, he had only managed to cultivate 3 weapons, 2 of which had been destroyed, leaving him without a single reliable magical treasure. Mo Huayuan continued, "The Taihao shuttle that you acquired in the Hall of Heavenly Fire is a true celestial weapon. You must cultivate it here to the point of unifying it with your divine weapon. At the very least, you should integrate it into your nascent soul. Failing to do so may easily attract the envy of other cultivators." Mo Huayuan then instructed him on the cultivation methods for the Taihao shuttle. Measuring merely 3 inches in length, the Taihao shuttle was forged through the celestial technique of heavenly fire purification. Its true capabilities remained somewhat of a mystery, even to Mo Huayuan, though the methods of cultivation were straightforward. Li Chang's sect, the Chongshin school, possessed unique techniques and insights into artifact refinement. Utilizing his nascent soul for the cultivation of the Taihao shuttle, Li Chang dedicated an entire day to the task, ultimately managing to incorporate the Taihao shuttle into his nascent soul. Mo Huayuan advised, "In time, you may refine it further, but remember, do not use it until it is fully cultivated." Sensing Li Chang's impatience, he added, "I also have some smaller trinkets to gift you. You possess a storage bracelet, do you not? Place them within, and you may utilize them gradually as needed." Li Chang was quite astonished to receive the trinkets he had mentioned, which included battle armor, weapons, elixirs, and jade talismans, among other items. Mo Huayuan then produced a strangely shaped bracelet, stating, "This radiant sun ring was once my protective gear, and I have since recultivated it. It should serve you well, considering your current level of cultivation is still quite weak. Having this for protection will be beneficial. The details of the other items can be found in this jade slip. Take your time to peruse it. Additionally, regardless of whether you can find the sea agate in the future, do come and keep me company when you have the chance." Her delicate voice carried a hint of sorrow. Li Chang replied, "Certainly, I will come back to keep you company. You must wait for my return." As he soared through the skies, Li Chang found himself at a loss regarding his next destination. The desolate wilderness surrounding him held not a single soul. He ascended higher, scanning the horizon, and in the distance, he discerned what appeared to be a town. He flew towards it, only to discover that it was the previously visited Panchir town. Upon entering the town, now in the evening, he observed that many merchants had arrived, and the small town was alive with activity once more. Arriving at the 100 Flavors Pavilion, Li Chang felt a pang of nostalgia. The last time he was here, there had been several jovial faces. Yet now he found himself utterly alone. The waiter spotted him immediately and greeted him enthusiastically, inquiring, "How many guests do we have today, esteemed sir?" Li Chang, feeling somewhat disinclined to engage in conversation, raised a single finger. The waiter called out, "One esteemed guest. Please, take a seat." He ascended to the upper floor and chose a table by the window. As twilight descended, the number of patrons was still sparse, and most of the seats remained unoccupied. He casually ordered a few dishes and began to wait, knowing that whenever a large merchant convoy arrived in Panchir town, the key figures would invariably dine at the 100 Flavors Pavilion, allowing him to identify a suitable convoy. Li Chang had previously arranged with Zhao Hao that if they became separated, they would meet at the border town of Suisher City in Qifeng Kingdom. His predicament lay in his unfamiliarity with the roads, compelling him to seek out a merchant convoy to accompany, though it may take longer. It would ensure he did not stray off course. As more guests filled the tavern, it soon became a lively hub. Li Chang perked up his ears to eavesdrop. But after a considerable time, he found himself none the wiser. He waved over the waiter, produced 2 taels of silver, and smiled. "My good fellow, may I ask you a question?" Handing over the silver, he inquired, "Are there any merchant convoys heading to Suisher City in Qingfeng Kingdom?" In a short while, the waiter returned and said, "Esteemed sir, I have inquired, and the private room next door houses the chief whip of the Feng family camel team. They are indeed bound for Swaisher City. Li Chang responded, take me to meet them. Entering the private room, the waiter smiled and announced, Master Feng. A guest wishes to pay his respects. Li Chang carefully observed the chief whip, who appeared to be in his 50s. His face lined with deep wrinkles resembling those of a chiseled stone, his eyes sharp, and his bushy beard, which extended down to his jaw, had begun to show streaks of gray. His posture was upright, exuding the aura of a skilled martial artist. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Feng Renjian. What brings you to seek my attention, young brother? His voice was hearty and robust, reflecting the demeanor of a seasoned traveler. Li Chang felt an instant affinity as he heard the man speak, his voice resonating like the tolling of a great bell. With a smile, he replied, I apologize for the intrusion. My name is Li Chang. Is your esteemed camel team indeed headed to Swaisher City? I would like to join you for companionship and safety. Here are 50 taels of silver as a partnership fee. What do you think? Feng Renjian glanced at Li Chang, finding him quite agreeable. After a brief discussion with his companions at the table, he cheerfully declared, very well, there are times of inconvenience when one is away from home. Let us set out together tomorrow. Come, have a drink. His straightforwardness was commendable, though it was undoubtedly influenced by the generous compensation Li Chang had offered. Feng Renjian then introduced him to the 4 companions at the table, Zhang Yunbua, Ma Jingning, Yuan Cheng, and Yuan Chong, all of whom were leaders of the caravan. The following morning, the caravan set forth. Li Chang maintained a low profile, speaking little throughout the journey, and the members of the caravan largely ignored him, save for Feng Renjian and Ma Jingning, who often exchanged a few words with him. In truth, Li Chang was engrossed in studying the texts within the Jade Tome. This time, Mo Huayuan had provided him with numerous jade talismans, which greatly piqued his interest. He believed these talismans to be exceptionally useful, not only for practitioners of the mystic arts, but also for ordinary individuals. The talismans were approximately the size of a finger, slender and thin, available in various colors and designed for diverse purposes, including numerous types for offensive use, such as lightning talismans, fire talismans, and violent talismans, as well as defensive applications, including protective talismans and blocking talismans. Li Chang's curiosity lay in the methods of crafting these talismans. He did not feel lonely during the journey. Having mastered most of the cultivation techniques recorded in the Jade Tome, especially the crafting of talismans, which was a particularly fruitful endeavor. On that day, they entered the territory of Qifeng Kingdom. Ma Jingning, a middle-aged man known for his affable nature and extensive experience, smiled and inquired, brotherly, have you ever been to Qifeng Kingdom? He had sensed that Li Chang was different from the others since his arrival in the caravan, and his discerning eye led him to engage Li Chang in conversation whenever he had a spare moment, gradually fostering familiarity between them. Conversely, Feng Renjian, responsible for overseeing the entire caravan, was too occupied to pay Li Chang much attention, offering only brief greetings. Li Chang responded with a smile, Brother Ma, I have yet to visit. Is there anything particularly special about Qifeng Kingdom compared to the 3 nations of the Green Basin? He thought to himself, isn't that attire reminiscent of the Manchu from the Qing dynasty? How intriguing. Ma Jingning pointed to a camel driver and said, Old Qian, tighten the load on that camel. It's about to fall off. How many times must I remind you? Pay attention. Old Qian, grinning, replied, Yes, boss. Why do you always pick on my faults? Tomorrow in the city, I, Old Qian, shall treat everyone to a lovely lady to ease your spirits. Wouldn't you agree? With the initiation of this topic, the caravan came alive with laughter and banter. Some chimed in. Indeed, I've noticed that the boss has been rather irritable these past few days. 1 lady 1 tea suffice. He needs at least 2, 1 before and 1 behind. Others interjected. Brother, spare us the details. I see your mouth watering. You fancy the young ones, but the boss prefers the seasoned ones with more character, right? Ma Jingning teased. Sanzi, you little rascal, the boss is interested in your sister. You dare to jest with me? Be careful, or I'll whip you. Sanzi shrank back, chuckling. Boss, if you're after my sister-in-law will surely find out. The caravan erupted in laughter, suggesting that Ma Jingning had a healthy respect for his wife. Do not mind their antics. My men are quite accustomed to their ways, Ma Jingning said, a bit sheepishly. Suddenly, the caravan came to an abrupt halt. Upon arriving at the caravan, Li Chang immediately recognized the formidable Black Flag army blocking their path, the very force that had once unleashed a reign of terror upon him. A small contingent of the Black Flag army stood in the road, led by what appeared to be a squad leader clad in leather armor and wielding a spear, brazenly extorting the caravan. The Black Flag army refrained from outright pillaging, as the caravan was impressively large, and its leaders appeared to possess considerable martial prowess. Given that the Black Flag army consisted of only a handful of soldiers, engaging in battle would yield little profit, prompting them to resort to extortion instead, albeit at an exorbitant price that left the caravan leader, Feng Rinjian, in a precarious position. Feng Rinjian conferred with several other leaders. Expressing their predicament, "It seems we are in trouble. The Black Flag army demands that we relinquish half our goods and personnel. If we acquiesce, not only do we suffer a financial loss, but what becomes of the comrades we leave behind?" Zhang Yunhua, seething with anger, retorted, "Let us fight back. I refuse to believe these few Black Flag soldiers can overpower us." Ma Jingning interjected, "Brother, think for a moment. This small squad of the Black Flag army may not be formidable, but if we choose to engage them and one of us manages to flee, what repercussions might we face?" Feng Rinjian nodded in agreement, remarking, "They number over 30. If a fight ensues, we would likely prevail. However, we must consider that the Black Flag army is no ordinary bandit. Their strength is capable of besieging cities. Should reinforcements arrive, our caravan would be doomed." Li Chang suggested, "What if we gamble? Might that present a better opportunity?" Zhang Yunhua, exasperated, dismissed him. "What are you doing? Step aside." Feeling rebuffed, Li Chang smiled nonchalantly and moved to the side. Ma Jingning shot a glare at Zhang Yunhua, saying, "Why must you always be so obstinate? He is merely trying to help. I believe gambling could be a viable option. That individual does not seem overly skilled." Gambling was a customary practice here. As long as both parties consented, they could engage in one-on-one contests, regardless of the number of participants, until one side could no longer field a contender. Once the contest commenced, it was essential not to overwhelm the opponent with numbers. The victor could stipulate their demands, which the defeated must comply with. A fact Li Chang had learned during a casual conversation with Zhao Hao. A protective jade talisman was handed to Ma Jingning, accompanied by a whispered warning, "Shatter it in times of peril, it could save your life." Ma Jingning was taken aback, realizing that the one who conveyed this message was undoubtedly a skilled individual. Feng Rinjian stepped forward to challenge the Black Flag army, who hesitated. Should they decline, they would have to retreat, leaving their leader in a quandary. Reinforcements would not arrive in time. The caravan members recognized the leader's trepidation, hoping he would reconsider. Li Chang furrowed his brow, having detected the sound of approaching hooves in the distance. Soon, everyone could hear it, and the squad leader's expression brightened as he arrogantly proclaimed, "Very well, I accept your challenge." At that moment, even Feng Rinjian could not retract his invitation, as the one who initiates the challenge must face the consequences of any change of heart. Over 200 cavalry charged forth, led by the formidable Yuan Ba of the Black Flag army. Li Chang discreetly concealed himself behind the others. He was not afraid of the Black Flag army, but rather wished to avoid unnecessary troubles. His foremost priority was to locate Zhao Hao and Mei Jingjing as swiftly as possible. Lei Qi inquired of Yuan Ba, by Dafu, "Have you located that brat? Damn it, we did not come out this time to rob. If we disrupt the old immortal's orders, do we still have a place to eat?" The squad leader, by Dafu, clasped his fists and saluted, saying, "General, I find this batch of goods quite lucrative, haha. I intend to seize it to present to you." Yuan Ba laughed heartily. "Indeed, haha. You possess quite the filial piety. My efforts in raising you were not in vain. So what are you waiting for? Slay them all." Li Chang gently shook his head, thinking this group of Black Flag army was beyond redemption. By Dafu, with a forced smile, replied, "They demand a duel." Seeing the general's presence, I acquiesced. "Knowing you are unmatched in this realm, these few are merely here to entertain you." The flattery struck a chord with Yuan Ba. With a swift motion of his hand wielding the hefty mountain-cutting blade, Yuan Ba boasted with glee, "Excellent. Who wishes to duel? Will you come one by one? Or all at once? I shall take you on alone, haha." Feng Rinjian, steeling himself, declared, "I seek to learn from you, General, please." Grasping a simple blade, he stepped forward. Ma Jingning seized him, discreetly handing him a jade talisman, whispering, "Crush it if danger arises, be cautious." After retreating, he nodded towards Li Chang. "Fight quickly. No dilly-dallying. If you do not come forth, do not blame me for ordering your extermination." Upon seeing Feng Rinjian step forward with his simple blade, Yuan Ba excitedly shouted, "Good, first taste my blade." He charged forth, swinging his sword with ferocious might, propelled by the force of his horse. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. A loud clang resonated, and Feng Rinjian's blade was sent soaring into the air. Yuan Ba pivoted, delivering another strike, cutting down diagonally. Suddenly, Ma Jingning shouted, "Crush it!" In a flash of azure light, the jade talisman shattered, and Feng Rinjian was flung aside, while 4 whip masters exclaimed, "Great whip master!" To their astonishment, he managed to rise, coughing. Yuan Ba, incredulous, gazed at his mountain-cutting blade. This was impossible. No protective energy could withstand such a strike. "You have lost. All must follow me, and any resistance will be met with ruthless force." Bai Dafu, the squad leader, proclaimed triumphantly. Li Chang sighed, stepping forth from the crowd. With a bemused expression, "Is that so? All of you, get out." Bai Dafu, having never encountered Li Chang, cursed, "Damn it, are you seeking death? I will chop you into pieces." Before he could finish, a resounding slap from Yuan Ba silenced him. Bai Dafu stood dumbfounded, stammering, unable to articulate his thoughts. Observing their general's retreat, the soldiers of the Black Flag Army panicked and fled in droves. Feng Rinjian looked at Li Chang in disbelief, somewhat at a loss, asking, "Little brother, who exactly are you?" From above, a voice chimed with laughter. "Oh, you seem quite imposing here. I envy you, dear brother." Li Chang, startled, looked up to see Hua Meinyang, accompanied by a young lady clad in vibrant red. The caravan, gripped by fear, gazed at the beautiful figure suspended in the air, a profound silence enveloping them, each wondering if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens. Even more astonishing was that Li Chang, who had journeyed with them for quite some time, had also ascended into the sky. Zhang Yunbo could not help but slap himself, realizing his own lack of discernment. Li Chang, adept at navigating the currents of circumstance, understood that Hua Meinyang could not be gauged through conventional means. He leaped into the air, grinning as he spoke. "Sister Hua, your prowess is truly formidable. How could a mere novice like me ever hope to compare?" Hua Meinyang, feigning surprise, exclaimed, "Oh my. In the blink of an eye, night has fallen. How peculiar it sounds to my ears. You, young man, are quite the slippery one. While I was embroiled in chaos ahead, you slyly slipped away to play the hero. Had it not been for my sister's timely arrival, I would have suffered greatly. Now, tell me, how shall we settle this matter?" Li Chang continued with his flattery. "Ah, a woman of your caliber, Sister Hua, can conquer tigers in the mountains and capture dragons in the sea. Your fists, when raised, can vanquish foes without the need for a novice like me to assist you. In truth, I had intended to witness your glorious display of prowess as you dispatched Lei Tianxiao with mere 3 strikes, but an urgent matter compelled me to depart prematurely. You wouldn't hold that against me, would you?" he thought to himself, hoping to navigate the situation smoothly. One of the maidens beside Hua Meinyang stifled a laugh and remarked, "Sister, he is quite the smooth talker." Li Chang quickly interjected, "Ah, who might this enchanting lady be? Such beauty. Could it be that a fairy has lost her way to the mortal realm?" The maiden, taken aback by his praise, fell silent, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Li Chang mused, "Surely, such flattery will silence her. Should she utter another word, who knows what schemes Hua Meinyang might concoct?" Hua Meinyang giggled, gently patting the maiden's shoulder. "Have you not encountered such a cheeky lad before? You wouldn't believe it. But he is a brother to old Master Fu. Quite a surprise, I assent it." This elicited another round of delightful laughter. The maiden, astonished, covered her mouth in disbelief, her demeanor captivatingly shy as she whispered, "Is that truly the case? Old Master Fu would never do something like that." "Then, what about you, sister?" Hua Meinyang, her expression suddenly serious, interrupted, "Do not speak of it." Li Chang, perplexed by their secretive exchange, smiled and inquired, "Sister Hua, who is this young lady?" With a deft diversion, Hua Meinyang refrained from continuing the previous topic and introduced, "She is a renowned figure from the constellation of fate, training under the esteemed Red Granny." "What was her name again?" "Let her tell you." The maiden graciously responded, "I am Qin Shio Huin. You must be Li Chang. Sister Hua has told me all about you." Hua Meinyang abruptly pulled Qin Shio Huin aside, exclaiming, "Oh, silly girl, don't reveal everything." Li Chang quickly discerned that Qin Shio Huin was a straightforward young woman, unlike the cunning Hua Meinyang, and smiled, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Qin." Turning to Hua Meinyang, he said, "Sister Hua, I still have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "Hold on. Where do you think you're going?" Hua Meinyang blocked his path. Li Chang feigned innocence. "I am not running away. I simply have some private matters to attend to." Hua Meinyang, serious in her demeanor, warned, You are yet unaware that a significant number of cultivation experts have arrived from Qianjia Star. It is unclear what trouble you have stirred up, leading to such upheaval. How can you still dare to flee? Li Chang was utterly perplexed. Expressing his confusion, I haven't done anything, and I don't understand why the people from Qianjia Star are seeking me. Qin Xiaowan remarked. This time, many adept cultivators have arrived at Fengyuan Star. I've heard that old Master Fu has traveled to several stars in search of individuals and is likely to arrive at Tianting Star soon. My grandmother mentioned that out of the 12 experts from the Chongshan sect, 10 are coming, and numerous major sects have dispatched their elites as well. Upon hearing that Fu Shan was coming, Li Chang felt a surge of joy, his spirits lifting, as he exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Brother Fu is finally on his way." He cast a glance at Hua Mainyang, pondering. Strange, she seems quite excited about Brother Fu's arrival, showing no fear at all. Doesn't she worry about potential retribution from him? After some contemplation, Li Chang added, "But wait, with so many adept cultivators here, they cannot be coming solely for me. Something significant must be unfolding." Hua Mainyang couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "You're quite perceptive. My sister knew she wouldn't be able to fool you." Qin Xiaowan elucidated. It's due to the notorious elder Bai Huang of Qianjia Star, who has been indulging his subordinates in the indiscriminate hunting of cultivators and forcibly seizing their nascent souls, which has incited public outrage, thus prompting this large-scale mobilization. Realizing the urgency, Li Chang grew increasingly concerned for Zhao Hao and Mei Jingjing, stating, "I truly have matters to attend to. I need to go to Shueisha City to find someone. I must take my leave." However, Hua Mainyang insisted on accompanying him, aware that he could not escape her. He reasoned that having her along might ensure greater safety and reluctantly agreed. Upon landing, Li Chang specifically gifted several jade talismans to Ma Jingning and the others, explaining their usage before following Hua Mainyang and Qin Xiaowan as they soared towards Shueisha City. Not long into their flight, a swift line of black appeared in the distance, hurtling towards them. A piercing, sinister laughter echoed, plunging the surroundings into darkness. With a flick of her hand, Qin Xiaowan enveloped the trio in a swirling mist of white. Hua Mainyang laughed. "Sister, grandmother has passed down the white cloud barrier to you. Young man, you are fortunate. With this treasure, there is nothing to fear." Two figures approached, one being Lei Tianxiao, and the other an elderly woman with a wrinkled, pockmarked face, shrouded in dark energy. Leaning on an oddly shaped cane that emitted a constant stream of black smoke, her appearance as ghastly as one could imagine, Li Chang stole a glance at Qin Xiaowan. Noting her composed demeanor, which sparked a sense of admiration within him, the old woman cackled ominously. Addressing Lei Tianxiao, "Did Yuan Ba not report that he was the only one coming? How is it that Hua Mainyang is here as well? And who is this young girl?" She continued, "Hua family's eldest daughter. What brings you here to stir up trouble? An expert in chaos." Hua Mainyang responded with a giggle. "Shinta Granny, I didn't expect you to be from Qianjia Star as well. Did Elder Bai Huang offer you some enticing reward? I've been feeling restless these past few days and simply enjoy stirring up excitement. What do you think?" Li Chang could hardly believe these words came from Hua Mainyang, and his aversion to her diminished considerably. Lei Tianxiao scolded, "She is an unreasonable lunatic. Elder Shintu, do not indulge her. Seize her and make her wish she were never born." Pointing at Li Chang, he exclaimed, "You little rascal, you dart away faster than a rabbit. How dare you ambush me? If I catch you?" Li Chang promptly interrupted, chuckling as he retorted, "Catching me would merely entail skinning me alive or something equally mundane. Surely, you wouldn't resort to something creative like making me your father, would you? It seems you've wasted your years, speaking like an immature child. Why not find a patch of mud and throw yourself into it, saving us all the embarrassment of your existence?" Hua Mainyang clapped and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Oh dear, little brother, you have a way with insults that I quite admire. Huh. Finding mud to end it all. How refreshing." Qin Xiaowan smiled faintly, as it was her first experience witnessing Li Chang's sharp wit. Incredibly, even Shintu let out a cackling laugh. "Hey, Lei Xiaozai, you've been thoroughly insulted." Lei Tianxiao's face turned a deep shade of purple. He dared not provoke Shintu, though internally he cursed the old hag, knowing she was no saint either. Humiliated and furious, Lei Tianxiao resorted to his most lethal move. He furiously summoned his Yuan-ing, charging at Li Chang. The 9 Yuan-ing collided almost simultaneously with the Baiyan barrier, shrieking and roaring, yet they found it impossible to advance further. Shintu's expression shifted to one of surprise as she inquired, "Is that the Baiyan barrier of Hongjingyu? Hey, young lady, what is your connection to Hongjingyu?" Qin Xiaowan was too occupied maintaining the Baiyan barrier to respond. Frustrated by the lack of attention, Shintu struck the ground with her peculiar staff. The dark smoke swirling as if caught in a tempest, piercing the Baiyun barrier like a sword, making it increasingly difficult for Qin Xiaohuan to hold her ground. Realizing the situation was dire, Huan Mainyang donned her Taohua battle armor and declared, "Sister, I will fight. You both stay inside the Baiyun barrier." With a leap, she emerged. The 9 Yuaning shrieked and turned towards her, a vast cloud of pink floral mist billowing forth as she shouted, "Flower sword." Countless slender pink swords danced through the air. The Yuan-ing were momentarily dispersed but quickly reformed, charging forward with an intensity that sent shivers down one's spine. Qin Xiaohuan found the Baiyun barrier barely sustaining itself without the Yuan-ing's assault. Li Chang, unwilling to let the 2 young women bear the burden alone, succumbed to his instinct for survival and donned his battle armor, an exquisite piece gifted by Mo Huiyin, known as the Lanyan armor. Upon donning the Lanyan armor, Li Chang transformed, revealing an unexpected resilience. Unbeknownst to others, he was clad in 3 layers of armor, the celestial star armor within, his own shadow dream armor, and now the Lanyan armor enveloping him. Qin Xiaohuan was taken aback, unsure of the nature of his armor, as blue light flickered around him, resembling rolling ocean waves. With 7 golden rings of light encircling him, emanating protective rays. Grasping the most potent jade talismans, Li Chang said, "Miss Qin, I shall assist Sister Hua. Take care." Qin Xiaohuan, awed by his Lanyan armor, was uncertain of his capabilities, replying, "You be careful too." With a leap, Li Chang exited the Baiyun barrier, unleashing 9 jade talismans that transformed into bolts of lightning, crackling explosively. The 9 Yuan-ing were immediately scattered, filling Li Chang with elation. However, before he could rejoice, the 9 Yuan-ing reassembled. Enraged, Lei Tianxiao pointed at Li Chang as the soul-capturing sphere above him emitted a beam of white light directed at the Yuan-ing, which, in a furious response, turned and charged toward Li Chang. Li Chang found himself in a flurry of confusion. His abilities were already inferior to Lei Tianxiao's, and the 9 Orifices soul capture orb was a formidable weapon in the latter's arsenal. Even someone as formidable as Huan Mainyang found it challenging to contend with, let alone a novice like him. The lightning talisman, explosive talisman, and thunder talisman were unleashed in rapid succession, shaking the heavens and the earth, with clouds of dust rising in their wake. Each explosion inflicted a slight setback on the nascent soul, as the talismans had been pre-prepared, requiring no expenditure of true essence. Lei Tianxiao sneered menacingly, "Let us see how many talismans you have left to throw." Li Chang shouted, "Sister Hua, you attack him. I'll hold off the 9 nascent souls. Hurry." This strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao instantly inspired Huan Mainyang. She promptly abandoned her pursuit of the nascent souls and turned to assault Lei Tianxiao. Furious, Lei Tianxiao cursed, "You little brat." The moment he divided his attention, the might of the nascent souls diminished significantly. He frantically called out, "Senior Shintu, please lend your hand." As he spoke, he retreated, attempting to draw the battle towards Shintu Nyang's vicinity. Li Chang was already in a precarious situation, having nearly exhausted his potent talismans. Thankfully, the momentum of the nascent souls had weakened. However, one nascent soul had already drawn near. In his panic, Li Chang hurled 2 talismans, only to realize too late that one of them was a protective talisman. Qin Xiaohuan struggled to move closer to Li Chang, having discerned that he was in dire straits. But the oppressive black smoke from Shintunyang was as heavy as a mountain, making movement exceedingly difficult. The protective talisman transformed into a thin layer of azure light, enveloping the nascent soul, while the other talisman, an explosive one, shot forth like a small arrow ignited in crimson flames, silently penetrating the nascent soul's body, rendering the protective talisman seemingly non-existent. In an instant, the nascent soul let out a frenzied wail, attempting to transform and evade. But the azure light from the protective talisman held it firmly in place. A flash of red light ensued, and the nascent soul was obliterated into nothingness. Lei Tianxiao felt a sharp pang as his vitality waned. He had never anticipated that Li Chang could extinguish one of his nascent souls. Huan Mainyang burst into laughter, and Qin Xiaohuan sighed with relief. For the moment, everyone paused, and Shintunyang asked, "Little girl, I will ask you once more. Who is Hong Jingyu to you?" "He is my master," Qin Xiaohuan replied. "Do you know my master?" Shintunyang cackled. "Lei, this is not your place to speak. Come with me, old woman. If you can defeat these 3, take your time, but are you not leaving?" Enraged, Lei Tianxiao felt the urge to spit blood, but chose silence as he turned and soared back the way he came. Shintunyang let out another bout of eerie laughter, raising a cloud of black smoke as she swiftly retreated. The three exchanged glances, then simultaneously laughed, not expecting to have passed this trial so effortlessly. Li Chang mused to himself, "Truly, I am fortunate and blessed. Otherwise, I would not even know how I might perish." That Shintunyang appears quite formidable. Should she ally with Lei Tianxiao, it would spell trouble. The trio continued on their journey, soon arriving at the outskirts of Shattered Stone City. Qin Xiaowan suggested, "Let us walk into the city to avoid drawing undue attention." Shattered Stone City is a small border town, renowned for its abundant supply of crushed stone. It is also known by another name, Ice Town, due to its proximity to the frozen plains, which is notorious for its frigid climate. Upon entering the small town, Li Chang felt an inexplicable tension rising within him. Li Chang seized a figure swathed in a heavy fur coat and inquired, "Where's the Pinyin Inn?" The trio moved with remarkable swiftness, almost gliding above the ground. After turning a couple of corners, they indeed spotted a tall pole adorned with a blue canopy, bearing 4 black characters, Pinyin Inn. In a blur, the three had already entered the establishment. The innkeeper, Wang, was behind the counter, warming his hands over a copper hand furnace. Business was slow, and he idly directed the waiter in various tasks, treating it as mere diversion. He contemplated whether to visit Widow Zhao's home for warmth later that evening, and a smile crept across his face as he reveled in his thoughts. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared before him without a sound. Startled, Wang dropped the copper furnace, exclaiming, "What?" He clutched his chest, astonished. "Goodness, a fright can truly be deadly." My heart nearly leapt from my chest. Li Chang extended his hand, steadying the copper furnace mid-air with a gentle wave, ensuring it landed smoothly on the counter without a single ember spilling. He asked, "Innkeeper, has a man and woman been staying here in recent days?" Wang stared blankly at the 2 individuals behind Li Chang, rendered speechless. It dawned on Li Chang that Hua Meinyang and Qin Xiaohuan held an overwhelming allure for ordinary people. For cultivators, achieving beauty was merely a matter of slight adjustments during the nascent soul stage, and given that cultivators defy the heavens, their charisma was magnified significantly. Female cultivators, in particular, were even more captivating. Anxiousness gripped Li Chang's heart as he observed the innkeeper's mesmerized expression, prompting him to bellow, "Enough!" I inadvertently unleashed a bit of my true essence. Wang immediately snapped back to reality, the very structure trembling under Li Chang's commanding voice, dust cascading from the rafters, and eerie creaks echoing through the air. His ears rang with a cacophony as he pleaded, "Young master, please, do not shout. If the house collapses, I would lose my means of livelihood. Bring me your ledger," Li Chang demanded, his unease intensifying, a sense of irritation surging within him. Wang, trembling, fumbled in a daze, reaching for the ledger behind the counter, yet he could not retrieve it. With a grip like iron, Li Chang tore open the counter, discovering the ledger within. Flipping through the initial pages, he found, to his dismay, that the names were absent. A chill and a fiery heat surged within him, his complexion oscillating between shades of blue and red. He had come to regard Zhao Hao and Mei Jingjing as family. They were now the most cherished individuals in his life. Qin Xiaowan could no longer restrain herself and suggested, "Perhaps they have yet to arrive. Should we wait a little longer?" Li Chang fought to suppress his urge to shout, casting a glance at the quaking innkeeper before tossing him a silver ingot. Hua Meinyang remained silent, her curiosity piqued about the person who occupied Li Chang's thoughts so profoundly. She felt an unexpected pang of jealousy towards the individual who had garnered his attention. Li Chang surveyed his surroundings in confusion. His usually astute mind now felt like a muddled mess, unable to form coherent thoughts. He murmured, "What should I do? What should I do?" His thoughts were in disarray. Hua Meinyang gently suggested, "Perhaps this is not the right inn. Could it be that you have made an error in your recollection?" Qin Xiaohuan remarked, "This is highly likely. Do not rush, continue searching." The stone fragment city seemed to awaken, as everyone heard this loud exclamation and hurriedly stepped outside to discern the commotion. Hua Meinyang, sensing trouble, was aware that the current heavenly court was teeming with cultivators. Li Chang's reckless shouting could easily provoke conflict. Yet, she found herself admiring such audacity, indifferent to the potential consequences. Not far from the city, a long howl pierced the air, laden with a sense of challenge. Li Chang, filled with agitation, was incited to fury by that howl and let out a thunderous roar, unwilling to be outdone. A flash of white light revealed a young man before the trio. Clad in vibrant red battle armor, with piercing eyes that exuded authority and a ribbon tied atop his head, he bore a provocative expression. gripping a black short staff with a red orb atop it, an enigmatic weapon indeed. He paused for a moment, taken aback to see 3 cultivators in the sky. And upon recognizing Hua Meinyang, a look of surprise crossed his face as he said, "It is an honor to see Senior Hua here. I did not mean to intrude." Internally, he mused, how strange. Hua Meinyang usually travels alone. Why is she accompanied this time? What misfortune? They may indulge in their raucous behavior. But what compelled me to join this spectacle? Hua Meinyang, with a smirk that danced between amusement and reproach, replied, it is Qin Bantong. What brings you here? Are your hands itching again? Last time, during the clash with the Poison Curse sect, if I hadn't assisted you with a love blossom, would you still be so boisterous now? Be wary of incurring your master's wrath with your incessant troublemaking. Qin Bantong was filled with regret, though he mustered a thank you, his heart brimming with indignation, thinking, you are the true harbinger of trouble. Who can rival you in stirring up conflict? Your reputation in the cultivation world is legendary. He understood that once Hua Meinyang decided to be unreasonable, she could be indiscriminate, thus he adopted an even more deferential attitude. Li Chang, noticing Hua Meinyang's familiarity with him, found his anger redirected, leaving him feeling even more distressed. Qin Bantong bowed, saying, if Senior Hua has no further matters, I shall take my leave. He wished to escape, but Hua Meinyang would not let him go easily, teasing, do not rush, do not rush. You arrived here with such bravado, and now you wish to flee before finishing your sentences? Do you think you can amuse your elder sister like that? Li Chang interjected. Pardon me, Brother Qin, have you seen a man and a woman? The girl was holding a long white whip. Qin Bantong shook his head. I have not seen them. However, a group from Qianjiexing recently headed towards the frozen plains. I wonder if it has any connection to the individuals you seek? Satisfied with Li Chang addressing him as brother, he remained oblivious to the fact that Li Chang habitually addressed others this way. Qin Xiaohuan suggested, shall we investigate? It is possible they are indeed connected. Hua Meinyang contemplated, what purpose would the Qianjiexing individuals have in the frozen plains? They must be aware that the cold energy above renders flight impossible. Where could they possibly go on foot? Li Chang sighed, utterly befuddled. Qin Bantong clapped his hands, exclaiming, by the way, there are also Feng Zhihao and Enlang. I am unfamiliar with the others. Li Chang's heart raced. Was Enlang not the sworn enemy of the Mei family? He quickly inquired, could it be Enlang for certain? Everyone is perplexed as to why Li Chang shows interest in Enlang. Qin Bantong nodded and said, I won't be mistaken. Hua Meinyang, having her own plans, declared, all right, let's go together. Qin Bantong also decided to join, remarking, aren't you always looking for a fight? Following sister, there will be plenty of opportunities to brawl. Qin Xiaohuan secretly shook her head, thinking how Hua Meinyang was indeed addicted to trouble. Even before anything had transpired, she was already prepared for a confrontation. Li Chang felt quite astonished, never expecting Hua Meinyang to assist him in such a manner. Realizing his own inadequacies, he acknowledged that with their help, his chances of success had greatly increased and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Without hesitation, Qin Bantong agreed, as he relished the thrill of combat and treasure hunting. Eagerly, Li Chang soared towards the ice plains, only to be called back by Hua Meinyang, who shouted, you can't fly, come down. Li Chang, moving with incredible speed, plunged into the icy winds, which immediately forced him downward. With a thud, he found himself bewildered, asking, what just happened? Why am I falling? His confused expression elicited amusement from the 3 companions. Qin Xiaohuan stifled her laughter and explained, young Master Li, you cannot fly in the ice plains. The icy winds will not allow it. You must wear your battle armor when entering, as the ice plains are perilous. Once everyone donned their battle armor, Qin Bantong remarked with surprise, Brother Li's armor is quite peculiar. It resembles the Lanyan battle armor. Qin Xiaohuan, too, had been curious about Li Chang's armor and could not help but inquire, Lanyan battle armor? What makes it special? The Lanyan battle armor is a legend, said to contain the essence of heavenly water. The method of its forging has long been lost. One wonders where Brother Li obtained it. Not only was Qin Xiaohuan intrigued, but so was Hua Meinyang, who asked, how come I am unaware? What is so special about this armor? Li Chang suggested, let us discuss this while we walk. He thought to himself, I am not even entirely clear on the capabilities of the Lanyan battle armor. It seems Mo Huayuan did not mention any special functions in the Jade Tome he provided. Understanding Li Chang's anxiousness, everyone promptly moved towards the ice plains. Qin Bantong continued, I have read records indicating that the greatest feature of the Lanyan battle armor is its ability to execute an ultimate defense move called Heavenly Soul Fragmentation, which can save its wearer from any great danger at least once. However, I have never seen it myself, so I cannot attest to its authenticity. Nonsense. I dare say you are merely fantasizing about the armor, fabricating tales, Hua Mingyang scoffed, laughing at his claims. Qin Bantong muttered in protest, feeling wronged. With a sharp glare, Hua Mingyang said, "What did you say? Speak louder. I can't hear you." Qin Bantong jumped aside, repeatedly insisting, "Nothing. I said nothing at all." His innocent demeanor caused both Li Chang and Qin Xiaowan to chuckle. The tension in the air was considerably alleviated as Li Chang inquired, "Brother Qin, which direction did that group from Qianjiexing head towards?" "It seemed to be heading northwest." Came the reply. "The ice plains is a peculiar place, characterized by its undulating terrain, immense ice layers, and fissures, enduring a frigid climate year-round, with chilling winds that strike like blades. Should an ordinary person venture into this frigid realm, they would quickly succumb to the cold, becoming as immobile as an icicle. Even cultivators, lacking the protection of their battle armor, would find it unbearable in such bitter temperatures. The four donned their armor, which emanated a gentle radiance to ward off the chill. The most comforting glow emanated from Qin Bantong's armor, shimmering with a vibrant red. Hua Mingyang's armor was the most exquisite, adorned with the delicate hues of pink cherry blossoms, enveloped in a mystical haze. Qin Xiaowan wore a simple white armor, its silvery sheen accentuating her ethereal beauty, rendering her almost otherworldly. Li Chang's Lanyan battle armor was distinct, its radiant blue light flowing like ocean waves, exuding an air of grace and freedom. Suddenly, a chilling howl echoed from the distance, causing Hua Mingyang's expression to shift dramatically as she shouted, "Channel your energy, the icy tempest is descending from above." They clasped hands, and she urged, "Quickly, unleash the cloud barrier." Grasping Qin Bantong's armor collar with her left hand and Li Chang's arm with her right, Hua Mingyang exclaimed in a state of near frenzy, "You two rascals, stay still, and hold on to my sister." Qin Bantong found Hua Mingyang's reaction overly dramatic. What was so fearsome about the icy tempest? Moreover, being gripped by her like a chick felt rather humiliating. Li Chang, though oblivious to the specifics, sensed her anxiety. Anything capable of unsettling her must indeed be formidable. He obediently grasped Qin Xiaowan's hand, her cheeks flushing as she raised her hand to cast the cloud barrier. The sharp, piercing howl grew ever closer, the sky darkening ominously as the ground trembled beneath them, shards of ice the size of fists swirling ominously in the air, producing an eerie cacophony. A formidable pressure descended, forcing nearly everything to the ground with a cacophony of sounds. Suddenly, silence enveloped them. A profound unease gripped their hearts as Hua Mingyang and Li Chang simultaneously shouted, "Be cautious." With a thunderous crash, the unseen icy tempest struck. The raised ice slab nearby shattered as if struck by a colossal hammer, exploding into fragments like paper. After a brief pause, a torrent surged towards them, the swirling snow and countless ice shards hurtling through the air like arrows, causing Qin Bantong's complexion to pale. The resounding roar reminded Li Chang of an avalanche. Everyone crouched down, he urged, understanding that their upright stance presented too much resistance. Crouching would mitigate some of the force. Hua Mingyang echoed, "Channel your energy and brace yourselves against the ground." In that fleeting moment, the icy tempest arrived. In an instant, their armors radiated blinding light. Qin Xiaowan let out a soft groan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Hua Mingyang, alarmed, commanded, "Sister, quickly retract the cloud barrier. I will hold the front." The sheer force was overwhelming, beyond human endurance. This single impact inflicted considerable internal injury upon Qin Xiaowan. The force stood like the tip of a colossal arrow, cleaving through the icy tempest, which parted to either side, carving deep gorges into the hard ice beneath them. In no time, Hua Mingyang could no longer hold her ground. Sensing the impending danger, Li Chang pulled her back with all his strength, shouting, "I will take the lead. Brother Qin, prepare yourself." Standing at the position marked by the arrow, Li Chang finally comprehended the immense struggle he faced. The force and pressure were utterly boundless, akin to a formidable master launching an attack against him. In that fleeting moment, Li Chang felt a surge of fervor, the overwhelming weight making it difficult for him to breathe. He swiftly immersed his consciousness into his primordial infant, desperately urging it to withstand the onslaught. While the Shadow Dream armor began to exert its influence, temporarily staving off the impact. To the astonishment of the other three, Li Chang managed to endure such an intense cold wave. They were unaware that Li Chang possessed 3 layers of armor. He continuously channeled his true essence into the Lan Yun battle armor, causing the energy within to swirl rapidly. Due to the purple flame heart absorbing the energy of the heavenly fire, flickers of flames intertwined with the blue light, gradually intensifying until the flames blazed larger, transforming the Lan Yun battle armor into a pale golden hue. Li Chang peculiarly sensed a significant alleviation of pressure. Qin Bantong murmured, "The Lan Yun battle armor can actually evolve on its own. It is truly remarkable." Gradually, the cold wave subsided, and relief washed over everyone. Huang Manyang remarked, "What good fortune! I never expected the young man's battle armor to be so exceptional. It seems we have narrowly escaped disaster." Qin Xiaohuan remained silent, secretly cultivating to regain her strength. The cold wave, swift in its arrival, departed just as rapidly, leaving the four of them gazing silently at the surrounding chaos, each haunted by a sense of foreboding. Li Chang quietly handed over a piece of celestial stone, to which Qin Xiaohuan nodded in gratitude, slowly absorbing its energy. Qin Bantong chuckled, "This is the first time I have encountered such a terrifying cold wave. If it were to strike again, we would be in dire straits." "Shut your mouth. What nonsense are you spouting?" Huang Manyang retorted sharply. Qin Bantong offered a wry smile. As the wind swirled past, a distant rumbling sound echoed ominously. The expressions of the four shifted dramatically. Huang Manyang spoke to herself. "How strange. Why are there so many cold waves descending?" Li Chang proposed, "Could we not use the earth movement technique to evade the impact of the cold waves?" Huang Manyang sighed, "That won't do. The ground is entirely composed of ice layers and fissures. If we were to proceed in that manner, our speed would be excessively slow. When the cold wave approaches, we can dive underground, and once it passes, we can emerge. Wouldn't that be far better than enduring it head-on?" Qin Xiaohuan interjected, "It is simply that I do not know the earth movement technique, which is why I did not suggest this approach." Qin Bantong added, "I am also unfamiliar with the earth movement technique. Regrettably, I did not bring any related treasures on this outing." Li Chang's mind raced swiftly, and he promptly suggested, "Let us dig a deep pit to take refuge." This idea was immediately embraced by all. Qin Bantong volunteered, "I shall go first." Busy showcasing his prowess, he raised the black short staff in his hand, and a red orb at its tip shot forth a beam of white light, which penetrated the icy ground. Moments later, Qin Bantong bellowed, "Open." A series of thunderous booms resonated from deep beneath the earth, followed by a surge of murky water erupting forth, steaming and shrouded in mist. Caught off guard, the mud drenched the four of them from head to toe. Huang Manyang erupted in expletives, "You little brat. Your great aunt does not wish to take a mud bath. Clumsy fool. You. I could just strangle you." Li Chang had witnessed Huang Manyang's outburst on Mars before, and this time he found it utterly amusing rather than distasteful. Qin Bantong, overwhelmed, begged for mercy while the four exchanged glances, their previous allure and charm momentarily overshadowed. A soft chuckle escaped from an unknown source, triggering a ripple of laughter among them. As if their laughter had been ignited simultaneously. Almost in unison, they channeled their energy to shake off the mud and water clinging to their bodies, restoring their appearances. The rumbling grew louder, intermingled with strange sounds. Li Chang suddenly recalled Zhao Hao's words from the royal palace and sighed wryly. "It seems we have hit the jackpot again." Qin Xiaohuan inquired, "What do you mean?" "The Cha-Cha ice monster," Huang Manyang confirmed. "Indeed, it is the Cha-Cha ice monster, not just one but a whole group." The Cha-Cha ice was a peculiar beast native to the frozen plains, known for its ability to absorb cold energy and unleash icy blasts that could wreak havoc from above. The approaching sound of rushing water intensified, and debris danced on the ground around them. Hesitating slightly, Huang Manyang remarked, "It would be quite difficult to confront them head-on." Li Chang interjected, "If we cannot fight them, then we must flee. What are we waiting for?" For him, evading was a natural response, as staying put would be sheer folly. It seemed everyone exhaled in relief as Li Chang shouted, "Run." He surged forward, with the others following closely behind in unison. Glancing back at his companions, Li Chang found the situation amusing and laughed heartily. "Let us race to see who can run the fastest. Ha ha." Huang Manyang found the humor infectious. Being with them rejuvenated her spirit. She teased, "Whoever comes in last will have to face the monster." Grabbing Qin Xiaohuan, she swiftly surpassed Li Chang, her strength evident among the four. Qin Bantong exclaimed, "That is unfair. I just started running." Laughter erupted, and Huang Manyang chided, "Young man, who told you to play the hero?" On the wide expanse of the frozen plains, a peculiar scene unfolded. For small dark figures shot forth like arrows, leaving a long trail of white mist behind them, pursued by a multitude of monsters, their forms concealed within the swirling ice fog. pressing ominously towards the quartet. Li Chang and Qin Bantong ran fervently, oblivious to her words. Qin Xiaohuan, being pulled along effortlessly by Huang Meinyang, remarked, "This is the first time I've heard of such a monster. I wonder why at 1T let us go." She glanced around, intrigued. As Li Chang ran, he pondered, "At this pace, we 1T shake off the monsters. Damn it, let us try shooting a few golden eagles." He called out, "Everyone, let us attack backward together before we run. When I say 3, we all release." Qin Bantong, already impatient, exclaimed joyfully, "All right, brother, I'm ready. 1, 2, 3, fire." Qin Bantong shot 5 glowing white projectiles backward, which expanded rapidly as they soared toward the monsters. Qin Xiaohuan retrieved a stringless black longbow from her storage belt, prompting Qin Bantong to exclaim in surprise, "The black flame bow?" As the bowstring was drawn, the youthful Xiaohuan chuckled, "I have embarrassed myself." Although the bowstring was invisible, the resounding twang echoed like thunder, each sound releasing a shadow that shot forth, unleashing 16 arrows in swift succession. She panted slightly. "I can only unleash 16 arrows at a time. Any more is beyond my capability." Li Chang released 10 golden eagles, their forms enveloped in violet flames, soaring towards the monstrous creature. 17 exquisite blossoms danced gracefully, hovering between the 4 companions and the beast. As the flowers unfurled, their petals fluttered, resembling a wall of blooms that stood magnificently in the muted world. "Ha! Continue your flight." A colossal cloud of dust erupted, mingling with shattered fragments that soared into the sky. The cacophonous sounds filled the air, the explosive crackle of petals adding to the chaos, momentarily disorienting the beast. The 4 slowed their pace, and Li Chang remarked, "These monsters are in for a rough time. We must not pause. We need to widen the distance for our safety. Move swiftly." Indeed, the beast's momentary confusion subsided, and it erupted with renewed fury. This time, the onslaught was even more formidable, as several icy orbs were launched. Initially, a few small white spheres flew towards them, only to be shot down by Qin Bantong's artifact, followed by a relentless barrage of icy orbs of varying sizes raining down upon them. "Retribution!" Li Chang cried out in desperation. Huang Meinyang swiftly conjured 2 walls of flowers and commanded, "Quickly seek shelter in the ice crevice." With keen eyes, Qin Bantong pointed out, "There's a large crack to the left. Hurry." She dashed ahead. The 4 hastened to the edge of the crevice, but the 2 floral barriers they had conjured were swiftly obliterated, leaving them vulnerable as the icy orbs continued their relentless pursuit, instilling a chilling dread. The ice crevice was, in fact, a profound fissure. As they descended, Li Chang soared ahead within the crack, urging, "Follow me." The others, quick-witted, immediately trailed behind. The icy orbs plunged into the crevice, losing control and detonating, causing a massive collapse where the 4 had just entered. The explosive force spread along the fissure, and more terrifyingly, it triggered the icy wrath above. "We must find a place to hide. The icy barrage is upon us," Huang Meinyang exclaimed, striking the edge of the crevice with her palm, causing large chunks of ice to fall and mitigate the force surging through the fissure. Li Chang cheered, "Up ahead. We can turn. Everyone hurry." He understood that once they could navigate the bend, they would be safe. The sky darkened once more, and within the crevice, an oppressive gloom settled, suffocating in its intensity. The 4 sensed the mounting pressure from above, their speed of flight noticeably diminishing. As they entered the bend, the tremendous force surged past them, resonating like rolling thunder. The impact that had invaded the curve no longer posed a threat to the 4, who landed on the ground, patiently awaiting the descent of the icy onslaught. "Everyone, look." Qin Bantong pointed to the sky above the crevice. A radiant red light emitted from a large defensive array. And before she could finish her sentence, a deafening explosion interrupted her. The earth trembled violently, prompting the 4 to instinctively levitate, activating their armor to maintain stability amidst the tremors. Qin Xiaohuan released a veil of white clouds, while Li Chang bestowed protective jade talismans upon each individual. The ice gorge trembled, with countless shards of ice cascading from the sky, as if countless war drums reverberated throughout the heavens, darkening the world further. Li Chang felt an overwhelming dread, akin to the arrival of the apocalypse. Qin Xiaohuan quietly nestled into Huang Meinyang's embrace, while Qin Bantong muttered curses under his breath. Through the falling debris, a crimson light flickered intermittently in the air, with everyone oblivious to who was also resisting the biting cold. Fortunately, they had sought refuge in the ice gorge, narrowly escaping catastrophe. Li Chang pondered how, after being relentlessly pursued by this ice beast, he still had no idea of its true appearance. Alas, in such a perilous place, if Zhao Hao and Mei Jingjing were to enter, who could fathom how they would cope? It was no wonder Zhao Hao had reacted so anxiously upon hearing about the frozen plains. Suddenly, a jarring, grating noise erupted from one side of the ice gorge. Qin Bantong, ever vigilant, shouted, "Not good. Run. It's going to collapse." With the immense pressure, it was too late to take flight. Li Chang cursed, "Damn it," and swiftly channeled his vital energy to strike upward with the colossal icy palm. The others immediately understood his intent and joined the ascent, hoping to shatter the descending ice blocks. The massive ice chunks collided with the icy palm, but infuriatingly, only a gaping hole was created. Yet, Hua Mainyang's flower proved formidable. A fist-sized blossom erupted within that hole, ultimately shattering the giant ice before it could crash down upon them. Thus, they were still buried beneath the remnants. Fortunately, the defensive treasures of the cultivators were effective. The four stood unscathed amidst the debris, as if enclosed within a dome of ice blocks, though their faces reflected exhaustion. After a considerable time, Qin Bantong, growing impatient, remarked, "Let us go check outside. The cold should have passed. I can hardly breathe." With a resounding crash, 4 figures shot from the ice pile into the air. Qin Xiaohuan exclaimed joyfully, "Wonderful. We're all safe." The earth lay in tranquil silence. If not for the scattered ice pits, it would seem as though nothing had transpired. Gazing at the misty sky, a sense of relief washed over them. Li Chang suddenly recalled the earlier crimson light and inquired, "Brother Qin, from which direction did that red light emanate?" "Look." Qin Bantong pointed into the distance. At the base of a far-off mountain, a thick plume of smoke billowed upwards. With intermittent flashes of light, unmistakably the glow of a treasure exploding, accompanied by faint echoes of the ice beast sounds carried by the wind. Who could it be that could withstand such a multitude of monsters' assaults? Hua Mainyang mused in bewilderment. "Sister Hua, should we go investigate?" Qin Bantong declared eagerly, "Of course. Let those monsters experience my might." However, Li Chang preferred caution and advised, "Let us proceed carefully, approaching from the side to avoid alarming the beasts." Hua Mainyang nodded, "Yes. Being cautious is wise. You impudent boy, must you always seek the spotlight? Can't you think for once?" Qin Bantong, genuinely intimidated by her, forced a smile and replied, "The younger generation understands." He thought to himself, "I swear, from now on, whenever I encounter you, I'll flee as far as possible to avoid your wrath." A group of individuals curved around, arriving at the snowy mountain, racing along the ridge towards the site of the battle. To their astonishment, they beheld a dazzling red-glowing defensive formation repelling the onslaught of the Cha-Cha ice beasts. From the ridge, a figure leaped and darted gracefully through the throng of monsters. Qin Bantong exclaimed in surprise, "This person is terrifying. Look, he isn't even wearing armor, yet moves effortlessly among the beasts. Who is he? How can he be so formidable?" "It is my elder brother, Ho Pijing. Haha, I am overjoyed." Li Chang danced with joy, thinking, "What wonderful news. My brother is still at Heaven's Star. He hasn't left." Hua Mainyang, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? You know Elder Ho? I can't understand how you came to know him." "Dear Sister Hua, who is Elder Ho? And why do you refer to him as such?" "He is a renowned elder in the realm of cultivation, known for his eccentric temperament and unfathomable skills." Hua Mainyang regarded Li Chang with a look akin to that reserved for a monster. Li Chang, disregarding the need for explanation, let out a long howl and spiraled down the steep cliff. "We should descend too. With Elder Ho present, everything will be fine." Halfway down the mountain, Li Chang spotted several figures within the formation, and his heart swelled with indescribable joy. The individuals inside the formation, startled by his howl, looked up and erupted in excitement, shouting, "Master! Haha, my master has arrived." A sweet voice called out, "Brother! Brother! I'm here, hurry!" The tone was choked with emotion. It was Zhao Hao and Mei Jingjing, accompanied by 3 others whom Li Chang did not recognize but presumed were friends. "Zhao Hao, little sister, I finally found you," he declared, his voice brimming with relief and joy. "Brother, I am here to assist you." "Haha, little brother, go meet your sister disciple first." "Ah, is that you? Little Demonis? Am I seeing things today? How is it that you are with my brother?" Hua Mainyang giggled, "Old man, if someone as peculiar as you can be friends with him, why can't I?" She truly was a little Demonis, unafraid of anyone. Surrounding the defensive formation were over 20 beasts, and this time, Li Chang clearly discerned the appearance of the Cha-Cha ice. The Cha-Cha ice beasts floated above the ground, exuding gusts of air from their bellies as they moved, producing a distinctive sound. Their forms were peculiar, with flat heads and a single eye gleaming with silver light. Their bodies also flat, shrouded in a mist. With Ho Pijing present, Li Chang's courage surged, and he charged into the throng of monsters. Immediately, several beasts lunged at him. With a single punch, one beast was smashed to the ground, letting out peculiar sounds as it floated back up, its icy mist enveloping Li Chang. The frigid mist, imbued with an unimaginable coldness, slowed his movements as it enveloped him. The faint golden glow of his armor flashed brilliantly, and Li Chang felt as though he was ablaze, instantly radiating an intense heat, as purple flames were forced out by the biting cold. As the ice creature, Cha Bing, rushed towards Li Chang in a panic, it stumbled backward, only to be met by the oncoming beast that he had struck. Caught off guard, Li Chang was knocked back into an embrace by Cha Bing. "Be careful, brother," shouted Ho Pijing, who swiftly kicked one of the Cha Bings away. With a grace akin to a soaring bird, he aimed to seize Li Chang. But an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Like an ordinary person suddenly cradling a massive block of ice, the sudden shock triggered Zi Yanxin to unleash the heavenly fire. The Lan Yun battle armor shimmered with golden brilliance, transforming Li Chang into a figure resembling an enraged celestial deity. The surging heavenly flames roared forth, while the Cha Bing frantically clamored, desperately attempting to escape Li Chang's grasp, resembling a terrifying furnace. "Aha, too late. I shall scorch you." With a hiss, a torrent of steam erupted, and the Cha Bing, akin to a snowman confronting flames, began to melt away. In the blink of an eye, the unfortunate creature vanished without a trace. The other beasts, seemingly terrified of the heavenly fire, cowered under Ho Pijing's might and, after a moment's hesitation, turned tail and fled. "My dear brother, it seems you have made tremendous progress in your cultivation in just a few days. What kind of armor is this? It is my first time witnessing such a sight, truly impressive." Ho Pijing clapped his hands and approached Li Chang, affectionately placing a hand on his shoulder. "Brother." Mei Jingjing dashed out from the defensive formation, hugging one of Li Chang's arms, tears glistening in her eyes. Hee. Li Chang could only stand there, grinning foolishly. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhao Hao observed silently from the side, rubbing his hands together in satisfaction. Qin Bantong respectfully bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. I am a member of the Qin clan." Qin Xiaohuan also stepped forward to pay her respects, stating, "I greet the honorable uncle. My master is Hong Jingyu." In high spirits, Ho Pijing remarked, all right, rise. I do not appreciate kneeling upon our first meeting." "Oh, little demon girl. Why do you not pay your respects to me?" "Not a chance. At most, I shall call you old man, and nothing more." Huan Meinyong giggled in refusal. Ho Pijing laughed heartily, exclaiming, Very well. I quite admire your free-spiritedness, little demon girl." Haha. The group exchanged introductions and pleasantries. The three newcomers donned dark green battle armor, with the leader named Guanxi, a robust figure sporting a cherubic face that exuded approachability. Beside him stood Zhongming and Wang Yongnian. Zhongming, small in stature yet sharp-featured, had a peculiar creature perched on his shoulder resembling a frog, albeit in a fiery red hue, emanating wisps of flame. Its crimson eyes darted about. Noticing Li Chang and the others, he smiled and explained, "This is a fire spirit. It is quite a valuable companion in the frozen plains." Zhongming, filled with curiosity, expressed his bewilderment, saying, "Strange, since I tamed this fire spirit, I have never seen it take a liking to anyone. Yet, it willingly leaped towards young Master Li, truly perplexing." He pondered, the fire spirit's temperature is exceptionally high, and typical cultivators cannot withstand it. This Li Chang is quite extraordinary. He remains unfazed, leaving me utterly mystified regarding the depth of his cultivation. Indeed, Zhongming overestimated Li Chang, primarily because Li Chang's foundation lies in the fiery essence of the Xian heart, further enhanced by his subsequent absorption of heavenly fire at the Star Palace, rendering him immensely attractive to the fire spirit, which is also a quintessence of fire. Zhongming glanced at his beloved niece, offering a wry smile. Alas, this little one has chosen its master. Very well, if young Master Li is destined to be connected with it, I shall bestow it upon you. This fire spirit is quite perceptive. Treat it well as a token of our first acquaintance." As he spoke, he handed Li Chang a small jadeite slip, saying, "This is for you. It contains instructions on how to utilize the fire spirit. Do have a look." Ho Pijing, observing from the side, snatched it up, scrutinizing it closely, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, how could this be that treasure? Young Zong, you've struck gold. He then passed the artifact over. What kind of treasure is this? Zong Ming, reassured by Ho Pijing's endorsement, accepted it without hesitation. Qin Bantong, as expected of someone from a prestigious lineage, was well-versed and remarked, this appears to be the Bixihio. A cloaking artifact. Li Chong nodded in appreciation. Indeed, Brother Qin is remarkable. It is indeed the Bixihio, though Brother Zong will need to refine it anew for proper use. Qin Bantong, flattered by Li Chang's praise, beamed with pride. Brother, what about mine? Mei Jingjing playfully tugged at Li Chang, while Qin Shaowan, though silent, gazed at him, as did Zhao Hao and others, all falling into a momentary hush. Ho Pijing chuckled, As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. His delight was palpable. Everyone shall receive something, except for Brother Ho. Each of you will get a treasure. Li Chang, displaying great generosity, had received numerous artifacts from Mo Huayuan, and now regarded material possessions with indifference. Mei Jingjing received a 5-colored battle armor and a golden step jade. Zhao Hao obtained a black battle armor, and Qin Shaowan was gifted a petal feather bracelet. Qin Bantong was the most elated, having acquired a pair of fishmouth clasps, knowing they were legendary refining tools of immense value. In the end, even Ho Pijing's envy surfaced as he lamented, Alas, I have been shortchanged. How was I to know this young man would produce only top-tier treasures? I want some too. He displayed an unbecoming demeanor. Li Chang replied, I have something special for you prepared in advance. How could I dare to withhold it from you? He handed Ho Pijing a small black orb. In truth, Ho Pijing was jesting, for the significance of the treasure was inconsequential to him. Brother, I am genuinely happy, no need for gifts. But upon catching sight of the item in Li Chang's hand, he exclaimed in astonishment, Jimmy Dan. Wow, it's the Jimmy Dan. The elder was nearly beside himself with joy. Mei Jingjing, curious, inquired, What is the Jimmy Dan? Wow, you little rascal, hand it over to me. Aye. Brother, my dear brother. Observing Ho Pijing's exaggerated reaction, Mei Jingjing and Zhao Hao were unfazed, accustomed to such antics, but Huamei and the others were taken aback, never expecting Li Chang to play such a prank. Although Ho Pijing was a solitary figure in the cultivation world, his status remained remarkably elevated. Mei Jingjing, eager to join in the conversation, chuckled, What a treasure this Jimmy Dan is. Even Senior Ho is so fond of it. Oh well, brother. Just look at how pitiful he is. You should give it to him. Ho Pijing, hearing this, jumped up and exclaimed, Hey little girl, are you defending me or mocking me? I've spoiled you for nothing. After a moment's hesitation, he relented. All right, since my little sister is also speaking for you, I shall give it to you. Grasping the Jimmy Dan, he examined it closely and was overjoyed, performing several ecstatic somersaults, laughing heartily. The crowd was filled with curiosity about the true nature of this Jimmy Dan, and even Qin Bantong found himself at a loss for words. Li Chang remarked, I know only that the Jimmy Dan is used for transcending tribulations, but I'm not quite sure how to utilize it. I thought of giving it to him since my brother is nearing that stage, though I'm uncertain of its efficacy. Brother, he continued, I truly wonder where you obtained such treasures. Let me tell you, the Jimmy Dan is the foremost elixir for transcending tribulations. With this treasure, one could receive the assistance equivalent to 2 powerful cultivators during the tribulation stage. What do you think such an item means for me? Ho Pijing, known for his eccentric temperament, had always been reluctant to seek help from other cultivators, making the thought of transcending tribulations a persistent worry for him. With the Jimmy Dan in hand, his chances of success had significantly increased, hence his exhilaration. Li Chang felt a surge of joy knowing he could assist Ho Pijing and thought to himself, I have 3 more pills. I shall present one to Brother Fu as well, bringing him delight. His anticipation for meeting Fu Shan grew even greater. Guan Qi inquired, Young Masterly, we have 5 guardians with us, and 2 others went to the Pingan Inn to await your arrival. Have you seen them? Li Chang replied, I have not seen them. Thinking, if only I could encounter them, I wouldn't be so anxious. Hua Mingyang interjected with a smile. The little brother frightened the innkeeper at the Pingan Inn in Shuesher City while searching for you. He leaped into the air, shouting in a frenzy, causing Qin Xiaozai to think a demon was upon us, ready to fight. Qin Bantong's face turned crimson as he mumbled, Who knew you were here? The group continued deeper into the snowy mountains. Due to their large number, even Ho Pijing was unable to teleport and had to fly closely along the terrain. Mei Jingjing, being led by Hua Mingyang, was the only one who could not fly. The 3 young ladies quickly warmed to each other, chattering incessantly and erupting into fits of girlish laughter. Li Chang asked Zhao Hao about the situation after parting ways in the mysterious forest. Zhao Hao sighed. Meigu is upset with me for pulling her away and has been sulking the entire way, constantly provoking trouble. My disciple even got into a few fights because of her, he said, a look of helplessness on his face. With keen ears, Mei Jingjing, who had been listening closely, called out, "You mustn't speak ill of me, do you hear? No bad words." Hua Mingyang tightened her embrace around Mei Jingjing's waist and whispered playfully in her ear, "Little sister, do you have a crush on your brother? Would you like Sister Hua to assist you?" Mei Jingjing felt her cheeks burn and her heart race like a war drum. Hua Mingyang's gentle teasing had revealed her feelings, leaving her utterly flustered. All she could do was pout. "Sister Hua, you're mocking me too." The voice was both enchanting and alluring. And the bashful demeanor left Hua Mingyang momentarily stunned as she exclaimed, "Oh, sister, you are truly beautiful. My heart aches just to behold you." Qin Xiaohuan. Oblivious to their conversation, idly played with the feathered bracelet, having already ascertained its usage. Once cultivated, it could be activated. This treasure served a defensive purpose. Yet she found herself utterly perplexed by the enigma that was Li Chang. The casual gifts he presented, which could serve as treasures for the various cultivation sects, were given with such nonchalance, devoid of any trace of reluctance, leaving her unable to comprehend his true nature. Zhao Hao chuckled, "Indeed, had it not been for our master uncle's arrival, we would have found ourselves in dire straits. The adversaries had already summoned formidable cultivators, but upon witnessing our master uncle, they were frightened away." Ho Pijing's expression turned grave as others gathered curiously around. Hua Mingyang queried, "Wasn't this incited by the experts from Qianjiexing plundering the yuaning of cultivators?" Li Chang expressed his skepticism. "I have my doubts, if that were the case. They should not have come to Tianjingxing, as there seemed to be few cultivators here, rendering such a grand display unnecessary." This suspicion had lingered in his mind. For Li Chang had been a merchant in his homeland, always questioning any information and reluctant to draw conclusions without thorough analysis, a habit deeply ingrained in him. Ho Pijing regarded him with admiration, stating, "You are truly exceptional. This matter pertains to you. Your actions in the former Song Kingdom have disrupted the plans of the Li Tang Kingdom, which inadvertently reveal the true objectives behind their scheme. This incident is directly linked to Qianjiexing and, initially, was to proceed smoothly, but now has entangled many cultivation sections." Qin Bantong, considering himself a connoisseur of all matters, inquired with curiosity, "What plans and objectives are these?" "It concerns a desolate mountain located on the border of the former Song Kingdom. According to the plan, the Li Tang Kingdom should have acquired it, but your little brother disrupted it, prompting everyone to uncover their true intentions for the mountain." Ho Pijing expressed his gratitude. "I truly didn't expect that this mountain harbors something that all cultivation sects dare not even dream of obtaining." Li Chang and the others were filled with intrigue, wondering what could possess such a lure. Mei Jingjing exclaimed, "Senior Ho, quickly tell us what it is." "The wrath of the deity. Having roamed the world for many years." Hua Mingyang gasped in astonishment. "The wrath of the deity? My heavens, how could it be this artifact? It is said to be the sole treasure left in the mortal realm by the god of wrath, possessing it. No wonder." Her face paled in shock. Guan Qi interjected, "Rest assured, young Master Qin, I will handle this matter." A flash of red light appeared as a small red jade plaque materialized in Ho Pijing's hand. The group fell silent, racing along the snow-covered mountains. After a time that felt akin to a meal, Guan Qi urged, "We are almost there. Let us quicken our pace." Hua Mingyang was the first to sense the shift, calling out, "Everyone, prepare your treasures. It seems a fierce battle is imminent." Li Chang also heard the distant echoes of explosions, prompting everyone to ready themselves. Suddenly, a shadow streaked toward them at great speed. Mei Jingjing exclaimed, "He is onlaying. Stop him." Qin Bantong, quick on his feet, launched his short staff, sending forth a beam of white light. Qin Xiaohuan immediately ascended, soaring to an elevation of approximately 3 zhang, drawing her black flame bow, poised yet refraining from releasing an arrow. Onlang, caught off guard, had never anticipated such skilled adversaries awaiting him after his arduous escape. He was utterly terrified, his soul seemingly escaping him, as he hastily deployed his finest defensive artifact, the azure silk scarf, enveloping him in a shroud of azure light. The white beam from Qin Bantong first made contact, and the azure glow flickered, effortlessly dissipating the attack. With a sharp cry, the golden eagle soared, striking repeatedly, forcing Onlang to recoil with a pain scream as the azure scarf dimmed. Just then, an explosive talisman flew beneath him, detonating with a resounding crash. The defense of the azure silk scarf proved commendable, remaining intact. Yet Onlang was like a bluebird propelled into the sky by the blast. Unfortunately, he found himself in the snowy mountains of the icebound plains, where the chilling winds swirled menacingly. He plummeted back to earth almost instantaneously. Poor Onling barely caught a glimpse of his assailants before the next wave of attacks descended upon him. The bowstring of the black flame bow reverberated through the air, as 6 shadowy figures shot directly towards Onlang's descent. In despair, he noticed a large cloud of pink smoke awaiting his arrival, inwardly lamenting, "My life is forfeit." A flash of yellow light revealed a towering figure clad in golden armor, who seized Onlang mid-fall. As they landed, the man unfurled his other hand like a peacock spreading its feathers, releasing a cascade of golden light that surged forth with a powerful force, stirring up clouds of dust. Hua Meinyang grinned wickedly, declaring, "Oh, quite impressive. Take this, my flower of affection." However, she unleashed 7 blooms instead. Although none could identify him, they all felt an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from him, prompting a simultaneous reaction to strike. Qin Xiaohuan shot forth 10 arrows, while everyone, including Mei Jingjing, lashed out with their whips. In an instant, the air was filled with shadows of flowers as Li Chang stealthily unleashed his icy palm. The man laughed heartily. "A bunch of youngsters, hardly worth my time to engage." In a flash of yellow light, he vanished, leaving only the remnants of his afterimage, which triggered a cacophony of explosions. Who was he? The battle at Huichun Valley had concluded, with a master like Ho Pijing present. The people of Qianjiexing could hardly have anticipated such prowess, leaving them no choice but to retreat. At the valley's entrance stood several individuals, and Mei Jingjing's eyes brightened as she dashed forward, calling out, "Grandfather, grandfather, you have emerged. Where are my parents?" Her voice trembled with emotion. The man was none other than Mei Yubing, the most formidable expert of the Mei family, clad in a flowing white robe, his complexion reminiscent of an infant, with 5 strands of snowy beard cascading beneath his chin, radiating an aura of extraordinary benevolence. He chuckled warmly. "Ah, my dear Jinger has grown so much. These must be your friends. How remarkable that you have gathered such companions. Your parents have gone to seek out your uncles and are not in the valley." As he praised Mei Jingjing, he added, "Jinger, do introduce your friends to your grandfather." Mei Jingjing eagerly pulled Hua Meinyang forward, saying, "This is my newly acquainted sister, Hua Meinyang." Mei Yubing was taken aback, exclaiming, "The renowned one. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Indeed, it is a truth universally acknowledged that Hua Meinyang's cultivation skills are not of the highest caliber. However, her penchant for causing disturbances certainly earns her a noteworthy place within the realm of cultivation. "Ah, old Master Mei, renowned and illustrious. Does that not sound rather awkward?" Hua Meinyang remarked with a pained expression. She was remarkably thick-skinned, unconcerned by their remarks, and with a playful laugh, she warned, "Old Master Ho, do not come to regret it. If you offend me, the consequences could be dire." Ho Pijing felt a twinge of apprehension towards her. This girl was no ordinary troublemaker. Eager to change the subject, he introduced his brother, saying, "Mei Laudi, allow me to present to you my brother." Pointing to Li Chang, he continued, "This is Li Chang, a brother of Fu Chongbi and also a dear friend of mine. Young brother, do greet our esteemed Mei Laoch." Mei Yobing's face showed clear astonishment, unwilling to overestimate himself. He quickly replied, "Truly, heroes emerge from youth. I, too, am fortunate to bask in the brilliance of these 2 esteemed predecessors. I shall address you as brother, haha." Li Chang respectfully bowed. "I am unworthy of such honor. I shall still call you grandfather, as does my little sister." Mei Jingjing beamed with delight, while Hua Meinyang secretly chuckled, gently squeezing her small hand, causing Mei Jingjing's face to flush crimson. Li Chang added, "Brother, let us keep our interactions separate." Ho Pijing was indifferent, while the seasoned Mei Yubing, observing Mei Jingjing, appeared to gain some insight and laughed heartily. "Very well. I shall take the liberty of calling you a Chong." Qin Bantong and Qin Xiaohuan also stepped forward to pay their respects, introducing themselves. Zhao Hao, overwhelmed with joy, bowed deeply, stating, "Zhao Hao pays his respects to the revered master uncle, with 3 distinct bows." Ho Pijing exclaimed, "Hey, you, lad. Calling me master uncle while referring to my younger brother as master uncle ancestor, what hierarchy is that?" Everyone erupted in laughter, and Zhao Hao found himself in an awkward predicament, unsure of how to respond. Li Chang jokingly interjected, "Brother, do not bully my disciple. He is a sincere person." He understood that Zhao Hao had endured countless hardships in his quest for cultivation and revered the masters of the craft immensely. To Li Chong, Zhao Hao was akin to family. Thus, his embarrassment mirrored his own, and despite knowing Ho Pijing was jesting, he could not refrain from protesting. Guanqi interjected. Old Valley Master, let us invite our guests into the valley for some rest. The group made their way into the valley seamlessly. Upon entering, they immediately felt as though they had stepped into a verdant world, surrounded by a profusion of colorful flora and lush greenery. The air was filled with a delicate floral fragrance, invigorating their spirits, a striking contrast to the icy exterior of the valley. Hua Mingyang, particularly enchanted, embraced Mei Jingjing with a smile, exclaiming, "What a splendid place! Sister, I must enjoy myself here. Do you welcome me, little sister?" Mei Jingjing giggled. How could a little sister not welcome an elder sister who is yet to visit? She cast a glance at Li Chong, who was lost in thought. Li Chong, preoccupied with thoughts of the armored man, could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Brother, there was a formidable figure clad in golden armor earlier. Despite our numbers." He seemed unfazed. Who is he? Ah, the golden armor? That would be one of the 4 overlords of Bai Huang, the battle king Sidu Yong. His prowess is indeed formidable, came the reply. It was not until you startled me with a single blow. Mei Yubing interjected. Ho Pijing, filled with confidence, laughed heartily, declaring, "I am not afraid of that fellow Bai Huang, and his minions are even less worthy of my concern." No one doubted his boastfulness. Indeed, Ho Pijing possessed the strength to utter such words. As they turned a corner, the group was immediately captivated by the breathtaking scenery before them. A vast expanse of exotic peach orchards, in full bloom, showcased vibrant blossoms the size of fists, deep crimson, soft pink, pristine white, and even shades of dark purple and verdant green. A gentle breeze sent the petals cascading to the ground. Hua Mingyang sighed. The peach blossom cottage where I reside cannot compare to such beauty. Mei Jingjing chuckled. How could Lincoln Sect be without peach blossoms? My grandfather has several exquisite immortal peach trees. Those are truly remarkable. Zhong Ming cautioned. Do not be deceived by the beauty of these peach blossoms. Venturing in without guidance could be perilous. Observe the skies above this orchard. Do you not see the 5-colored clouds enveloping it? That is the floral calamity generated by this peach blossom formation. Despite not understanding the urgency, Guanqi still smiled and said, "Young Master Qin, beyond this floral array lies a sanctuary with a sound transmission formation. We shall arrive shortly." Once they traversed the floral formation, the group approached the sanctuary, from which emerged an individual who astonished Li Chong immensely. The person, of a race Li Chong had never encountered, possessed a faint green complexion, a broad forehead, and a blood-red mark in the center, reminiscent of the legendary three-eyed Ma Wanya. He donned a loose, dark green robe, revealing a black chest plate beneath, and a large circular emblem adorned his left shoulder, intricately engraved with peculiar patterns. His dark green hair was braided into countless tiny strands, gathered at the crown of his head. Unlike the others, he appeared quite ordinary, with a well-proportioned stature and a friendly smile. While Li Chang was astonished, the others seemed unfazed. Qin Bantong quietly informed Li Chang, "This individual is likely a cultivator from Tambang Star. Only they possess this green-skinned race." The individual glanced at Qin Bantong and said, "You are correct. I am indeed an envoy from Tambang Star." The group comprehended this connection, and no one anticipated Li Chang's reaction, staring blankly at the bewildered green-skinned envoy. Hua Mingyang, unable to contain herself, let out a giggle, which prompted Ho Pijing to burst into laughter. This laughter immediately lightened the atmosphere, and Mei Yubing remarked, "This is Carbon from Tambang Star, an old friend of mine, who has come to deliver several rare plants not found in the Heavenly Court. I have only just met him after emerging from seclusion." Li Chong, realizing he had made a fool of himself, was nonetheless intrigued, as this marked his first encounter with an unfamiliar race since arriving on this extraterrestrial planet, filling him with excitement. After exchanging pleasantries, the group entered the sanctuary. Once seated, Carbon spoke, "Senior Mei, on this visit, our Green Tribe's leader has specifically requested that you forge a furnace of Liyun Dan for our people. Alas, the kingdom of Bankening, where the Green Tribe resides, may soon be on the brink of war with the Tant country." Ho Pijing expressed his astonishment. "Tambang Star is going to war? Wouldn't that involve your cultivators?" Cabin smiled wryly, stating that it was not just them. The cultivators from other planets would also be embroiled in this, as the scale of the conflict was immense. Mei Yubing, with curiosity, inquired what could be so insurmountable that it warranted such a large-scale war, one that would even involve the realm of cultivation, which typically refrains from meddling in worldly affairs. Caban elucidated that a colossal crystal mine had recently been discovered, an essential source of celestial stones for cultivators, boasting astonishing reserves and exceptional quality. Everyone was aware that the development of Tambang Star heavily relied on these crystal mines. Unfortunately, the mine was situated on the border of two nations, originally a no-man's land, and both nations now claimed ownership of the territory, leading to an increasingly tense situation. Li Chang immediately grasped the significance of the matter. It was akin to the energy crisis on Earth, a war ignited by the struggle for resources, with the involvement of the cultivation realm being driven by the same rationale. He sighed inwardly, recognizing that human nature is inherently greedy, and that self-interest is the root cause of conflict, though he found little interest in the situation. Qin Bantong, restless, received two crucial pieces of news in a single day, leaving him both exhilarated and anxious. He glanced around, his head bobbing like a wave drum. Li Chang quietly inquired, "What's wrong? You seem unsettled. Is something the matter? Where has the guardian gone? I can't seem to see him." Li Chang quickly realized that he needed to locate the communication array. He was equally curious about what this array entailed and whether it would prove as convenient as a telephone on Earth. He beckoned Mei Jingjing and whispered, "Sister, could you take us to the communication array?" Mei Jingjing, eager for an opportunity to be alone with Li Chang, smiled and replied, "Sure, brother, follow me." The trio made their way to the linked and sex communication array. Upon his first sight of the array, Li Chang was taken aback. It was nothing like he had imagined. Constructed from an unknown material, it stood about half a person's height, resembling a bronze drum, supported by 4 sturdy legs, with a smooth surface and swirling mist within. Qin Bantong skillfully retrieved 5 small celestial stones, embedding them into 5 grooves on the side. He then expended a breath of true essence upon it, causing the mist inside to begin swirling vigorously, from which a figure gradually coalesced in white vapor. He inquired, "What is the matter?" Li Chang nearly fainted. This contraption was more impressive than a video phone, transmitting both sound and a 3-dimensional image. After Qin Bantong completed his report, noticing Li Chang's astonishment, he couldn't resist boasting, "This is the apparatus required for long-distance communication. Voyage Star only produces palm-sized communication orbs, like the one Caban just used. While they have similar products on Tambang Star, their transmission range is limited." Li Chang suddenly recognized that Tiangting Star was merely a backward planet. Voyage Star and Tambang Star were likely alternative advanced worlds, possessing technology comparable to that of Earth. He thought to himself that he was about to broaden his horizons. "All right. Young Master Qin, you may go now. We will join you shortly." Mei Jingjing was eager for him to leave and tugged Li Chang towards the back of the residence. The Mei family's alchemy chamber held a prestigious reputation within the cultivation realm, located nearly 100 meters underground. The underground labyrinth was intricate, and as Li Chang stepped inside, a wave of dizziness washed over him. He mused to himself, "It seems that practitioners of the arcane arts here have a penchant for subterranean passages. Last time, it was the Star Palace, and this time it should be referred to as the Pill Cave. Be careful, brother, do not touch this. It is the cold cleansing array, and it could cause quite a bit of trouble. Avoid stepping there, or you might fall in." Li Chang, feeling somewhat awkward, inquired, "Little sister, why are there so many mechanisms and formations here?" Mei Jingjing chuckled lightly, "Brother, if it weren't for these numerous mechanisms and formations, our Mei family's spiritual elixirs would have likely been plundered long ago. We are almost at the entrance. Let us hurry, but we must not use flight." Curious, Li Chang asked, "Why can't we fly? Wouldn't that be quicker? Once we take to the air, we would trigger the most significant formation here, sealing the entire passage. This is a secret of our Mei family, so please do not divulge it to outsiders." Li Chang felt a surge of emotion. Mei Jingjing regarded him as family, which was why she spoke thus. Such a tactic was clever. Any practitioner intending to seize the elixirs would inevitably resort to flying to navigate the passage swiftly, unaware of the hidden mechanisms, thus falling into this trap. Upon arrival, Mei Jingjing instructed, "Brother, wait a moment." Before them loomed a black hole approximately 5 meters square. Mei Jingjing executed a series of hand seals that Li Chang could not decipher. With each gesture, wisps of azure smoke emanated from the black void. After a brief moment, a black stone slab rose from the depths. Sighing in relief, Mei Jingjing declared, "Fortunately, I did not forget. Brother, step onto it." As they stood atop the stone slab, Mei Jingjing performed another hand sign, and with a faint rumble, the slab began to descend slowly. Li Chang's mind was consumed by a singular thought. The material conditions available to practitioners of the arcane arts must surely rival those of Earth, should they choose to pursue such endeavors. Surrounded by swirling mist, blinding flashes of light danced before him. After a moment, the slab halted, and he realized they had arrived. "Little sister, why is it so dark around us?" he asked, perplexed. Mei Jingjing executed her final hand sign, and in an instant, the surroundings illuminated brilliantly. Upon closer inspection, Li Chang marveled. How extraordinary. They found themselves in an octagonal chamber, each wall adorned in a different hue. With a graceful sweep of her arm, Mei Jingjing revealed 8 empty niches on one wall, each containing distinct jade boxes. She smiled and said, "This is the room for storing spiritual elixirs. There are a total of 9 chambers, and one is the alchemy room. Allow me to show you." Li Chang noticed the absence of any visible exits and remarked, "Little sister, there are no doors. Right here." Mei Jingjing approached one wall and astonishingly vanished into it. Li Chang followed closely behind, only to discover that it was an illusionary wall. Suddenly, he heard Mei Jingjing's voice, filled with astonishment. "How did you end up here?" Followed by a pained gasp. Recognizing her cry of distress, Li Chang's heart raced, and he leaped forward with determination. Inside the alchemy room stood 3 individuals, and Lang, a revered member of the Li Tang kingdom, the formidable General Sidu Yong, and a third person whom Li Chang did not recognize. In the air, Mei Jingjing struggled desperately, unaware of what bound her. She whimpered, "Seventh uncle, you conspired with outsiders. My great-grandfather will never forgive you if he finds out." The man referred to as seventh uncle by Mei Jingjing showed a fleeting expression of shame before his demeanor turned cold as he retorted, "Do not call me uncle. I, Mei Chu, have long been cast out by Lingpan's sect as a discarded disciple." "Who is he?" Li Chang quickly interjected, "I am your granduncle." He leaped to Mei Jingjing's side, embracing her and flying backward. Mei Chu shouted, "Stop him. He will trigger the mechanism." A tremendous force enveloped them, and sensing the danger, Li Chang yelled, "Little sister, tell brother to." With all his might, he hurled her into the illusory wall, triggering the defensive array of the alchemical chamber in an instant. Mei Jingjing cried out, "Brother!" Mei Chu, in a panic, urged, "Hurry, the formation is formidable." The overwhelming force was beyond Li Chang's expectations, akin to sinking deep into the ocean, the pressure so intense it felt as if his body might shatter. He regretted not donning the Lan Yun battle armor in time. His training in the Shadow Dream armor was insufficient to withstand such immense pressure, and he was seized by Sidu Yong. And Lang had already activated the teleportation array, and Mei Chu exclaimed, "I found it." She leapt into the array just as Li Chang was pulled in as well. Blood streamed from his mouth and nose, his visage twisted in fury. Suddenly, the Tai Hao Suo concealed within his nascent soul erupted with power, a golden light flashing as it shattered the golden hand. With his limbs freed, it was the perfect moment for Li Chang to escape, yet instead, he struck Mei Chu out of the teleportation array. This blow, infused with the power of Tai Hao Suo and heavenly fire, proved disastrous for Mei Chu. The jade eye scroll slipped from her grasp as she spewed blood and was flung backward. Almost simultaneously, Li Chang stealthily pocketed the jade eye scroll into his bracelet. Humph! Situ Yong, furious, clapped his hands together, shooting out 10 beams of golden light from his fingers, binding Li Chang tightly. Just then, the teleportation array activated. The 10 beams of golden light, as if substantial, deeply penetrated Li Chang's body. The Shadow Dream armor valiantly resisted. Situ Yong was taken aback, astonished by the resilience of this Mei family disciple, unaware that Li Chang was not truly one of them. As he prepared to exert more force, a flash of white light enveloped them, and the 3 were teleported away. Situ Yong, exasperated, realized that this teleportation point had been painstakingly set up through Mei Chu, intended to stealthily extract the Jade Eye Scroll and the refined spirit elixir from Lingpan's sect, now thrown into disarray by Li Chang. Pain, excruciating and heart-wrenching, surged like a tide. Li Chang attempted to immerse his consciousness into his nascent soul, only to be horrified to discover it was barred from entry. Never had he felt such anguish. Gritting his teeth, he gasped for breath as waves of dizziness washed over him. The 10 beams of golden light felt like knives slicing into his flesh, rendering him weak at heart. Li Chang collapsed to the ground, muttering curses under his breath. Damn! What terrible luck! He realized that the golden light emitted by Situ Yong had sealed his nascent soul, preventing him from wielding its power any longer. However, Situ Yong remained unaware that within Li Chang's nascent soul lay 2 extraordinary treasures, the purple flame heart and the Tai Hao shuttle, which granted him numerous possibilities and opportunities. Li Chong wiped the blood from his face, and before he could devise an escape plan, the second teleportation commenced. After 3 consecutive teleports, he found himself within a castle. This peculiar black fortress, upon closer inspection from the outside, resembled a floating stronghold suspended near the heavenly star, enveloped in a greenish glow. It was the aerial palace of the esteemed Elder Bai Huang, renowned in the realm of cultivation as the Shadow Fortress. Little Anzi, take him to the Black Camp. This kid's powers have already been rendered useless by me, commanded the Battle King Si-Tu Yong. Yet, he never anticipated that Li Chong's nascent soul was unlike that of other cultivators. His 10 shattered soul golden fingers could only temporarily seal him, and he would seize any opportunity to break free. Had Si-Tu Yong chosen to inspect once more, Li Chong's fate could have been dire. Fortunately, Si-Tu Yong was immensely confident in his abilities and deemed further investigation unnecessary. And Lang chuckled, "Old prince, please, I shall take good care of him. Haha." A chill ran down Li Chong's spine as he detected the sinister undertone in Lang's words. Watching Si-Tu Yong depart amidst a throng of guards and observing Lang's incessant, sinister laughter, Li Chong found the situation absurd. The journey from Earth to the heavenly star felt akin to an inexplicable dream, filled with encounters he could never have imagined. It was bizarre, whether real or illusory. Ha 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 ha. Li Chong pointed at Lang, laughing heartily. Lang was taken aback. No captive had ever reacted this way. Had he lost his mind? With a wave of his hand, 5 powerful strikes surged forth. A sharp crack echoed as blood splattered. Instinctively, Li Chong raised his arm to shield himself, only to despondently realize that the shadow dream armor had solidified around his nascent soul, rendering him defenseless against external attacks. In disbelief, he touched his forehead and cheek, observing the blood on his hands, tasting the saltiness. 4 of the 5 strikes had been blocked by his arm, while one had grazed his forehead, slashing across his cheek. The power of the nascent soul was sealed within, unable to heal his wounds. This marked Li Chong's first genuine injury since arriving at the heavenly star. Lang chuckled sinisterly. "How does it taste?" Li Chong, still smiling, replied, "It's still salty. I thought blood would taste sweet after cultivating, yet it remains the same. One day, I shall taste your blood, haha." Undaunted by his audacity, Lang was infuriated, his anger boiling over as he gestured for 2 burly men clad in black armor to seize Li Chong. The ensuing brutal beating was excruciating, yet Li Chong, with his nascent soul still intact, managed to protect his vital areas. Though blood flowed freely and pain pierced his being, he endured. "Regret it now? Haha, kid." "It's too late." Li Chong spat out the blood pooling in his mouth and coughed. "I truly regret it. Ha, ha, you scoundrel, hitting my face. Ha, I will." He paused, realizing the unfairness of his predicament. Gasping for breath, he laughed. "Ha ha, I can't be bothered with you. Leave me be." And Lang was momentarily stunned, an unsettling feeling washing over him as he retorted, "Very well, soon you will regret opposing us. Bring him to the Black Camp. The lad will provide you with some amusement," laughed Si-Tu Yong, and Lang, unaware that he was Li Chong. Had Lei Tianxiao been present, Li Chong would have truly faced dire consequences. A few burly men clad in black armor dragged Li Chong toward a massive teleportation station. At its center lay an immense array, dominated by a large cage, within which were dozens of individuals, predominantly robust men of various nationalities, each adorned in distinctive attire. The black-armored men thrust Li Chong into the cage, and one of them remarked, "Hey, old one, it's about time. We can transmit now. The next batch won't arrive for several days." "Understood. You guys can step down. We'll send you over later, and that would indeed be a spectacle," replied Old One. Li Chong slowly edged into a corner, crouching down and tucking his hands into his robe. He discreetly retrieved a vial of Yunnan Baiyao, purchased on Earth, from his bracelet. He first consumed the life-saving red pill that was secured under the cap, then sprinkled the powder on his wounds. Fortunately, his body had been thoroughly transformed by the purple flame heart. Although he lacked the restoration of the nascent soul, his constitution was far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Once he staunched the bleeding, he exhaled a sigh of relief, reflecting, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Let us see how this unfolds. For the first time, Li Chong profoundly grasped the terror of being in the realm of cultivation without the backing of strength, and he began to contemplate his future course of action. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, he heard a series of muffled sobs. Turning his head, he noticed a young boy squatting on the ground, mirroring his own posture. with trembling shoulders as he wept quietly. Li Chang gently patted the boy's shoulder and inquired, "Brother, what troubles you?" The boy looked up in terror, his eyes wide with fright at the sight of Li Chang's bloodied face, causing him to tumble back onto the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks as he shook his head fervently. A middle-aged man beside them sighed. "Ah, don't ask. We've all inquired, but he speaks not a word. Alas, it is tragic. He is but a child." Li Chang asked, "Uncle, how did you come to this place? Where are we being taken?" The middle-aged man shook his head and whispered, "Some were deceived into coming, others were captured. I do not know where we are headed. But I overheard the guards mentioning something about Tambang Star." Li Chang's heart sank at the mention of Tambang Star. "Tambang Star?" he echoed. "Indeed. Do you know of it? What sort of place is that?" Only one word resonated within Li Chang's mind: despair. A blinding white light erupted, sending many into a frenzy of terrified screams. However, Li Chang remained unperturbed. He had traversed teleportation arrays numerous times. Soon, the light dimmed, and the cage jolted slightly, indicating their arrival at the destination. The sounds of retching and screams filled the air, mingled with the stench of blood and decay. To his astonishment, Li Chang discovered that several individuals in the cage had perished, their eyes bulging grotesquely, blood gushing from their orifices, their deaths horrifically brutal. Among the few still alive, many were on the brink of death. The middle-aged man gasped for air, coughing, "Demons, demons, it is terrifying, utterly terrifying. Where is this place?" The fortunate boy remained alive but appeared dazed and confused. Li Chang supported the middle-aged man, asking, "Uncle, are you all right?" A wave of despair washed over him as he realized that if his body was not sufficiently robust, it would be best to avoid the teleportation array, for it could indeed be fatal. The middle-aged man glanced at Li Chang, his face ashen, shaking his head in fear and panic. They found themselves in an empty expanse, surrounded by towering walls, with a sky shrouded in gray, obscuring any sense of location. Suddenly, the cage was opened. Peering through the throng, several individuals of an unfamiliar race spoke in a rapid, unintelligible manner. The crowd, gripped by terror, surged towards the cage, with someone crying out, "Demons! It's the white demons!" The peculiar figures donned strange, silver-white armor, their foreheads adorned with a 3-finger-width silver circlet, embedded with a crystal at its center. They possessed high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, with golden hair and skin that bore fish-like scales. In their hands, they wielded white staffs topped with half-foot-long pointed crystals, and on their arms they bore elongated shields. What manner of beings are these? How utterly bizarre! A gentle humming sound resonated from above, and Li Chang looked up in astonishment, his mouth agape. He beheld 6 or 7 individuals soaring through the sky, each brandishing a white staff, their shoulders extending a pair of silver appendages resembling wings, circling above as if to surveil the area. Li Chang swiftly covered the boy's mouth, whispering, "Brother, brother, do not be afraid." The boy gazed up at him with helpless eyes, and gradually, the calmness in Li Chang's demeanor instilled a flicker of courage within him. He nervously bit on his fingers, but had ceased weeping, as if finding solace in Li Chang's presence. From outside, a disheveled individual was ushered in, shoved forward by the soldier-like figures who shouted at him in a cacophony of noise. After a moment of chaotic exchange, he turned to the people in the cage and declared, "Listen up. You have arrived at Tambang Star, within the Black Camp of the Taunt Kingdom. You must obey the orders given, otherwise you will face severe consequences. Alas, let me offer a word of advice. The death of any one of us here would be a senseless loss. Now, everyone, step out of the cage." Fear gripped the hearts of the captives, and they huddled within the cage, reluctant to emerge. Li Chang detected a note of resignation in the translator's voice and stood up. Moving towards the exit, the boy clutched tightly to his garment, following closely behind. Recognizing the boy's reliance on him, Li Chang smiled gently and proclaimed, "To walk out of this wretched cage alive is a stroke of fortune. Ha." The middle-aged man added, "This brother speaks true. As long as we live, there is hope. Let us proceed." Gradually, the crowd began to exit the cage, forming 3 lines under the soldiers' stern commands. Quietly, Li Chang inquired of the boy, "Brother, what is your name?" The boy, still holding on to his clothing, replied softly, I am Xiao Yuhong, from the Great Han Kingdom." "Brother Yu," Li Chang interrupted. "You may call me Muzi Gu, for I accept you as my brother." He had resolved to adopt a pseudonym for the time being. With a hint of emotion in his eyes, Xiao Yuhong replied, "Very well, Muzi Gu." The middle-aged man interjected quietly, "Brother Muzi, I am Han Ji. Let us take care of one another." "Uncle Han, Where do you hail from? Li Chang contemplated the necessity of gathering a group. Only then would there be a chance for escape. Han Jin sighed. I hail from the former state of Song, a guard from the Wei Yuan escort agency. Not only have I lost my cargo, but I have also been captured and brought here, along with 3 other escorts. Han Jin introduced, this is Wei Yuan Qing. And this is Zhao Ji, alongside Lin Fenghe. Let us look out for one another henceforth. Wei Yuan Qing was a tall and robust figure, his large hands and feet exuding a sense of solidity. Zhao Ji, on the other hand, was small and nimble, emanating a shrewd energy. Lin Fenghe possessed a tall frame, his demeanor calm and composed. The 6 exchanged quiet words, finding a modicum of comfort in their companionship. Upon exiting the enclosure, they found themselves in an extremely desolate place, surrounded by dark, barren mountains. The low-lying vegetation on the slopes displayed bizarre colors, devoid of green, and emitted a faint, eerie glow. Zhao Ji muttered under his breath, what in the world is this strange place, with such peculiar things? The translator called out, everyone, step to the white area in front and gather in formation. Not far off, a large white protrusion loomed, approximately 30 centimeters thick, 20 meters long, and 6 meters wide. The translator climbed atop it to direct the group. And once everyone was assembled, he shouted a series of commands to the soldiers. Li Chang understood, recognizing that Earth's technology bore similarities to this. Yet he could not explain it, merely shaking his head and responding, I am not entirely certain either. In the distance, a towering black peak pierced the clouds. As they approached, they discovered countless cavities at its midpoint, with the white structure slowly entering one of these openings. It was a vast hollow space, over 100 meters wide, plunging into unfathomable depths. The group was ushered off the white structure, and Li Chang gathered the 6 together, sensing that if they did not remain united, they might be separated. Xiao Yuhong silently shed tears upon hearing this. They arrived in a dark room where over 20 soldiers stood, accompanied by several foremen. The group was divided into 5 smaller teams, each consisting of 11 or 12 members. Fortunately, Li Chang had prepared for this. The 6 of them remained together, assigned to the 5th team, under the guidance of 2 soldiers and 2 foremen. They were led down different passageways. Li Chang chuckled bitterly to himself. Damn it, back into the tunnels again. It seems I am destined to roam the underworld. He recalled how his classmates had dubbed him the Mole back on Earth, a nickname that was strikingly accurate. As they assembled, they were about to descend underground. One of the foremen remarked, Musi, he can speak our language. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the foreman lashed out with the whip he held. Li Chang gently pulled Xiao Yuhong closer, positioning his body slightly to shield her from the strike, but the whip landed squarely on his back. The fabric of his shirt tore instantly, and pain jolted through him, causing him to shudder. The foreman barked, silence. Xiao Yuhong trembled with guilt, and Li Chang softly patted her shoulder in comfort, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. The group suddenly felt a downward pull, rapidly descending. After a while, they paused briefly, and a passageway came into view, a damp, moldy odor assaulting their senses. The 5th team advanced into the depths amidst the sound of whips and shouts. After navigating several turns, they paused at a doorway. The crowd formed a single file line, and a soldier pulled the first individual inside. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within the room. Xiao Yuhong's body trembled violently, while Li Chang silently drew him behind himself, gently squeezing his hand, surprised by its unexpected softness. Do not fear, Hong. It is nothing of great consequence, Li Chang whispered soothingly. Soon it was Li Chang's turn. He did not allow the soldiers to pull him. Instead, he strode confidently into the room. The space was stark and empty, with 4 soldiers stationed at the corners, their white rods pointed menacingly at him. It was later that he learned these white rods were weapons known as spiked guns, possessing extraordinary power. A foreman stood in the center of the room, holding a round object, and coldly commanded, do not move. He raised the object and pressed it against Li Chang's forehead, releasing a pungent, meaty aroma that pierced through with a sharp pain. Li Chang remained still, his gaze icy upon the foreman. Suddenly, the ground beneath him gave way, and he plummeted down a sloped passage. Although his primordial spirit was sealed, the martial skills he had honed at the royal palace remained intact. His feet tapped deftly against the incline, allowing him to glide gracefully like a great bird within the corridor. As he descended, he remembered that Xiao Yuhong was next, and he swiftly turned to ascend once more. While still en route, a scream echoed, followed by the sight of a slight figure tumbling down. Li Chang propelled himself off the passage wall, shooting forward like an arrow, and before the figure even hit the ground, he had securely caught them in his arms. Carrying the individual with ease, he continued his descent. Li Chang's eyes were sharp. He spotted a glowing opening below, and in the blink of an eye, he reached it. Without hesitation, he executed a spinning maneuver, extending one leg straight while the other kicked out, his body resembling a great wheel as he spiraled downward. He had often thought of this move as reminiscent of tearing a piece of paper into a shape and watching it fall from a height. In midair, he surveyed his surroundings and was taken aback to discover a large pool below, encircled by a crowd. Another one is coming down. Get ready to catch, someone shouted. Li Chang, cradling Xiao Yuhong, aimed to avoid landing in the water. He executed 7 consecutive somersaults, landing steadily at the pool's edge. The heavy impact kicking up a cloud of dust. After a moment, someone exclaimed, "Well done. A true hero. Impressive. A master has arrived." The crowd erupted in cheers. Li Chang gently set Xiao Yuhong down to sit, and from the corner of his eye, he spotted Zhao Ji falling from the opening. Without even gaining his footing, Zhao Ji shot forward, shouting, "Use my momentum." Zhao Ji, skilled in martial arts, understood Li Chang's intention and, upon seeing his palm strike, responded with a palm of his own. They both flipped backward, descending together. Zhao Ji had not anticipated that Li Chang was also a martial artist, and he felt a deep sense of admiration. This time, the entire crowd erupted in applause, and soon after, Han Jin and others descended in succession, each being expertly caught by Li Chang and Zhao Ji, landing safely at the pool's edge. Li Chang helped Xiao Yuhong to his feet and was struck by the sight of a red pattern on his forehead. His gaze then fell upon the delicate, fair skin of Xiao's neck, contrasting sharply with the greasy black and gray smeared across his face. Suddenly, everything became clear to Li Chang, who let out a silent sigh. Choosing not to expose the truth, allowing Xiao to cling tightly to his arm, Han Jin clasped his fists and addressed the gathered crowd. "Esteemed villagers, we are but newcomers, unfamiliar with this environment. Might any of you kindly enlighten us?" True to his itinerant nature, he sought to familiarize himself with the surroundings. The onlookers, having witnessed the remarkable agility with which the newcomers had descended from the cave, were imbued with a sense of reverence, their demeanor noticeably more respectful. It is crucial to note that the custom here dictates that newcomers, upon arrival, typically have all their belongings stripped away. The earlier arrivals had been completely relieved of their possessions by the time they were fished out of the water. Amidst the flowing conversation, Li Chang gradually pieced together the dynamics of this place. The Black Prison was divided into numerous districts, each ruled by one or more leaders who vied for control over the mines, leading to frequent large-scale conflicts. This was a lawless land where the strongest prevailed as the leaders. Newcomers were compelled to align themselves with a group. Refusal could lead to swift demise, often without even a clear understanding of how they met their end. Merely surviving in this realm was a remarkable feat here. Not only were there human skirmishes, but also landslides, toxic fumes, and sudden eruptions of magma. Consequently, even the Tant country was reluctant to dispatch soldiers for oversight, opting instead for a food-for-mineral exchange to maintain control over the area. Due to the high mortality rate, the Tant country colluded with cultivators from the Qianjia star, specifically targeting low-tier planets to capture laborers to send to this harsh environment. Li Chang contemplated that aligning with a leader would pose no challenge for him and his companions, given their strength. However, his ultimate aim was to escape. With just the 6 of them, that seemed impossible. It would be best to secure leadership of a district, arm their group, and then seize control of other districts. Suddenly, a hush fell over the surroundings as Xiao Yuhong discreetly tugged at Li Chang. A group of individuals emerged from a corridor, their attire notably neat and clean, some wielding knives or clubs. One of the knife wielders approached, exuding arrogance. "Hey, newcomers, what offerings do you bring for the Great Lord? Hand them over quickly. Anyone caught hoarding goods knows the rules. No need for me to reiterate," he declared, brandishing his blade. The crowd encircling Li Chang and his companions retreated in fear. The 6 newcomers observed silently, their expressions stoic. Han Jin and the others were warriors, not inclined to shun confrontation. It appeared that this group had never encountered individuals like Li Chang and his companions before, accustomed to their authoritative status. The arrogant one pointed his knife at Li Chang, proclaiming, "You. Yes, you, dressed like a dandy. Strip off your clothes. Leave nothing on your body, understood?" Li Chang was suddenly reminded of his first encounter with Zhang Ping and Mei Jingjing, who had attempted to rob him, and a slight smile crept across his face. He thought to himself, fortunately, the little sister managed to escape. I wonder if she is still crying. Sighing, he reflected on how young girls often had a tendency to weep. Glancing at Xiao Yuhong, A wave of warmth washed over him. The man was on the verge of losing his sanity, approaching with a knife and cursing. "How dare you disregard the words of your elder? Do you all wish to court death? By heavens, I shall grant you your wish." Li Chang turned to Han Jin, instructing him to protect his brother Hong. He then stepped forward, challenging, "Come, take a swing at me. My neck itches, my heart is unsettled. I have long desired to meet my end." "Ha, ha ha. Very well, I shall accommodate you." The enraged man swung his knife, causing Xiao Yuhong behind him to gasp in fear. Li Chang slightly leaned to the side, deftly grasping the man's wrist with his left hand, chuckling, "Your skills are woefully inadequate. You can't even hold a knife properly. Who do you think you can strike?" As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp crack echoed as he crushed the man's wrist, eliciting a wretched scream from him. Two more emerged, one wielding a bat and the other a pitchfork. Li Chang tossed the knife to Han Jin and leaped forward, moving with lightning speed between the two. He had resolved to strike fiercely. The two men, shouting in alarm, stumbled and fell to the ground, rendered motionless. "Remarkable skill. I wonder if this young gentleman might be interested in joining us." A bald man with black brows and two scars crossing his face, one eye blind, emerged, clapping his hands. The onlookers bowed in unison, "Greetings, esteemed lord." The man appeared pleased with his own intimidation, boasting, "How about that? Quite imposing, isn't it?" Li Chang found it amusing. In the days of the former Song dynasty, he had been 10 times more formidable. "I would be most delighted to join, but I demand to be your leader." "Ha ha ha." From behind the bald man, another stepped forward, brandishing a small black baton, pointing it at Li Chang. The onlookers retreated in alarm, causing Li Chang to become immediately alert. The man grinned maliciously and suddenly fired a red dot from the baton at incredible speed. Li Chang, uncertain of the nature of the projectile, refrained from blocking it, instead leaping upwards as the red dot zipped beneath him. A distant scream echoed, revealing that someone had not managed to evade it. The man cursed and fired another red dot. Li Chang sensed danger. This device resembled a handgun and could fire continuously. He shouted and charged forward, with Han Jin and the others rushing alongside him. In the blink of an eye, Li Chang was before the man, flashing a toothy grin. Upon seeing the scars on Li Chang's face, the man realized they bore a striking resemblance to those of his own leader, both equally fearsome, especially when smiling. Terrified, he screamed as the black baton inexplicably vanished from his grasp. The man stood in shock, unable to comprehend why his weapon was now in Li Chang's possession. Li Chang noticed a button on the baton and curiously pressed it, releasing a red dot that struck the dazed man squarely. Ping! The man stared incredulously at the gaping hole in his chest, reaching out in confusion, darkness encroaching upon his vision as he murmured in disbelief, "This is impossible." He collapsed, twitching his legs, eyes wide and unblinking, succumbing to death. Li Chang's decisive action immediately quelled the crowd. He commanded, "Raise your hands and kneel. Anyone who dares to resist shall face certain death." The small black stick, when pointed at someone, instilled a paralyzing fear that compelled them to kneel. For no mere flesh could withstand such a weapon. The one-eyed dragon gazed in despair at his subordinates, who knelt before him in abject submission. The small spiked gun, which he had labored to acquire, was now in the hands of his adversary, capable of ending his life with a single shot should the latter so desire. Within the grim laws of the Black Prison, the foremost rule was survival, followed closely by obedience to power. He understood that despite the youth of his opponent, he was undoubtedly a formidable master, filling the one-eyed dragon's heart with trepidation. Li Chang handed the small spiked gun to Han Jin with a smile, saying, "This tool is quite effective. You should hold on to it for now. Hey, one-eyed dragon, come here. Do not worry. I have no intention of killing you." Yet, before Han Jin and his companions could make a move, the confrontation had already concluded. Upon receiving the gun, Han Jin expressed his astonishment. "This device is truly remarkable. It is my first encounter with such a thing." The one-eyed dragon timidly approached, steeling himself to witness how Li Chang would decide his fate. In every district, the fate of toppled leaders was invariably grim. Li Chang glanced at him and stated, "One-eyed dragon, send someone to gather all the people from our district. I have something to say." The one-eyed dragon felt a temporary sense of relief, knowing that he was not in immediate danger. He turned to instruct a subordinate to summon the others. Before long, throngs of individuals poured in, numbering between 600 to 700, astonishing Li Chang and his companions. A subordinate reported to the one-eyed dragon, "Lord, there are still some working at the mine. Should we call them over as well?" The one-eyed dragon slapped the subordinate's head and scolded, "Fool, he is the leader now. I am no longer your boss, alas." The subordinate trembled under Li Chang's gaze and dared not speak, while the newcomers whispered among themselves, perplexed by the unfolding events. Li Chang ascended a large stone and proclaimed, "Everyone, quiet down and listen to me." Gradually, silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixated upon him. A glimmer of hope briefly sparked in the eyes of the onlookers, including the one-eyed dragon, only to fade as someone murmured, "What good will that do? No one has ever escaped from here." Another added, "Ah, that is impossible. If you have lost all hope, if despair has consumed you, then what is the purpose of living?" Li Chang paused to gauge the crowd's reaction before continuing, "I, Muzi, offer you a possibility and a glimmer of hope. If you are willing, prepare yourselves, for I shall lead you all out of this black prison." Having witnessed Li Chang and his companion's prowess, the one-eyed dragon felt a flicker of hope ignite within him and declared, "Very well. If you can lead us out of this black prison, I, the one-eyed dragon, shall be your first follower." The crowd began to stir, some weeping, others murmuring excitedly to themselves. Li Chang intensified his rallying call, his voice resonating. "Think of your parents, your wives and children. Think of your homeland and fields. Do you wish to live your lives in this sunless abyss? Not willing." While their voices were soft, many eyes sparkled with newfound hope. If we do not hold on to hope for ourselves, can we still expect others to come and save us? We must unite and rely on our own strength, no longer allowing ourselves to be manipulated. We shall break free from this dark prison and return to our homeland. Does everyone have confidence? Louder. I cannot hear you. Yes. The resounding shout echoed, deafening in its intensity. Li Chang felt an immediate sense of relief. His greatest fear was that this group had become numb and lifeless. Xiao Yuhong and Han Jin regarded Li Chang with almost reverent eyes. Han Jin pondered, "I am uncertain of Brother Muzi's background. Yet he possesses an innate leadership quality that perhaps will indeed guide us back home." Under Na Shan's arrangement, Li Chang settled into a meticulously cleaned room, which was, to be precise, 3 adjoining square chambers. The accommodations were quite adequate, furnished with a bed, a stool, and a small passage leading to a restroom. Li Chang felt somewhat troubled about how to arrange for Xiao Yuhong. After considering he would not need to sleep, he decided to let her rest on his bed for her safety. He urged her, "Hongdi, sleep now. Your elder brother has matters to attend to outside, so do not fear." Venturing into the outer room, Li Chang began to inquire about the state of the dark prison. Na Shan, Han Jin, Wei Yuanqing, Zhao Ji, and Lin Feng were scattered about, seated within the chamber. Na Shan was responsible for elucidating the actual conditions here. In Na Shan's sector, there were over 800 individuals, occupying an area of nearly 1,000 meters. There were 7 mines available for extraction, with 2 rich resources making life somewhat bearable, as new arrivals occasionally came from other regions. The dark prison comprised over 40 sectors, with larger ones housing 1,000 to 2,000 people, and smaller ones containing 300 to 400. Altogether, the dark prison was home to approximately 30,000 to 40,000 souls. Li Chang inquired, "Na Shan, how much crystal, or do we have in stock?" Na Shan replied with a wry smile, "Not much remains. We exchanged a significant amount for food last time, but with the recent influx of new arrivals, our provisions have diminished, making it increasingly difficult to sustain ourselves. We must find a way to gather crystal ore. It is essential for weapon manufacturing." Li Chang suddenly remembered the food and supplies still within his bracelet and added, "Can we trade our items with other sectors for crystal ore?" "That is possible, but we have nothing to barter," Han Jin interjected. "Indeed. Those who arrive here possess only their personal belongings, and even spare clothing is scarce. I have provisions. You need not worry about that. By the way, Na Shan, I require someone who understands the local language. Please find such a person for me." Na Shan appeared puzzled. "We can seek out the Green Tribe. They comprehend the local dialect. However, boss." He struggled to grasp Li Chang's intention, as everyone here could understand the spoken language. Li Chang smiled. "If we venture out and cannot comprehend the local tongue, what then? Therefore, everyone must learn." In truth, Li Chang had already begun to devise a plan to assemble his own team. After witnessing the technology of Tanboxing, he recognized that even if he regained his pre-encapsulation state, he could only escape alone. To facilitate a collective escape without arming themselves would be mere fantasy. "We shall take our time with this. I refuse to be daunted by this predicament." Li Chang resolved to embark on a grand endeavor. Once he made up his mind, he promptly set his plans into motion. Recognizing his own ignorance regarding military matters, he entrusted Nazan with the task of gathering all the imprisoned soldiers, particularly those who had previously held the rank of officer. Li Chang, having emerged from Earth, understood profoundly the significance of talent. As Nazin set about gathering the imprisoned soldiers, Han Jin remarked, Brother Musi, Lin, during his time in the former Song Kingdom, served as a border commander. Due to the machinations of his superiors, he resigned from his post. He knows how to fight. Lin Fenghe interjected, Why bring this up? I have long since lost hope. Otherwise, I would not have come to you. Zhao Ji added, Brother Musi, Lin has been my superior. He is renowned in the military as a valiant cavalry general. I was the one who invited him to the escort agency, but I never imagined that our first mission would. Lin Fenghe cut him off, saying, Brother, such outcomes are beyond anyone's anticipation. It is fate. Li Chang felt a surge of joy. He had already envisioned these four as his foundational team. The fact that Lin Fenghe had previously been an officer was even more advantageous. He smiled and said, Brother Lin, you shall be in charge of the military training. When Nazin brings the recruits, you will oversee their evaluation. Lin Fenghe hesitated slightly and replied, I fear that if I perform poorly, it will bring trouble to everyone. Sensing his concern, Li Chang pulled him aside and discreetly revealed a jade token, saying, I shall serve as your support. You need only act boldly and decisively. What do you say? Li Chang understood the necessity of ensuring Lin Fenghe's unwavering loyalty to guide future developments, so he disregarded other considerations. Upon seeing the jade token, Lin Fenghe was struck with an awe that words could scarcely convey. During his tenure as a cavalry general at the border, he had seen imperial edicts and recognized that such a jade token was personally bestowed by the emperor, obtainable only by those of noble birth. Anyone who beheld this token would regard it as if they were in the presence of the emperor himself. His legs weakened, and he nearly knelt. But Li Chang caught him and chuckled, understanding is enough. Han Jin and the others looked on in bewilderment as the two whispered to each other. Having once been part of the officialdom, Lin Fenghe, despite being a martial figure, understood the implications and smiled. Very well, Fenghe will heed Brother Musi's commands. In his heart, he wondered, who is he, truly? Li Chang noticed that the majority of the individuals present were of the Green Clan. And a significant thought struck him. Warfare on this planet might differ fundamentally from the conflicts of Tianting Star. The technology here appeared quite advanced, and thus the nature of warfare would likely be distinct. What should be done? Li Chang cheerfully inquired. I wish to know who among you has held the highest rank and who is the most skilled in combat? Almost all the officers present turned their gaze to one individual. Excellent. Welcome to our ranks, Li Chang declared with an undeniable authority. Among this group were two senior officers, while the remainder were junior officers from the military. Li Chang was currently troubled by the scarcity of talent, so he promptly began arranging discussions. The two senior officers were Tank, the quartermaster, and Kankanki, the commander of the Air Combat Division. With the three Green Clan officers, there were a total of 9 individuals. After careful consideration, Li Chang stated, We 9 shall form a team from this moment onward, and we must unite in sincerity. Whether we can break free from this dark prison will depend on our collective efforts. Let us first express our confidence in this endeavor. The eyes of Lin Fenghe signaled for him to speak. Li Chang understood the significance of being the first to express his stance. He could instill confidence in others or sow seeds of doubt. Lin Fenghe, fully aware of this, promptly declared, I support Brother Musi's opinion. It is better to take a risk than to languish in this dark prison. Even if we perish in battle, it is preferable to surviving in this sunless abyss. Na Shan and Han Jin also voiced their support. The 3 officers of the Green Clan remained silent, and the atmosphere grew tense. After a moment, the quartermaster Tan Gu spoke, We lack weapons and armor. Most here are civilians, while our adversaries are well-equipped soldiers. How can we fight? It would be a death sentence. Zhao Ji countered, If we have no confidence, we will certainly falter against the enemy. I refuse to believe we cannot prevail. Kankanki scoffed. Waging war on the Tambang continent is not merely about wielding swords and knives. If that were the case, we would be nothing more than livestock. Unaware of our own slaughter, Li Chang recognized that if this argument continued, the outcome would be dire. He raised a hand to silence Lin Fenghe and stated, Do not fret about weaponry. I will handle that. Turning to Na Naden, he added, I merely wish to know if you have confidence. Li Chang understood that Na Naden was their cornerstone, and securing his support was essential. Na Naden suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Li Chang, akin to a mountain looming before him. He was taken aback, recalling that he had witnessed similar displays from the Green Clan as cultivators. Doubt crept in, could Li Chang be a cultivator? If so, their chances of escape would significantly increase. If we acquire weapons and undergo training, there is hope. However, We must seize the opportunity wisely to have a chance of breaking free. Yet, we should prepare first, Non-Naden contemplated. Even if they escape the prison, evading the relentless pursuers from above and below would be exceedingly difficult. It would all hinge on luck. Li Chang breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Very well. Let us discuss our division of labor. I propose that Lin Fenghe and Non-Naden oversee military command, Tengu handle logistical support, Kankanki, Zhaoji, and Wei Yuanqing train the soldiers, Han Jin coordinate efforts, and Na Shan serve as liaison. Though framed as a suggestion, his tone bore the weight of command. No one dared challenge Li Chang's authority at this juncture, and all nodded in agreement. Since there are no objections, let us prepare individually. Tengu and Na Shan, stay behind. The rest of you may leave. Following this meeting, Li Chang solidified his position as the overall leader. Na Shan gazed at Li Chang in disbelief as he magically produced an entire room filled with supplies and numerous unfamiliar foods. Tianji's eyes widened in astonishment, baffled by the sheer volume of items conjured. Storage bracelets are rare even in the realm of cultivation, let alone in the secular world. And their astonishment was entirely understandable from Li Chang's perspective. Ignoring the two, who looked as if they had seen a ghost, he cheerfully remarked, "Handle it well. And remember to trade some for crystal ore. Prepare a feast for everyone, and do save a portion for me." He thought of Qiao Yuhong, who must be hungry upon awakening, and specifically requested a share for her. Na Shan hesitated and said, "Boss, these items are far too conspicuous. We must assign someone to guard them. Moreover, while exchanging these for crystal mines is feasible, He struggled to find the right words. Li Chang, however, had not anticipated that this was not a place governed by order. Without the backing of force, everything was but a facade. Li Chang replied, "All right then. Let us first have a meal. We can discuss the matter of the crystal mines later." Tan Gu concurred. Indeed, food is life here. Without sustenance, all is lost. Li Chang mused. Who knows who might come here? If it weren't for the shopping frenzy back on Earth, we wouldn't even have these items. He stated, "You all make the arrangements. I need to rest for a while. Please do not disturb me, understood?" Upon entering his room, Li Chang cautiously set up the simplest defense array at the door. Lacking the ability to utilize true essence, he could not activate even a slightly complex formation. Despite having arranged it, he sat cross-legged, intending to examine his sealed nascent soul. Looking within, he saw 10 beams of golden light enveloping the shadow dream armor and the nascent soul tightly. Due to the unique nature of his nascent soul, with several extraordinary treasures supporting it, even the formidable power of the soul-shattering golden finger could not penetrate further. He attempted to immerse his consciousness into the nascent soul several times, yet was consistently repelled. Frustrated, Li Chang cursed inwardly. Without access to the nascent soul, he could not manipulate true essence, and even refining tools was impossible. After exhausting all options to no avail, he had to concede that this Situ-Yon was quite formidable. Just as Li Chang was ready to give up, he suddenly recalled something. Where had that little fire essence gone? With one last attempt, he delved into his body, hoping to find the fire essence. After searching for quite some time, just as despair was about to set in, he suddenly discovered it. Li Chang could not help but feel immense joy. He held a great affection for this little being. If he could escape from his predicament, the credit would largely belong to the fire essence. Li Chang understood that his powers could not be restored immediately, but with the fire essence diligently working within, unraveling the seal was merely a matter of time. Li Chang rose, stretched lazily, and felt a resurgence of determination. "Musi, what are you doing? Why are you sitting on the floor?" Qiao Yuhong had awoken and asked, her face filled with confusion. "Musi, why can't I get out of the room? It feels like I am blocked at the door." Li Chang looked at her with compassion and gently said, "Did you sleep well, Hongdi? The entrance has been sealed by me. It is quite easy to pass through, and I will teach you. From now on, this room shall be yours. Others cannot enter." Qiao Yuhong felt her face heat up like a furnace. Though she was indeed clever, she realized that Li Chang had seen through her disguise. Seeing that he did not expose her, she was pleased to maintain the pretense, silently grateful. After teaching Qiao Yuhong the method to enter and exit the formation, Li Chang discreetly placed a few pieces of clothing on the bed. Though they were somewhat oversized, they were certainly better than nothing. He then handed her a package of food, saying, "Hongdi, eat something first. You must be hungry." Stepping out of the room, they encountered 2 weary captives seated on the ground, guarding a scatter of belongings. Upon seeing Li Chang and Qiao Yuhong emerge, the captives promptly rose and greeted, "Greetings, esteemed lord," adding a hesitant, "Greetings, sir." Unsure of how to address Xiao Yuhong, they resorted to vague appellations, eliciting a chuckle from her. Li Chang inquired, "Where's Nazhan?" The questioned captive was momentarily taken aback, pondering who Nazhan might be, yet dared not ask, his face paling in fear. And the other captive mirrored his trepidation. In this place, a single word from the leader could determine life or death. These captives were only familiar with the moniker of the One-Eyed Dragon, whom they referred to as esteemed lord, oblivious to his true name, Nazhan. Noticing their anxiety, Li Chang smiled and spoke softly. "Nazhan is the One-Eyed Dragon. Where might he be?" Continuing, he added, "Perfect timing. I wish to see the state of the mine as well. Would you kindly lead the way?" Xiao Yuhong interjected, "Brother Musi, take me along. I find myself rather bored alone in the room." She nearly confessed her fear. "Very well, let us go together. Oh, what is your name? And where do you hail from?" The leading captive trembled slightly at the question, sighing, "I am but a merchant from the Western continent, transporting goods to the Tangbang continent, specifically to the nation of Bangqing. Alas, I was discovered by the Celestial Strike soldiers of the Tani Kingdom, my cargo confiscated, and I was sent to this black prison. My name is Pabin. The Western continent? What kind of place is that? How does it relate to the Tangbang continent?" Li Chang expressed his astonishment, realizing there were others of his kind here as well, deeming it essential to clarify some basic facts. Pabin continued, "After the winds of fear pass, merchants set sail from the Forgotten Horn, crossing the sea, as it is the closest strait between the two continents. If fortune smiles upon us, and we do not encounter the sea monsters of the vengeful spirits sea, then wealth is within reach. Oh, what treasures does your land produce?" Pabin had never encountered such an affable and approachable young lord, devoid of any airs. He responded, somewhat flabbergasted, "There are many treasures: golden sandalwood, scale root stones, ethereal water, thunder feathers, shadowy fruits, sea agate, ice crystals." "Sea agate?" Li Chang's ears perked up in delight as he grasped Pabin's arm and exclaimed, "Are you speaking of sea agate?" "Indeed, you are referring to sea agate." This sea agate was something Li Chang had longed for. Upon hearing of the vengeful spirit's sea, he had only a fleeting recognition, but the mention of sea agate brought realization. Hadn't Mo Huayuan stated that the vengeful spirit's sea produced sea agate? Poor Pabin was terrified by Li Chang's sudden enthusiasm, stammering, small. He attempted to convey, "Esteemed lord, this has nothing to do with me," yet his words faltered, failing to articulate clearly. Xiao Yuhong interjected, "Brother Musi, you frightened him." Li Chang hastily released his grip, causing Pabin to collapse onto the ground, his legs trembling in fear. Li Chang, feeling remorseful, helped him up, wearing a broad smile as he said, "My apologies. I meant no harm. You misunderstood. I was merely inquiring if sea agate is a specialty of your Western continent. Have you ever seen it?" Upon observing Li Chang's elated expression, Pabin felt reassured. He managed a wry smile, saying, "You nearly frightened me to death. Hematite is not a specialty of the Western continent, but rather a rarity from the sea of vengeful souls, which I, a mere merchant, have yet to encounter. The items I mentioned are renowned treasures of the Western continent, far beyond the reach of someone like me." "Papern, are you able to converse in this language?" "Indeed. I can speak the tongues of the Tanbong continent and the Western continent, as well as those of the esteemed lords," Papern replied. Li Chang exclaimed, "That's wonderful. From now on, accompany me. Please refrain from calling me lord. Simply refer to me as Brother Musi, if you would be so kind." Upon hearing Li Chang's words, Papern felt a rush of confusion and stammered, "Yes, Brother Musi." Regaining his composure, he added, "We are approaching the mining area." In the distance, the rhythmic sound of clanging echoed. After navigating several turns, a vast mining face came into view. This so-called mining face was essentially a slope, on which vibrant gemstones shimmered amidst the dark rock, varying in size. The initial step of or selection involved breaking off sizable chunks of black rock and painstakingly separating the gemstones by hand. The gemstones obtained in this manner were referred to as rough stones, which could be exchanged for sustenance. Upon spotting Li Chang emerging from the tunnel, Nashan hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Boss, just now a large section collapsed here, injuring several individuals. Damn it, these fools are truly blind. Just when we needed more hands, we ended up with a few more layabouts. I almost wished to toss them into the fire pit to rid us of the hassle." Li Chang remained silent, disregarding Nashan as he walked along the mining area, observing as he went. Nashan felt a twinge of anxiety trailing behind him. After a thorough inspection, Li Chang inquired, "Where are the injured? Take me to see them." "They're over there," Na Shan pointed to a nearby dark opening, approaching the entrance. A foul stench and the metallic scent of blood assaulted Li Chang's senses. He frowned and commanded, "Bring them out. I wish to see." Inside, several unfortunate prisoners emerged, carrying 3 individuals. 2 were of the Green Tribe, while the third belonged to a race Li Chang had never encountered before. Covered in short red fur and towering at nearly 2 meters tall, with brown protrusions on his chest and back. His face and right arm were a gruesome sight. Papern quietly remarked, "His name is Bin, a native of the Western continent." Li Chang lacked medical expertise, but having grown up in an era of advanced information, he possessed basic first aid knowledge. Na Shan, have someone heat a basin of water, quickly. Detecting the dissatisfaction in his boss's tone, Na Shan felt perplexed. In this horrific black prison, where death was commonplace, it seemed strange for the new boss to care about saving lives. He scratched his bald head, reluctantly ordered hot water, and curiously watched how Li Chang would proceed, with the surrounding prisoners drawn closer. Xiao Yuhong was both astonished and intrigued. This serendipitous encounter with Brother Musi had brought her many unexpected wonders. Could he truly possess the ability to heal? The hot water was soon brought forth, and Li Chang retrieved a towel, first cleaning Ben's wounds. Ben's arm bore 4 long gashes, with flesh protruding and turning black. Understanding that to treat the injuries, he must first excise the necrotic tissue, he called out, "I need a few people to hold him down. Papern, should he awaken in pain, instruct him not to move." "Very well, let us commence." In truth, Li Chang feigned understanding, having gleaned these methods from films and television of yore. In his endeavor to save a life, he steeled himself and pressed on. Drawing forth the 4-inch silver flying sword gifted by Mo Yuan, Li Chang prepared to act. Xiao Yuhong observed the sword in his hand. Pondering, Brother Musi's little knife is quite peculiar. It resembles a silver fish, seemingly animated and perpetually in motion within his grasp. Had a cultivator beheld this scene, they would have likely cried out in astonishment. Li Chang's unconventional use of such an exquisite flying sword for the purpose of flesh and healing was indeed unprecedented. A thunderous roar erupted. Papern, drenched in sweat and fraught with anxiety, shouted desperately, attempting to quiet Ben. However, Ben, just awakening, could hardly comprehend Papern's words. With a slight tremor of his arm, he inadvertently sent his fellow captives tumbling backward, yet the hand grasped by Li Chang remained immobile. Confusion flooded Ben's mind. Why could this hand not move? As his eyes opened, he beheld a youth bearing a long scar across his face, wielding a peculiar little knife that was cutting into his flesh. Without a moment's hesitation, Ben swung his free hand, delivering a punch imbued with such force that it sliced through the air. Gasps of astonishment escaped the lips of onlookers. Ben was renowned as a formidable brute, however. Due to the language barrier and lack of companions, he had endured considerable hardship in this place, with only a few from the Green Tribe showing him any semblance of kindness. Typically, he relied on his strength to extract more ore, thereby securing a meager supply of food, and other captives dared not provoke him. Had it not been for Li Chang's presence, no one would have come to his aid in his injured state. Li Chang remained unfazed, merely letting out a soft grunt as he channeled his strength into his shoulder, allowing Ben's punch to land. The impact was monumental, akin to striking iron or steel, nearly shattering Ben's bones and eliciting a wail of pain from him. Li Chang stifled a laugh, instructing, "Papern, tell him to remain still. I am treating his wounds." Papern gazed at Li Chang with an expression of disbelief, fully aware of Ben's strength. In the Western continent, none dared to provoke a native as formidable as Ben, for they were born warriors, fierce and indomitable. Witnessing Li Chang nonchalantly absorb the punch nearly shattered Papern's resolve. Very well, I will speak," he stammered, but it was too late. Ben, feeling indignant, swung another punch, this time aimed at Li Chang's face. With a sigh, Li Chang performed an act that left all in attendance astounded. He lowered his head and met the punch head-on. Bang! Ben was rendered speechless, his body trembling uncontrollably. Seizing the moment, Papern hurriedly conveyed his message. Once Papern finished, the ferocity in Ben's eyes gradually dissipated. He could hardly fathom that someone would care for him, and an unfamiliar emotion welled up within him, one that he could not quite identify. Li Chang offered a gentle smile to Ben, having cleaned his wounds, applied a white powder, and bandaged him. He then tended to the injuries on Ben's face and, brushing off his hands, declared, "Next, bring the next one over." With the prior experience in mind, handling those 2 from the Green Tribe became a matter of ease. Li Chang swiftly completed the bandaging and instructed Na Shan, "Let them rest well. Furthermore, once they recover, Allow Ben to join the training. He is destined to be a commendable warrior. The way the suffering captives regarded Li Chang transformed entirely, shifting from fear and reverence to hope and admiration. Several of the prisoners assisted the injured, and Li Chang proclaimed, "Remember, we all hail from different corners of the world, and fate has intertwined our paths. If anyone neglects their comrades, when misfortune befalls them, who can they rely upon for aid? From this moment forward, everyone must support and care for one another. Do you understand?" The captives erupted in enthusiastic cheers, and Nashan murmured, "Now this is what a leader should be like." "Alas, I cannot compare." Xiao Yuhong expressed his admiration. "Brother Muzi, you are truly remarkable." "Hong Di, there is nothing extraordinary about it. We must possess confidence in ourselves to survive." Li Chang reflected, acknowledging the profound changes within him. After departing from Earth and enduring various upheavals, his maturity accelerated rapidly. Ben approached Li Chang, chattering excitedly, and Pabin translated, "He says he wishes to follow you because you are a warrior." Considering their future journey to the Western continent, where Ben was a native, Li Chang smiled and said, "Very well, you may accompany me. Your sole duty will be to protect Hong Di and Pabin." Pabin was momentarily taken aback before relaying the message to Ben. Ben glanced at Xiao Yuhong and Pabin, nodding vigorously, while Li Chang reassuringly patted his shoulder in encouragement. Suddenly, a prisoner dashed down the corridor, breathless as he reached Li Chang and Nashan, exclaiming, "Master, there is an announcement." Nashan, in his usual manner, swiftly slapped the prisoner, but Li Chang caught his hand and shot him a disapproving glare. Nashan sheepishly chuckled, "Ah, I forgot again. I promise not to strike next time." Li Chang replied with a smile, "Do not rush. What is the announcement? Speak slowly." The prisoner took a deep breath, feeling a surge of gratitude, and said, "Master, an announcement has come from above, stating they are searching for someone recently incarcerated. If found and reported, the Tanta Kingdom will release the person who reports." Nashan, astonished, inquired, "What individual warrants such a significant effort from the foreign devils? What is his name?" The prisoner responded, "I believe it was something strong. Oh no, I forget. Is it Li Chang?" Li Chang inquired nonchalantly. Yes. Indeed it is Li Chang. Oh dear, the leaders from all districts are frantic, claiming they would dig 3 feet into the ground to find him." As he spoke, doubt nagged at him. How did the leaders even know his name? Did they mention the reason for the search? No, only that it seems quite urgent. Nashan, filled with excitement, declared, "Master, we have received quite a few individuals recently. We should investigate. Perhaps he is within our district." Li Chang mused, "What are they searching for? He stands right before you. How peculiar. Why would the Tana Kingdom seek me? Could it be? Have they truly found me so swiftly?" He waved his hand and said, "There is no one here. There is no need to search." In truth, after Li Chang's capture, chaos had erupted in the cultivation world. The news spread rapidly, prompting a joint warning from Ho Pijing, Fu Shan, and Mei Yubing. They declared that if the old master Bai Huang did not surrender Li Chang, the experts from the 3 sects would unite their disciples and allies to seek justice on Qianjia Star. Although old master Bai Huang was unperturbed, the imminent arrival of so many formidable cultivators, especially superlative experts like Fu Shan and Ho Pijing, posed a significant threat to his subordinates. Compounding the situation was the recent leak regarding the wrath of the celestial deity, which had drawn numerous experts from the cultivation realm to Heavenly Court Star. If, at such a critical juncture, adversaries were to strike Qianjia Star while his own experts were preoccupied at Heavenly Court Star, few would remain to defend their territory. Infuriated, Old Master Bai Huang commanded that Li Chang be located immediately, and Lang even ventured to the Tanta Kingdom in search of him, only to discover that the recent arrivals had all been sent to the Black Prison. Moreover, the Tanta Kingdom was reluctant to assist, as the Black Prison was a closely guarded secret, and they were unwilling to release its inmates. Ultimately, it was only through the personal intervention of Situ Yang that they agreed to make an effort to locate Li Chang. Given the high mortality rate in the Black Prison, no one could guarantee success, which is why such a notice was issued. As a result of these events, Li Chang's reputation within the cultivation community began to flourish. Unbeknownst to Li Chang, chaos had erupted outside in his name. His thoughts were solely occupied with finding a way to escape. He summoned Lin Fenghe and Nadaton to inquire about their progress in forming a team. Nadaton had already learned of Li Chang's assistance to the 2 injured tribesmen, which endeared him to Li Chang, leading to a more sincere demeanor. He reported, "So far, we have assembled 5 small teams, each consisting of 80 to 90 members, and training has commenced. However, We lack weaponry and equipment. Lin Fenghe added, the individuals here are too frail. They require substantial food and rest. Otherwise, they will struggle to exhibit combat effectiveness. Pausing, Li Chong pondered another matter. I require the weapons and armor from here, he declared casually. Nadatin was taken aback, exclaiming, but we don't possess such equipment. What should we do? He thought, just moments ago, you mentioned the lack of weaponry. How could you forget so quickly? Lin Fenghe and Nadatin exchanged anxious glances, both surprised by Li Chong's statement. Li Chong, momentarily taken aback, could not help but chuckle, clarifying. Oh, you misunderstand. I meant that I seek the weapons and equipment here to study their construction, so that we may commence manufacturing them. Nadatin, in disbelief, responded. How is that possible? Manufacturing such weapons requires specialized manufacturers and significant scale. It is not something a few individuals can accomplish. If you doubt it, you may inquire with Tang Gu, who has dabbled in weapon manufacturing. Upon entering the room, Tang Gu arrived promptly. Nadatin reiterated the previous conversation, asking, Tang Gu, I recall you have experience in weapon manufacturing. Do you think it is feasible for us to produce our own weapons? Tang Gu, appearing troubled, replied, it is exceedingly difficult. Almost impossible. While we have sufficient varieties of ore here, including crystal, ore, the problem lies in our lack of equipment and knowledgeable weapon manufacturers. How could we possibly produce them? The crowd fell into a profound silence, their gazes converging on Li Chong, awaiting his solution. Xiao Yuhong felt her heart racing, terrified that Li Chong might find himself in an awkward position. She wished she could assist him, yet felt utterly powerless. Anxiously observing the onlookers, she silently prayed for divine intervention, hoping that Li Chang would devise a remedy. Li Chong, aware of the challenges others faced in comprehending the intricacies of cultivating a human device, chuckled, please, do not be so tense. As I mentioned, if I say it can be resolved, it certainly can. However, I must have a sample. The crowd sensed his confidence. Although they did not grasp the method he intended to employ, he was their leader, and if he asserted it would work, they believed it would. Unbeknownst to them, they had begun to place their trust in Li Chong. Nashan furrowed his brow, stating, weapons are exceedingly difficult to procure here. The last time our leader seized a small spike gun, I had to exert considerable effort to obtain it, and I lost 7 men in the process. A bold idea emerged in Li Chong's mind as he inquired of Nashan, are you familiar with the terrain here? Nashan nodded, saying, I am well acquainted with the terrain in our area and the adjacent ones, but beyond that, I am not familiar. Boss, other areas are similarly deficient in weapons. They will not have them either. He assumed Li Chang intended to search for weapons in other districts. Haha. I plan to sneak in and capture a couple of white devils, while also assessing the situation above, Li Chang declared. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This was exceedingly audacious. Lin Feng interjected, it would be prudent for us to deliberate further. A cautious approach is advisable. Understanding Li Chang's other identity, he felt compelled to consider his safety. Nana Dun concurred, indeed, we must devise a comprehensive plan, as this concerns the lives of us all. However, I support the leader's idea. Capturing a prisoner is indeed essential. With a military background, he recognized the significance of intelligence. Nashan felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. In the dark prison, few dared to provoke the white devils, and this new leader was audacious beyond measure. His initial proposal utterly unexpected. He could not suppress his eagerness, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the white devils. The fire pit was a unique geographical feature of this area, a vent for subterranean magma and geothermal activity. Following the paths where molten rock had once erupted, there were winding passages, yet due to the extreme temperatures, no one dared to venture forth. Nashan could hardly believe Li Chong found this intriguing. He led Li Chong and a few others to the edge of the fire pit, where scorching heat waves enveloped them. The nearby rock face twisted and contorted in the rising thermal currents, while the fiery magma below bubbled violently, releasing enormous bubbles that burst with strange, gurgling sounds. Each explosion intensified the heat. Pabon had already tried to stand at a distance, yet the heat still rendered him breathless. However, none of them observed the entrance or exit of the fire spirit, as the heat was simply too extreme. Kenkenchi wiped the sweat streaming down his face, chuckling wryly. Even if I still had my wings, I would not dare to traverse this place. It is too fearsome. Nazhan remarked, I shall join as well. After all, I have become quite familiar with this place over time. This unexpected initiative took Li Chong by surprise. He had not anticipated Nashan's eagerness. Li Chong regarded him with a hint of appreciation, saying, very well, Brother Lin will remain here, and Nazhan shall go. Lin Fenghe, being a soldier, was bound by the orders of his superiors and had no choice but to comply, despite his reluctance. The others hurriedly retreated to the entrance of the fire pit corridor. King Kanki thought Li Chang was utterly mad. He could not fathom how one could traverse such a searing passage without being incinerated before reaching their destination. Li Chang declared, "All right. Preparations are underway." He handed each of the three a pair of defensive jade talismans, instructing one for backup and the other to be crushed. Curiosity sparked in Nazhan as he crushed one of the talismans, unleashing a radiant glow that enveloped him in a sudden wave of coolness, almost rendering the previous heat imperceptible. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, "What is this? It is incredible!" King Kanki was equally astonished. Li Chang was full of surprises, which only bolstered his confidence in him. Li Chang pointed at Nazhan, saying, "You go first, watch your footing." With a firm grip on one of Nashan's arms, he exerted force and hurled him forward. Although Nazhan would have claimed to be unafraid, he could not help but scream as he watched the molten lava rush beneath him. Once he landed perfectly in the cavern opposite the fire pit, his cry for help echoed back. "Help?" Li Chang laughed and scolded. "To see you so fierce yet calling for help, there's nothing to fear." He then proceeded to throw Zhaoji and King Kanki across as well. Having witnessed Nashan's experience, the two did not scream, yet they were drenched in cold sweat, knowing that falling into the fire pit would likely leave no trace of them. All three were eager to see how Li Chang would make his way across. Li Chang, possessing fire essence within him, and being a practitioner rooted in purple flame and heavenly fire, was untroubled by such flames. Were it not for his sealed nascent soul, even plunging into the pit would pose little threat to him. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. With a leap, he soared into the cavern like a flash of lightning. The trio erupted in applause, and Li Chang, moving with grace, clasped his fist in salute, grinning, "I hope to not embarrass myself." In that fleeting moment, he left a profound impression on them, embodying an effortless elegance. The four of them swiftly ascended within the cavern. The higher they climbed, the more arduous their journey became. As the branching paths multiplied, King Kanki and Nazhan, the least physically robust, began to lag, while Zhao Ji, being a martial artist, managed to keep pace. King Kanki gasped for breath, his face turning a deep shade of green, while Nashan's complexion grew pale, beads of sweat forming densely on his brow. He quietly urged, "Boss, please slow down. This is exhausting." Li Chang tossed down a rope, whispering, "Hold on to the rope." The three quickly grasped it, utilizing Li Chang's strength to alleviate their fatigue. After navigating several more forks and ascending further, the passage widened, and the temperature noticeably dropped, even a gentle breeze brushing against their cheeks. The quartet continued their ascent. Just as the three were nearing their limits, Li Chang, who was leading, suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. The trio immediately ceased their movements, watching Li Chang with bated breath. Among them, King Kanki possessed the keenest understanding of the combat prowess of the soldiers from the Tantu nation, which made him the most anxious of the group. He gently caressed the small spiked gun nestled in his arms, a gift from Li Chang, who had requested Han Jin to procure it for him, for he was, after all, a soldier of the land and most familiar with the weaponry here. King Kanki internally lamented, wishing for the weapons, armor, and wings of old, how much more assured he would feel in battle. Now, with this diminutive spiked gun, he doubted it could even penetrate the armor of the foreign devils, leaving him uncertain about how to capture a prisoner. Li Chang turned, placing a finger to his lips, then gestured for them to proceed. In truth, he had already caught the faint sounds of conversation. Had the nascent soul not been sealed, the words would have been crystal clear. For now, he could only discern the direction of the sounds, yet that sufficed. After a moment's thought, he drew forth the flying sword that Mo Huayuan had given him. Though he had never trained with it, it was far superior to any mundane weapon. As they turned another corner, the sounds grew suddenly louder, a cacophony of chatter that, though unintelligible, bore the semblance of laughter. Having faced numerous life and death struggles, Li Chang's courage had burgeoned, and he cautiously approached the source of the noise. Nashan and the others slowly crept closer to Li Chang. In a hushed tone, Nashan whispered, "Boss, that might be a ventilation shaft." King Kanki quietly readied his spiked gun, while Zhao Ji and Nashan gripped their 8-inch triangular daggers, their palms slick with sweat, an uncomfortable feeling. Zhao Ji pulled out a piece of tattered cloth, sharing half with Nashan, demonstrating how to wrap it around his hand. Nashan, enlightened, followed suit, feeling a bit more secure. Li Chang had located the source of the sounds. It was an opening approximately half a meter in diameter. Silently, He crawled to the edge of the hole. The walls were not particularly thick, revealing a grand hall below. The opening indeed served as a ventilation shaft, positioned in the corner of the hall, allowing a clear view of the layout within. To Li Chang's astonishment, he observed a dozen soldiers clad in white armor. Among them a figure in red armor who appeared to be an officer. Kankanki peered down, his heart racing with a mix of surprise and delight. Whispering in Li Chang's ear, "It seems this is their armory. Look at those racks behind that row of stone pillars." Li Chang, equally thrilled, noted the neatly arranged spiked guns and what appeared to be armor behind the stone pillars. Nashan gazed in horror at the soldiers milling about below, pondering how they could possibly engage. They were but 4, and charging in would surely result in them being reduced to mere pulp by a hail of gunfire. His hands trembled involuntarily, while Zhao Ji remained composed, offering a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Nashan cast a grateful glance in his direction. Li Chang's mind raced with calculations. Among the 4 of them, only he was unafraid of the soldiers. In a surprise attack, perhaps they could manage one-on-one confrontations. But there were 14 soldiers and an officer below, with an unknown number outside the hall. A direct assault would be far too perilous. Lacking a viable plan, he signaled for everyone to slowly retreat and crawl into a nearby passage. Let us deliberate and devise a suitable strategy. This operation must minimize casualties while ensuring that the enemy remains oblivious to our situation. Therefore, once we engage, we cannot leave anyone alive, except for those we intend to take with us. If they cannot be taken, they must be eliminated immediately. Kankanki, what are your thoughts on this? Boss, I find it quite challenging. They have too many soldiers. Once we take out a few, if they become alert and activate their armor and defensive shields, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to inflict further damage. At that point, Kankanki expressed his concerns. Nazhan remained silent, noticing Li Chang's gaze upon him. He scratched his bald head and awkwardly chuckled. Boss, don't look at me. I'm just a simple man. I was nearly terrified to death seeing so many soldiers just now. Boss, just say the word. I'm all in for whatever you decide. If it leads to death, then so be it. At least we will have fought. Zhao Ji chimed in. Indeed, what Nazhan said makes sense. Boss, just tell us what to do. Worst case, we die. Li Chang interrupted him with a playful scolding. Nazhan, you rascal, always talking about death. I have no intention of sending you to your demise. Nor do I want that for you, Brother Zhao. We need to survive. Nazhan inwardly sighed. Who wouldn't he desire to live against such a formidable enemy? Once the battle begins, survival becomes a daunting challenge. Li Chang cleared his throat and said, since no one has any good ideas, I do have a rather unconventional approach. Kankanki, puzzled, inquired, what do you mean by an unconventional approach? Nazhan interjected, that would imply we have no approach at all. The moment he finished speaking, Li Chang gave his bald head a light smack, admonishing, must you be so talkative? For reasons unknown, Li Chang found a certain fondness for this rugged man, which prompted him to tease him. Nazhan shrank his head back, murmuring to himself, I'm already not the brightest. Being hit will only make me dimmer. We will wait. Wait for the right moment to present itself, Li Chang stated confidently. Kankanki suddenly enlightened. Indeed, we shall await the opportune moment. It is unlikely that there will always be so many soldiers present. We can take turns keeping watch, and once an opportunity arises, we can strike. A splendid plan. He felt a great admiration for Li Chang. The anticipation of waiting was indeed uncomfortable. Li Chang shared the provisions and fresh water he had brought with the 3 of them and began to check the changes within himself. With the energy support from the fire pool, his abilities surged, and he finally pierced a hole in the light barrier. Instantly, his consciousness traversed through this opening into his nascent soul, where he commenced the vigorous operation of his microcosm. Time passed unmeasured, and suddenly, an overwhelming radiance enveloped him. Nazhan, idly toying with the triangular spike in his hand, was startled as the surroundings erupted in brilliance. His hand trembled, and he accidentally cut his finger with the spike, involuntarily exclaiming in surprise as he stared at Li Chang in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a person could emit light. Kankanki, resting against the rock wall, was roused from his feigned slumber by Nazhan's exclamation. He swiftly grabbed his small spike gun, opened his eyes, and was equally astonished. After a moment, as the glow dimmed, Li Chang sighed and opened his eyes. He understood that he had not yet fully regained his previous state, but he could now wield some of his true essence. Noticing the dazed expressions on the faces of the 2 men, he asked, what are you 2 staring at? Is there any new development? Speak up. The 3 men all gazed at Li Chang. Attack. Time had passed here for quite a while. and those below must be growing anxious. Let us go and discuss our strategy, Li Chang suggested. With the newfound ability to harness true essence, albeit in limited quantities, his strength had significantly improved, and his confidence soared. All right, everyone, shatter your jade talismans, Li Chang instructed. Upon returning to the cave entrance and carefully counting, he found that there were only 6 of them. One had gone missing. 3 soldiers sat in the center of the hall, seemingly engrossed in conversation, chattering incessantly, while one soldier stood by a row of stone pillars, half his body exposed, and another appeared to be sleeping in a corner. The most troublesome was a soldier who was continuously pacing back and forth. Li Chang communicated through his true essence, "Brother Zhao, deal with the wandering soldier. If you cannot eliminate him, at least entangle him. Kinkanki, handle the soldier behind the pillars, and Na Shan, take care of the one who is sleeping. I will confront the 3 in the center of the hall. I will go down first, and you all jump down one by one. I will catch you. Do not hesitate. Act immediately, understood?" Seeing the 3 nod in agreement, Li Chang commenced his first operation in the dark camp. His caution indeed saved all 4 of them. In Tambang Star, a well-equipped army could undoubtedly contend with cultivators, thus cultivators aware of the situation would refrain from provoking the army here, given the formidable nature of their weaponry. Like a phantom, Li Chang descended silently, landing without a sound. Zhao followed suit, and before he could touch the ground, Li Chang propelled him toward the wandering soldier, his body shooting forth like an arrow. Next, Kinkanki was also pushed forward. Na Shan gritted his teeth and jumped down, being flung by Li Chang towards the sleeping soldier. The 3 chatting soldiers noticed Li Chang and his companions, hastily rising to their feet. Just as they reached for their weapons, they were met with the playful, scarred visage of Li Chang, grinning at them with an unsettling brightness. They could not fathom how he had managed to approach them so swiftly. Li Chang understood that failing to swiftly eliminate these 3 soldiers would lead to dire consequences. Seizing the moment before they could raise their firearms, the silver light emitted by his small flying sword had already sliced through one soldier's neck. Utilizing a modicum of true essence, a flash of purple light flickered, and with his other hand, he thrust like a long sword into the chest of another soldier. A head flew off, and blood gushed forth wildly. The remaining soldier futilely grasped at Li Chang's shoulder, incredulously watching as his elbow pierced through his own body. Armor unable to provide any protection. Only one soldier remained, his eyes betraying profound disbelief and terror. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound emerged. Suddenly gripped by excruciating pain in his abdomen, his body propelled into the air. The force of Li Chang's kick had shattered his innards. In his panic, Na Shan attempted to cover the soldier's mouth, only to be bitten in return. The soldier fell silent, but Na Shan screamed in distress. Kinkanki had the smoothest encounter, landing right beside the soldier leaning against the pillar, raising his small spiked gun and, with a single shot, obliterated the soldier's head into fragments. Shortly thereafter, 2 cries echoed, one of which was Na Shan's, causing Kinkanki's scalp to prickle with fear. He grabbed the spiked gun from the rack and dashed towards the corridor. Kinkanki, having once served as an officer, showed remarkable resolve as he did not rush to rescue Nazhan but instead sprinted towards the tunnel entrance. He understood that by blocking the entrance, he could effectively engage a larger force with a smaller one. Once a multitude of soldiers flooded in, survival for those inside would be impossible. Meanwhile, Zhao found himself in a predicament. A burly soldier with a thick beard, highly alert, opened his armor and raised his arm shield the moment he spotted Zhao. Just as he lifted his spiked spear, Zhao delivered a swift kick to his wrist, causing the white spear to clatter to the ground. Zhao unleashed a flurry of strikes, only to despondently realize that he could not harm his foe. The burly soldier, despite his formidable armor, was rendered helpless without his weapon. He rolled and crawled towards the fallen spear. Although Zhao possessed commendable martial skills, he found himself at a loss against the bearded warrior clad in standard armor. The triangular spikes barely pierced through, leaving him to resort to futile punches and kicks. The burly soldier, too, was struggling. The relentless blows disoriented him, and realizing he could not retrieve his spear, he desperately leaped aside and drew a peculiar, short dagger measuring about a foot in length. The 2 men faced off like roosters in a duel. Zhao hesitated to charge, uncertain of the weapon in his opponent's grasp, yet he had successfully tangled the bearded warrior. As Li Chang dispatched 3 soldiers, he heard Nashan's frantic cries. With a sideways leap, he rushed over, feeling a mixture of exasperation and amusement. In midair, he observed Nashan's hand caught tightly in the soldier's jaws, while Nazhan furiously pummeled the soldier's face. The soldier, bloodied and determined, refused to release his grip. Li Chong landed beside Nazhan, swiftly stomping down, causing a resounding crack as the triangular spikes and armor collapsed. Blood spewed from the soldier's mouth, splattering Nazhan. Clutching his hand in pain, Nazhan jumped up, writhing on the ground, but Li Chong paid him no heed as he dashed towards Zhao Ji. King Kanki lamented silently, aware that they had alerted the soldiers outside. Countless troops surged towards the hall from the tunnel. King Kanki crouched at the entrance, firing frantically at the advancing soldiers. Silver energy orbs collided with their shields, producing a cacophony of sounds. The soldiers momentarily faltered, raising their spiked spears in retaliation, and a deafening uproar erupted. Hearing the commotion outside, the burly soldier let out a frantic roar. Before he could shout again, Li Chong was upon him. Like a whirlwind, he swept behind the soldier and seized his neck, his fingers constricting like a vice. The soldier writhed, frothing at the mouth, his eyes rolling back. Zhao Ji shouted, "Just keep him alive. Don't kill him." Li Chong quickly released his grip, realizing that he had been inadvertently lethal in his recent encounters, perplexed by his own overwhelming ferocity. He called out, "Nazhan, come quickly and bind him. Wait for us at the tunnel entrance. Brother Zhao, let us head to the tunnel." Before he finished speaking, he had already darted away. "King Kanki, how is it going? Can you hold them off?" Li Chong suddenly appeared behind King Kanki, inquiring. Although Li Chong was unaware of what a powerful shield was, he was certain that the spiked gun could not penetrate such an object. Just as he hesitated, Nashan's voice resonated. "What is this? Can it be used?" Nashan, clad in a complete set of white armor, wielded a shield that glimmered with a bluish light, and his bald head was adorned with a forehead guard that shimmered similarly. He dragged a large box, neatly filled with oval-shaped red balls, grinning widely, appearing quite comical. King Kanki picked up one of the oval red balls and squeezed it with force, transforming it into a perfect sphere. He hurled it down the corridor while shouting, "Everyone, duck!" A loud thud echoed through the passage as a wave of heat mixed with debris surged towards them. Nashan cursed, "Damn it, this is impressive." He mimicked King Kanki and threw one as well, but forgot to duck, being knocked over by the blast's force. Fortunately, his armor protected him from injury, and he got up, grumbling. This was a small weapons cache, and the supplies were limited. Li Chong moved with remarkable speed, quickly scavenging all the available weaponry. However, King Kanki was already struggling to hold his ground. Li Chong shouted, "Retreat to the entrance, quickly." The entire hall was shrouded in smoke. Energy orbs zipped through the air, making eerie sounds, while debris crumbled from the walls, filling the air with a stinging, burnt odor. Zhao Ji and King Kanki were fortunately protected by their talismans and sustained no significant injuries. The three men retreated awkwardly towards the entrance they had come from, with Nashan dragging the large box, clearly enamored with the red balls. Li Chong seized King Kanki and, with a surge of strength, hurled him towards the opening above. He repeated the action with Zhao Ji, Nashan, and the bearded captive, just as soldiers burst into the hall. In an instant, a barrage of gunfire erupted, leaving the entire hall in disarray. Li Chong was struck by at least a dozen energy orbs, his body becoming a bloody mess. Fortunately, he managed to muster enough inner energy to preserve his life. Lying on the ground, he finally comprehended the spiked gun's formidable power. Suddenly, he spotted the large box left by Nashan and couldn't help but smile mischievously. Numerous soldiers, brandishing spiked guns, their armor and shields gleaming, cautiously approached. They saw a bloodied figure sprawled over a large box, seemingly lifeless. The soldiers exhaled in relief, lowering their weapons. An officer clad in red armor poked the body with his spiked gun, curious to ascertain the identity of this individual who had infiltrated the most clandestine weapons cache. As the spiked gun turned the figure over, revealing a face smeared with blood, the officer looked around in confusion, pondering how this person had managed to enter. Suddenly, the individual opened his eyes, which shimmered with a purple light. With a hearty laugh, he gestured towards the large box, and in an instant, he soared into the air. Some soldiers grasped his parting words, "Ha, farewell, you bunch of fools." Only then did the officer notice the box brimming with potent red explosive balls, now transformed into perfect spheres, causing his heart to nearly shatter with shock. As Li Chong's meager vital energy barely propelled him through the opening at the apex of the hall, he was astonished to find King Kanki and the other two waiting for him. With scarcely a moment to scold them, he gathered his strength, along with the three companions and a captive, and plunged down the corridor. Suddenly, the passage began to tremble violently, accompanied by ominous rumblings of thunder. The five of them tumbled onto a bend in the path. In a state of panic, Nashan exclaimed, "Boss, what on earth did you do to create such a commotion?" No sooner had he spoken than the entire corridor quaked, and large stones and debris fell from the walls, cascading downward. Zhao Ji employed his spike gun to clear 2 sizable boulders, stating, "This is untenable. It will only increase." Nashan retorted, "Nonsense. What do you mean increase? That's ill-fated." Li Chang chuckled, "Isn't this treasure of yours that I set off?" Haha. However, after a couple of laughs, he sensed something was amiss and inquired, "Nashan, are there any other passages we can take? Damn it, we've stirred up a hornet's nest." The expressions of the three, along with the captive, shifted dramatically as they all heard the rumbling grow louder. Nashan trembled as he said, "Where can we crawl to? Who can outrun molten lava? If I had known, I would have preferred to be shot down below." Despairing glances were cast towards Li Chang. A pungent smoke mixed with searing heat surged from the passage below. "We must crawl regardless." Quickly, the 5 of them desperately scrambled upwards, feeling the heat intensifying behind them. Li Chang brought up the rear, giving a gentle push to anyone who showed signs of fatigue. Gradually, smoke began to fill the corridor, and while the others gasped for breath, Kinkanki coughed, "No. No. I can't breathe. It's too suffocating." Hastily, Li Chang produced 4 towels and tossed them to everyone, saying, "Urinate on the towels and cover your mouths and noses quickly. Don't delay." Nashan, the most obedient, promptly maneuvered his towel into his trousers, prompting the others to comply as well. Soon, they all covered their mouths and noses with the towels, but Nashan, with a pained expression, lamented, "Boss, what if I can't go?" Li Chang nearly slipped down the corridor upon hearing this, cursing, "For heaven's sake, do I need to worry about your urination too? Here, you do it." The captive, having understood Kinkanki's translation, wryly stuffed Nashan's towel into his pants. The group continued their ascent, and Nashan, gripping the towel, muttered angrily, "Damn it, the foreign devil's urine reeks. It's driving me insane." As his gaze swept across the rock wall, he suddenly rejoiced, exclaiming, "Haha, look above. Ugh, damn it. I exerted too much force." In his excitement, he inadvertently squeezed the towel, causing the foul liquid to surge into his mouth, the putrid stench assaulting his senses. Li Chang glanced upward and, indeed, spotted another passage, causing a surge of joy to wash over him. He playfully slapped Nashan on the head, exclaiming, "Well done. Nashan, this is your merit." Nashan inwardly cursed, realizing he had swallowed some of the urine with that slap, pondering how he would ever eat again. His luck seemed to have run out. The group clumsily made their way into the new passage, and Nashan, setting down his towel, inhaled deeply the relatively fresh air. Leaning against the rock wall, he burst into laughter, but as his mirth faded, it transformed into a heart-wrenching sob. After enduring such an experience of life and death, no one dared to mock him. Everyone remained silent, listening to his heart-wrenching cries. "I'm much better now. Sorry for causing everyone to laugh." Nazan wiped his tears and forced a smile, exclaiming, "Damn it, who would have thought that I, Nazan, would ever shed tears?" Zhao Ji and Kinkanki simultaneously patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Li Chang remarked, "We have no idea where this passage leads. We must all exercise caution." He glanced at Nazan and inquired, "How do you feel? Can you manage?" "Absolutely. What is there to worry about? I, Nazan, have clawed my way out from the grave. From now on, I shall command respect." As he spoke, he puffed out his chest, only to hear a resounding thud as he exclaimed in pain, "Ouch. I bumped my head." Laughter erupted among them, instantly lightening the atmosphere. It was unclear how long they had been climbing. They only felt as if they were venturing further and further away. Upon reaching another fork in the path, Nazan, feeling dejected, exclaimed, "Damn it, my head is spinning. Which passage should we take?" Suddenly, the bearded captive rolled into one of the side passages. Kinkanki, unable to catch him, shouted in frustration, "Quick, follow him," and immediately slid down after him. The other 3 were caught off guard, and Li Chang cursed, "Damn it," before rushing forward. Like a great spider, Li Chang adhered to the rock face with his hands and feet, rapidly pursuing the captive. "Ah!" A chilling scream pierced the air. It was the voice of the bearded man. Kinkanki shuddered in fear, yet found himself uncontrollably sliding downward. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath him vanish, and he couldn't help but scream as well. In a split second, Li Chang grasped him firmly. The grip was so tight that Kinkanki felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, eliciting another anguished cry. Li Chang was extremely tense, hearing Zhao Ji and Nazan rushing down behind him. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, but thanks to his heightened perception from his training, he flipped backward. Employing a technique he had learned called thousand-pound drop, anchoring himself firmly on the sloped passage. Catch me. There's nothing below. I've got you, boss. Zhao Ji, adept in movement, had already slowed down upon hearing the warning. As he slid beside Li Chong, he merely tugged on his arm lightly, bringing him to a halt. Nazan, however, was not so fortunate. He tumbled down head first, engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris, bellowing, "Boss, be careful." Thud. Nazan cried out, "Ouch, boss. Your head." Sob. "It's harder than the rocks. It hurts." Li Chang found himself momentarily immobilized. With Nazan atop him, while his right hand clutched Kankanki and his left arm embraced Zhaoji. "Brother Zhao, we don't know what lies below. Go investigate. Grab the rope, and I'll pull you up." Nazan produced a slender crystal rod, twisting it gently to emit a soft green light, extending it towards Zhaoji, saying, "Be careful, hold on to this." Zhaoji bit down on the crystal rod, grasped the rope, and began to slide down. After some time, Zhaoji's voice faintly echoed from below. Nazan inquired, "Boss, what did he say?" "I can't hear clearly." Li Chong exhaled deeply and replied, "It's all right now, Kankanki. You should descend as well. Nazan, be ready." Before long, the trio descended to the bottom, where they discovered the bearded captive. His skull shattered and lifeless upon a protruding rock. Kankanki cursed, "Run, let you run, and now you're dead." Li Chong surveyed the area, noting it was a funnel-shaped pit strewn with boulders and shattered rocks, appearing eerily illuminated by the crystalline rod, which also revealed numerous glimmering crystals scattered across the ground. Nazhan had already begun to collect the larger crystals, and Li Chang inquired, "Did anyone hear any sounds?" "No, I just feel it's too quiet," Zhaoji replied. Straining to listen, "I hear the sound of dripping water. Follow me," Li Chang declared, leading the way as the others followed closely behind. Turning around a massive rock, a large fissure came into view, the sound of dripping water becoming distinctly audible. Li Chang crouched by the pool, splashed some water on his face, and said, "I think I'll go underwater." Nazhan exclaimed, "Boss, you can't be thinking of taking a bath now, can you?" Li Chang jested, "Nazhan, I see you enjoy rambling. Be careful, or I might have to teach you a lesson. I want to check if there's a passage underwater. Wait for me and don't wander off, understood?" With a splash, Li Chang leaped into the water. Nazhan and the others watched the ripples on the surface, silence enveloping them as they heard the ominous drip, drip of falling water. Nazhan fixated on the water's surface and suddenly remarked, "Damn it, why does this feel strange?" He scratched his bald head and asked Kankanki, "Old Kan, what do you think?" Kankanki thought to himself, "When did I become Old Kan?" He replied, "You know the boss's abilities, there's nothing to worry about." Nazhan muttered, "Now anyone dares to speak to the former boss like that. Sigh, I've lost my authority." Zhaoji chuckled, "Old Nazhan, I truly don't know how you became the boss. Your skills are lacking." Suddenly, well, everyone be careful. The three were taken aback as Li Chong emerged drenched from the depths, countless small red figures shooting toward him from the water. As Li Chong soared into the air, the swarm of red shadows brushed past him, striking the cave's ceiling with a resounding crack before plunging back into the water. Zhaoji, quick on his feet, had already darted away from the pool, but Kankanki and Nazhan were not so fortunate, each struck by 3 or 4 red shadows, crying out in pain. Li Chong swiftly approached the two, forcing a smile. "Don't move. Let me see what these creatures are." They were palm-sized, dark red, fish-like beings, their sharp mouths deeply embedded in the skin, their tails writhing and twisting. Nazhan, more frightened than pained, wailed, "Boss, I'm going to die. Help." Li Chong couldn't help but slapped Nashin's bald head and scolded, "Your boss isn't dead. What is there to be afraid of? Kankanki isn't panicking like you." As he spoke, he grasped the tail of one of the red shadows and gradually pulled it out, marveling, "What a peculiar creature. Look at its mouth, it's as sharp as a knife." As they removed the crimson shadows from the two individuals and applied medicine, Kankanki suddenly exclaimed, "I have discerned what this is. It turns out to be a creature from the water." Li Chong, intrigued, inquired, "What is it?" Kankanki responded, "Look, what does it resemble now?" He elaborated, "Here, the indigenous people fashion it into arrowheads. This creature is quite malicious. Once it pierces the body and draws blood, it revives, specifically targeting the heart. We have dubbed it the Shadow Heart Arrow, and until now, we were unaware of what it truly was. Seeing its desiccated form has finally enlightened us." Nazhan, examining the slender crimson shadow in his hand, skeptically placed it into a nearby puddle, only to witness it twist violently, causing him to stomp on it in fright and exclaim, "By the sun, how terrifying." Li Chang retrieved 2 sets of standard armor and said, "Brother Zhao and King Kanki should don these. There is no need to waste energy stones, just keep the defenses active. Nazhan, you two, activate your defenses. I intend to dive down and investigate further." The 3 of them gasped in alarm, and Nazhan, with a mournful expression, protested, "Boss, must you rush towards death so hastily?" Realizing the grave tone of his words, he instinctively recoiled and raised his hand to shield himself. But alas, it was too late, and with a resounding thwack, he cried out, "Boss, you've struck my head again." Zhaoji expressed his concern, "Boss, this is far too perilous. How will you defend against the Shadow Heart Arrow's assault?" Li Chang settled into a cross-legged position, chuckling, "We can only attempt it. I seem to see a glimmer ahead underwater, so it is imperative to give it another try. To abandon this opportunity would be a travesty." He immersed his consciousness into his nascent soul, striving to harness more of his true essence, as the Lanyan armor required a substantial amount of it to be donned. While lost in contemplation, the surroundings illuminated, and King Kanki tugged at his arm, revealing that Li Chang was gradually rising, adorned in a set of armor that they had never witnessed before. King Kanki's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Such exquisite and beautiful armor had not crossed his imagination. A gentle golden light infused with deep blue radiated from it, reminiscent of the first rays of sunlight breaking over the ocean, resplendent and breathtaking. King Kanki comprehended that this armor contained a vast amount of crystal energy. Perplexed by how a single suit could harbor such immense power, Nazhan muttered to himself, I knew it. Anyone capable of being my boss must surely not be human." He then slapped his own face, exclaiming, "Bah, my foul mouth." Li Chang felt at ease in the water, illuminated by the golden light of the Lanyan armor, as swarms of Shadow Heart arrows darted rapidly in the distance. Previously, he had relied solely on his keen instincts to navigate. Now, with the armor's radiance, he could clearly observe everything beneath the surface. He dared not use his true essence to propel himself, but instead swam slowly. Curiously, the Shadow Heart arrows seemed to shy away from the light, avoiding him from a distance. The bottom of the pond revealed several passageways, and Li Chang followed the widest one. This passage measured only 6 or 7 meters in length, yet it was remarkably spacious within, with numerous crystals glistening in a kaleidoscope of colors under the armor's illumination. Suddenly, Li Chang sensed a rush of water approaching from the side and turned, taken aback. "Goodness, what is this?" He admonished himself, "Stay calm, remain calm." It was a creature resembling a gecko, measuring a staggering 7 to 8 meters in length. Its 4 elongated limbs clung to the rocky bottom of the water, and its wide mouth revealed no teeth. 2 small green eyes glimmered with an eerie light, and a long tail fanned out like a folding fan, revealing blue spines when opened, with 2 rows of black flesh spikes adorning its back. Li Chang found himself at a loss regarding its weaknesses, unaware of how it might attack, and the standoff persisted. Suddenly, another surge of water rushed past him, and a quick glance sent a shiver down his spine. Not far away, another monstrous being emerged, its countless tentacles undulating through the water, bright yellow with patches of vivid red, its shape indistinct, appearing as nothing more than a mass of appendages. The gecko-like creature abruptly reared up, its belly swelling with a sudden inflation. Li Chang cautiously approached the rocky wall, quietly retrieving 2 red explosive bombs from his possession. To his astonishment, the mass of tentacles arranged themselves neatly into a 5-pointed star formation. He was almost compelled to exclaim, for the shape was unmistakably a simple attack formation, with spheres of light rolling across the tentacles, poised to unleash their power. Li Chang stealthily retreated to the base of the rock wall, observing the impending clash between the 2 monsters. The gecko-like creature initiated the attack first, its swollen belly contracting sharply, and its mouth opening wide, unleashing an odd underwater sound wave that sent Li Chang's blood surging. He mused, "This must be a sonic attack. How formidable. Even with my Lanyan battle armor, I can feel its effects. A mere sound attack like this could take the life of an ordinary person." He discreetly released a trace of true energy, attempting to analyze the trajectory of the sonic attack, but after a fruitless effort, he abandoned his endeavor. The arrangement of tentacles was even more remarkable. The 5-pointed star attack formation remained intact, while several rows of tentacles on the outer ring formed a defensive line, shimmering with a yellow light, successfully blocking the sonic assault. Li Chang couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of this world. Not daring to observe any longer, he quietly ascended to the water's surface. Upon emerging, he beheld a natural platform rising above the water, surrounded by azure depths, with the cave walls resembling an enormous inverted bowl. The nature of the rock walls remained a mystery, yet they emitted a faint glow, illuminating the surroundings. The platform was covered with a thick layer of crystalline fragments, sparkling and translucent. Li Chang, with a discerning eye, quickly identified numerous exquisite celestial stones. He picked up one, a superior grade by Chao stone. As he ventured a few steps closer to the center of the platform, he discovered a modest pit teeming with unfamiliar plant-like entities, and within it pooled a shallow layer of milky white water. He retrieved the jade eye tablet he had seized from Mei Chu and began to search rapidly. A look of unrestrained joy gradually spread across Li Chang's face. The black substance, glimmering faintly and resembling deer antlers, was named by Shi Zi, while the surrounding green, soft strands reminiscent of hair were called Jie Jingxi. Additionally, clusters of blue mushroom-like fruits surrounded the milky liquid, a rare elixir known as Jing Yuan water. Prized for alchemical purposes, the Bai Shi Zi and Jing Yuan water could be combined to create a rudimentary elixir of little value to cultivators, yet for ordinary individuals, its effects would be akin to that of a miraculous potion, and for martial practitioners, the effects would be even more pronounced. Li Chang, in a moment of serendipity, stumbled upon several remarkable items, bringing him immense joy. His greatest concern had been the frail bodies of the tortured prisoners, but now, with the simple concoction of a pill, he could rejuvenate them all. Carefully, he retrieved some glass vials to gather these treasures. Once he had tidied up the crystal spring water, he discovered, to his astonishment, a fist-sized crystal at the bottom of the pit, an azure-white stone he had never encountered before. Curiously, he picked it up, and to his surprise, the color of the crystal began to shift mysteriously, transitioning from azure-white to black, and then to a vibrant orange-red. Amused, he placed it in his bracelet, unaware that this crystal was an exceedingly rare gem in the realm of cultivation, known as the embedded stone, a treasure that is both fortuitous and elusive. Suddenly, a tremor shook Li Chang's feet as the water at the platform's edge surged tumultuously. He realized that fierce battles were raging beneath the surface. Although anxious, he had no choice but to exercise patience while he collected the crystals scattered on the ground and observed the water's surface. Gradually, the water calmed, and Li Chang leaned in to peer below, only to find that the two creatures had vanished without a trace. Back at the pool, Na Shan and the others were already in a frenzy, pacing anxiously. Upon seeing Li Chang emerge from the water, Na Shan grasped his shoulder and scrutinized him from head to toe. Li Chang chuckled. "What is it?" "I'm perfectly fine, not missing a piece of flesh." Panting heavily, Na Shan exclaimed, "Boss, if you hadn't returned, we would have had to go down to find you." Kinkanki and Zhao Ji nodded in agreement. Kinkanki remarked, "Did those shadow heart arrows attack you?" "Sigh, I would have preferred to dive in with you rather than wait in fear." Zhao Ji added, "If it weren't for old Can's restraint, Na Shan would have jumped in for sure." Li Chang felt a warm surge of gratitude, realizing he had genuinely earned their concern. He replied, "The waterways are too numerous. Getting lost would be perilous, and I encountered some formidable creatures beneath." Old Can was right. "I'm glad you didn't descend. It was far too dangerous." Kinkanki thought to himself, "Why has the boss started calling me Old Can? It's all Na Shan's fault for being so reckless." Li Chang found navigating the underground passage to be most vexing and said, "All right, Na Shan will lead the way. We shall follow." He donned a set of standard armor and added, "Everyone, activate your defenses and ready your weapons. Let us proceed." Kinkanki opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately held his tongue, following Na Shan onward. Inwardly, Li Chang lamented the sealing of his Yuan Ing by Situ Yong. Otherwise, he could have used the earth-walking technique to scout the way. As they ascended, descended, and turned in various directions, Li Chang remained the most comfortable among the four, feeling no fatigue, while Zhao Ji managed reasonably well, leaving Na Shan to struggle, panting like a dog. "Boss," Na Shan gasped, "I can't go on. I need to rest. I can't catch my breath." "All right, everyone take a break," Li Chang said, leaning against the cave wall as he sat down. He retrieved a glass vial, carefully extracted a piece of wall gap purple, and, using his true essence, ground it into powder, placing it in a cup. He then added a bit of crystal spring water and gathered a few small pieces of celestial stone, arranging them on the ground to form a miniature pill formation, striving to channel a bit of true essence to activate the formation. A faint red glow illuminated the corridor as Li Chang cautiously poured the mixture from the glass cup into the alchemical array. Na Shan and his companions stared in astonishment, not only having never seen such a translucent glass cup, but also unfamiliar with the concept of an alchemical array. Na Shan inquired, "Boss, what are you doing? Why are those crystal stones floating in midair?" Noticing that Li Chang was intently adjusting the stones without responding, he turned to Zhao Ji and asked, "Hey, old Zhao, can you explain what boss is doing?" Zhao Ji waved his hand, having barely grasped Na Shan's words, his mind filled with amazement. He vaguely understood that this was alchemy, yet it was his first encounter and he remained uncertain. In truth, the most astonished was Kinkanki. On Tambang Star, utilizing crystal stones was commonplace, as they were fundamental resources. However, he had never witnessed such an application of crystal energy, which only deepened the mystery surrounding Li Chang. Gradually, the red light began to pale, illuminating the cave walls, while the floating crystal stones commenced a rapid rotation. 6 alchemical pills formed, each the size of a thumb, releasing a delightful fragrance. Unable to contain himself, Na Shan exclaimed, "It smells wonderful. Oh, it's making me hungry." As the red light dimmed, Li Chang deftly caught the pills in the glass cup, and the exhausted crystal stones crumbled to the ground. He laughed joyfully, "Haha, it's a success," inwardly praising the marvels of Ling Pamin's alchemical techniques. "What success?" Na Shan asked, feeling neglected. Li Chang took one of the pills and placed it into Na Shan's mouth, grinning. "Time to eat. One for each of you. Brother Zhao, after you consume it, channel your energy immediately for better effects." Na Shan felt a rush of icy energy coursing through him, the fragrance intensifying, causing his body to tremble. His stomach gurgled, and he blurted out, "Boss, I need to poop." Li Chang retorted irritably, "Na Shan, who needs to poop?" Realizing he had misspoken again, Na Shan awkwardly scuttled deeper into the corridor, explaining, "Boss, I didn't mean to." Kinkanki, unable to contain himself, followed Na Shan's lead. Zhao Ji experienced significant benefits, channeling his energy through several cycles, feeling as if he had undergone a transformation. He opened his eyes, excitedly exclaiming, "This truly is a celestial pill. But why does it smell so bad? This is unpleasant," and made his way towards Na Shan and the others. The 4 resumed their journey, their pace quickening. Na Shan was utterly astonished. What had once felt exhausting now seemed effortlessly light. With just a gentle touch against the cave wall, he could propel himself forward with ease, experiencing unparalleled joy. Suddenly, Li Chang felt a slight tremor, halting the group's advance. He whispered, "Did you hear anything?" Zhao Ji pressed his ear against the cave wall, stating, "There is a sound like knocking." Na Shan and Kinkanki also discerned it. "Let us investigate," Li Chang said, channeling a hint of true energy to explore their surroundings. Soon, he discovered a narrow passage and instructed, "Everyone follow me, but be cautious." Navigating through the exceedingly tight passage, the 4 struggled to move forward. "Damn it, it's a dead end." Li Chang, unwilling to relent, once again channeled his true essence for probing, exclaiming, "The cave wall is thin. You all step back, and I will blast it open." He then called out, "Everyone, maximize your defenses. We are about to explode." It boom crashed. The cave wall collapsed, and in an instant, smoke billowed while debris flew in all directions. Outside the cave, a cacophony of startled cries erupted. Zhao Ji was the first to leap out, followed closely by Li Chang and the other 2 as they rushed through the opening. Soon, a large group rushed toward them, and upon seeing the attire of Li Chang and his companions, they were taken aback. Among this throng emerged a short, slender individual who scrutinized the 4 intently before suddenly declaring, "Are you the one-eyed dragon? Damn, with that swollen eye socket, even I hardly recognize you now." The term "eye" unexpectedly evoked a sense of familiarity in Li Chang, reminiscent of how Brother Ho often referred to himself. He chuckled, "I am the leader of the one-eyed dragon. Speak to me." Na Shan suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. You are the leader of the West District. Bala." He then addressed Li Chang, saying, "Boss, he is one of the most renowned leaders in the Black Prison and has helped me in the past." Haha, it's been ages since we last met. Previously, Na Shan had merely been the leader of an ordinary district in the Black Prison, seldom afforded the opportunity to speak. However, with Li Chang at his side, he felt emboldened, his words now more assertive. Bala scrutinized Li Chang from head to toe, astonished. During his lengthy tenure in the Black Prison, he had never encountered a prisoner audacious enough to don military armor and wield a standard soldier's spike gun. Where did these weapons come from? Could it be? A cold sweat broke out on Bala's brow. "You are the leader of the one-eyed dragon. May I ask your surname?" Bala's tone grew cautious. In the Black Prison, where strength dictated authority, Bala sensed from the formidable aura of Li Chang and his companions that they were not to be trifled with. Even the one-eyed dragon appeared significantly more robust, exuding an intimidating presence. Very well, send someone to escort us. Take this. Li Chang handed Bala a package of food. News spread swiftly, and upon receiving this information, the leaders of the various districts promptly convened. The situation was astonishing. They surmised that Li Chang and his companions must have slain the guard soldiers. What if the Black Camp retaliated? An atmosphere of unease enveloped the Black Prison. The moment Xiao Yuhong laid eyes on Li Chang, tears uncontrollably streamed down her face as she rushed into his embrace, choking out, "Muzi good. I thought I would never see you again." Boohoo. Following closely behind Xiao Yuhong were Bin and Peibin, who also hurried forward. Bin's gaze was filled with admiration, while Peibin babbled excitedly beside him, translating Na Shan's embellished tales of the legendary gun snatching. Li Chang buried his emotions deep within, patting her shoulder before turning to greet everyone. Na Dun and Lin Fenghe approached, radiating joy, and Li Chang inquired, "Is everything well? How is everyone faring?" Lin Fenghe replied, "All is well. However, a while ago, there was a sudden eruption of underground fire, resulting in a few casualties, but otherwise, everything is fine. Boss, the troops have commenced training. I conferred with Commander Nanatun and discreetly recruited numerous individuals from other districts, all of whom have prior military experience." Nanatun nodded and remarked, "The leaders of several nearby districts have issued warnings. They may seek retribution. It will be too late for them. By the time they arrive, they will find that we are already armed and ready to seize their territory." Li Chang replied, grinning with pride. "Boss, I have just become a tad more astute, almost akin to you now. Hee. You wouldn't want to beat the smarts out of me, would you?" Nanshan, the one-eyed man, blinked at Li Chang with an endearing expression. The surrounding captives were bewildered. Was this truly the once formidable one-eyed dragon? He seemed like a completely different person. "Old Na, enough boasting. Gather the key personnel. We must prepare for our next move." "Yes, boss, your orders are received." Nanshan made a playful face and dashed off to make the arrangements. Upon returning to their original room, they waited briefly until Han Jin, Wei Yuanqing, Tang Gu, and the leaders of various squads arrived, filling the room to capacity alongside Li Chang and Kankanki. This operation has yielded substantial rewards. Although we unexpectedly lost a captive, it was still a success as we acquired the weaponry we urgently needed, and we have found solutions to the issue of the captive's weakened conditions. However, we must expedite our actions. Many captives observe the four of us clad in standard armor as we traverse the Western District. If any spies from the Tant team were among them, our situation could become dire. Now, if anyone has questions, please voice them. As long as we are adequately prepared, we have nothing to fear." Nanatun inquired with confusion, "Boss, where are the weapons and equipment? Surely, they are not merely what you four are wearing." "That is far too little." Only Tengu remained unperturbed, recalling how he had witnessed Li Chang conjure an entire room full of items previously. Although he was uncertain of where Li Chang stored them, he knew there had to be a place, even if he himself was unaware of it. Li Chang smiled slightly. "The commander still harbors doubts, huh? This set of weaponry is for you." With a flick of his wrist, Nanatun, caught off guard, suddenly found himself holding a suit of armor and a spiked rifle. Bewildered, he gazed at the items in his hands, perplexed. How did you manage this? Being a soldier, Nanatun hesitated only for a moment. Upon realizing he held the equipment, he became exhilarated and swiftly donned it without further ado. Li Chang proceeded to distribute the equipment and weapons to the others. Observing their excited expressions, he recognized their burgeoning confidence. Although there were just over 100 sets of spiked rifles and armor, the morale of the group surged immediately. Li Chang removed his armor and handed it to Xiao Yuhong, saying, "Brother Hong, put this on. You will need to train as well. I hope you can develop the ability to protect yourself, all right?" The last phrase was uttered with a tender tone. Xiao Yuhong silently accepted the armor and nodded resolutely. The group engaged in a fervent discussion about the next steps. Li Chang's suggestion was to administer elixirs to the soldiers participating in training while simultaneously focusing all efforts on producing weapons and armor, as their current equipment was far from sufficient. Nanadun proposed to send scouts to inquire about the conditions in various districts and to obtain topographical maps, even if it meant dispatching individuals to sketch them out. Li Chang wholeheartedly agreed, as the significance of intelligence had become glaringly evident. As soon as the discussion concluded, everyone commenced their actions. With the military expertise of Nanadun and Lin Fenghe, preparations proceeded in an orderly fashion. The atmosphere in the dark prison grew increasingly tense, rife with rumors and conflicting reports, the veracity of which remained uncertain, while the leaders of each district endeavored to suppress the unrest. However, a recent terrifying piece of news unsettled all the leaders. Nana Dun stationed sentries at each passageway while dispatching scouts to gather intelligence and create topographical maps. Li Chong, sequestered in his room, began preparing elixirs, aware that if the prisoners were in poor health, they would be incapable of engaging in combat. Even if the Black Camp released them, they would scarcely make it far. Soon, Li Chong successfully concocted his first batch of pills, naming them Little Peiyuan Dan. Although its efficacy paled in comparison to the Peiyuan Dan from Lingpaman, it would have transformative effects on an ordinary person. Nazhan, monk, go fetch the Cyclops. Li Chong instructed a prisoner standing by the corridor. Nazhan, where are they training? Boss, in the hall where you first arrived. The one with the water pool. They're currently training. However, a few have already collapsed from exhaustion, and old Lin is furious. All right, let us go and take a look. The two made their way to the hall, where they found Lin Fenghe and Nana Dun engaged in a heated argument. Your training methods are futile. Using knives and fists against the soldiers of Tanta Nation is tantamount to suicide. Nana Dun, I need them to strengthen their bodies. Otherwise, they won't even be able to run, let alone fight. At this rate, before they even strengthen, they might well be exhausted to death. Lin Fenghe's face flushed crimson as he shouted, what do you propose we do? They cannot transform into strong warriors overnight. Damn it. They are just too weak. I can only train them this way. Can you miraculously restore their strength? I can. Li Chong replied as he approached them. Boss. Both Lin Fenghe and Nana Dun ceased their quarrel immediately. Li Chang understood that the two hailed from different worlds, each with their own interpretations of military strategy. And given the differing nature of warfare, conflict was inevitable. However, in Tanta Star, it was essential for Nana Dun to take the lead, as he was more suited for the role of commander than Lin Fenghe. Well, Brother Lin, henceforth in military command, you shall defer to Commander Nana Dun. He knows how to conduct warfare here, and you must fully support him while ensuring his safety. Aware of Li Chong's other identity, Lin Fenghe, though somewhat unconvinced, readily acquiesced. Li Chong distributed the Little Peiyuan Dan among the primary leaders, bestowing one each to Bin, Qiao Yuhong, and Peibin. As he observed Qiao Yuhong depart, Li Chang chuckled. Feast upon it. Those skilled in the art should promptly sit and cultivate for optimal effect. With that, he winked at Nazhan. Initially, Nazhan intended to offer a word of caution to the others, but seeing Li Chong's demeanor, he refrained, suppressing a laugh and turning away to feign indifference, saying, all right, we may commence our meal. The others regarded the pair with curiosity, uncertain of their antics, yet acquiesced to the leader's directive to eat. One by one, they consumed the elixirs. Before long, Peibin was the first to succumb, retreating to a corner to crouch down. Following suit, Nandun and Tonga could no longer contain themselves and dashed over. Bin was even more direct, dropping his trousers and squatting right where he stood. Unable to hold back any longer, Nazhan erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Han Jin, Lin Fenghe, and Wei Yuanqing reaped substantial rewards, experiencing a significant enhancement in their abilities. Previously mere second-rate fighters, they had ascended to the realm of first-rate masters. Nazhan instructed the laborers to fetch water to cleanse the area. Li Chang ordered a large basin of hot water to be brought forth, dissolving the remaining elixirs into it for all the laborers to partake. Commander, trouble brews. The leaders from various districts have convened, rumored to be coming for us, came the alarming report. Li Chang inquired, what is the cause? Who are they targeting? Nandun, feeling the newfound strength coursing through his body, confidently replied, they won't reach us in time. The commander of the Black Camp is truly cunning. They first incited chaos among the laborers in the Black Prison, intending to capture them all at once. It seems our movements have already been detected by the Black Camp, and they are poised for retaliation. In accordance with their usual protocol, they established a defensive formation and set it in motion. Li Chong then instructed Nazhan to send some laborers to transport, or, while he took a spiked gun to study its design. He channeled a trace of true essence to scrutinize the structure of the spiked gun, discovering a rudimentary formation within the barrel, which was not entirely an offensive array, resembling more a mechanism for converting crystal energy, supplemented by acceleration and activation devices. For Li Chong, this was a rather elementary challenge, though his available true essence was limited. The simplicity of the device was manageable. Despite its straightforwardness, crafting the first spiked gun proved to be a complex endeavor. He initially employed the three mystical true fire to extract useful materials from the ore, directly forming the gun's body, and then arranged the formation, painstakingly modifying the activation and acceleration mechanisms. In truth, he was designing an entirely new weapon, which would later be referred to by the inhabitants of the Tambang continent as the Black Prison Gun. A pristine black prison gun commanded a market price exceeding 10,000, and it was a rarity even for those with wealth. Once the inaugural spiked gun was completed, the subsequent creations became significantly easier. Li Chong manufactured dozens in succession, each distinct in its own right, as he whimsically adjusted the formations within. Once these black prison guns circulated, they became the favored choice among the leaders of various teams, and some were even coveted by royal nobility and affluent merchants, an outcome Li Chong had never anticipated. To his delight, Li Chong discovered he could wield even more true essence. This was the advantage of the reclusive sect's weapon crafting. It not only allowed for the creation of weapons, but also facilitated the enhancement of one's cultivation. However, the production of armor proved challenging due to the multitude of materials required, rendering it nearly impossible to fabricate. After considerable contemplation, Li Chong devised a solution. He would focus solely on crafting armed shields. Although it may not offer comprehensive protection, it can safeguard the body's most vital areas. With experience in forging the Crimson Flame Dragon Shield, crafting armed shields would be considerably easier. Nashan felt as though he were dreaming. He watched as the boss brought the ore inside, only to emerge shortly with an array of bizarre spiked guns and armed shields. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Hey, boss, could you make some of those red explosive bombs? I find them quite appealing." His remark prompted Li Chong to chuckle. "Ah, you've reminded me, old Na. Just a moment, let me ponder." Recalling the ice explosive bombs he obtained from the terrifying slope on Heavenly Star, Li Chong swiftly devised a remarkably powerful explosive. He also created several other weapons, but the prolonged forging process was gradually weakening the restraining power of the soul fragment gold fingers, which were on the verge of collapse. To expedite his escape, Li Chong resolved to once again refine the 100-blade spear and the Crimson Flame Dragon Shield, along with modifying the Eagle Strike crossbow. "Nashan, why isn't the boss coming out?" "Commander, if you ask me, who can I inquire? He suddenly hasn't returned, and I can't go in." "Go ahead and try if you don't believe me," Nashan said, exasperated, as he spread his hands. I refused to believe it. Na Dun approached the door, but found himself unable to enter. The air within was thick with smoke. Not only could he not enter, but even his hand could not penetrate the barrier, leaving him unable to discern the situation inside, causing him to stamp his feet in frustration. Han Jin, Kinkanki, Lin Finghe, and others rushed over, and Na Shan sensed that something significant was unfolding. Being a soldier, Na Dun, recognizing the urgency of the situation, immediately commanded, "We can't afford to wait any longer. Let us prepare at once. Kinkanki, take a team to the passage, Zhaoji will." "What are you all doing?" Li Chong emerged from the room, radiant with excitement, wielding a peculiar silver-white long spear, and smiling at everyone. Na Shan shouted, "Boss, it's bad. Something serious has happened." Li Chong nonchalantly twirled the spear in his hand and replied, "Old Na, you're overreacting. How could you have led before with such a temperament? Speak up, what's the matter?" Li Chong was in high spirits. Having successfully broken through the 10 soul fragment gold fingers imposed by Sidu Yong, and his Yuan Ing was growing rapidly. "This, that, let the commander speak." Na Shan scratched his bald head, uncertain of the events unfolding. In a moment of inspiration, he pushed Na Dun forward, feeling quite pleased with himself. Now he was clever. If the boss knew he was just blabbering, there would be no escaping a slap. "The leaders from all districts have gathered in the Great Sky District and sent word that our district leader is to participate. Scouts have reported that a large crowd is gathering near our district, and the situation is dire. Boss, should we join them?" Na Dun was not afraid of their numbers. Rather, he hesitated because once battle commenced, it would be the suffering prisoners who would bear the brunt, making him anxious. Na Shan then understood, and with a triumphant grin declared, "Haha, let my one-eyed dragon go and defeat them utterly. Witness my prowess." Upon seeing Li Chong raise his hand again, he hurriedly covered his head and shouted, "Boss, don't hit. All I hear is killing. I'll smack you. These suffering prisoners are just like you. Who among them isn't captive? They are our own people." Li Chong spoke with irritation, causing Na Shan to retreat to the side. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chong added, "It seems imperative to subdue this group of leaders. We shall participate. Na, Kinkanki, Brother Zhao, and Pa Ben, accompany me. Na Dun will lead the team, entering the vast expanse in batches. They had a total of 5 squads, each comprising approximately 100 individuals, slightly more than when they were initially formed, though their weaponry remained insufficient, with only 30 sets of equipment per squad. To demonstrate their strength, they consolidated a squad of 100, fully equipped, which was sufficient to sweep through all areas of the Black Prison. After meticulously reviewing the action steps, Li Chang stated, "This operation requires utmost caution. Once we engage, we must be ruthless. If we do not suppress them, many innocent suffering prisoners will perish. Do we all understand?" Nods of agreement rippled through the group, prompting Li Chang to inquire, "Who among us excels in archery?" Han Jin chuckled. "Brother Lin and Brother Yuanqing are the best." Suddenly, Pa Bin interjected, "Bin is also skilled. Their indigenous archers are quite formidable." Li Chang smiled. "I have recently forged 4 longbows for you to try, though I am unsure of their efficacy." He handed the longbow over. Lin Feng received it with astonishment. He was renowned for his equestrian archery during the former Song dynasty. This longbow was unlike any he had used before, lacking a traditional bowstring and resembling a soaring goose. Forming a cross shape, measuring 1 meter and 30 centimeters, shorter than a conventional bow. Its color was a deep black, and the grip was embedded with a crystal, featuring 2 small holes where the string would typically be. Wei Yuanqing examined the longbow repeatedly, unable to contain his curiosity. "Boss, without a bowstring or arrows, how does one use it?" Li Chang took the longbow, gripping it with one hand while pressing on the holes with the other, drawing it back, and explained, "It requires no arrows. What is released is an energy arrow composed of crystal energy, which should be quite powerful. We cannot test it here. Let us name this bow crystal source bow." The others, though somewhat perplexed regarding the concept of an energy arrow, found the absence of the bowstring and arrows to be intriguing. "Very well, we shall explore this further later. It is time to depart." Na Shan, Kinkanki, Zhao Ji, and Pa Bin donned their standard armor, wielding their spiked rifles as they followed Li Chang toward the vast expanse. Among the 5, Pa Bin wore armor but held no weapon. While Li Chang was unarmed and did not wear armor, his weaponry remained concealed within his bracelet, undetectable at a glance. Na Dun, along with Han Jin and Wei Yuanqing, led a fully armed squad of 100, stealthily advancing toward the vast expanse. Along the way, they seized anyone they encountered to prevent any leaks about their mission. Li Chang and his companions, however, attracted considerable attention. Numerous suffering prisoners regarded them with expressions of fear. Na Shan felt a swell of pride, relishing a level of visibility he had never experienced as a leader. He brandished his spiked rifle, almost wishing to strut about. After what felt like nearly an hour, Li Chang inquired, "Na, why are we not there yet? How much farther?" Na Shan swung his spiked rifle and shook his bald head, speaking in a peculiar voice, "We are almost there." "Oh, how could we have arrived so quickly?" Feeling he had not yet sufficiently showcased his authority, he added, "Boss, allow me to forge ahead." As Li Chang emerged from the corridor, he beheld the vast expanse they had spoken of. Illuminated by countless luminous crystals, the surroundings radiated brilliance. It was an extraordinarily large space, estimated to be at least the size of a grand football field, with numerous pathways of varying heights leading to it. A multitude of suffering captives congregated in this great area, and the moment Li Chang and his companions stepped out, they captured every gaze. The clamor immediately fell into a hush. Na Shan stood at the forefront, his standard armor and arm shield glimmering faintly, while Kinkanki positioned himself to the left and Zhao Ji to the right. Pa Bin, trembling with trepidation, closely followed Li Chang, maximizing his protective measures. Having never encountered such a vast scene before, despite the fortitude granted by the minor Peiyuan pill, his innate timidity rendered his legs weak, prompting him to lean as close as possible to Li Chang. A large group of captives slowly approached, and Kinkanki estimated there were roughly over 200 of them, each wielding exceedingly rudimentary weapons and dressed in relatively uniform attire. Pa Bin stuttered, "Be boss." Li Chang and his companions could not help but smile, with Zhaoji remarking, "Ah, old Na is remarkably composed." Li Chang was almost amused to the point of exasperation. When had he become an elder? And why was he being spoken of in such a manner? It seemed unjust to him, yet he refrained from chastising Na Shan, and instead watched with a grin as he tried to assert his authority. The group of thugs gazed at them with trepidation. And someone incited, "Let us go. We have numbers. We can overwhelm them. Yes, let us charge. Don't be afraid. Whoever captures one gets 10 days' worth of food." The thugs began to stir, the promise of generous rewards igniting their enthusiasm. "Shoot at their feet with the spiked guns," Li Chang calmly instructed, aware that a reckless surge would lead to chaos. The three of them simultaneously unleashed a barrage of luminous orbs, striking the ground. The hardened rock shattered under the assault, sending fragments flying and leaving the thugs bloodied and wailing as they retreated. Withdraw at once. This is an affront. What, do they possess superior weapons? Are we without means? A robust man, as formidable as a lion, stepped forward. Na Shan was taken aback, his confidence waning, as he remarked, "Boss, he is the top fighter in the Black Prison. Even the leaders here fear him." He continued, "His name is Waya. I don't know where he hails from." Kinkanki suddenly grew anxious, exclaiming, "The weapon he wields is Pabin." He babbled in the local dialect, to which Pabin stammered, "I'm not sure how to translate, but it seems it should be called a cannon." Li Chang felt a jolt of alarm. A cannon? Could it truly be? Upon closer inspection of the hefty object Waya held, he found it baffling. Noting Kinkanki's evident anxiety, he realized that this weapon must possess tremendous power. With a swift motion, Li Chang pulled Na Shan aside, donned the Lanyan battle armor, activated the Qian dragon shield, and grasped the 100-blade spear as he gracefully advanced. The great expanse fell into a profound silence, with the captives awestruck, having never witnessed anyone like Li Chang, adorned in such attire and exuding such presence. Waya took a step back, raising the enormous weapon, which measured 2 meters in length and was as thick as a bowl. As Li Chang faced the approaching Waya, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him for the first time. Even with the sharp conical cannon in his grasp, he felt an insurmountable distance between himself and his adversary. The oppressive weight of pressure bore down upon him, rendering even the simple act of standing still an impossibility. Taking a step back, he could not restrain himself from bellowing, "Halt, or else do not blame me." "Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha." Li Chang raised his 100-blade spear, throwing his head back in laughter. His mirth began low and crescendoed into a thunderous roar, each ha echoing like an explosive detonation. This laughter surged towards Waya, sending waves of shock through the hall, leaving everyone, including Na Shan and his companions behind Li Chang, pale and trembling. This sonic explosion was a newfound comprehension of Li Chang's, a resonance emanating from the Tai Hao Suo within his nascent soul. Yet, due to his inexperience, the reverberations engulfed all present in the hall, causing even the friliest among the captives to faint from the overwhelming force. Waya, directly struck by the blast of laughter, staggered backward, his complexion flushed and blood surging. Had he not possessed extraordinary physical resilience, the sound alone could have dealt him a severe blow. In a fit of rage, Waya howled, "Do not laugh. I must." Waya raised the conical cannon mournfully, never having feared anyone before. Yet, the pressure exerted by this opponent made him lose control and cry out, igniting a sense of humiliation deep within him. Li Chang secretly admired his adversary. He understood that once freed from Situ Yang's constraints, his current level of cultivation would be beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. The fact that Waya could endure and even converse with him was testament to his strength, explaining Na Shan's apprehension. Ceasing his laughter, Li Chang addressed Waya, "Waya, I respect you as a true warrior. Lay down your weapon, and I shall not trouble you." "Do you think I would yield? We, the Lajan people, only know how to die standing. I also respect you as a brave man. Come." "Waya will not surrender," Waya proclaimed proudly, brandishing his conical cannon. Li Chang sighed inwardly, pondering the difficulty of dealing with such a stubborn adversary. He certainly could not kill him, which was quite vexing. Nevertheless, he admired Waya's unwavering spirit. If he could win him over, the other leaders in the region would be considerably less formidable. "Are you a warrior? Truly a warrior? Very well. Let me see just how formidable you are," Li Chang declared, landing on the ground as he sheathed his 100-blade spear and removed his Lanyan battle armor. Clapping his hands, he said, "Come, Waya, let us engage unarmed and see who the true warrior is." Provocation was the most effective tactic against someone like Waya. Waya's eyes gleamed with excitement as he discarded his conical cannon and tore off his shirt, shouting, "Waya will compete with you to see who is the warrior." Taller than Ben, Waya's body was adorned with large black spots, and coarse brown fur sprouted from his head down to his back. His dark brown face bore round eyes that glimmered with a predatory hunger, akin to a wild beast poised to pounce. "Come on," he exclaimed, exhilarated. Waya was most adept at bare-handed combat, having never suffered defeat in this arena throughout his life. Na Shan silently lamented, complaining to Kinkanki, "Boss, what is this about? Engaging in a fight with such a savage is hardly worth the trouble." Kinkanki nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, a single shot could have taken him down. Expending this effort is unnecessary. As a soldier, Kansas Kanki abhorred such displays of competitive aggression, emphasizing the importance of collective combat effectiveness. Pa Ben tugged at Zhao Ji, inquiring, "Can the boss win?" Zhao Ji, impatient, retorted, "Silence." He was breathless with excitement, eager to witness how Li Chong would strike. Li Chong, fortified by the formidable Shadow Dream armor, stepped confidently before Wu Ye, proclaiming, "If you're a man, then strike." He had no interest in exchanging techniques. He simply wished to conclude the encounter swiftly to address other pressing matters. The number of suffering prisoners surrounding the vast expanse was increasing, and the atmosphere grew tense. Wu Ye wasted no words, crouching slightly before launching himself forward with an eerie roar, delivering a powerful punch to Li Chong's chest. Bang! Ah! The cries of the prisoners erupted in unison, who in the dark prison did not know the ferocity of Wu Ye's fists. Wu Ye recoiled, clutching his hands and staggering backward, while Li Chong also stumbled back 3 paces, leaving deep impressions in the hard rock beneath his feet. Li Chong was taken aback. The force behind Wu Ye's strike was extraordinary. Had an ordinary person endured such a blow, it would have surely pierced through them, truly formidable. Wu Ye was momentarily stunned. The might behind his punch could shatter stone, and even the strongest members of his tribe would not withstand such a hit unscathed. He was at a loss for how to proceed. Well, not bad, not bad. This is somewhat intriguing. It's my turn to strike now, Li Chong declared. We concede. A group emerged from behind the suffering prisoners, with only one familiar face among the leaders, Bala, the chief of the Western District. Pay no mind to them. Come on, Wu Ye, take your punch. Wu Ye boasted, stepping forward confidently. Li Chong replied with a smile. Very well, since you concede, this punch will be forgiven. He glanced at Wu Ye and, with a swift motion, struck the ground with his fist, unleashing a flash of purple light and a deafening roar, creating a gaping hole nearly a meter deep, the size of a basin. All present, including Wu Ye, stood agape. This was no feat achievable by an ordinary person. The prisoners stirred in a frenzy, and the leaders from various districts trembled in fear. Suddenly, a fully armed squad of soldiers approached, brandishing their spiked rifles, with their leader bowing respectfully to Li Chong. The leaders of each district were puzzled. How could they possess such weaponry? They silently rejoiced that a confrontation had been avoided. Boss Musi, we had no choice. The Black Camp has relayed that if we do not comply, it is not merely a matter of them descending to raid us. Even if they do not come down, if we fail to secure food, the prisoners in the dark prison will starve to death, Bala lamented helplessly. Just as Li Chang was about to respond, a commotion erupted, with a prisoner crying out, "The soldiers from the Black Camp were coming down. Run." Li Chang sighed deeply and proclaimed, "Anyone willing to follow us, come along." Bala's face was etched with despair as he lamented, "Everyone has followed Boss Musi." Witnessing the prowess of Li Chang and his companions, the leaders, whether they wished to or not, could no longer afford to relinquish their final glimmer of hope. A resounding boom, followed by another, echoed through the air, accompanied by anguished cries. The explosive shells from the Black Camp soldiers rained down upon the crowd, transforming the scene into a gruesome spectacle of carnage, with numerous bodies of the wretched prisoners strewn across the ground. The injured lamented for their lost kin, while the living frantically sought escape towards the tunnel entrance, rendering the vast expanse a veritable hell on earth. Enraged, Li Chong donned his Lan Yun battle armor, wielding the 100-blade spear, and commanded, "Nanadun, cover our retreat." The two factions unleashed a barrage of spikes from their rifles, energy orbs whirling throughout the open area. Many prisoners fell before they could reach safety, while the Black Camp soldiers, unprepared for such organized resistance, suffered considerable casualties. Li Chong's Lan Yun armor hummed with energy, radiating a soft golden light, rendering the energy orbs harmless. He surged into the fray, brandishing his spear against the Black Camp soldiers. Wei Yuanqing took up the crystal source bow, releasing an arrow that shot forth like a streak of red light, emitting a haunting wail reminiscent of sorrowful cries. The energy arrow struck a soldier directly, resulting in a thunderous explosion that not only obliterated the target, but also sent several nearby soldiers tumbling. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a magnificent bow, what a splendid arrow." From the western tunnel entrance, yet more Black Camp soldiers poured forth. Li Chong roared as he charged into their ranks. The Black Camp soldiers, elite troops of the Taunt Nation, recognized the threat posed by Li Chong's aerial assault. Under the command of an officer, a squad of soldiers raised their rifles in unison, while another squad lifted their armed shields, forming a formidable defensive wall. This provided a momentary respite. But soon a throng of soldiers surged from the tunnel, some brandishing bizarre weapons that Li Chang had never encountered. A multitude of prisoners, unable to escape, perished under the onslaught of the spikes. Their cries of despair filled the air. The Black Camp's forces, initially intending to display dominance and eliminate a few individuals, were taken aback by the organized resistance, leading to significant losses among their ranks. In unison, the officers issued orders for a massacre. Furious, Li Chang shouted, "Damn it all. Let them all perish." The Lanyan armor flickered chaotically under the barrage of energy orbs as Li Chang accelerated, producing an ominous sound as he plunged into the massive soldiers. In an instant, countless blades scattered, illuminating the vast expanse. From the point where Li Chang landed, the Black Camp soldiers were sent reeling, with the nearest 7 or 8 soldiers falling lifelessly to the ground, while others were left dazed. Those clad in standard armor possessed significantly greater protection. Without such armor, Li Chang's strike could have decimated all surrounding soldiers. He felt a sense of dissatisfaction, acutely aware that the circumstances here were markedly different from those in Hanlin City. The commander of the Dark Camp was utterly astonished. It was truly horrifying. This individual had slain so many with a single strike, causing his men to cry out in panic. A few soldiers from the Dark Camp hurriedly lifted a peculiar contraption, hastily aiming it at Li Chang. "Get out of the way," Voyage shouted. Li Chang, taken aback, instinctively leaped into the air. In an instant, a flash of crimson light swept beneath him, as a blade of light, as large as a tabletop, raced past with astonishing speed, striking the distant rocks. With a thunderous roar, the entire expanse trembled, large chunks of black rock crumbling away, enveloped in a cloud of dust and smoke. "What on earth is that?" Li Chang exclaimed, raising his hand to unleash several golden eagles. His retrained eagle crossbow had become even more formidable. The fist-sized golden eagles soared into the sky, emitting a cry, and each transformed into 2, diving towards the soldiers of the Dark Camp. The soldiers raised their shields in defense, but with a series of sharp cracks. The shields shattered, and those who had been struck were sent sprawling, clutching their mangled limbs in agony. The commander of the Dark Camp's eyes turned crimson as he frantically shouted orders, and more soldiers brandished their spiked guns, firing wildly at Li Chang. As Li Chang drew the majority of their fire, he bought precious time for the remaining captives to escape. He understood that while frontal assaults could eliminate soldiers, they consumed a significant amount of his vital energy. Relying on his ghostly agility, he deliberately maneuvered behind the soldiers to strike, effortlessly dispatching a dozen or more. The soldiers began to panic, their shooting becoming erratic. Nevertheless, under their officer's command, the majority maintained a disciplined assault, leaving Li Chang with limited opportunities. He silently admired their combat prowess. This was no ordinary army, and even with the strength of a cultivator, he could not engage recklessly. Feeling increasingly strained, he contemplated retreat. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the commander in red armor. Li Chang flashed a slight smile at the frantically shooting soldiers, and in a blink, he vanished. As the commander of the Dark Camp bellowed commands, he suddenly felt a tightening around his neck and found himself suspended in midair, terrified, hands flailing in a futile struggle. He could hardly believe it. Once the officer's armor disengaged its protective measures, no one should be able to approach him. How had this individual accomplished such a feat? A turquoise orb of light descended leisurely from above, striking precisely at the mouth of a corridor. With a low, resonant hum, the vast area trembled once more, and numerous soldiers from the Dark Camp were hurled into the air. The ceiling of the expansive chamber, unable to withstand the shock, began to collapse. The air grew thick with the acrid scent of charred matter, and as the luminescent crystals were dislodged, the entire space became shrouded in darkness, obscuring any human figures. Occasionally, the glow of a spiked gun's energy orb flickered past, allowing glimpses of survivors struggling amidst the chaos. Li Chang and his companions successfully retreated into the corridor. Wei Yuanqing, visibly anxious, remarked, "Waya, that device in your hands is astonishing. You've brought the entire area down." Waya chuckled oddly, admitting that he was unaware the spike cannon could unleash such devastation, lamenting only its limitation to a single energy sphere. News spread that Tant was utterly shocked and immediately mobilized a force of 5,000 soldiers to rush to the Dark Camp, preparing to commence a purge. Along the way, they encountered numerous wounded prisoners, moaning in agony, some curled up in the shadows of the passageway, awaiting the arrival of death. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. Upon returning to the gathering area by the pool, they found even more suffering souls. Upon seeing Li Chang and his companions enter, all prisoners capable of standing rose silently to observe them, as if the very atmosphere had grown heavy with despair. All leaders from every district and above, report to my quarters, Li Chang commanded. The grim scene along the journey had deeply affected him, and he paid no heed to anyone else, turning instead toward their usual meeting place. Na Shan and Na Dun exchanged a glance and followed closely behind him. Upon reaching the room and standing by the intricately carved stone table, Li Chang felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had never anticipated the loss of so many prisoners. An unquenchable fire of anger surged within him, his complexion pale and fluctuating, while the scar on his face contorted grotesquely. The red slave mark on his forehead glowed fiercely, almost as if it were bleeding, rendering him a terrifying sight. Na Shan and his companions observed Li Chang's fury for the first time, sensing an ominous aura emanating from him, which made them tread carefully. Pa Ben, trembling in a corner, was visibly frightened. Han Jin quietly approached Pa Ben and whispered, "Go fetch Cha Yu Hong quickly." Although Pa Ben did not understand the reason, he was eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere that he found unbearable, and he slipped out. Leaders from various districts gradually entered the room. They had witnessed Li Chang's extraordinary strength firsthand, leaving them filled with dread. Bala, having had a previous encounter with Li Chang, assumed the role of spokesperson for the group, stating, "Leader Muzi, what are your orders?" Unable to contain himself, he added, "Though the soldiers of the Dark Camp have suffered significant losses, I fear they will retaliate soon, and at that time, everyone in the Dark Prison may perish." "Is that so? I refuse to believe in such superstition." Li Chang's fierce glare fell upon Bala, who felt as though he had plunged into an abyss. Cold sweat streamed down his face, and he struggled to breathe as his body trembled uncontrollably. He bowed his head deeply, no longer daring to meet Li Chang's gaze. Just then, Cha Yu Hong entered the room, softly calling, "Brother." At that moment, Li Chang, standing on the precipice of darkness, was jolted back to reality by her voice. He silently admonished himself, "What a shame, that was close." Suddenly, the oppressive atmosphere lifted. Regaining his composure, Li Chang offered an apologetic smile and said, "Bala, since the Dark Camp wishes for our demise, let us ensure they remember that to annihilate us entirely, they must pay a terrible price. If we do not resist, we shall never see the light of day again. If anyone wishes to grow old and die in this dark prison, I, Muzi, will not compel you to stay. For those who wish to fight alongside us, remain." Bala wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sighed deeply. "Alas, no one will leave. Having come this far, we must fight on. I have resigned myself to fate and will heed you, Boss Muzi." The leaders from other districts were equally helpless, forced to submit to Li Chang's command. Suddenly, Li Chang felt a significant shift in his character, pondering whether he was on the verge of transcending the nascent soul stage. Would entering the out-of-body stage alter his disposition? Why was he becoming increasingly fierce and ruthless? The danger for Li Chang lay in his uncertainty regarding the next steps in his cultivation. Since parting ways with Fu Shan, he had been exploring the path of cultivation alone, relying solely on the records in the Jade Tome without the guidance of a master. Consequently, his rapid advancement in cultivation had become perilous. Nana Dun offered a bitter smile. "Boss, there are many injured individuals who need urgent care. Furthermore, what shall we do about the food? The influx of people here is overwhelming." He gently tapped the stone table with his hand, appearing haggard and aged. Li Chang furrowed his brow, contemplating the course of action. A soldier entered and quietly whispered a few words to Na Shan, who then seized him and said, "You tell the boss." Everyone in the room turned their attention to the soldier, who, appearing somewhat nervous, reported, "Sir, the captured Black Camp officer has regained consciousness and attempted to escape." This revelation alerted Li Chang, who immediately commanded, "Send someone to bring him here at once." Lin Feng, appearing contemplative, remarked, "If I were the commander of the Black Camp, I would have only two options. Either starve the prisoners or concentrate forces to sweep us away. What do you all think?" Bala exchanged glances with several other leaders, somewhat perplexed, and replied, "Previously, it would take a long time before they would come down to exchange, and they would only accept high-grade crystals. Recently, however, it seems different. They frequently come down to barter for food and seem to accept all grades of crystals, with much more favorable conditions. What is the significance of the boss's inquiry?" Tangu and Kankanji whispered among themselves, prompting Li Chang to touch the scar on his face and say, "Tangu has understood the purpose of my question. Perhaps you could explain it to everyone." Having once served as a senior supply officer, Tangu was acutely aware of resource dynamics. He elucidated, from Bala's comments, "I deduce that the Tantan Kingdom is in urgent need of crystal ore, which implies they will not resort to besieging us. They will soon come down to purge us. For they do not have the luxury of time to wait for us to starve, although this is the safest and most brutal method. They must act swiftly for the sake of the crystal ore. Nashan, lowering his bald head, muttered, "It seems the boss truly is cunning. Even this can be deduced." Nana Dunn nodded in agreement. "That makes sense, but our time is becoming increasingly critical. Report, the captive has arrived. Come in." Several soldiers pushed the officer inside. Stripped of his armor, the officer stood bare-chested, revealing a body covered in scales. Li Chang noted the peculiar grayish-white scales and felt an involuntary curiosity. Casually, he approached the officer, reaching out to touch the densely packed scales, which felt unpleasantly hard to the touch. He asked nonchalantly, "What is your name?" The officer was at a loss to comprehend what Li Chang was conveying, yet the aura emanating from him was overwhelming, leaving the officer breathless. Pabin hastily translated. "He says his name is Kadebaki." Li Chang chuckled. "What a dreadful name." Pabin, inquire about the total number of soldiers in the Black Camp." After a brief exchange, Pabin shook his head. He refuses to disclose. As Na Shan made his move, it was as if a fuse had been ignited. Walla immediately followed suit, throwing punches while the leaders from various districts surged forward, even Nana Dunn stealthily delivering a kick. Li Chang, bemused at the frenzy, shouted, "Stop it all." The crowd froze in surprise, halting their actions. Kadebaki was now covered in blood, many scales ripped from his body, and he slumped weakly towards Pabin. Trembling with fear, Pabin exclaimed, stand firm, stand firm." I didn't mean to." He abruptly raised his knee, as if to cushion Kadebaki's fall, but the force was too great, and his knee struck Kadebaki squarely in the face, causing him to topple backward with a loud thud. Nashan erupted in laughter. "Pabin, you're truly formidable." "Aha, I like it." The crowd joined in laughter, seemingly releasing their pent-up frustration and unease. The entire Black Prison was mobilized. Nana Dunn and Lin Feng were the busiest, gathering everyone within the Black Prison and selecting those with combat prowess, while Kankanki, Zhaoji, and Wei Yuanqing intensified their training. It was well understood that once the Black Camp troops descended to purge, no one would escape. In his chamber, Li Chang tirelessly crafted batches of elixirs and weapons. Having engaged in combat with the Black Camp soldiers, he was acutely aware of his deficiencies and resolved to begin cultivating the Tai Hao Sua and a top-tier flying sword gifted by Mo Huiyan named Star Absorber, which had been discovered by Mo Huiyuan in the Star Palace. The origins of the Star Absorber were quite peculiar. It was found within a jade box while Mo Huiyuan was dismantling the formations in the Void Palace. According to Mo Huiyuan, the Star Absorber possessed an unusual trait, being a sword of both water and fire attributes, an exceedingly rare combination among cultivators, most of whom wielded swords of single attributes. Given that Li Chang was a rare fire-type body, Mo Huiyuan had informed him that the outcomes of cultivating this sword could be evenly split between success and failure, leaving the results uncertain. Li Chang harbored a curious notion. He believed that the Lan Yun battle armor also contained water attributes, yielding remarkably effective results. Therefore, he speculated that this flying sword would similarly perform well. His half-baked experimentation brought him unexpected benefits, though it also led to considerable hardship. Feeling a wave of dizziness, he recognized it as a sign of exhaustion and attempted to use heavenly fire to stem the loss of his vital energy. The silvery mist shimmered within the violet light, mysteriously merging into Li Chang's hand. However, upon searching for the Star Absorber, he found it utterly vanished. Believing he had failed in his forging attempt, he sighed with a hint of disappointment, feeling only a sense of time wasted, due to the perceived failure in cultivation and the significant depletion of his vital energy. Li Chang produced a piece of celestial stone, hoping to accelerate the replenishment of his lost vigor. Unintentionally, he extracted the embedded stone he had acquired from the water pool. Grasping this exquisite celestial gem in his hand, he immersed his consciousness into his primordial infant, activating the formation that encircled it, and in an instant, his microcosm began to whirl wildly. Li Chang observed his original self seated cross-legged on the ground with a sense of bewilderment, pondering how he could see himself from outside his own body. Curiosity stirred within him, compelling him to witness the training methods of his companions. With a mere thought, he found himself at the edge of the pool. There, he beheld Nana Dunn and Lin Feng orchestrating the training of their squad. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He realized that he had progressed to the stage of spiritual emergence. It seemed that none of the individuals present acknowledged Li Chang's existence. As they diligently continued their training regimen, a A surge of joy filled Li Chang's heart as he contemplated the advantage of reconnaissance. Who could possibly detect him in such a state? With a subtle shift of his thoughts, he ventured beyond the mountain. It was a remarkable form of seeing. A panoramic vision that encompassed 360 degrees, with all sights imprinting themselves upon his mind. The peak where the dark prison resided was unlike any he had encountered before. Surrounding him were black mountains, undulating and vast, while the dark prison's peak soared into the clouds, standing out magnificently amidst the landscape. The cavern halfway up the mountain appeared no larger than an egg, yet Li Chang, having entered it before, knew of its true enormity. He observed rectangular white vessels, adorned with a crimson glow, incessantly entering and exiting those caverns. With a mere thought, Li Chang found himself hovering above them. The white vessels were teeming with fully armed soldiers. As they entered the cavern, he witnessed countless soldiers congregating within. Following the direction of their march, Li Chang trailed behind. Squad after squad of soldiers descended upon the upper layer of the dark prison. Upon arrival, the soldiers busily organized their armaments, the atmosphere thick with tension and gloom. Some soldiers clutched peculiar statues, seemingly engaged in prayer. Li Chang once again ventured outside the mountain, intent on finding an escape route. The surrounding scenery was desolate, consisting solely of black rocks and soil, interspersed with bizarre vegetation in hues of white, azure, and reddish-brown, yet entirely devoid of green. The shapes of these plants were equally strange, some resembling forks, others like strings of beads, all emitting a faint glow. No discernible paths for passage were evident. As he hesitated, the ground suddenly stirred, several plants shattered, and the black soil upheaved, revealing a creature with serrated horns emerging from the earth. It swayed side to side, slowly extricating itself from the mud, measuring an impressive 5 or 6 meters in length. Its body adorned with yellow and white patterns, flat against the ground. It coiled like a serpent and emitted a peculiar cry towards the sky. Li Chang looked upward, only to hear a voice exclaim, "Ah, it's a spiral insect. This creature possesses bone spines that can be utilized in weapon crafting. Master Uncle, it seems the dark camp is nearby. Let us not concern ourselves with it," one responded. Li Chang's spirit suddenly soared. He beheld a large group of individuals suspended in the air, and upon closer inspection, he recognized many familiar faces. Leading the assembly were Fu Shan and Ho Pai Jing, accompanied by Zhao Hao, Mei Jingjing, and even Huang Meinyang. Among them was another figure, dejected and being dragged along. It turned out to be Yin Lang. Both Fu Shan and Ho Pai Jing sensed something amiss simultaneously, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" To which Huang Meinyang responded with a giggle, "Brother Fu, what is it that you see?" Observing her radiant demeanor, it is hard to believe she is the infamous little enchantress. Fu Shan's gaze fixed upon me, inquiring, "Whose primordial spirit is observing?" Abandoning the thought of connecting with Fu Shan, Li Chang leaped from the ground and dashed out of the room. A set of protective gear, when maximized, can efficiently withstand the damage from the piercing spear, at most leaving you with a severe tremor, but not inflicting significant harm. Remember, do not allow yourself to be struck repeatedly, otherwise you will find, alas, that you are already deceased. Thus, in the midst of battle, Kinkanki gesticulated animatedly, passionately explaining to the newcomers. As he noticed Li Chang rushing past, he managed to utter, "Follow me," before Li Chang was already far ahead. Sensing something amiss, Kinkanki followed suit. Standing amidst the crowd, Li Chang felt he was too lowly positioned and could not resist floating into the air. Na Shan, puzzled, turned to Lin Fenghe and asked, "What is wrong with the boss? Look, his face is flushed. Is he unwell?" Lin Fenghe shot him a glare and retorted, "I think you are the one who is unwell. Perhaps the boss should teach you a lesson." "Ah, I did not mean it that way." Silence. Kinkanki could not help but kick him, adding, "You talk too much. Let us hear what the boss has to say. Everyone, listen closely. The soldiers from the Black Camp are about to descend." With that singular declaration, a buzzing sound enveloped the entire hall, and fear was evident on the faces of all present. Nana Dun bellowed, "Quiet. Allow the boss to finish." Lin Fenghe echoed his call, halting the murmurs among the crowd. Han Jin, bewildered, inquired, "Brother Musi, what do you mean by reinforcements? Is someone coming to rescue us? Who are they?" Nana Dun echoed, "Boss, is it the army from the Bang Chi Ning kingdom coming? How many troops are there?" Li Chang, with a sense of pride, waved his fingers and chuckled, "It is my brothers and friends who have arrived. There are dozens of them." It is understandable that Li Chang failed to articulate the magnitude of this force. In truth, he himself was uncertain of the extent of their prowess. However, He was acutely aware that such strength was beyond the capabilities of the current Black Camp soldiers to withstand. Yet, this was beyond the comprehension of the wretched prisoners in the dark prison. Almost all were rendered speechless. Dozens of individuals? How could that possibly save everyone? Was Boss Musi losing his mind? Nana Dun could scarcely find words. The disappointment in his heart was undeniable. He understood that as the commander, he ought to maintain a stoic demeanor, yet the hope Li Chang had instilled was monumental, making it difficult for him to regain his composure. Na Shan's faith in Li Chang bordered on blind trust. If the boss said it would work, then it would. He broke into a wide grin and exclaimed, "Wonderful. We are about to break free. Ha ha ha. Wait, why does everyone have such grim faces?" Li Chang, having been overly exhilarated, gradually calmed himself and found the situation amusing. It was clear that no one would believe in the prowess of Fu Shan and the others. Thus, it was prudent to first strategize their defense. Nana Dun and Lin Fengha, you must immediately prepare the defenses and devise a means to delay the soldiers from the Black Camp, minimizing losses as much as possible. Feel free to ask for my assistance if needed. If not, let us commence preparations immediately. Li Chang wisely relinquished command to them, as warfare was not his forte. Old Master Fu, whose primordial spirit was that just now? Why couldn't Nyo see it? I am unaware of whose primordial spirit it was, but it appears rather weak. Brother Ho, do you see it this way? Fu Shan chuckled again. Nyo, you must possess a cultivation level surpassing that of the earlier primordial spirit to perceive it. Indeed, I have an odd sense of familiarity. Peculiar. Ho Pijing, having spent more time with Li Chang than Fu Shan, was aware of Li Chang's cultivation level. And given that Li Chang had also practiced the techniques of the Yuanshi sect, his perception was sharper. Yet, he could not ascertain whether it belonged to Li Chang. Could it possibly be my master? Zhao Hao exclaimed hurriedly, as he was most concerned about Li Chang's safety. Mei Jingjing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she cried, "Really? Could it be my brother?" The eagerness in her gaze sent a chill down Ho Pijing's spine. He chuckled, "Little girl, do not look at me like that. Your dear brother." Hua Meinyang, embracing Mei Jingjing, also laughed. "Old Master Ho, do you dare to bully my little sister?" It seemed Ho Pijing had suffered enough trials from Hua Meinyang, as he awkwardly smiled. Who has bullied Nyo? Tell me, and I shall flay him. Draw his tendons. Let him bleed." Oh, right. That sensation was indeed Li Chang's primordial spirit. Realizing he could no longer evade the truth, he decided to bring Li Chang into the conversation, regardless of whether that spirit truly belonged to him, as a means to divert attention. Fu Shan offered a slight smile. Glancing at Ho Pijing, the old man's face turned crimson, though fortunately, his dark complexion concealed it somewhat. Mei Jingjing's eyes reddened, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Ho Pijing was flustered, for he dreaded a young girl's tears, and he stammered, "Do not cry. Do not cry. Little Demonis, quickly save me." "Ah no, not little Demonis, little fairy. Little fairy." Hua Meinyang glanced at Fu Shan, giggling. "Never mind, I shan't hold it against you." "Old man, little sister, if it truly is your brother's primordial spirit, then he must be nearby. Now, be good, and do not weep." This time, Fu Shan was accompanied by friends and experts from the Chongshan sect. Upon capturing the tribute in Lang from the Li Tang kingdom and injuring Sidu Yong at the Heavenly Star, and Lang, upon seeing Fu Shan and Ho Pijing, realized escape was futile and disclosed Li Chang's situation, revealing that he had been sold into slavery. Fu Shan immediately led his companions to Tan Bang Star, and the Tante kingdom was now in grave trouble. Gazing at the towering mountain, Fu Shan spoke coolly. "Since the Tante kingdom dares to treat my brother as a slave, it cannot be said that I, Fu Shan, am the one bullying them." He turned to Ho Pijing and said, "What do you think? Shall we stretch our limbs together? It has been quite some time since I played with so many." His calm demeanor instilled a sense of dread. Ho Pijing chuckled, "You take the lead. I shall first venture into the dark camp to have a look. Let's go." He remained true to his nature, preferring to act independently. Fu Shan was aware of his peculiarities and said, "Very well, let us disperse and secure the eastern, southern, and northern approaches to the mountain peak, leaving the west unguarded. Now let us commence." The adept cultivators immediately scattered. Zhao Hao, Mei Jingjing, and Hua Meinyang closely followed Fu Shan as the four soared towards the summit of the Black Camp. "Here they come, everyone be cautious." Kinkanki gripped his spiked spear, leading a contingent of over 20 individuals stationed at a principal passageway, where a deep trench had been excavated, and they lay in wait at its edge. A total of 7 or 8 pathways were ambushed with soldiers, poised for the arrival of the Black Campus forces. Li Chang, accompanied by Ben, Han Jin, Xiao Yuhong, and Pei Bin, observed the descent from the ceiling of the pool hall, the very entrance they had arrived through. Li Chang addressed Xiao Yuhong, Brother Hong. Take your position there and do not reveal yourself too readily. Pei Bin, you should go as well. He continued, Ben, ascend that rock and guard the entrance with the crystal source bell. Upon hearing the translation, Ben promptly climbed up. Xiao Yuhong glanced at Li Chang with concern and whispered, Brother, you must be careful. Li Chang smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, just hide well and obey. Brother Han, you should go to Nazan. I will manage here. There are too few of us here. I should stay. Li Chang interrupted him. I am not reassured by that scoundrel Nazan. You need to keep an eye on him. Han Jin sighed in resignation, knowing he could not dispute Li Chang's decision, and replied, Brother Musi, take care. As soon as Han Jin's figure vanished into the passageway, a thunderous explosion reverberated from all directions. Boom! The rocks on the cave wall shattered, raining down upon Nazan, who squinted, his heart racing. The nearby prisoners clad in standard armor maximized their defenses, deflecting the falling debris, while a few unarmored soldiers sustained injuries, groaning in pain. Damn it! Everyone prepare and heed my command. Nazan raised his spiked spear, sweat glistening on his brow, his single eye bulging wide as he bellowed. Fire! He stood up to unleash a sphere of energy. In unison, a line of soldiers discharged their weapons, instantly illuminating the entire corridor, revealing numerous silhouettes of Black Camp soldiers amidst the swirling smoke. Be careful, Han Jin shouted. Nazan was struck by an energy sphere, propelling him into the wall with a resounding crash, inciting a torrent of curses. Han Jin swiftly crawled over, declaring, prepare to throw the explosive devices. I will count to 3. This was an expansive passageway, 8 meters wide, as the Black Camp soldiers advanced slowly, shadows glimmering with a faint azure light from their armor. Han Jin held an explosive device and counted, 1, 2, 3, throw. Almost simultaneously, the Black Camp soldiers launched several large energy spheres. Boom, boom. Rumble, and the entire corridor erupted into chaos. Li Chang stood at the edge of the pool, gazing at the opening above the hall, his heart whispering a prayer. Brother Fu, please hurry. The suffering captives cannot endure much longer. Suddenly, a red sphere the size of a watermelon tumbled from the aperture, plummeting directly toward the pool. Startled, he shouted, get down. Xiao Yuhong clutched her spear tightly, burying her head in the crook of her arm. She felt as though she were aboard a small vessel braving a tempest, rising and falling with the tumultuous waves, the deafening roar rendering her unable to hear anything. Worrying for Li Chang's safety, she forced her eyes open and could not contain her tears of joy. Amidst the swirling debris and billowing mist, she beheld Li Chang suspended in midair, his armor glimmering with a soft golden hue, a magnificent purple dragon coiling around him, and 7 radiant beams of golden light encircling him, illuminating the entire hall as if he were a deity of war. Earlier, Li Chang had activated all his defenses, including the dazzling solar ring, uncertain of the explosive's power. In truth, employing such formidable protection against that bomb was somewhat excessive. He soared closer to the opening, hovering at the edge, fully aware that soldiers would soon descend. Indeed, moments later, a soldier with wings plummeted from the hole, and they found themselves face to face. The soldier, taken aback, could scarcely comprehend that someone could remain suspended in the air without wings, much less that the preceding explosive had not claimed his life. Li Chang silently grinned, uttering a word in the tongue of the Tanta nation, a term he had specially learned from Pei Bin, meaning fool. The soldier understood, and in the instant Li Chang closed his mouth, he felt a chill at his neck, only to see his own body, the waters of the pool rushing toward him. And suddenly he comprehended that his head had severed. With a swish, 7 or 8 winged soldiers cascaded from the opening. Li Chang pressed himself against the ceiling of the hall and spotted one soldier still clutching 2 of those large explosives he had just seized. A smirk of triumph crossed his face as a brilliant idea formed. In a flash, he moved before the soldier, snatched the 2 explosives from his grasp, and hurled one into the upper opening while detonating the other on the spot. At the moment of impending explosion, he uttered a sound of surprise and swiftly darted to Xiao Yuhong's side. The soldiers, bewildered by his rapid succession of actions, hovered in confusion. Another grand explosion erupted. The 7 or 8 winged soldiers were propelled like arrows in all directions, colliding violently against the walls of the opening. Despite their standard armor, they could not withstand such tremendous force, resulting in broken limbs and lives extinguished. The explosive hurled into the opening was even more terrifying, obliterating the entire corridor, where unfortunate Black Camp soldiers were tightly packed, with scarcely any escaping. This downward passage had once served as a route of despair for countless captives, but now it had transformed into a pathway to hell for the Black Camp soldiers. For the moment, no Black Camp soldiers would descend into the hall. Li Chong rose and declared, "Ben, secure this area. I shall investigate elsewhere. Brother Hong, take care of yourselves." As Fu Shan and his companions approached the mountain peak, they distinctly heard a muffled explosion emanating from within. Zhao Hao, perplexed, remarked, "Why has the conflict already commenced? Master Ho has just arrived." From the cave at the mountain's entrance, a multitude of small figures surged forth, swiftly closing in. There were over 300 winged soldiers, brandishing spiked rifles, surrounding them. The officer in red armor stepped forward to inquire, "Who are you?" Noticing that the four could fly without the aid of wings, he felt uncertain and refrained from acting hastily. Among the four, only Fu Shan and Hua Meinyang understood the officer's question. Hua Meinyang, with a playful laugh, replied, "Oh dear, we are here in search of someone. We've heard that many individuals have been captured here, and one of them happens to be my brother, so we've come to retrieve him." Mei Jingjing could not help but chuckle, saying, "Sister Hua, what are you babbling about? I can't comprehend a word." Hua Meinyang responded, "Little one, you're still quite young. I understand the language of the Tamban continent quite well. In time, you will learn as you travel." The officer, oblivious to the peril he faced, was captivated by the two enchanting maidens before him. Noticing they bore no weapons, his desires surged, and he declared, "How audacious to insult an officer. Seize them all. Huh, I find this little lady quite appealing." Delighted, he reveled in his thoughts. Hua Meinyang appeared to find this immensely amusing, giggling incessantly, her delicate frame swaying gracefully in the breeze like a blossoming flower. The officer found himself breathless, utterly entranced by her beauty. In a daze, he seemed to see a pink mist enveloping him, causing an unsettling numbness to spread through his body. When he glanced down, terror seized him as he saw his body riddled with tiny nails, his standard armor proving utterly ineffective. Suddenly, he was engulfed by excruciating pain, a sensation so profound it made him wish for death. Fu Shan lightly shook his head and pointed at the officer. The over 300 winged soldiers looked on in disbelief at their leader, having witnessed no weapon in Fu Shan's hand, only a mere gesture, and their commander was torn apart. In unison, the winged soldiers retreated, raising their rifles and firing wildly. Hua Meinyang clapped her hands and laughed, "Wonderful, little sister. You are fortunate to witness Brother Fu's extraordinary skill." Mei Jingjing, wrapping her arm around Hua Meinyang's shoulder, asked, "Sister, have you ever seen the old master beat the drum? Where's the drum?" Boom, 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 boom. The drum beats rose from low to high, transitioning from slow to rapid, building in fervor. Fu Shan alternated his hands in a series of feigned strikes, his voice soaring as he sang, "The great winds arise. Clouds soar high. With might that commands the seas, I return to my homeland. Where can one find a brave warrior to guard the four corners?" This song, "The Great Wind Rises," was sung by Liu Bang during his return journey after defeating the king of Huainan, as he passed through his hometown of Peixian, gathering friends and elders for a feast. As Fu Shan's voice resonated, it conveyed a raw and somewhat melancholic tone that shook the very heavens and earth. Hua Meinyang's gaze towards Fu Shan transformed entirely. Fu Shan, originally a strikingly handsome man, was a learned scholar during the Western Han Dynasty, and after his cultivation, he became even more extraordinary. With his long hair dancing in the wind, he sang and struck with a carefree elegance that utterly captivated Hua Meinyang. When his song ceased, it was as if time itself stood still, leaving all present frozen in place. Overcome with emotion, Fu Shan let out a long, resonant howl, the great wind song stirring memories of his days in the Western Han era. As his howl echoed, the winged soldiers awoke, startled, and immediately turned to flee in a panic. In the ensuing chaos, several winged soldiers collided with one another, tumbling to the ground, their cries resembling a cacophony of wails. Zhao Hao could scarcely believe that such a graceful and unrestrained master existed in the world. The deep, poignant melody, imbued with profound insights into life, had effortlessly sent the enemy retreating, far exceeding his expectations. Hao Pai Jing, upon hearing Fu Shan's song, scoffed and muttered to himself, "This fellow is showing off again. Just watch." He had already teleported himself into a large cave, swaggering boldly inside. The cave was densely packed with soldiers of the Black Camp, yet in the clamor, no one noticed Hao Pai Jing. Clearing his throat, he coughed lightly before suddenly bellowing, "Why ya ya. Hey, The soldiers of the Black Camp were immediately startled. The men of the Tater Kingdom were generally tall, making Hao Pai Jing's slight frame hard to discern amidst the crowd. Annoyed, he declared, "Stop searching. I'm right here." He couldn't help but curse. Damn it, a bunch of blind fools, all worthless. Despite his small stature, his voice boomed like a bell. The soldiers of the Black Camp recoiled like a tide, encircling him in layers, brandishing their spears as if he were a formidable enemy. Only to discover a frail old man grimacing in mock defiance. Someone in the crowd stifled a laugh, and soon, the laughter spread like wildfire, filling the cave with mirth. "Ah, these ignorant wretches dare to mock me. By the heavens, let us see who laughs better," Hao Pai Jing declared, striking a pose with one hand theatrically cupped to his mouth, grinning wide. "Wah! Ha-ha! Ha-ha-ha!" His laughter resonated with such power that it was as if thunder itself had struck. The soldiers, caught mid-laughter, found themselves silenced, their mirth extinguished. The laughter seemed endless, growing louder, shaking the very walls of the cave. Many soldiers dropped their weapons, clutching their ears, while some, unable to endure the onslaught, writhed on the ground in agony. The cave walls began to crack, stones cascading down in a shower. Hao Pai Jing finally ceased his laughter, not out of mercy, but fearing that he would collapse the cave and lose his way inside. The soldiers, who had formed a circle around Hao Pai Jing to shoot at him, suddenly realized they were firing at an illusion. Even more terrifying was the fact that Hao Pai Jing's abrupt disappearance caused them to turn their weapons on one another. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, a circle of soldiers fell. "Ha-ha, how utterly foolish." Hao Pai Jing laughed triumphantly in midair. Several soldiers, terrified, immediately covered their ears, which only made Hao Pai Jing chuckle even more, laughing incessantly. The officers, exasperated, commanded the troops to fire again. The soldiers, both frightened and enraged, unleashed a barrage that filled the cave with smoke and chaos, only ceasing when the officers shouted furiously. Upon focusing their gaze, they found no trace of the figure in the air. "I'm done playing, everyone lie down," Hao Pai Jing said coldly, striking the ground with his palm. The hard rock rippled like the surface of water, sending out concentric waves. The soldiers could scarcely believe their eyes as the ripples spread beneath their feet, exploding upon contact. The waves detonated as soon as they touched the soldiers' feet, creating a relentless series of explosions that left them no chance to escape. Witnessing their comrades being blasted into the air, only to face the same fate themselves. After a long while, the booming subsided, leaving the cave strewn with wounded soldiers, weeping and writhing. Like Fu Shan, Hao Pai Jing harbored no murderous intent. His control over power was impeccable, ensuring that all soldiers were severely injured yet none perished. For these cultivators, harboring a desire to kill was a difficult endeavor, and they were reluctant to take lives lightly. In the eyes of the soldiers, Hao Pai Jing's small and frail figure had transformed from one of weakness to that of a golden-armored war deity. This peculiar old man was indeed formidable beyond belief. Approaching a red-armored officer, he smiled gently. "Could you kindly inform me how to descend?" His tone was so soft and soothing that it seemed inconceivable he was the same furious old man from before. The officer, however, felt no comfort in his demeanor. Trembling as if conversing with a demon, stammered, I don't know. What? My hearing is poor. Could you please repeat that?" The officer was terrified, his heart racing, and quickly replied, He knows. I just arrived." Satisfied, Hao Pai Jing smiled and moved to a foreman's side, saying, "I often get lost while walking, so I am exceedingly polite to guides. Do you prefer my courtesy? Or?" The foreman shouted, Polite. I want you to be polite." Hao Pai Jing chuckled. "Let us go then." "Don't just lie there. As long as you guide me well, I shall certainly be courteous, heh." In the perilous corridor of Nazan and Hanjin, they were suppressed by the Black Camp soldiers' razor-sharp guns and explosive projectiles, unable to lift their heads. Only a few soldiers remained to defend this passage, preparing for a final struggle. Nazan shouted, "Prepare the explosives. Old Han, let us hurl the explosives against the side wall and let the wall rebound them." "Great idea. I'll go first. Hand me the explosives. I want to carry your souls. I'm bringing back the living." Li Chong had arrived. Nazan, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "Boss, the boss is here." The feeling of being snatched from the jaws of despair made him somewhat lose his composure. Han Jin suddenly embraced Nazan, rolling aside just as the Black Camp soldiers' razor-sharp guns fired at the spot where Nazan had just stood. Li Chong was instantly consumed by rage, pointing at the Black Camp soldiers and bellowing, "Come at me." Even though the soldiers did not comprehend his words, They were taken aback by the audacious youth who defiantly gestured towards them, raising their rifles in response. Li Chang felt the Tai Hao Suo within his nascent soul tremble incessantly. Unable to restrain himself, he opened his mouth and unleashed a beam of golden light, accompanied by an ear-piercing shriek. The golden light emitted by Tai Hao Suo erupted explosively. Nazan felt the brilliance dizzying, while Han Jin shouted, "Don't look at that light." In the blink of an eye, the black camp soldiers in the corridor vanished entirely, leaving the passageway pristine and devoid of any presence. Nazan opened his eyes in astonishment. Where did the enemies go? Han Jin was at a loss for words. He too had no idea where the soldiers had disappeared, but he was certain they had not left of their own volition. Li Chang shivered slightly. He understood all too well that the black camp soldiers had been reduced to ashes by the power of Tai Hao Suo. The force contained within Tai Hao Suo was overwhelmingly immense, beyond his control. Fortunately, Nazan and Han Jin were behind him. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate as the soldiers. Li Chang longed to delve into his nascent soul to ascertain the issue with Tai Hao Suo. But upon hearing the distant rumbling, he shook his head inwardly. There was no time to cultivate and investigate at this moment. He could only say, "Let us proceed to the pool hall." The commander of the black camp was taken aback by the report from the communication orb. Not only was the assault on the black prison proceeding poorly, but formidable individuals had also appeared outside the mountain. Their strength was simply unbelievable. The communication orb sounded again. And upon hearing the report, the officers in the room were drenched in cold sweat. The report stated that a peculiar old man had severely injured over 700 soldiers at the entrance of cave number 7, forcibly taking away a foreman to the black prison. The highest commander of the black camp exclaimed, "How is that possible? The soldiers at cave no. 7 were elite troops recently drawn from the front lines? An old man? What are their spike rifles for?" The officers stared at the roaring commander. All dumbfounded, the developments of the battle had surpassed everyone's expectations. Soon, the commander regained his composure and ordered, "Immediately withdraw all attacking forces, report to the army headquarters, and request support." A flash of white light appeared, revealing 4 individuals in the room. "Master, it seems this place is full of officers," Zhao Hao remarked in surprise. "Indeed, this is their command center. Quite a fortunate coincidence," Fu Shan replied with a cheerful laugh. The officers remained calm, swiftly surrounding Fu Shan and his companions, drawing their weapons in unison. Huang Meinyong said, "Sister, look how tense they are. Should I show you my special move? It's quite a spectacle." Mei Jingjing laughed playfully. Sister can no longer contain herself. How delightful. Fu Shan found Huang Meinyong particularly troublesome. But considering her past rescues of Li Chang in the heavenly court, along with Ho Pijing's persuasion, he refrained from pursuing her mischief on Mars. Huang Meinyong, with a sense of pride, informed Fu Shan that she had taken Li Chang as her younger brother, and thus intended to address Fu Shan as Big Brother Fu, which left Fu Shan utterly exasperated, making him the subject of much ridicule from Ho Pijing. Fu Shan hastily interjected, "Do I really need your assistance with my presence here?" He thought to himself, "If this little demonist decides to act, none of the officers here will escape unscathed. It is better that I handle this myself." Huang Meinyong, embracing Mei Jingjing, whispered triumphantly, "Big Brother Fu cares for others too, hee." Mei Jingjing, unable to suppress thoughts of Li Chang, retorted with a hint of jealousy, "How charming. Such light-hearted banter, devoid of any consideration for their surroundings," incited both ire and trepidation among the officers of the black camp. Their commander declared, "I am General Di Sengmo. Who are you? Why are you attacking the army of the Tantet Kingdom?" Who are we? You dare question. "We are the revered national protector of the Tantet Kingdom, Imokifuno. Who would bow before me? How audacious of your kingdom to enslave my brother. If anything should befall him, do not blame me if the united Banqing nation annihilates your Tantet Kingdom," Fu Shan asserted with both arrogance and authority. Indeed, Fu Shan had the merit to make such proclamations. A close friend of his had once been grievously harmed by an exceptionally formidable loose immortal, prompting Fu Shan to rally a multitude of cultivation experts to confront him, compelling that immortal to flee in disgrace. It is well known that loose immortals possess significantly superior cultivation levels compared to regular cultivators. After that battle, Fu Shan's reputation in the cultivation world soared to great heights. However, he seldom intervened personally, for if he did, matters would escalate dramatically. The officers, unaware of his identity, were nevertheless familiar with the name National Protector Imo Kifuno, a figure of immense repute within the Tantet Kingdom. General Di Sengmo, filled with uncertainty, inquired, "Your tone is rather grand. We are unaware of your brother's imprisonment. What is his name?" Upon hearing Hua Meinyang's translation, Mei Jingjing eagerly exclaimed, "His name is Li Chong. Is he still alive?" Her heart raced uncontrollably. Once again, it is him. Alas, it is him. General Di Sengmo lamented internally, harboring a deep resentment towards the calamity that Qian Dreshing had sent him. He sighed heavily and commanded, "Stand down, arms, order an immediate retreat, and strictly prohibit any conflict with anyone. I will bear all responsibility." Fu Shan regarded General Di Sengmo with newfound respect. This individual was no ordinary commander, for he recognized the futility of the situation and chose to retreat strategically to conserve strength. Fu Shan's demeanor softened as he remarked, "Inform Mo Kifuno that an old acquaintance, Fu Shan, has visited the Tantek Kingdom." Mo Kifuno had invested considerable effort in courting Fu Shan, previously receiving his promise to visit the Tantek Kingdom when time permitted. By the time the Black Camp's report on this matter reached Mo Kifuno, Fu Shan had already departed from the planet, leaving Mo Kifuno seething in silence for several days. Realizing that he could no longer count on Fu Shan as a pillar of support for the Tantek Kingdom. "What is the matter?" Her tone tinged with an undercurrent of distress. "I am fine, Hong Di. Do not be anxious." Na Shan and Han Jin both sensed that something was amiss. Na Shan exclaimed, "Old Han, stop helping me. Quickly, support the boss. I fear he is unwell." Han Jin swiftly leaped to Li Chong's side, grasping him firmly and immediately detecting his body trembling slightly. He shouted, "Peiben, come here." Several individuals steadied Li Chong, guiding him to lean against the rock wall. Li Chong sat cross-legged, half reclined, while Qiao Yuhong nestled closely beside him, her soft sobs breaking the silence. In the dark prison, Li Chong had been her protector. Should anything happen to him, she could hardly fathom how to endure the cruelty of this hellish place. To her, Li Chong was a pillar of support. And if that pillar crumbled, she would surely collapse as well. With a soft clatter, the Lan Yun battle armor slipped from Li Chong's body. Struggling to collect his thoughts, he found himself bewildered, sensing that perhaps something had gone awry with the magical artifacts. Han Jin suddenly remarked, "It seems to have quieted down. There are no sounds of explosions anymore." Countless suffering prisoners surged from the various passages, erupting in jubilant cheers and leaps of joy. In that moment, the entire dark prison was ablaze with excitement. Na Shan's roar grew louder. "I damn well don't know. If it were possible, I would gladly sacrifice myself in place of the boss." Tears unexpectedly welled in his single eye. He had long regarded Li Chong as a brother, and witnessing his current state filled him with an overwhelming mix of anger and despair, as if he wished to seize something to bite in frustration. Han Jin restrained Lin Fenghe, saying, "Na Shan is just as confused about why the boss is like this. Everyone, do not panic. I just heard that some immortals are coming to help." "Ah, right. The boss mentioned that he had friends on the way. Could they be those immortals?" The earlier sense of powerlessness had left Li Chong feeling despondent. Though he maintained a calm exterior, he understood all too well that losing his cultivation power here would spell a tragic fate. He forced himself to regain his composure and inquired, "Nana Dun, how many casualties have we sustained? Have any outsiders entered?" Nana Dun replied, "Fortunately, the soldiers of the Black Camp have retreated. Otherwise, the casualties would have been significant. I cannot specify the exact numbers of the dead and injured right now, but it cannot be few. Lao Wei is severely injured, and the other main leaders have sustained varying degrees of wounds." "Wei Yuanqing is injured?" Li Chang asked anxiously. Lin Fenghe hurriedly interjected, "He was saved by a peculiar old man. There is no danger to his life, so the boss need not worry." "Peculiar old man?" Li Chang suddenly realized and felt a surge of joy. "Did he say anything?" Lin Fenghe pondered for a moment and replied, "It seems he was looking for someone." "Oh, where is Tangu? He went to assist in the search." "You few go find Tangu." Xiao Yuhong, nestled beside Li Chong, softly asked, "Brother, do you know those people?" Li Chong smiled and replied, "Indeed, they are all my brothers and friends." Xiao Yuhong expressed her admiration. "Your friends are truly remarkable. Just like you, brother. I wish I possessed such great abilities." For the first time, she genuinely desired to learn the skills Li Chong possessed. Tangu hurriedly arrived, and upon seeing Li Chong, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Boss, what has happened to you?" Li Chong forced a smile, pondering how fearsome he must appear at that moment. He inquired, "Tangu, what did the person who saved Brother Wei just now say to you?" "Where is he?" Tangu replied, "He is searching for a young man with the surname Li. I asked around for quite some time but couldn't locate him. I've informed everyone to gather in the pool hall shortly, and we shall continue the search." Li Chong interjected, "Tangu, there is no need to search any further. The person he seeks is indeed me. He is my elder brother. Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, he added, do not be surprised. My surname is Li, as in the combination of wood and child, hence I am called Li Chong. The others were unfamiliar with Li Chong's identity. But Lin Fenghe was taken aback. Remembering the jade tablet Li Chong had once shown him, his heart raced, and he cautiously asked, Boss, you are? Li Chong, momentarily taken aback, responded, Brother Lin, I am simply Li Chong. Suddenly, Lin Fenghe knelt down, proclaiming, I, Lin Fenghe, former general of the Qi cavalry of the former Song dynasty, pay my respects to General Hu Wei. Having been aware of the events unfolding in the capital when he resigned, he was astute and, by piecing together the clues, had come to a nearly accurate conclusion. His kneeling left everyone at a loss for words. Han Jin queried, Fenghe, what are you doing? When did the boss become a general? Brother Lin, please rise. Sigh, I have long since resigned from my post. There is no need for such formalities. If you must pay respects, do so to my elder brother, for he is the holy king of your former Song dynasty. Lin Fenghe's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. At this moment, anyone hailing from the former Song dynasty understood the weight of the situation. Han Jin and Zhao Ji stood in stunned silence, shocked that Li Chang referred to the holy king as his elder brother. This Li Chang was shrouded in mystery. Lin Fenghe regretted not having bowed to the holy king when he first saw him. He sprang to his feet and immediately directed the nearby prisoners to seek out the holy king, repeatedly instructing them to show utmost respect upon encountering him. Amid the crowd, some began to weep as they searched for their captured kin, while others inquired about the fate of their fellow townsfolk. The atmosphere in the pool hall was heavy with sorrow, with very few remaining dry-eyed. Li Chang commanded, Nanadun, Lin Fenghe, you two organize and gather the leaders from each district to count our numbers. Tang Ge, Na Shan, promptly collect all available food and prepare a hearty meal for everyone. Oh, but not too much. Let us be cautious not to overindulge. A voice called out, the holy king has arrived. Instantly, all those from the former Song dynasty knelt in unison, prostrating themselves on the ground, which startled the others into retreat. Within the Black Prison, the majority were from the Heavenly Court, with individuals from various nations, half of whom were from the former Song and the Great Han, alongside local captives from the Tang Bongxing and other assorted ethnicities. Ho Pijing felt perplexed, wondering how these individuals knew of his identity as the Holy King. He surmised that Li Chang must have divulged this information. Upon catching sight of Li Chang, the astonishment within him was beyond words. His years of cultivation experience indicated that Li Chang was in deep trouble. He hastened forward, exclaiming, Brother, yet found himself unable to utter another word. Li Chang exclaimed joyfully, Brother. Like Ho Pijing, he found himself at a loss for words. Lin Fenghe immediately knelt down, bowing his head in reverence. I am Lin Fenghe, the former general of the Song Kingdom. I pay my respects to your highness, the holy king, and wish you well. Only then did Ho Pijing regain his composure, extending a trace of true essence to examine the changes within Li Chang. Gradually, his brow furrowed, and after a moment's hesitation, he refrained from speaking further and waved his hand for Lin Fenghe to rise. Li Chang solemnly introduced Lin Fenghe, Han Jin, Naden Dun, Zhao Ji, Xiao Yuhong, and others to him. Inwardly, Ho Pijing admired his brother for having many friends wherever he went. Out of respect for Li Chang, Ho Pijing courteously greeted everyone. Lin Fenghe was utterly exhilarated. The legendary Holy King was surprisingly approachable, which he had not anticipated. Xiao Yuhong gazed nervously at Ho Pijing and inquired, Elder, will my brother be all right? Ho Pijing paused slightly, responding, even I cannot say for sure. We must wait for his elder brother to arrive. He found it curious that such a small girl would express such concern. Who is his elder brother? Is he formidable? Ho Pijing replied, You are from the Great Han Kingdom, are you not? Xiao Yuhong nodded in confusion. His elder brother is called Fu Shan, in your Great Han Kingdom. He is known as the guardian deity. He thought to himself, I might as well elevate Fu Shan's status so he can experience the reverence of others. Upon hearing this, several individuals from the Great Han Kingdom gasped in astonishment. He was indeed a legendary figure. Xiao Yuhong fell silent for a moment, a wave of despondency washing over her. She realized the chasm between herself and Li Chang was insurmountable. When Li Chang had shielded her from the overseer's whip, she had already woven a thread of affection towards him. Yet, it seemed Li Chang only cared for her without expressing any love, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. Fu Shan, accompanied by Ho Pijing's beam of light, instantaneously transported Zhao Hao and the others to the hall by the water pool. Zhao Hao merely called out master before kneeling down. Mei Jingjing, weeping, rushed into Li Chang's embrace, nearly failing to recognize him. Hua Meinyang stood quietly to the side, refraining from mischief, fearful of inciting Fu Shan's ire. Xiao Yuhong, in despair, watched Li Chang holding Mei Jingjing, standing motionless as tears streamed down her cheeks. Fu Shan smiled gently. Ah, at last, I have found my brother. You are indeed hard to locate. Brother Fu, I knew we would meet again. Nyo, do not cry. See, I am perfectly well. Li Chang released Mei Jingjing and helped Zhao Hao to his feet, chuckling. As your master, I must admit my inadequacy. If you wish, I shall formally take you as my disciple. Zhao Hao was overjoyed, kneeling once more in reverence and bowing 3 times. Master, I pay my respects. Li Chang looked curiously at Hua Meinyang, who was standing obediently to the side, unable to suppress his laughter. Sister Hua, why are you so well behaved today? Not uttering a word. I am genuinely delighted to see you. He had already discerned that Hua Meinyang seemed to harbor some feelings for Fu Shan. The last time I saw my sister, I was quite unhappy. You little rascal, be careful, or I shall give you a good thrashing. Ah, dear sister. You must maintain your ladylike demeanor, otherwise no one will favor you, Li Chang remarked with a mischievous grin, glancing at Fu Shan. Hua Meinyang, having been caught in her own shortcoming, found herself at a loss for words. Ho Pai Jing couldn't help but laugh heartily, exclaiming, Oh, little enchantress, it turns out. Hua Meinyang, flustered, retorted, You mustn't say that. I forbid you to say it. Mei Jingjing, her tears not yet dry, couldn't suppress a chuckle as she approached and embraced Hua Meinyang, saying, Sister, you're quite fierce. Hua Meinyang stomped her foot in irritation. It was at a loss for an effective response, especially with Fu Shan nearby. She was reluctant to act too recklessly. Ho Pai Jing nudged Fu Shan, saying Chong Bai. Look, Fu Shan waved his hand slightly. I understand. We shall discuss it later when time permits. Upon seeing Li Chang, Fu Shan immediately recognized that he was facing a problem in his training. Being a person of great composure, he preferred to refrain from making hasty conclusions and opted to observe further. Suddenly, Na Shan knelt before Li Chang, pleading, Boss, please take me as your disciple. I beg you to grant this. Humble request from the one-eyed dragon. He was filled with envy for their remarkable abilities. Realizing that such an opportunity was fleeting, he thought that if he sought to apprentice himself to Fu Shan or Ho Pai Jing, they might not acquiesce. Having mingled with Li Chang for so long, their camaraderie was solid. He had previously been a leader in a dark prison, thick-skinned and adept at adapting to circumstances. Regardless of Li Chang's response, he decided to bow down first. Upon noticing the situation escalating, Li Chang exclaimed, Stop, no one move. He made a halting gesture, indifferent to whether others understood it. Fu Shan, Ho Pai Jing, Hua Meinyang, Mei Jingjing, and Nana Dun all wore smiles. Zhao Hao recalled how he had appeared pitiful when he sought his own master, finding it amusing. He felt a pang of sympathy for Na Shan, saying, Master, junior brother. But upon meeting Li Chang's glare, he dared not utter another word. Na Shan, possessing a modicum of cleverness, crawled a few steps and surprisingly prostrated himself at Fu Shan's feet, bowing, Master Uncle, Na Shan pays his respects to you. Please take charge of my fate. Seeing Li Chang fidgeting, resembling a monkey perched on a hot stove, Fu Shan jested, This I cannot decide for you, but I suggest you simply follow him. He won't be able to do anything about it. Oh, I understand, hee. Na Shan sprang up, exhibiting his most adept skill of climbing the ladder. Standing beside Li Chang with a broad grin, Greetings, Master. He then turned to Fu Shan, Ho Pai Jing, and the others, saying, Greetings, Master Uncles. Greetings, Master Aunt. Greetings, Senior Brother. Li Chang nearly fainted, astonished by the audacity of his new disciple. Fearing further complications, he hurriedly instructed, Tan Gu, quickly prepare food for everyone. After we eat and tidy up, we shall depart. Do not just stand there in a daze. Tan Gu hesitated. There's only a little food, not enough for everyone. Perhaps we can share a bit among us? Fu Shan interjected. We have brought provisions specifically for this purpose. Just wait a moment. He produced a beam of white light, and Tan Gu observed with curiosity. Suddenly, with a soft sound, a pale blue pouch appeared in Fu Shan's hand, which he handed to Tan Gu, saying, The provisions inside will suffice for several days. Take this for now, and if it's insufficient, come find me. Just reach in to take what you need. It contains flatbreads. Tan Gu, intrigued, reached inside and was astonished, his previous doubts dissolving instantly. He realized why Li Chang could produce so many items. He must possess something similar. Tinji's mind raced with the thought that if Bangchi Ningguo had such resources, it could resolve the entire logistical dilemma, a monumental achievement indeed. Nana Dun also reached in and was immediately captivated. His thoughts mirrored Tanji's, and he subtly signaled to Tangu, who understood and followed suit. The prisoners, at last, savored a hearty meal. Some, still haunted by hunger, hid the flatbreads in their clothes, fearful of starvation. Despite repeated warnings, some prisoners overindulged to the point of death, provoking Tangu and the others' ire. Yet, they were helpless. Upon seeing food, some lost all self-control. Fu Shan had reached a verbal agreement with the commander of the Black Camp, Dachong Mo Jun, to provide transportation for the prisoners to the teleportation point. And he ceased to pursue accountability for the Tantua Kingdom's extensive purchases of Heavenly Star inhabitants. As the prisoners emerged from the Black Camp's mountains, each felt as though they had been reborn. In the teleportation array, all the Heavenly Star prisoners knelt in gratitude to Li Chang and his companions for their salvation. Fu Shan continued to transport the Heavenly Star inhabitants. Li Chang called over Lin Fenghe, saying, "I promise to recommend you to the Emperor of the Gusong Kingdom. Take this gold token. The guards will recognize it and lead you to the Emperor. Just convey the regards from the Holy King and myself." He added, "The crystal swordspout is a gift for you. Use it cautiously and refrain from indiscriminate killing. It's rather formidable in the Green Basin." Lin Fenghe replied respectfully, "I wouldn't dare." His earnestness made Li Chang feel somewhat bashful about jesting further. Ho Pai Jing, slightly impatient, interjected, "Kid, stop rambling. Also, remember not to abuse your power." Han Jin and Zhao Ji stood by, uncertain of what to do. Wei Yuanqing had already been transported due to his injuries. They wished to remain but didn't know how to express it. Xiao Yuhong had been following Li Chang closely and could not help but shed tears upon hearing his words, unable to find a way to stay. Hua Meinyang then noticed she was just a young girl and approached her, wrapping her arms around her and gently asking, "Did he bully you? Tell your sister, and I'll make it right." Mei Jingjing was equally astonished to discover that there was indeed a young girl. What was her connection to Li Chang? Xiao Yuhong shook her head through tears, choked with emotion, appearing quite pitiable. Mei Jingjing couldn't help but step forward to comfort her. Among the group, only Han Jin was already aware of her youth. Being worldly wise, he understood Xiao Yuhong's feelings well. He sighed quietly, observing Li Chang's awkwardness, and proceeded to explain the situation to Hua Meinyang and the others. "She is a person who revels in defiance," smiling as she said. "Sister sees how some people are reluctant to accept disciples, but you are different, little girl. Would you like to be my apprentice?" Xiao Yuhong could hardly believe her ears. Without a moment's hesitation, she knelt down, sobbing, "I am willing. Hunger willing, master." Hua Meinyang embraced her tightly, laughing, "From now on, do not call me master, just call me sister." Giggle. Li Chang was acutely aware of everything that transpired, yet he had been feigning ignorance all along. The upheaval in his hometown, coupled with his girlfriend's betrayal and deceit, compelled him to relinquish all he possessed and follow Fu Shan on the path of cultivation. He had grown indifferent to many matters, particularly in terms of emotions, becoming increasingly reserved. His talent for playing the fool was remarkable. He chuckled, "Congratulations, Hong. Oh no, I should call you Hong now. Sister Hua is truly formidable." What was that nickname people gave her? Ho Pijing could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "They call her the little demoness." "Haha." Hua Meinyang raised her delicate, pink fist in mock threat, declaring, "You're going to regret this. Stop mocking me." "Oh, you little rascal, you were the one who started it." Li Chang feigned innocence, saying, "I was merely praising my elder sister." "No nonsense here, no nonsense, hee. With this diversion, everyone relaxed. Xiao Yuhong, being astute, approached Mei Jingjing, performing her greetings and calling her sister affectionately, which instantly warmed the atmosphere among the three women. Mei Jingjing, flattered by the respectful address, felt elated. No one had ever called her sister with such reverence before, making her revel in the role of an elder sister. Fu Shan approached, stating, "We will now initiate the transportation of the people from Bangkingning. Naden, among this group are various races from different regions. You are responsible for their accommodation. How you manage that is up to you, but it must be resolved properly, understood?" Naden pointed a finger to his forehead, solemnly declaring, "I swear by the great deity Kamboer of the Green Tribe, I will accomplish this." Fu Shan nodded, "As long as you handle it earnestly. There is no need to swear by Kamboer, lest he think I forced his descendant to swear." This transportation was indeed a grand endeavor, costing countless crystal stones, a feat only the Chongshin sect could achieve. All remaining individuals were transported to the outskirts of a major city in Bangkok, taking advantage of the chaos. Han Jin and Zhao Ji also followed, stubbornly refusing to leave, much like Nasha's antics. Li Chang, being soft-hearted towards friends, had no choice but to acquiesce. Ho Pijing's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "Ah, I've heard of this type of wine, but have never seen it. I really don't understand you two brothers. You both hide fine liquor despite not drinking, while I, a true wine lover, have none." Li Chang chuckled as he handed her a bottle of drunkard wine. Ho Pijing sighed, "Only a true brother knows that I salivate at the mere mention of wine." After taking a sip, she couldn't help but cheer loudly. Li Chang, Zhao Hao, and Mei Jingjing all recalled their first encounter with her, smiles spreading across their faces. Fu Shan remarked indifferently, "If you had tasted my celestial wine, you wouldn't even glance at this." Ho Pijing chuckled, "I am well aware that treasures like those in Chongbi are rare even among immortals. However, I must confess, I am hesitant to indulge in your wine." Hua Mainyong inquired curiously, "Why is that? Are you afraid of Brother Fu?" Ho Pijing burst into laughter. "Ha ha, little demoness, do not speak nonsense. If Brother Fu were truly such a person, would you still harbor affection for him?" "Ah, I said nothing. What I meant was, after having tasted his wine, where else would I find such exquisite liquor?" To Ho Pijing's surprise, Hua Mainyong did not express anger at being called out in front of Fu Shan. Instead, she retorted, "Humph, I shall ignore you. Let us go over there." She took Mei Jingjing and Xiao Yuhong away. Deep down, she felt a flicker of gratitude towards Ho Pijing. Although she cherished Fu Shan, she lacked the courage to express her feelings, resorting instead to mischief in hopes of leaving an impression on him. Ultimately, Fu Shan remembered her, yet without any fondness, which only fueled her desire to create further chaos. Today, however, thanks to Ho Pijing's words, she finally voiced her innermost thoughts. Fu Shan was momentarily taken aback. Remaining silent, Li Chang, with a wry smile, said, "Brother Fu, I must stay here for the time being. There is a matter of great significance I need to attend to." Fu Shan inquired with curiosity, "What matter? Can you share it with me?" Li Chang nodded. "I seek Haima agate, which seems to be found only in the sea of vengeful spirits. Do you happen to know of it, Brother Fu?" Fu Shan lowered his head in contemplation. After a pause, he replied, "I believe I have heard of such a thing, though I am uncertain of its uses." "Who is in need of it?" Li Chang presented him with a desolation pill, saying, "The one who entrusted me with this spiritual elixir requires it. This is a token from me to you, brother." Even Fu Shan, known for his composure, could not suppress his astonishment, his voice trembling slightly. "Impossible. This is desolation pill." He articulated each word with deliberation, examining the pill closely. Gathering his composure, Fu Shan slowly remarked, "Whoever provided you with the desolation pill must be an esteemed elder. Are you truly giving it to me?" Given Li Chang's current cultivation level, he could not fathom the significance of the desolation pill. For those on the verge of transcending the tribulation phase, it held unparalleled importance. Li Chang, somewhat irked, replied, "If I do not give it to Brother Fu, who else could I possibly give it to? I wish to be of service to you." Fu Shan grasped Li Chang's hand, interrupting him, "Brother, that is not my intention. I accept it. This is your heartfelt gesture, and I acknowledge that." Fu Shan then extended his true essence to examine the changes within Li Chang's body, causing Li Chang to feel a surge of energy. Suddenly, Fu Shan exclaimed, "Impressive. Truly impressive. What is it that possesses such strength? Hey, oh brother, come over and take a look." Ho Pijing, taking a sip of his wine, swayed over, muttering, "After much effort to savor fine wine, why summon me? Come and see what is within our brother. It is extraordinary. Even my power was repelled," Fu Shan expressed, his face filled with astonishment. Intrigued by Fu Shan's reaction, Ho Pijing understood the depth of his abilities. If even he was astonished, something peculiar must be at play. Fu Shan inquired, "What precisely resides within your primordial spirit that is so potent?" "It cannot simply be the purple flame heart." Li Chang extended a finger, from which a slender wisp of celestial fire emerged. Fu Shan, a grandmaster of artifact crafting, recognized it at a glance as the dazzling celestial fire. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "My dear brother, I cannot fathom where you acquired this dazzling celestial fire. It is truly astonishing. After years of cultivation, I have never witnessed anyone capable of harnessing celestial fire within their body. Could it be the influence of the purple flame heart? Perhaps. No, that cannot be right. There must be something else within your nascent soul." Li Chang held immense admiration for Fu Shan. As the Tai Hao silk had fused with his nascent soul, rendering it impossible to withdraw. He replied, "Indeed, there is also Taihao silk within my nascent soul." Fu Shan and Ho Pijing, both well-versed in knowledge, exchanged incredulous glances, simultaneously sighing in astonishment. Fu Shan paced in circles, muttering, "Taihao silk, Taihao silk. This is a divine artifact. No wonder it possesses such power, by the heavens." I. His voice escalated in volume. The usually composed Fu Shan was now cursing vehemently, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Ho Pijing urged, "Chong Bai, do not panic. There may still be a solution." Fu Shan ceased his outburst, reluctantly probing once more with his true essence. After a long pause, he suddenly inquired, "Brother Ho, have you imparted your techniques to him?" Ho Pijing grinned sheepishly and replied, "Well, not exactly. He comprehended it on his own." Observing his demeanor, Fu Shan could not help but exclaim, "Ah, did you give him the Jade Eye Sutra?" Ho Pijing nodded. Fu Shan let out a sigh of relief, expressing gratitude. "I appreciate your high regard, Brother Ho, for sharing your techniques with my younger brother." Ho Pijing took a sip of his drink, shaking his head with a smile. "There is no need for thanks. We simply have a good rapport." Fu Shan continued, "Fortunately, my younger brother learned the techniques of the primordial sect. For the nascent soul microcosm of the primordial sect is extraordinary. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss to assist him." Li Chong, noticing Fu Shan's anxiety, reassured him. "Brother Fu, do not fret. Let fate take its course." Fu Shan retorted with irritation, "You, young man, are exceedingly audacious, daring to refine anything within your nascent soul. That is your life's essence. Should anything go awry, it would be dire. Thankfully, you first practice the techniques of the primordial sect, which leaves room for remedy." Li Chang queried, "Isn't Taihao silk a divine artifact? Is it not a good thing?" Fu Shan replied with a wry smile, "Indeed, it is exceptional. Taihao silk. Even I do not possess such a fine divine artifact. My dear brother, the power of this treasure. Sai, how will you wield it? Did the master who bestowed this treasure upon you not mention that to truly utilize Taihao silk, one must achieve unity with the divine artifact?" Li Chong pondered for a moment and replied, It seems that was mentioned, though I did not fully grasp it." This time, even Ho Pijing was on the verge of jumping up, exclaiming, "Little brother, I must commend your audacity. You are truly reckless. Do you not value your life? How can you dare to use it without fully understanding?" Li Chong, feeling aggrieved, responded, "I did not intend to use Taihao silk. It acted of its own accord." Thus, Fu Shan had no choice but to elucidate the reasons behind this occurrence. With Li Chong's current capabilities, it is utterly impossible for him to master the Taihao Sua. Inadvertently, he tapped into the power of the Taihao Sua, resulting in the near-total depletion of his own primordial energy. Cultivators enhance their innate strength through rigorous training, and artifacts such as the Xian Heart can provide immense assistance to practitioners. The cultivation methods of the Yuan-Shi sect represent the most effective means of augmenting one's primordial power. Fu Shan finally relaxed, chuckling. "You are indeed fortunate to have the Yuan-Shi sect's techniques at your disposal. However, from now on, you will be akin to a hedgehog. Those who dare to attack you will find themselves unlucky. Brother Ho, it appears we must collaborate to sever the Taihao Sua's absorption. My strength alone is insufficient to accomplish this, for the Taihao Sua is exceedingly formidable." Li Chong can only be described in 2 words, lucky. Had it not been for the simultaneous intervention of the 2 master-level experts, Fu Shan and Ho Pijing, it would not have been long before the Taihao Sua forcibly drew Li Chong's nascent soul into its body, transforming into a sentient artifact, resulting in the obliteration of Li Chong's original form. Together, Fu Shan and Ho Pijing managed to seal the Taihao Sua outside of Li Chong's nascent soul, preventing it from siphoning off his energy. Fu Shan repeatedly cautioned him not to attempt to manipulate the Taihao Sua. It is only when one's primordial strength exceeds that of the Taihao Sua that one may dare to cultivate it, achieving a true union with the divine artifact. "Brother," Fu Shan advised, "you still need some time to restore your primordial strength. It is unwise to recklessly employ your true essence, lest you incur backlash. Nevertheless, do not fear. Those who strike you will find themselves unfortunate. If the Taihao Sua cannot draw upon your power, it will disperse its own energy, and anyone who provokes it. You shall understand in due time." "What is this object called?" Li Chong inquired with curiosity. Ho Pijing interjected, "I know. You of the Chongxian sect are fond of such peculiar items. It is called the soul-releasing dragon ring." Fu Shan laughed. "What? Are you envious? With your status and cultivation? Establishing your own sect would be a trivial matter, though perhaps your laziness holds you back. Indeed, this is the soul-releasing dragon ring. Every core disciple of the Chongxian sect possesses one, and their followers will regard you as a master upon sighting it. He further advised, try using a bit of true essence to manipulate it. Upon hearing this, Li Chang gave it a try, and indeed, the soul-releasing dragon ring contracted into a ring of ordinary size, its surface a silver triangle, the material indiscernible. He experimented further, and the soul-releasing dragon ring transformed into a slender black line, snugly fitting at the base of his finger, nearly invisible upon close inspection. Li Chang smiled. This is truly fascinating. Thank you, Brother Fu. Oh, brother, what significant events are occurring in the heavenly court? Is it related to the wrath of the celestial deities? Rest assured, I, Fu Shan, cannot claim to lack fine wine. Well, it is time for us to depart. Brother, this jade tome contains instructions on how to utilize the teleportation array. There exists a grand ancient teleportation array on the planet Tianbang, located in the western continent. The jade tome holds the records. Once you locate the Haimao, proceed to that array. Be cautious. Refrain from recklessly wielding your true essence in the near future. Fu Shan admonished. Li Chang harbored his own thoughts. He had just heard that the people from Qianjia Xing had sought the assistance of a wandering immortal, and it seemed that Brother Fu held this immortal in great regard. He planned to find Haima now, and then seek the help of Mo Huayuan. Li Chang was not in a hurry to inform Fu Shan. He intended to surprise him later. With Nana Dun serving as their guide, Li Chang and his companions easily entered the city. This was a grand metropolis in the country of Bangxing Ning, and Li Chang found it to be an eye-opening experience. Perhaps the city's close ties to crystal stones explained the bizarre architecture, as the buildings were composed of countless materials resembling crystals. Remarkably, some structures floated 2 or 3 meters above the ground, with no visible supports. The colors of the buildings were a vibrant array, yet they shared a common trait. Each emitted a faint glow. The streets were bustling with individuals of various races, all adorned in peculiar attire. Na Shan gawked with his single eye as they entered the city, more astonished than Li Chang, who had seen much in his travels, unlike Na Shan, who hailed from the relatively backward Tian Tingxing. He tugged at Zhao Hao and exclaimed, Senior brother, look at that, referring to a person leading a 1-meter-long strange beast. Upon noticing Na Shan's gaze, the creature suddenly stood upright, its head swelling as it revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. Emitting an odd cry, startled, Na Shan instinctively recoiled, having never encountered such a beast before. Zhao Hao couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Junior brother, if you regard it as a puppy, you won't be afraid. It might just be a pet. The person holding the beast reprimanded it, and the creature obediently lay down, producing a series of gurgling sounds that made Na Shan roll his eyes. Nana Dun then suggested, Boss, let's first find a place to stay and then discuss our next steps, shall we? Li Chang smiled and replied, Nana Dun, you are the host. Let you and your companions make the arrangements. Pa Bin, keep an eye on Bin. Don't let him wander off. Pa Bin promptly agreed. Ben was even more astonished than Na Shan, clutching his crystal source bow, his head spinning from the sights he encountered in the city, unsure of where to look. Pa Bin pulled him along as they chattered incessantly. Li Chang calmly stated, Kin Shi, you and your group should stick with us for now. There is still room to resolve this matter. I have some ideas, and we will discuss them once we settle down. Kin Shi, having great faith in Li Chang, responded, All right, I will follow the boss. There is a very famous underground lodging here. Should we rest there, boss? Tangu inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chang exclaimed. No. I detest staying underground. Haven't you all had enough of that? It's best to stay higher up for comfort. Having sworn in the black prison never to enter a cave again, he thought to himself, if I go underground again, I will truly become a rat of the earth. Noticing the fierce looks from everyone, Tangu realized he had misspoken and quickly interjected, I just remembered, there's a dining establishment over there, a light pink building. I believe there's a dish that should be called soup or broth. I'm not sure how to say it, but it's quite delicious. Would everyone like to give it a try? He wore a pleasing smile. Na Shan attempted to maintain a stern expression, but upon hearing the delightful remark about the food, he couldn't help but salivate, exclaiming, Boss, Master, let us go eat something. Xiao Na is starving. Upon hearing the term Xiao Na, Kinkanki burst into laughter, doubling over as he exclaimed, Xiao Na. Ha. You, never mind, just let me laugh myself to death. While Na Shan's antics did not amuse everyone, They found themselves entertained by Kinkenki's laughter, which brought tears to his eyes. Nashan innocently inquired, "Why are you all laughing? Tell me, so I can join in on the fun." Kinkenki, clutching his belly, pointed at Nashan but was unable to articulate his amusement. Li Chang felt a wave of sadness wash over him. Recognizing that this was merely an outlet for the group's pent-up resentment and dissatisfaction, he forced a smile and declared, "All right, let us feast lavishly to celebrate our newfound lives." Nashan enthusiastically echoed, "Great," and dashed ahead. The group merrily made their way to the Red House. In the midst of the commotion, a group entered from outside. A collection of individuals resembling Li Chang, all of Asian descent. Their arrival took Li Chang's group by surprise, for yellow-skinned people were a rarity on the Tangbang continent, with the Western continent being their primary enclave. Pabin discreetly informed Li Chang that they appeared to be from the Western continent, not resembling merchants, but rather resembling an envoy. The group consisted of around 20 individuals, among whom 15 or 16 were dressed as warriors, donned in strikingly unique armor, adorned with intricate black vine patterns from head to back, featuring a gleaming deep blue wave design across their chests, exposing their remarkably muscular arms. Their gauntlets extended to their elbows, and their long black cloaks accentuated their imposing figures, with each warrior sporting a visible long hilt, exuding an aura of fierce valor. The 4 individuals leading the group seemed to be their captains, clad in armor similar to that of the warriors, albeit in a vibrant red hue that shone like fire. Both groups remained silent, exchanging cold glances. Li Chang remained seated, steady and composed, aware that their leader had yet to arrive. Zhao Hao, Han Jin, Nashan, and Zhao Ji stood before them. Zhao Hao exuded a different kind of presence, his cultivation having significantly advanced, instilling a sense of unease among the opposing warriors who felt an urge to draw their weapons. Li Chang's demeanor shifted as he sensed the arrival of a formidable presence. Indeed, a frail middle-aged man entered, inquiring, "What is going on? Haven't you checked? Who they are?" The leader clad in red armor respectfully replied in a hushed tone, "Sir, we are unsure of which nation from the Western continent they hail from. They appear to be skilled fighters. I shall inquire further." The middle-aged man's gaze fell upon Zhao Hao, and he hesitated slightly, realizing that this individual possessed comparable skills. Undoubtedly a master, which made him feel somewhat tense. However, his demeanor softened as he said, "Greetings. May I ask which nation from the Western continent you represent?" "Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are the envoy from the land of La Du." Zhao Hao, adhering to the old customs of the martial world, clasped his fists in salute, replying, "I have long admired you." Li Chang chuckled from behind the table, exclaiming, "What do you admire?" Rising to his feet, he remarked, "We are merely here to dine, not from the Western continent, so there should be no issue." It was then that the steward realized that Li Chang was their leader. Zhao Hao blushed and said, "Master." The warriors were astonished. This youth was indeed his mentor. Just as the steward was about to speak again, 2 young ladies entered from outside, one of whom inquired, "Uncle Aji, the young lady wants to know what is going on. Why aren't you coming out?" The steward smiled wryly and replied, "There are people here. We haven't clarified matters yet." The sound of light footsteps resonated from the entrance as 3 women and a man entered. All the warriors knelt on one knee and chorused, "We welcome our master." Steward Aji watched Li Chang and his companions with trepidation, fearing any sudden movements. The lady of the delegation had arrived. Li Chang was filled with curiosity, his gaze fixed intently upon her. She appeared to be around 20, with fair skin, lively eyes, and a cascade of dark hair held by a blue crystal crown, adorned in a flowing, pale yellow gown, exuding an air of elegance. She spoke, "We are all here to dine. Let us not disturb them." Her voice was melodious and gentle. Beside her stood a figure clad in green, his face concealed, silently following her, evidently a skilled bodyguard. Steward Aji addressed her. "I believe it prudent to remain cautious. I have heard that the masters from the foreign lands have already arrived. If..." She smiled slightly and replied warmly, "Shall we refrain from any action merely due to that?" Aji, daunted, retreated to the side. Li Chang signaled for his companions to sit and eat. He contemplated whether to forge a connection with them. Having arrived from the Western continent, they might possess knowledge about Haimal, and this young lady seemed quite amiable. Tanj introduced, "This is a delightful green delicacy, very tasty. And this sweet root is extremely sugary. Do take care not to choke." Nashan grimaced, "It's not good. Not good at all. It pales in comparison to the dishes from my homeland. Is there no braised meat here? Ideally, meat wrapped in large flatbreads with sauce." Sigh. "It's been ages since I've had that. How I long for it." As the meal approached its conclusion, Li Chang grew anxious, unable to find an opportunity to converse with the group. Several attendants entered, carrying a large platter, covered with a lid, which they carefully placed on the table. Whispering something to Tanj before retreating, Tanj smiled and said, "This is the most famous dish here, called bhaji. I am unsure how to translate it." Na Shan exclaimed with delight. "Such a large platter must be quite satisfying. Allow me to try first." Upon lifting the lid, he was met with a sight of wriggling, pale blue insects, each the thickness of a finger and the length of a palm. Na Shan let out a horrified scream, leaping high. The warriors stood in unison, drawing their swords in alarm. Tanj, Na Naden, Kinkanki, and Ben all looked on, their mouths watering. Kinkanki picked one up and placed it in his mouth. A loud crunch echoed as his face lit up with ecstasy, declaring, crispy and tender, a supreme delicacy. Na Shan retched violently, exclaiming, "Boss, I want to strangle that vile Tango." Ugh. Li Chang observed the attendant bringing a similarly large platter to the invoice table, wondering if they dared to consume such insects. Though brimming with newfound courage, the cacophony of slurping sounds was still disconcerting. Na Shan, Han Jin, and Zhao Ji could no longer endure and rushed outside, leaving only Zhao Hao, who gritted his teeth, determined to stay as long as Li Chang did. Ben and Pabin appeared quite enamored, with Ben grabbing several insects at once and savoring them with evident delight. As Li Chang gazed at the invoice platter, he was surprised to catch a whiff of a tantalizing aroma wafting from beneath the lid, stirring his appetite. Curiously, he inquired of Tangu, "Oh, they are eating them cooked." Tangu, noticing that only a few insects remained, swiftly snatched the last two as everyone reached for them, grinning as he said, "Boss, the people of the Western continent enjoy their food grilled, while we prefer it raw. Don't snatch it away." In a flash, Kinkanki seized the insects from Tang Ji's grasp and tossed them into his mouth, the sound of crunching echoing as Tangu lamented, "With so many, is that not enough for you?" A stream of unintelligible words spilled forth, leaving Li Chang perplexed. Kinkanki, seemingly indifferent, wore an expression of bliss that only deepened Tang Ji's frustration. Suddenly, Tangu recalled something and quietly asked Li Chang, "Boss, this is bad." Li Chang chuckled. "What? Do you wish to order another platter?" Tangu replied with a wry smile, "Not at all. I lack the funds. How will we settle the bill?" I was so focused on eating. Zhao Hao, who had been listening, produced a gold ingot from his pocket and remarked, "This should suffice, right?" Tangu examined the gold and shook his head. "What is this? We cannot use it for payment here." Zhao Hao was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered someone questioning the value of gold, leaving him speechless. Li Chang was startled. Lacking money meant they might be dining for free, which was not in his nature. He hurriedly inquired, "What currency is accepted here?" "Tangu, is crystal worth anything? Can we exchange it for payment?" Tangu responded, "Perhaps. But who possesses crystals? Common ones won't do. They must be of high quality." Li Chang casually produced a piece of yellow sediment, which was considered a high-grade celestial stone in the realm of cultivation. Tangu had never seen such a premium crystal before. He examined it closely, puzzled. "What kind of crystal is this? It's my first encounter. I wonder if it can be exchanged for money." Zhao Hao took a look as well, having never seen it either. As they passed it around, no one recognized the crystal, leaving Li Chang in a quandary. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Low-grade crystals have long been forged into weapons in the Black Prison. I possess only high-grade ones. How could you not have encountered such crystals before?" Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he called out, "Na Shan! Na Shan! Come quickly!" In his moment of distraction, he shouted loudly. The contingent of warriors, ever vigilant, stood at attention, their weapons drawn in readiness. Na Shan burst into the room, his eyes wide with excitement as he observed the warriors' tense demeanor. "Boss, are we going to fight? Take me with you," he exclaimed. Han Jin and Zhao Ji swiftly followed suit, entering from either side. Under the command of the four captains clad in crimson armor, the warriors of the envoy swiftly formed a defensive formation, closely guarding their lady. Li Chang chuckled, finding their caution excessive, and teased Na Shan, who said anything about fighting. "I called you for a purpose." Disappointed, Na Shan replied with a soft "oh" and approached. Recently having learned some rudimentary martial arts, he perpetually brandished his fists, eager to assert his presence and prove that he was not to be trifled with. Clutching his bald head, he inquired, "Boss, what is it?" Zhao Hao could not refrain from asking, "Junior brother, why are you holding your head?" Kinkanki chuckled. He fears the boss will hit him. Laughter erupted around the table. "Boss, look how Lao can bullies me. You must stand up for me." His feigned victim had only elicited more laughter. Their table was lively and boisterous, in stark contrast to the solemnity surrounding the envoy's table, where their lady frequently cast glances toward Li Chang and his companions. Extending his hand, Li Chang commanded, "Bring forth the crystal stones." Na Shan instinctively leaped back, exclaiming, "What crystal stones? I have none." Suddenly, his face flushed, and he retrieved a leather pouch from his bosom. He unfastened the bag and poured its contents, a collection of crystal stones, onto the table, sheepishly adding, having spent so long in the black prison. "I'm too sensitive about crystal stones, heh." This time, no one laughed at him. They understood that in the black prison, lives were often lost over a coveted crystal stone, and Na Shan's reaction was entirely relatable. Observing the dozen or so crystal stones scattered across the table, Li Chang felt a surge of gratitude, realizing Na Shan genuinely trusted him and had likely relinquished all his crystals. He turned to Tan Go and asked, "Are there any crystal stones here that can be exchanged for money?" Tan Go marveled, "Old Na, I had no idea you had hidden such treasures." "Haha, this should be worth quite a sum." Na Shan generously replied, "You are the supply officer, so you may keep them." Na Dun simply remarked, "Old Na is impressive indeed." He recognized that Na Shan, during his reign as the leader of the Black Prison, had killed many for the sake of crystal stones, and now he was unreservedly giving them all away, which truly earned his respect. Tan Go summoned a servant and handed him a crystal stone while conversing. The servant shook his head repeatedly. Popin translated for Li Chang, revealing that the servant refused to accept the crystal stones in exchange. Their voices grew louder as Tan Ji's frustration became palpable. He seized the servant by the collar and shouted. The lady of the envoy quietly exchanged a few words with Chief Aji, who nodded and approached. He took hold of the servant, handed him an object resembling a jade pupil, uttering something, after which the servant nodded and retreated. Tan Go stood there, his face flushed and bewildered, glancing at Li Chang for guidance. "Let us depart," Li Chang said. Once outside, he inquired, "Tan Go, where can we exchange crystal stones for money? Lead the way." The young lady had deftly outmaneuvered Li Chang, leaving him feeling rather vexed, for he had never before suffered such a setback. Upon exiting, he could not suppress his irritation and was eager to resolve his financial predicament. He inquired, "Nana Dun, do you have any acquaintances here? I wish to ascertain the purpose of the official delegation from the land of La Du, as well as the nature of that strange nation." Suddenly, Pa Bin interjected, "I know where to exchange currency." Li Chang was struck with realization. Pa Bin was, after all, a merchant, and he had mistakenly regarded him solely as a translator. He chuckled, "Very well, Pa Bin, lead us there. Nana Dun and Kankanki, you two shall gather information. Let us agree on a meeting point. The rest will accompany Pa Bin to tackle our pressing financial issue." After a brief discussion with Tan Go, Pa Bin led the group down a narrow alleyway. It turned out that in the kingdom of Bangqing Ning, transactions involving crystals could only be conducted through state-sanctioned trading houses. Engaging in clandestine trade would result in confiscation of the crystals and hefty fines if discovered. However, the purchasing prices at these houses were notoriously low, leading to the emergence of black markets in various cities, a lucrative venture indeed. Alongside the trade of weapons and rare treasures from the Western continent, Pa Bin cautioned the group, "Wait a moment. Once we reach the underground trading venue, exercise caution. It is a lawless area where violence can erupt at any moment. Let us avoid trouble." Despite having consumed a spirit elixir crafted by Li Chang, which had significantly enhanced his physical prowess, Pa Bin's timid disposition remained deeply ingrained. Suddenly, a member of the Green Tribe emerged. Tengu paused in surprise before rushing forward to embrace him, exclaiming with joy, their exuberance evident as they conversed animatedly, tears streaming down Tanji's face. The burly men lowered their weapons and retreated. Tangu brought the man before Li Chang, stating, "Boss, this is my brother, Tanda. At last, I have found family. Brother, this is my savior, Li Chang." Tando approached and performed a respectful gesture, expressing gratitude. "You hail from the Western continent? Greetings. Tango is my only kin. I am indebted to you beyond words. Should you require anything, Tanda shall do his utmost." Li Chang smiled. "Tanda, there is no need for formality. Tango is now one of our brothers." "I am not from the Western continent. I have encountered minor troubles since escaping from the dark prison and seek to exchange crystals for some funds. Come, let us all meet and celebrate Tanji's reunion." Unexpectedly, Na Shan stepped forward, embracing Tango, declaring, "I, Old Na, extend my congratulations." His voice faltered, and tears welled in his single eye as memories of his own family flooded back, overwhelming this boisterous man. One by one, the others approached to offer their congratulations. Each reminded of their own loved ones, their spirits dampened. Tanda inquired, "Little brother, how did you manage to find your way here? It is quite difficult for merchants from the Western continent to gain entry. Please, come inside. Exchanging currency is a trivial matter. Let us first sit in my room." Pa Ben chuckled. "I am merely a small merchant from the Western continent, quite familiar with the Lanqing Trading Company. I have visited their headquarters before. It was quite a lively place." Tanda's expression shifted to one of understanding. "Ah, that explains how you managed to locate this place. It is said that the merchants of the Western continent possess keen senses, adept at locating any underground guild." Following the descending passage, a group of individuals gradually made their way inside. Li Chang observed his companions and noted that they all shared his discomfort with venturing underground. Fortunately, the air here was quite fresh, and the ventilation appeared to be excellent, unlike the foul, musty atmosphere of Black Prison, which was permeated by an unbearable stench. The underground passage was a labyrinthine network, Tanda explained. "This is a simple maze-like corridor. Once inside, it is imperative to have one of our members guide you. Should you venture in alone and take a wrong turn, you will be immediately shot by the ambushers concealed within the walls, with numerous forks in the path." Tanda alternated between turning and proceeding straight, twisting and winding through the tunnels. Even Nashan, a seasoned underground expert, found himself somewhat disoriented, leaving everyone else utterly bewildered. Lost in the maze. Along the way, they occasionally encountered merchants, their eyes covered by cloth, being led deeper by a burly guide holding a rope. Upon seeing Tanda, the guides bowed respectfully, indicating Tanda's high standing in this realm. Pabin discreetly informed Li Chang that there were many entrances to this place, and goods were transported by designated personnel. The largest underground black market was controlled by powerful officials and businessmen, while smaller markets were run by influential individuals with intricate backgrounds. Merchants from the Western continent favored trading at the Blue Qing Society, of which they were currently at one of its points. The Blue Qing Society is a black market organized secretly by high-ranking military officials, primarily comprising retired soldiers. Its formidable backing ensures relative safety and a good reputation. However, the scrutiny here is stringent. Other underground organizations seldom dare to provoke them, and city officials turn a blind eye, knowing better than to interfere. Especially since the Blue Qing Society occasionally bestows substantial financial gifts, which they are pleased to overlook. Tanda's room was exceptionally spacious, with walls crafted from large, luminous panels, illuminating the space as if it were daylight. For massive square columns stood at the corners of the room, intricately carved with elaborate patterns. In the center, there was a platform, elevated about a foot from the ground and spanning approximately 30 square meters, radiating a soft, pale green hue that exuded a refreshing elegance. Tanda invited everyone to sit on the platform. Li Chang touched the green surface, which had a wonderfully soft texture. As he settled cross-legged, he felt himself slightly sink into the platform, and the comfort of his position elicited silent admiration. Tanda pressed a concealed button on his wrist, and an oddly shaped table rose before him. He murmured something softly, then smiled, saying, "Would anyone like a drink? I have a little of everything here. Anything produced in Tambang or the Western continent can likely be found. Please, do not hesitate." Li Chang, Zhao Hao Nashan, Han Jin, and Zhao Ji were unfamiliar with the offerings and hesitated to speak. Pabin's eyes brightened as he inquired, "Do you have sea juice?" He exchanged a few words with Ben. Chuckling, he prefers it thick, preferably raw. Tanda replied, "I stick to my old habits. Just some sweet root with southern water will suffice." Li Chang and the others were left in a state of confusion, as none of the items mentioned were familiar to them. Nashan, unwilling to be outdone, declared, I want that. The fish essence, just like Ben." Li Chang observed the awkward expressions of Zhao Hao and the others. Contemplating that it was best not to embarrass himself further, he cheerfully suggested, "Let us indulge in some wine." Feeling hesitant to produce the alcohol himself, he inquired of Tanda, "Do you have any wine?" Tanda, puzzled, glanced at them and replied, "Wine? Oh, do you mean jade syrup? We do have that. Which variety would you prefer?" Li Chang nearly cried for help. Parbin explained, "Wine is an ancient term. Not many know it now. Jade syrup comes in various kinds." Zhao Hao, noticing Li Chang's discomfort, chuckled, "Anything will do. We are open to all." Before long, someone brought in a platter of spherical items, each varying in color and resembling the size of eggs. Parbin picked one up, aware that Li Chong and his companions would not partake, and intentionally demonstrated, placing the item in a metal cup, covering it, and firmly shaking it in his palm. With a sound akin to water splashing, a faint, fragrant aroma wafted forth. He took a sip, tears welling in his eyes. This was a delicacy from his homeland. Li Chang was astonished. This could be classified as a solid beverage. Curiously, he took a milky white sphere, placed it in his cup, and mimicked Parbin's actions. As he shook it in his palm, a subtle scent of alcohol spread. Tasting it, he found it reminiscent of the sweet rice wine from his hometown, with a delicate flavor and an indescribable fragrance that was delightful. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, "Wonderful." While toying with his cup, Li Chong curiously asked, "Is it necessary to use this specific cup for the drink to dissolve?" Parbin replied with a smile, "Not at all. Any cup will suffice." Li Chong picked up a colorful sphere and remarked, "Hee, I have no idea how this is made. It is quite fascinating." He mused that this could be considered a specialty, and he must remember to take some with him when he leaves. Tange then inquired, "Brother, aren't you with the General's department? How did you end up at the Blue Clear Society?" Tanda chuckled bitterly, "Ever since your disappearance. Someone in the General's department has been envious of your brother's position, spreading rumors that you are a traitor, seizing the opportunity to trouble me. The enforcement team even came. Fortunately, a friend tipped me off, and I managed to escape. You know Ban Shou Tan, the commander's assistant? He arranged for me to come here to oversee matters. Sigh, I only worry about you. Seeing you safe and sound, these troubles seem trivial." Tange responded with a bittersweet smile. "I knew all along. Too many envy your position. Overseeing the entire military's armaments. Who wouldn't be jealous? These scoundrels are too much." Tanda waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. I have grown disheartened. By the way, I am planning to establish an underground trading business. You should come and assist me." Seeing Tange's troubled expression, Li Chong immediately interjected, "Tange, you should stay and help your brother. I must distance myself from here once I acquire the sea agate." Tanda was taken aback. Tange had never defied him growing up. Li Chong's heart raced, and he urgently asked, "Do you have sea agate? Are there many varieties of sea agate?" In his heart, he silently pondered. Mo Huayuan had merely stated that he required sea agate to attain the status of a scattered immortal, without specifying which type of sea agate. He had always assumed that finding any sea agate would suffice. However, from Tanda's tone, it became apparent that there were numerous varieties of sea agate. What was he to do? Tanda elaborated. There are 3 types of sea agate. One is red agate, another is yellow agate, and the last is sea soul agate, all of which are quite rare. Red agate is used to create a certain aphrodisiac and is exorbitantly priced. I am uncertain about the uses of yellow agate, but it is even more costly than the red variety. As for sea soul agate, I have heard of it before. There was an instance at an underground auction where 2 mysterious figures engaged in a bidding war, driving the price to a level that left all present in disbelief. Ultimately, one purchased it, while the other, in frustration, stomped his foot, causing a wall to collapse. Li Chong's heart soared with joy. He was almost certain that the sea soul agate was precisely what Mo Huayuan needed. He contemplated the necessity of preparing for 2 scenarios. Acquiring it would be ideal. But first, he must address the issue of finances. Otherwise, he would have to venture to the Western continent in search of it, if all else failed. He would have to personally dive into the sea of vengeful souls. Reflecting on this, Li Chong further inquired, "Do you know what the sea soul agate looks like?" "The more detailed the description, the better." Tanda chuckled wryly, "I have never seen it myself. I've heard it described as a blue, block-like substance. But since I have never encountered it, I hesitate to speculate. It would be unfortunate to misstate its appearance." Li Chong nodded in silence. "Boss, let us visit the trading market," suggested Tange. Tanda concurred, "I will guide you all." As they traversed several heavily guarded gates, they were greeted by an astonishingly vast trading hall, with a circular ceiling towering over 20 meters high, emanating a soft, radiant light, bustling with numerous individuals. The goods were categorized into ordinary, special, and auction areas. All merchants sold their wares through the trade house, allowing owners to stand aside and promote their items while the trade house took a commission of 20% and 30% for special items. Tanda explained that there were also gambling areas, leisure zones, and even life and death betting platforms. Tange handed the pouch of crystal stones, given by Nazhan, to Tanda. After examining it, Tanda summoned an individual and instructed, "Place this in the ordinary section for consignment. Advance the funds without taking a commission." Li Chong, aware that these crystals were of little value, produced a piece of yellow sedimentary stone and asked, Tanda, is this valuable? This yellow sedimentary stone was a remnant left by Fu Shan when he gifted Li Chang a bracelet. It was about the size of a child's fist and of fine quality. Tanda, despite his extensive experience, scrutinized it for a considerable time. Although he recognized it as a crystal, its unusual size, color, and shape left him unable to identify it. He summoned a burly man and whispered a few directives before turning to Li Chang with a smile. I have not seen this particular stone before, but we have specialists here who can authenticate such unique items. We shall know shortly. Pa Ba added, Boss, I wish to this. He stammered, uncertain how to articulate his thoughts. Na Shan could not help but exclaim, Speak plainly. This is exhausting to listen to. He was once the leader of the Pabin and spoke with utter disregard, his tone unmistakably laced with impatience. Li Chang raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, for he could not abide bullying. Na Shan had no time to retreat, and with a resounding smack, he lamented, Ah, boss, as he rubbed his head, devoid of any anger. Pabin, we are all brothers here. This is no longer a dark prison, so please speak freely. Boss, I wish to see if there are any fellow townsfolk here. I have been away from home for far too long and am uncertain of my family's well-being. Alas. Pabin's heart was heavy with fear. He dreaded the thought of any misfortune befalling his family, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Upon hearing this, Na Shan immediately said, Boss, I shall accompany Pabin to search. Li Chang nodded and instructed, Tanda, please find someone to accompany them. We cannot afford to have them lost. An elderly man approached Tanda, bowing respectfully. Leader, do you require my assistance? This elder belonged to the same race as Li Chang. His hair entirely white and his face etched with deep wrinkles. Though hunched, his eyes sparkled with vitality. Tanda presented the piece of yellow stone, saying, Old Bantong, please take a look at this crystal. I am unfamiliar with it, and my friend wishes to have it appraised. The elder picked up the yellow stone, weighing it lightly in his hand, and then produced a slender crystal rod from his pocket. As he tapped the stone with the rod, the initially translucent stick suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light. The old man's hand trembled slightly as he retracted the rod, his voice quavering as he proclaimed, A treasure beyond price. Tanda was taken aback, for he knew the elder was a distinguished expert in this field, possessing a discerning eye. If he declared it a treasure beyond price, it must surely be so. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he returned the yellow stone to Li Chang, saying, Old Bantong's assessment means it cannot be exchanged for money. No matter, I still have some funds for you to use. If it runs low, we will find another way. Perhaps it could be sold at the grand auction. Li Chang, feeling somewhat reluctant, accepted the yellow stone and pondered, Tanda, do you purchase weapons? Tanda responded with surprise, Do you have weapons for sale? How many? What kind? If they are of good quality, I can authorize the purchase. Li Chang still possessed approximately 7 or 8 self-made prison guns and a crystal bow. At this moment, he prioritized obtaining some currency. Just as he was about to retrieve the weapons, a cacophony of noise erupted nearby. Na Shan accompanied Pabin as they searched through the shelves, but after a short distance, Pabin halted, staring blankly at a figure from across a display, murmuring, Impossible. How could he be here? No, it cannot be. Na Shan looked at Pabin with curiosity, noticing his face shifting from red to blue, his teeth clenched, and his body trembling. Following his gaze, he observed a burly man wiping down merchandise with a rag, accompanied by 2 others squatting nearby. Pabin, shaking with trepidation, maneuvered around the shelf to stand before the man. Upon sensing his presence, the man looked up with a smile, but upon recognizing Pabin, the smile instantly vanished. Buji Gong momentarily appeared startled, his countenance suddenly contorting into a grotesque expression as he brazenly sneered, Haha, you cowardly wretch, so you're still alive. Even in your existence, you remain utterly worthless. An individual beside him, incensed, retorted, Buji Gong, you have gone too far. I have realized that the goods and assets of Pabin are in your possession. Silence. Buji Gong interjected, Pagan, humph. So what if I have taken them? If you are dissatisfied, challenge me to the arena of life and death. Ha, Pabin. It is better you are dead. Your wife has already remarried me, and I have sold your daughter. Ha. Nazhan could hardly believe his ears. There existed someone more malevolent than himself. Seizing property was one thing, but usurping a wife and child was beyond comprehension. He clenched his fists, ready to confront Buji Gong, but was restrained by the burly guide, who cautioned, We cannot fight here. It must be on the arena of life and death. Pabin's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a dying beast, emitting low, guttural growls from his throat. A strange sound escaped Pabin's lips as he lunged forward like an arrow. Bujigong, seemingly agile, sidestepped slightly, causing Pabin to crash into a shelf. Boom. The shelves collapsed, scattering goods everywhere. Bujigong shouted, "Hey! Someone is causing trouble. Quickly, come help." Surrounding them, 5 or 6 burly men armed with spears approached, pointing their weapons at Pabin. Pabin appeared oblivious, flipping over and scanning for Bujigong. Nazhan drew the spear from his back and directed it at the guards, exclaiming, "Damn it! Whoever dares to touch me will pay with their life." With Nazhan's declaration, even more guards encircled them. Bujigong laughed triumphantly. "Haha, what can you do to me, Pabin? Haha." Nashin's face turned pale with fury as he recounted the events in disjointed phrases. Li Chong listened intently, his expression inscrutable, and inquired of Tanda, "What does the arena of life and death entail?" Tanda, his face devoid of emotion, replied, "This situation is rather complicated. The goods here belong to the Banho Trading Company, and we cannot act against their people." Bujigong continued his arrogant laughter. Li Chong, indifferent to the implications, moved swiftly to stand face to face with Bujigong. As Bujigong noticed Li Chong's forehead seemingly expand, crack, he felt an excruciating pain in his nose. Before he could emit a cry of despair, he suddenly felt a foot stomp down hard upon him. Clutching his nose with one hand and rubbing his foot with the other, he hopped on one leg in agony. Li Chong's movements were as swift as lightning, leaving the onlookers in a daze. Tanda realized Li Chang was a formidable expert and, with a wry smile, suggested, "May I negotiate with the Banho Trading Company before making a decision?" "Pabin, do not despair. I will assist you. I shall not allow my brother to suffer indignities. Humph. If that Banho Trading Company dares to protect him, I shall annihilate them as well." Li Chong suddenly revealed his ferocious side. Tanda was taken aback. He was well aware of Li Chong's ruthless nature and quickly pulled Tanda aside for a quiet discussion. The more Tanda listened, the more astonished he became, stating, "Very well. I will strive for that. Come, apprehend him first." Bujigong spat blood, his voice muffled as he cried out, "You cannot capture me. You cannot capture me. Our trading company has an agreement with you. You can only drive me away. Not, He was met with a fierce punch. "Tan Good, do you know what Banho Trading Company is?" Li Chong inquired. Alas, Banho Trading Company is the largest black market enterprise on Tanbang continent, intricately linked with the 2 most powerful nations on the continent. Their potential influence is exceedingly vast. They even maintain a dedicated armed force, and the Lanqing Association is merely a pawn in their game. Truly, they are not to be trifled with. He added, "This Bujigong is but a minor character. However, should they refuse to comply, it could lead to significant trouble." Tanga shook his head helplessly. Observing the dire state of Pa Ben, Li Chong coldly remarked, "Regardless of their stature, if he does not release the person, I shall ensure he lives to regret it." Nashan slapped Pa Ben on the back, saying, "I, old Na, will assist you. Let us not weep like women. We shall deal with him decisively." Tanda approached, looking troubled. "If Banho Trading Company refuses to hand him over, our upper echelons are also reluctant to provoke them over this insignificant individual. As a mere leader of a small faction, I am powerless to make such decisions." Li Chong replied coolly, "Very well. Tanda, you may let him go. I do not wish to burden you. However, I require the address and intelligence of Banho Trading Company. This matter is unrelated to the Lanqing Association. We shall handle it ourselves." Chapter 2. Rebuilding the homeland. Tanda had ultimately come to trust that Tanj could follow Li Chang, though he could not help but repeatedly offer reminders. Li Chang nodded and approached Pabin, saying, "Pabin." Suddenly, Pabin crawled to Li Chang's feet, sobbing, "Boss. Old Musi, please teach me. I wish to learn the art of killing. I know you do not wish to take on a disciple, but just offer me some guidance. I want to personally slay that beast." The provocation from Bujigong had transformed him entirely. He had always been a timid merchant, seeking only to earn a modest living and provide a comfortable life for his family. But now, all of that had been destroyed by Bujigong. His world had crumbled completely. Li Chang understood that if he did not provide Pabin with a glimmer of hope, Pabin would be lost forever. Thus, he said, "Very well. Pabin, I will have Zhao Hao teach you first. However, if you wish for personal vengeance, you must put in the effort." As it seems Bujigong has some skills himself. Pabin collapsed onto the ground, nodding fervently, trembling uncontrollably. Li Chang admonished, "Rise. A man must possess ambition. Do not wallow in tears. What is there to lament?" "Pabin, We shall start anew. He infused his words with a hint of true energy. To Pabin's ears, it felt as though a thunderclap had erupted. He suddenly leaped to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury, veins bulging on his neck as he shouted, "I will personally kill him." Nashan laughed heartily. "Haha, Pabin, that's the spirit. I will learn alongside you." "Hey, senior brother, you must teach me as well." Pabin approached Zhao Hao, bowing respectfully, and upon rising, declared with fiery eyes, "No matter the hardship, Pabin can endure it." Zhao Hao nodded slightly, grasping Pabin's neck and channeling a trace of true energy to examine his physique, astonished to discover that Pabin's constitution was remarkably superior. Li Cheng interjected, "Zhao Hao, there's no need for further examination. All of them, including Tange and Kankanki, have enhanced bodies and are fully capable of learning martial arts, even cultivating the path of immortality." Zhao Hao, perplexed, inquired, "Master, I do not comprehend. What has been used to enhance their physiques? Such a body would yield remarkable results in training." Li Cheng handed him a small cultivation pill, stating, "This is the essence of the elixir, which I call the minor cultivation pill. It has a commendable effect. Though it may not benefit you much, consider it a gift for a fateful encounter." Tange, blushing, asked, "Boss, could I also have one?" Li Cheng, realizing, handed him another, saying, "Tange, you still think of your brother. This one is for him." Tange was overjoyed, fully aware of the pill's efficacy. Clutching it tightly, he hurried to Tanda's side, and they began to converse excitedly. Tanda approached to express his gratitude, producing 2 credit card-sized items, saying, "This one contains intelligence regarding the Banzhou Trading Company, and this one is for payments. It holds 16,000 units. Use it for now, and if it proves insufficient, have Tange contact me. Additionally, a grand auction is approaching, and your crystal is entirely qualified for the rare treasures category. Tange knows how to participate." Li Cheng was utterly bewildered by the monetary concepts at play, inquiring, 16,000 units? "Tanda, what does this amount signify? Please enlighten me, for I have yet to experience it." Tanda could not help but chuckle, teasing, "Truly, the boss is oblivious to the value of money. Well, a single unit represents the smallest denomination. The greater the number, the more wealth it signifies. That is the essence of it." Upon grasping this notion, Li Cheng further questioned, "What if one does not possess this card? Is there any alternative?" Tanda produced 4 rectangular blocks of varying colors, each the size of a standard lighter, explaining, "The white block represents 1 unit, the green one signifies 10 units, the red denotes 100 units, and the black corresponds to 1,000 units." In that moment, Li Cheng felt a profound sense of impoverishment among his companions. He retrieved 5 black prison guns and his soul crystal bow, asking, "Can these weapons be sold for money?" He was driven by a sense of urgency, having been embarrassed by a young woman earlier at the eatery. With the overwhelming strength of Tai Haosu now beyond his reach, and his own power needing to be recultivated, his spiritual cultivation had diminished, causing his mundane thoughts to resurface, though he remained largely unaware. Tanda accepted the weapons, oblivious to the fact that these would one day become renowned across the Tambang continent. However, he possessed a unique understanding of weaponry, being quite the connoisseur. After a mere glance, he exclaimed, "Ah, this spiked spear is unlike anything I've encountered before. Its design is peculiar and its lines are fluid. Please, allow me a moment to test the weapon." Han Jin, Zhao Ji, and Zhao Hao began conversing among themselves. All hailing from the heavenly court star and sharing a common nationality, their camaraderie evident in the warmth of their dialogue. During their conversation, Han Jin was astonished to realize he had long heard of Zhao Hao's illustrious reputation. "The Madblade Zhao Hao, I have long been aware of your esteemed name. I have heard that you are the head of the foremost silver shop in the capital. It is a pleasure to finally meet you here." His tone was one of genuine admiration. Zhao Hao responded with a smile, "The chief of the Wei Yuan escort is a dear friend of mine, but after he retired, I ceased my visits to the escort. At that time, I too was in retreat, rarely venturing out until I encountered my master." Zhao Ji expressed his envy, saying, "You are indeed fortunate, senior, to have taken master as your teacher. I hope you will look after us in the future." In truth, Han Jin and Zhao Ji were indeed juniors, their skills considered second-rate on the heavenly court star, vastly overshadowed by Zhao Hao, who was a top-tier practitioner with a far greater reputation. Zhao Hao chuckled, "We are all from the same hometown. Let us support one another. You are wise to follow my master. Thus, you shall cultivate diligently. These are far superior to those crafted by renowned gun makers." Nashan exclaimed, "Did our boss create them? They are fine weapons, indeed. What is the price for each?" Tanda, animatedly exclaiming, "Do not be so astonished. The boss is not familiar with such matters. Ha! Offer a fair price, and next time I shall persuade the boss to sell them to you." Tanda laughed as well, stating, "A typical spiked spear costs 1,000 units. For this one, we will charge 20,000 units, and that bow is priced at 50,000 units. This is the maximum amount I can authorize. Do you think it's acceptable? What are these weapons called?" Li Chang suddenly inquired of Tang Ge. "How much did our previous meal cost?" Tang Ge pondered and replied, "Perhaps around 30 to 50 units. Li Chang exhaled in relief, realizing that this sum would suffice for a while. He nodded and said, "Very well, Tang Ge will collect the funds, and from now on, you shall manage the accounts. Let us name this firearm the Black Prison Gun, and the bow shall be called Crystal Source." Later, Tang Ge provided Li Chang and the others with a considerable sum, as the Black Prison Gun ultimately sold for over 100,000 units, while the Crystal Source bow remained unsold, quietly collected by Tang Ge sighed heavily. It seems war is imminent. Alas, that is the alarm signal from the Blue Clear Guild. Li Chang and the others ceased their movements, awaiting news from Tang Ge remarked with a bitter smile, "The Tang Bang continent shall know no peace henceforth." After a while, Tang Ge cleared the platform and approached Li Chang, stating, "After you exit, it would be prudent not to wander about aimlessly. It is best to find a place to reside temporarily until the situation stabilizes. The Tang Te Kingdom has just declared war on the Bangchi Ning Kingdom." Tang Ge affirmed, "Indeed, it is over the crystal mine. By the way, how did you come to know this?" Li Chang replied, "I once encountered an envoy from your green tribe, who seemed to be named Caben. He informed me that a large crystal mine had been discovered at the border of your two nations, and tensions have escalated between them, leading me to deduce that the mine is the cause." Tang Ge and Tang De exchanged alarmed glances. Tang Ge stammered, "Caben, the envoy, the divine envoy Caben. That is, the messenger of the great deity Cambor." He was visibly shaken. Li Chang felt troubled as well. With the outbreak of war, chaos was imminent, and what would become of Haimao? After departing from the Blue Clear Guild, Li Chang and his companions arrived at the rendezvous point outside the city, where Nana Dun and King Kanchi were already waiting. Nana Dun remarked, "The individuals from the La Du Kingdom are here as a tribute delegation to the Bangchi Ning Kingdom. Their matron is the renowned Lady Lu Ruinyu, who holds a high status. Her external identity is even more astonishing. She seems to be some sort of princess. However, details about the foreign nation remain unclear, and we lack time to investigate further." Li Chang's interest in them had waned at that moment. He nodded and said, "Excellent, Nana Dun. I have some thoughts I wish to discuss with everyone, primarily concerning our next steps. The war between the Tang Te Kingdom and the Bangchi Ning Kingdom has introduced significant variables, and we must prepare to avoid entanglement." Nana Dun, astonished, interrupted Li Chang, exclaiming, "What? Boss, the Tang Te Kingdom and the Bangchi Ning Kingdom are at war? When did this happen? We have just learned of it. Fighting has yet to commence, but a declaration of war has been made, and tensions are about to escalate, so we must act swiftly." Li Chang stated with a serious expression. King Kanchi interjected, "This is dire. What will they do? Hey, you all come out." A group of 70 to 80 individuals emerged from a nearby trench, led by none other than the notorious Balala from Black Prison, followed closely by Wuya. Approaching Li Chang, Bala forced a smile and said, "Boss, alas, these individuals are not from here at all, and I cannot bear to abandon them." He intended to express his own disorientation, for everything here felt foreign to him. Li Chang, having a profound impression of Waya, could not help but smile as he reached out to shake his hand, asking, "Waya, where is your home?" Since their encounter, Waya held great admiration for Li Chang and replied respectfully, "Waya does not know. My hometown is not like this. I recall being captured. There seemed to be a flash of white light, and then I found myself in the dark prison." His words were unclear. Yet Li Chang understood that this group was neither from Taiyangding Star nor Tambang Star. They must have been abducted from another planet to be subjected to suffering. Naden interjected, "Boss, your elder brother instructed us to ensure their proper arrangement, so I dared not neglect them and brought them here." Li Chang patted Naden on the shoulder, saying, "Of course we cannot disregard them. We were once comrades in adversity." He contemplated, why not train them to become warriors? This way, our strength will increase, and they will also gain the ability to protect themselves. Naden readily agreed, while Nazhan excitedly exclaimed, "Yes, if we grow stronger, we will not suffer losses easily." Anyone who dares to provoke us is merely courting disaster. He was the most interested in fighting, Tang Ge stated. We must move away from the border between the two nations and venture into the heart of Bankaning Kingdom, establishing our base not far from the city. Kankanki, do you have any suggestions for a location? Kankanki shook his head. Li Chang asked, how far is the Sea of Vengeful Souls from here? It would be best to stay close to it. Pabin, where is the crossing from Tambang continent to the western continent? Pabin, having been in a daze, replied, the crossing is at Desperate Cape, but we cannot cross the sea now. We must wait for the fearful wind to subside. Does anyone know where Desperate Cape is? Tangu, can you guide us to establish our camp nearby? Tangu scratched his head and said, we can go to Fengnan City. It is close to the sea. I remember there is a gorge that should suffice for our encampment, but we will need to construct our own shelters. Li Chang exclaimed with joy, excellent. We shall go to the gorge by Fengnan City. Oh, how do we get there? Kankanki suddenly interjected, I have a solution. We will fly there. Do not forget. I am the commander of the Flying Battle Corps. I will find a friend who possesses a flying board. Boss, I will return shortly. You all wait here. Fengnan City is a sprawling commercial metropolis, situated adjacent to Desperate Cape, making it a hub for merchants. It is perpetually buffeted by fierce winds, and once the winds cease, it signals the time to cross the sea. The city's architecture is predominantly semi-subterranean, with all roads constructed underground to shield against the wind. If one were to observe from outside the city, one would scarcely believe it is a bustling marketplace housing a population of over 1 million. A small flying board, capable of accommodating 100 individuals, glimmered with protective red light as it glided over Fengnan City towards the distant mountains. The strong winds caused the flying board to sway incessantly, nearly skimming the ground as it soared. Li Chang perceived that the technology of Tanbanxing was inferior to that of Earth in many respects. The jarring movements of the craft were overwhelming for most, causing many to feel nauseous. Li Chang inquired, Kankanki, could you steady it a bit? Kankanki responded loudly, boss, it's impossible. The winds are too fierce. We don't feel it inside the shield, but outside it's quite dreadful. The consumption of crystal is excessive. Tangu chimed in, everyone, just hold on a little longer. We will soon enter the Grand Gorge. The small flying board finally surged into a vast fissure, a winding crevice shrouded in shadows where no vegetation was visible, and the rocks appeared dark and foreboding. As the board gradually navigated a few turns, the group suddenly found themselves in a breathtaking expanse. A wide gorge revealed itself before them. To Li Chang's astonishment, lush greenery filled the valley. Suddenly, Pabin exclaimed, ah. Nazan rushed to embrace him, saying, Pabin, what are you doing? Pabin gazed dreamily, his voice thick with emotion. It looks just like my homeland. The West Continent is green too. And here it is green as well. I detest Tambang Continent. Nazan sighed, my homeland is green too. The small flying board halted on a flat patch of land. Li Chang disembarked and addressed Kankanki and Tangu. I must trouble you both to make a trip to Wind Whisper City. I require building materials, tools, food, and daily necessities. Kankanki, could you consult with your friend to ensure he and the flying board remain here? It is quite inconvenient without transportation in and out. Kankanki approached his friend for discussion. Tangu stated, boss, we must participate in the grand auction without delay. Once war commences, prices will soar immediately. I believe we should spend our current funds wisely and stockpile resources, for there may come a time when wealth cannot procure them. Li Chang admired Tang Ji's astuteness and chuckled. You are our logistics officer. Everything is in your capable hands. You must ensure the supply for these individuals, as I will soon commence their training, and you are to participate as well. Haha. That is certain. I will definitely take part. However, as Tangu finished speaking, an unsettling feeling washed over him, an instinctual dread of impending danger that he could not shake off. He rubbed his face vigorously, perplexed, before returning to the small flying board. Li Chang gathered everyone together to account for their numbers, discovering that a total of 83 prisoners had accompanied him, including his own group. There were 93 individuals in the gorge. Li Chang felt the weight of responsibility heavily upon him. These individuals, having lost their homeland and with no other recourse, were now intertwined with his fate, unless he could help them find their planet of origin. Standing atop a stone, Li Chang addressed all present, from this day forth. You shall reside in this grand gorge. You have fortuitously escaped the Black Prison, yet you have irrevocably lost your homeland. If you place your trust in me, let us strive together in this world. Will you join me? Li Chang had already established considerable authority among the prisoners, who felt a deep respect for him. And they all shouted in unison, Boss, we are willing to follow you. Li Chang jumped down from the stone and gathered Zhao Hao, Nanadun, Nazan, and others to begin surveying their new homeland's environment. The emergence of this group of unfortunate captives compelled Li Chang to confront reality. In order to prevent them from becoming a burden, he felt obliged to train them, equipping them with the means for self-preservation. Li Chang himself possessed only a moderate level of cultivation, yet he was well-versed in the most esteemed techniques. He was not one to hoard his skills. Instead, he sought to impart his knowledge to others, making it inevitable that they would grow formidable under his guidance. Nana Dun chuckled and remarked, "Beyond this mountain range lies the sea of aggrieved souls. Were it not for the mountains shielding us from the hurricane, the Tangbang continent might be utterly uninhabitable." He gazed up at the canyon overhead and added, "It is truly elevated. I have yet to hear of anyone who has managed to ascend it. Perhaps even flying wings would prove futile against the fierce winds up there. Listen closely." The group paused, straining to hear. Li Chang and Zhao Hao had already discerned the sounds with clarity. They echoed like wails of tormented spirits, sending chills down their spines. Nana Shun cursed, "Damn it. That is utterly dreadful." Li Chang responded with a smile. "In a few days, we shall venture up to see what the sea of aggrieved souls truly looks like." Chapter 3. The flashing white line time on the Tangbang continent is rather peculiar. Since Li Chang emerged from the Black Prison, he meticulously calculated and discovered that daytime lasts approximately 34 hours, while nighttime varies between 6 to 8 hours. When he inquired of Pabin how months and years are measured here, Pabin, too, was perplexed, ultimately resorting to a haphazard calculation in accordance with local customs. Li Chang remarked with a smile, "This place must have been subjected to prolonged erosion by water, which explains its condition. However, the formation of these deep ravines remains a mystery." Zhao Hao, running his fingers over the surface of the rock, chuckled, "I can hardly fathom how many ages it took to wear it down to such smoothness." With a subtle exertion of his true energy, he struck the rock, producing a light crack. Zhao Hao, astonished, remarked, "What a sturdy formation. It didn't even shatter." Na Shan exclaimed, "Senior brother, this is absurd. You merely tapped it, and the stone cracked, more forceful than a hammer. Are you still dissatisfied?" Li Chang laughed, "Na Shan, do not envy. If you train earnestly, you too will possess such prowess." "Oh, Zhao Hao, where do you think we should construct our dwelling?" Na Shan, yearning for Zhao Hao's abilities, mused. "If only I could collapse a house with a single punch, how impressive that would be. Who would dare to disregard me?" His thoughts ignited a chuckle from him. Nan Dun stood atop a large rock, surveying the surroundings, and pointed to a nearby smooth expanse of rocky ground, saying, "I believe that location is quite suitable. It is elevated and flat, perfect for a camp." Zhao Hao leaped beside him, examined the area, and nodded. "Indeed, I concur with Nan Dun's suggestion. Master, what do you think?" Yet, Li Chang gazed vacantly at the distant flora. Na Shan, intrigued, inquired, "Master, big brother, is something amiss?" "The vegetation here is rather strange," Li Chang observed. "Look closely. They all grow flat against the ground. Why do they not reach upwards? Could it be?" He hastened toward the distant cluster of plants, with Na Shan and the others curiously trailing behind. The plants resembled vines, long and slender, clinging to the rocky terrain. Dense as a vast green carpet, devoid of leaves. Li Chang, pondering, reached out to tug at one. Surprisingly, it did not break. He marveled, how remarkably sturdy. Pulling harder. He heard a muffled pop. Li Chang was astounded. With such force, even steel wires should have snapped, yet it merely detached from the rock. Zhao Hao grasped one stem and, channeling his energy, stretched it until it could withstand no more, resulting in a sharp snapping sound. Zhao Hao shook his head. It is hard to believe such resilient vines exist. Even ordinary whips lack this sturdiness. Truly an eye-opener. Li Chang's mind stirred. Indeed. Such fortitude must have its reason. What could it be? As the flying board came to a halt, everyone immediately gathered around. Kang Kanki and Tang Gu approached Li Chang and the others. Tang Gu reached Li Chang's side and said, "Boss, we have made quite the haul this time. My brother's friend in Wind Whisper City lent us a flying board and gathered some information. Let's discuss it shortly." Tang Gu was taken aback and inquired, "Is there anything amiss? I stumbled upon this canyon long ago while exploring with a few friends, and its proximity to the Sea of Souls left a lasting impression on me." He continued, "However, I recall visiting during the day. I am uncertain about what transpires at night, but it should be fine." Li Chang shook his head, feeling increasingly perplexed, unable to articulate the reasons behind his unease. Known for his cautious nature, he was aware of the many unknowns surrounding him. Thus, he declared, "Let us refrain from constructing any dwellings for now. Everyone should exercise caution tonight. I will first establish a defensive formation, and all individuals and belongings must be moved inside for the time being. Nashan murmured. The boss is becoming more timid. I refuse to believe that with so many people and firearms, we have anything to fear from monsters. Zhao Hao, intolerant of any disrespect towards their mentor, retorted sharply. What did you say? Nashan, startled, quickly responded, nothing. He. I didn't say a word. Nana Dun recalled the time in the abyss when Li Chong had set up a defensive formation to craft weapons in his room. They had attempted to enter, but found themselves unable to even extend a hand inside. The protection was indeed formidable. He nodded in agreement, adding, better to be cautious. There are many things in the Tangbang continent that I do not comprehend. As dusk descended, Li Chong directed everyone to gather around the flying board. Hastily commencing the formation, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him as the sky grew darker. He called out, everyone, sit still, do not wander about. Nashan, you two, sit down and refrain from moving. Zhao Hao, come help me. Sensing the gravity in Li Chong's tone, the group settled uneasily, none daring to stir. The air thick with their heavy breaths. Zhao Hao, having learned a bit about formations, recognized that Li Chong was setting up a powerful defensive formation known as the Return to Origin formation, which was somewhat challenging to establish. He rushed forward, and the master and disciple worked in tandem. Nashan felt goosebumps rising on his arms and suddenly sensed a cool breeze brushing against his face, bringing an invigorating refreshment. He couldn't help but whisper, ah, what a lovely breeze. Just then, the sky began to weep, raindrops falling heavily yet sparsely, splattering against the rocks like blooming flowers. The wind whipped the rain against their faces, chilling them uncomfortably, causing a ripple of restlessness among the seated crowd. Nana Dun commanded, settle down. There is no need to panic. Kan Chi, Han Jin, Bala, and Zhao Ji collectively restrained the crowd. Chaos was not permissible at this moment. Li Chong's apprehension deepened as he urged Zhao Hao to expedite their efforts. Before the night fell completely, the two finally completed the Return to Origin formation. Li Chong shouted, Zhao Hao, activate the outer formation. I will initiate the inner quadrant. Be swift. Zhao Hao channeled all his true essence to set the formation in motion, and the onlookers gazed in disbelief as a ring of white light illuminated around them. Li Chong discovered that his true essence was insufficient to activate the inner quadrant. Noticing that Zhao Hao had exhausted all his strength, he realized he could rely on no one else and began to gradually channel his own true essence. The red light of the inner quadrant began to glow faintly. He understood it would take at least half an hour for the formation to operate autonomously. A chilling breeze swept through once more, causing everyone to shiver uncontrollably. Nashan refrained from praising the wind any further. It was simply too cold. The rain intensified, drenching everyone within moments. As the cold wind blew, the group trembled in unison. Tan Ji's complexion fluctuated between pale and ashen. He had not anticipated such peril in this place. In the distance, strange, disquieting cries echoed, sending chills down their spines, while the wind grew ever stronger. Zhao Hao had activated the outer formation entirely, positioning himself beside Li Chong as they both channeled their energies simultaneously. In an instant, a vibrant red light surged forth, illuminating a radius of 100 meters. The rain shimmered with glistening white reflections under the radiant glow, and the ground, pelted by raindrops, foamed white as mist ascended, rendering their surroundings a hazy white expanse. Roars emanated from the opposite end of the gorge, gradually intensifying, resembling the thunderous gallop of 1,000 horses. The onlookers, filled with trepidation, strained to discern the source of the cacophony. Beads of sweat trickled down Li Chong's forehead. The formation would take another 10 minutes to fully activate. The sound crescendoed, interspersed with piercing shrieks akin to knives scraping against glass. Many could not endure the terrifying noise, desperately covering their ears. Nashan, eyes shut, shouted, what in the world is that sound? It's making my teeth ache. Suddenly, silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by Li Chong's triumphant shout. Mission accomplished. Haha. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers, rising to their feet. Nashan opened his eyes and marveled at the brilliance of the defensive formation. Despite the torrential rain and fierce winds, not a single drop penetrated their sanctuary, and the external clamor was reduced to a mere whisper, almost imperceptible. Zhao Hao, barely managing to sit cross-legged, grasped the celestial stone Li Chong had handed him, closing his eyes to recuperate. He had nearly exhausted all his vital energy and felt utterly drained. The entire defensive formation radiated a dual glow of red and white, and the scenery outside appeared clearer than before. While the storm raged on outside, the group began to dry their soaked garments within the protective barrier. Confidence in Li Chang surged among them. This formation felt even more secure than a house. They gazed peacefully at the magnificent vista outside the gorge, only then realizing its breathtaking grandeur. Nashan pointed towards the horizon, exclaiming, "Boss, what is that?" A white streak rapidly approached from the distance, racing along the gorge's bottom with astonishing speed. Within the formidable protection of the formation, the group felt a powerful tremor coursing through them. Li Chang likened it to a high-speed fighter jet soaring just above their heads. He understood that had they not been within the formation, the earlier explosive sound alone could have rendered half of them unconscious. Nana Dun called out, "Another one is coming. Everyone, pay close attention to what it is." All eyes fixated on the white streak, some already covering their ears. 7 consecutive white lines zipped past, leaving the crowd dizzy, the piercing shrieks penetrating even the defensive barrier. Nana Dun inquired, "Did anyone catch a glimpse of what that was?" The group shook their heads in silence, unable to discern the mystery. Nashan exclaimed, "I cannot discern it. It is simply too swift, and I cannot keep pace. All I perceive is a white line, dazzling my eyes with its brilliance, so white, so elongated." He began to babble incoherently once more. Li Chang observed intently, unable to see clearly either, yet unaffected by the explosive sounds. He remained remarkably calm. He inquired, "I did not notice anything within the white line, Brother Han. Did you see anything?" Han Jin, among the group, was known for his skills and keen eyesight, but he shook his head, saying, "I cannot see. It is too fast." Nana Dun pondered aloud. It seems that the white line merely descends into the ravine and does not venture elsewhere. "Look, it has returned from that very spot. I do not believe it is a monster, boss, see." Li Chang contemplated for a moment and declared, "I shall go out to investigate. We cannot remain stationed here without understanding the situation." Nashan cried out, "Boss, do not go. Let us observe further." Li Chang smiled. "Further observation will yield no clarity. Everyone stay still. I shall be fine." Nana Dun and the others watched Li Chang anxiously, knowing that once he made a decision, it was difficult to dissuade him. Li Chang donned his Lanyan battle armor and stepped beyond the defensive formation. Once outside, he realized how ferocious the rain was, as if the heavens had ruptured, pouring torrents down upon him. Those within the formation witnessed a remarkable sight. Li Chang's Lanyan armor glimmered with a faint golden light, repelling the rain from within a meter around him. In the dark ravine, that golden glow resembled a beacon, and some of the weary prisoners could no longer restrain themselves, kneeling in reverence. Upon exiting the formation, Li Chang was struck by the overwhelming sound from the outside, a truly heart-stirring cacophony. Another white line swept by, its shrill whistle startling him. He hastily settled onto the ground, crossing his legs to summon his Yuan Ing to withstand the terrifying roar. Those in the formation were startled by Li Chang's sudden descent. Zhao Hao, awakened by the collective gasps, opened his eyes in astonishment. After a second glance, he felt a sense of relief, chuckling, "No worries. It seems Master is beginning to cultivate." Li Chang immersed his consciousness within his Yuan Ing, urging the small cosmos surrounding him to rotate swiftly. To his surprise, he noticed the Tai Hao Su suspended above his Yuan Ing, turning slowly as if tethered by an unseen force. The purple flame heart within the Yuan Ing had absorbed heavenly fire, transforming into a deep violet hue, emanating a peculiar fiery energy. To counteract the external reverberations, Li Chang swiftly channeled his true essence into the Lanyan armor. Finding it exceedingly taxing, he endeavored to stimulate his Yuan Ing to generate additional true essence, thus activating the energy of the purple flame heart. The energy surged rapidly into the Yuan Ing, accumulating swiftly through the small cosmos's propulsion. The Tai Hao Su trembled slightly. The external explosive sounds were insufficient to trigger its counteraction, and Li Chang cautiously refrained from disturbing it, knowing it was currently untouchable. The crowd noticed Li Chang suddenly radiating a stunning purple-gold light. Each time a white line swept past, the purple-gold glow shimmered brilliantly. Nashan marveled, "Goodness, boss is igniting. What treasure is this? It is truly magnificent." Wyatt gazed in astonishment, murmuring to himself, "Remarkable, truly remarkable." As dawn gradually broke, the torrential rain ceased abruptly, leaving the rocky ground damp while everything else remained unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. Li Chang sprang to his feet, stowing away his battle armor. A night of cultivation had yielded significant gains. Approaching the edge of the trench once traversed by the white line, he reached out, and discovered an intense heat emanating from it. The energy contained within such a white line was astonishing. He surmised it might be a unique physical phenomenon of this location, utterly incredible. Zhao Hao led the group out of the formation, stating, "Master, this place is unsuitable for encampment. They may not withstand such tremendous noise. Should we consider relocating?" Tang concurred. "Indeed, I too did not anticipate such an occurrence. I support Zhao Hao's suggestion." Li Chang, grinning, replied, "This is an excellent training ground. Thus, I have decided to establish our base here. There is no need to dismantle the defensive formation. I estimate it can operate for a considerable duration before exhausting its energy." Zhao Hao, "Instruct everyone on how to enter and exit the defensive array." Li Chang addressed Nathan Dunn. "We must organize everyone into teams. I propose 9 individuals per group, divided into 9 teams. Han Jin, Zhao Ji, Na Shan, Kinkanki, Tank, Pabin, Ben, Bala, and Waya shall each lead a group, with you and Zhao Hao overseeing all. Begin training immediately. At the very least, we must ensure our self-defense capabilities. As for weapons and equipment, Tank and I will handle that." Pabin could scarcely believe that Li Chang had appointed him to lead a group. He pleaded, "Boss, must I really lead a team? I am merely a merchant." Li Chang reassured him, "I was once a merchant as well. Pabin, if you wish to achieve something, you must learn and act. Fear not. Everyone will support you." Embraced the challenge wholeheartedly. Pabin, recalling his grievances, resolved, "Very well, I shall give my all." Li Chang nodded approvingly. "That's the spirit. Additionally, you are responsible for teaching everyone the local language, and you must teach me as well. The capable shall act as mentors." Pabin, filled with enthusiasm, declared, "I will master the language and ensure everyone learns it proficiently." Tank approached Li Chang and remarked, "Currently, the kingdom of Bangkingning is conscripting soldiers. I heard from my brother's friend that this impending war is of considerable scale, and they are preparing for arms trading. Boss, should we involve ourselves?" Li Chang pondered for a moment. "We lack the necessary capital. By the way, when does the grand auction commence?" Tank replied, "In about 50 days. There's a venue in Wind Whisper City. If we intend to go, we must set out early." Li Chang inquired, "Is there a place in Wind Whisper City that manufactures armor? I need to understand the crafting process so I can create superior protective gear. We can also forge our weapons." He added with a smile, "I have no desire to meddle in the conflict between the kingdom of Bangkingning and the kingdom of Tant. I merely seek to acquire some weaponry and equipment. Once the winds of fear settle, I will journey to the western continent in pursuit of Sea Soul Agate, and then we can depart from this place." Tank asked, "Will it be akin to those who previously traversed through the teleportation array?" His eyes glimmered with confusion, and his heart wavered in indecision about whether to follow the leader's departure. Kinkanki approached with the selected team members, smiling as he inquired, "Boss, could we possibly acquire some wings? I wish to train them into aerial warriors. What do you think?" Li Chang felt a spark of inspiration and replied, "Ah, that's an excellent idea. It would be ideal if everyone could be equipped with wings." "Well, good. Let us first create a pair and see if we can enhance them further." Tangu responded, "No problem." Suddenly recalling something, he added, "Boss, there is another matter. The Bansho Trading Company is investigating our background everywhere. It is said they are extremely furious and seeking revenge. All underground guilds have received a notice to report us immediately upon discovery. My brother's friend advised us to be cautious." Upon hearing the name of the Bansho Trading Company, Pa Ben's eyes reddened, yet this time he showed no outward reaction, only emanating a rare aura of menace. Li Chang glanced at him and said, very well, I shall seek them out soon. Let us take our time with them." The group began to pack up the camp. Rebuilding the house was out of the question, as the sonic booms at night were sufficient to bring it crashing down. Fortunately, the defensive array remained unscathed by the elements. Although small, it was still habitable. Zhao Hao discussed training methods with Li Chang for quite some time before deciding to extract a simplified cultivation technique from the Yuanshi sect. They would first use minor cultivation pills to enhance everyone's physique, after which Zhao Hao would teach them martial skills and the fundamentals of cultivation, thereby achieving remarkable efficiency. Li Chang had plenty of minor cultivation pills, and he ensured that those who had not yet taken one consumed a dose. Han Jin suggested naming all participants in the training as warriors, with the leader designated as the Great Warrior for ease of reference and management, which received unanimous agreement. As training commenced, Zhao Hao quickly realized the participants' foundational skills were severely lacking, compelling him to start from the very basics. Over the course of several days, thanks to the elixirs providing an excellent foundation, Each individual progressed rapidly. What astonished Zhao Hao the most was Pa Bin. He trained with an almost reckless fervor, requiring little oversight beyond initial instructions as he relentlessly practiced until achieving perfection. This earned Zhao Hao's admiration, and he frequently imparted special techniques to him. Zhao Hao's greatest challenge lay with Na Shan and Tan Gu, who were averse to hardship, fatigue, and pain. Consequently, Zhao Hao occasionally provided them with additional training, leaving them to complain incessantly, to the point where they recoiled in fear at the sight of him. Li Chong recognized Zhao Hao as an exceptional instructor. Previously, he had only perceived him as respectful and serious in his own cultivation, never realizing that he could also be fierce and unyielding in teaching. After observing a few training sessions, Li Chong felt reassured. He relayed a few important notes and cautions to the group before discreetly seeking a place for solitary cultivation. After circling the canyon, Li Chong discovered a modest cave within a rocky wall. After tidying it up slightly, he sat cross-legged and took out the Jedi manual to continue his studies. Li Chong summarized the cultivation methods of the Ho Pai Jing from the Yuanshi sect. Although he had practiced the 3 stances, grasping their essence remained a challenge. He sat in a hollow of the rock face, lost in deep contemplation. Gradually, he came to understand that the cultivation techniques of the Yuanshi sect could only be rapidly enhanced through combat. This was the unparalleled path to transcendence through martial prowess. Much like how the Chongxian sect approached cultivation through artifact refinement. He recalled his previous experiences in refining tools, which had significantly elevated his own abilities. It appeared that advancement within the Yuanshi sect necessitated engagement in battle. Li Chong couldn't help but smile wryly. Didn't this imply that he would be compelled to fight continuously? He wondered how long his brother Ho Pijing had fought to achieve such a high level of cultivation. Oh! The anguished cries of Na Shan echoed through the canyon. Zhao Hao rebuked him. You can't even execute the most basic splits correctly. Look at Pa Bin. After just a few attempts, his body has become remarkably supple. Yet here you are, incessantly wailing. Again, Na Shan never anticipated that at his age. He would still be subjected to the childlike antics of performing splits. Reflecting on his determination during the Blue Qing Society's exercises, he felt immense regret. Had he known that training would be so excruciating, he would have refrained from boasting. With a mournful expression, he lamented, "Brother, please spare me. Have mercy on my old bones. Oh, my dear brother, this pain is unbearable." Zhao Hao suddenly chuckled, lightly flicking his left foot to lift Na Shan's groin and then swaying it side to side, pressing down on his shoulder. Everyone present heard a distinct rip sound. Na Shan's voice transformed. "Ah, brother, my pants have torn." The searing pain nearly brought him to tears. Zhao Hao nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Look, everyone, Na Shan has achieved such precision and standard. I believe you all can as well. Remember, you have all consumed the minor Pei Yuan pill. Your bodies are undergoing transformation. This training aims to bring your bodies to their optimal state. Tan Gu, come here, don't shy away. The sooner you face it, the better. Just like childbirth, a moment of pain leads to relief." Tan Gu repeatedly waved his hands. "I am the logistics officer. Let me ease into it." He retorted. "You speak so lightly. I have no experience with the misfortunes of childbirth." Wait a moment, brother. No, how could he possibly evade the grasp of a master like Zhao Hao? Before he could take 2 steps, Zhao Hao had firmly seized him. Zhao Hao pulled him close, saying, "Where do you think you're running? This is how training goes." He replicated the previous action. In an instant, Tan Ji's face turned a vivid green. Na Shan and Tan Gu faced each other, both performing splits. Tan Gu, bewildered by the pain, fell silent, fixated on Na Shan, and suddenly opened his mouth to emit a frantic howl, his uvula quivering wildly. Na Shan sighed in relief. "I feel much better. It seems that hearing someone else scream alleviates my own pain." Tan Gu, enraged, threw a punch, but Na Shan caught his fist. The two of them, still in their splits, began to struggle against each other. Zhao Hao called out, "Han Jin, your turn." Han Jin smiled faintly, performing a somersault in midair and landing perfectly in a split. As a practitioner of martial arts, the split was a trivial feat, and the crowd erupted in applause. Na Shan inquired, "Old Tan, it seems like it doesn't hurt anymore." Tan Gu paused to assess, perplexed. "Hey, it doesn't hurt anymore. Damn it. It's gone numb." Na Shan could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, "This is splendid. Rise, come on." Haha. Alas, I cannot get up. It was now Tan Ji's turn to burst into joyous laughter. A new day of training commenced. Na Shan hid behind a rock, reclining on the ground and softly humming a tune. While Zhao Hao was preoccupied with training the others, he stealthily slipped away to indulge in some merriment. Suddenly, a gentle sound came from behind. Humph. Startled, he blurted, "Brother, I am, relieving myself." "Damn it, old Tan, what brings you here?" Tan Gu chuckled. "Old Na, your position while relieving yourself is quite unique and amusing." Na Shan retorted angrily. "You?" Tan Gu whispered, "Keep it down. Do you wish to alert the madman how?" "Hee. I too shall hide for a while before joining the fray." Na Shan laughed. "So you think like me, resting well is essential for better training." "Indeed, without proper rest, where would the energy for training come from?" Tan Gu and Na Shan chimed in unison. Yes. "Wow, boss." Li Chong observed them with a grin. Na Shan stammered, "Boss, rest." Tan Gu stepped back, repeatedly saying, "It's not my concern. I was merely calling old Na to train, to train." Li Chong chuckled inwardly, finding Zhao Hao's ability to frighten them amusing. "What are you two still doing here?" Zhao Hao bellowed. "Na Shan. Tan Gu, come over. The two groups you are in charge of our training. What are you up to?" "Na Shan, you better hold a handstand until dark." "Tan Gu, do not get too comfortable. The golden rooster stands only with the big toe touching the ground. Just like Na Shan, stand until dark." Na Shan's feet wobbled as he pointed to the sky, while the two hands supporting his body emitted a faint glow. He incessantly remarked, "Old Tan, I wonder why you look so peculiar, with a small head and big feet." Tan Gu, balancing on one foot, rotated slowly, the tips of his toes shimmering with green light, as the hard rocky ground beneath him was worn into a shallow pit. "What is so strange about it?" "I am practicing. Once I master this move, I can practice lying down. Just thinking about it makes me happy, haha." Tan Gu declared proudly. "Humph. I am the unlucky one. The next move requires me to learn running. My old joints might just fall apart," Na Shan lamented, sulking. Li Chang replied, "If you truly master this running technique, it will serve you for a lifetime." Zhao Hao hurried over, addressing Li Chang, "Master." Li Chang inquired, "How is it? Is the training going smoothly?" "I see significant progress in Na Shan and Tan Gu." He praised. "Indeed, they have improved tremendously." Zhao Hao laughed, "Haha. These two are adept at slacking off. They vanish the moment I am not attentive. Hence they have been penalized the most, which has strengthened their abilities." Na Shan exclaimed, "Old Tan, I never knew senior brother could laugh. I thought he never smiled. Oh, why does he look at us with such disdain? Alas, what a wretched fate." Tan Gu murmured to himself as if oblivious to the surroundings, "I understand that my senior brother has our best interests at heart, and I am grateful for his rigorous training. Did my senior brother just smile? I didn't see it." Li Chong couldn't help but chuckle. "Zhao Hao, I never imagined these two would be such jesters. It's impressive how you have trained them." Na Shan grumbled in annoyance, "Old Tan, you flatter too much. I will settle the score with you later." Zhao Hao laughed. "The progress is astonishing. Peiben has already entered the early stages of cultivation, which is quite remarkable. The training methods bestowed by our master are truly extraordinary." Tan Ji's eyes darted around as he spoke. "Boss, we must head to the grand auction early. There are many preparations to be made. It would be best to leave today, for I fear any delay might hinder our plans. Also, weren't you looking for someone to assist with the weaponry, boss? That needs to be expedited as well." The two were evidently intimidated by Zhao Hao and sought to slip away. Li Chang said, "Very well, let us prepare," and set off. Tan Gu dashed out in excitement, while Na Shan called out in a panic, "Wait for me." Li Chang instructed Zhao Hao that those warriors who had already established a basic foundation in cultivation must gradually be moved out of the defensive formation by nightfall, so they could acclimate to the thunderous sounds and vibrations, thereby enhancing their abilities while also encouraging them to compete against one another. The warriors broke into a cold sweat, fully aware of the terror that awaited them, yet a few of the faster learners felt a thrill of anticipation, eager to test their own capabilities. Na Shan, looking pitiful, trailed behind Li Chang, incessantly signaling to Tan Gu with nods and blinks, his hands fidgeting at his sides. Tan Gu, seemingly unfazed, busied himself with his belongings, not sparing a glance at him. Li Chang suddenly turned and asked, "Na Shan, what are you doing?" Na Shan, surprisingly bashful, felt his bald head flush, and the long scars on his face turned a deep shade of purple, resembling two wriggling earthworms, with a wide grin revealing his yellowed incisors. Na Shan's laughter had an odd quality to it. "Hee. Hey, no, boss. Hi, take me with you. It's absolutely suffocating here." His laughter sent shivers down the spines of those nearby. Li Chang gazed at him with a bemused expression, neither affirming nor denying his request. Na Shan continued to chuckle, though the sincerity had faded, replaced by hollow heh sounds. Under Li Chang's scrutiny, Na Shan began to feel frantic. His hands had nowhere to go, and his feet were restless. His inept demeanor was comically absurd, prompting Tangu to finally burst into laughter. Boss, Na Shan can help us carry some things. It won't do to have fewer people on the return trip. Na Shan nodded vigorously, eagerly adding, yes, yes, I can help with the load. To prove his usefulness, he picked up a large stone and held it aloft, declaring, look, I can handle this much weight. Hi, may I go, boss? Li Chang replied, can Chi Kai Fei Ban, Pei Bin, Tangu, and Zhao Ji, just the 5 of us will go. While the others continue training with Zhao Hao, Na Shan let out a mournful wail, boss. I beg you. As he emitted a peculiar sound, laughter erupted among the crowd. Li Chang, unable to contend with him, chuckled, all right, let us go together, just don't cause any trouble. Na Shan, initially despairing, was overjoyed to hear Li Chang's consent and exclaimed, the boss is the best. Haha, I'll be the first to board the flying board. He dashed ahead to the flying board and shouted, Old Can, hurry up and start it. The flying board surged forward towards Fonan City. Na Shan, like a monkey freed from its cage, leaped about restlessly, while Pa Ben sat in one corner of the board, still engrossed in his work. Zhao Ji muttered, just take it one day at a time. As long as I survive this hellhole, I, old Na, consider it a win. Realizing he had misspoken, Zhao Ji offered a wry smile and reassured, don't worry. You're quite lucky, having narrowly escaped that prison. The heavens must favor you. He decided to change the subject. Tangu had already formulated a plan and said, let us head to the United Merchants Association first to secure merchant identities for everyone. With the impending war, lacking proper identities could easily label us as spies and lead to trouble. Having merchant status will facilitate our actions. We are currently all unregistered. If inspected by patrolling soldiers, it could become quite problematic. Pa Ben exhaled deeply, rising to interject, I have registered records at the association, and everyone can substitute my merchant identity. The merchant guilds on Tan Bang continent have always been accommodating towards traveling merchants from the Western continent. I'll smooth things over. There shouldn't be any issues, especially since all the other merchants who came along are gone. Na Shan looked at Pa Ben with confusion and muttered, there's a problem? Pa Ben asked, what? Li Chang, too, was intrigued. Pa Ben replied solemnly, there's no problem. The identity can be resolved, I assure you. Yet Na Shan remained silent, stroking his bald head. Zhao Ji couldn't help but inquire, old Na, what do you mean? Na Shan rubbed his cheeks vigorously and shook his head. It's nothing at all. However, Li Chang had already grasped the situation. Since knowing Pa Ben, he had never spoken so decisively. Na Shan wasn't questioning Pa Ben's ability to secure their identities. Rather, he was puzzled by the tone of his speech, which was entirely unlike the Pa Ben he once knew. Having once led Pa Ben, he was acutely aware of his transformation. In the distance, a dozen dark figures appeared in the sky, swiftly approaching them. Kinkanki exclaimed, oh no, it's the patrolling Sky Strikers. Boss, what should we do? Li Chang, unwilling to engage with the Sky Strikers, responded, shake them off. Kinkanki, glancing at the pursuing Sky Strikers, who he was all too familiar with, calculated his chances and said, I'll do my best. Everyone, hold on tight. The flying board suddenly lurched downward, swiftly gliding along the ridge. Tanga shouted, Kinkanki, steer towards the area with stronger winds. Their crystal stones won't hold out for long. Do I even need to say that? Everyone, brace yourselves. We're entering the storm zone. Oh ha! Kinkanki shouted excitedly. The flying board jolted violently, causing Na Shan to tumble backward. But Pa Ben reached out to steady him, saying, old Na, hold on. Na Shan regained his balance and, after a moment, queried, Pa Ben, what did you just call me? Zhao Ji laughed heartily, proclaiming, he referred to you as old Na. Haha. Na Shan, stroking his bald head, chuckled, I can hardly believe it. Haha. Old Pa has grown quite confident. I rather like it. Li Chang felt a profound sense of relief, recognizing that these individuals had embraced their camaraderie. The flying board was indeed not as swift as the Heaven Strike soldiers' wings, and the dozen or so soldiers were drawing ever closer. Tanga furrowed his brow and remarked, this is dire. This flying board is registered, and both Kinkanki and I are regarded as traitors. We are all in the shadows. What shall we do? Na Shan glared at the approaching Heaven Strike soldiers. His ire flaring, should I be provoked, I will eliminate them all. Damn it, they are pursuing us with remarkable speed. Li Chang raised his hand and donned the Lan Yun battle armor, saying, I will divert their attention. I have a basic understanding of the local dialect. Tengu, where shall we regroup? Everyone was aware of Li Chang's prowess and harbored no fears for his safety. Tengu replied with a smile. Let us gather at the Great Unity Commercial Association. That location is well known throughout Fengnan City. Li Chang declared, Kankanki, release me. Everyone be cautious. I am about to remove the protective shield. Be careful not to fall off the flying board. As the crimson barrier vanished, Li Chang found himself suspended in midair. The flying board swayed as it glided into the distance. Hanging in the air, the strong wind assailed him. Clad only in the Lan Yun battle armor with his hands bare, he was unperturbed by the gust. The squad of Heaven Strike soldiers, infuriated, had never encountered a flying board that dared to remain in motion while being pursued. As they approached the stormy region, the commanding officer, filled with resolve, was about to order an attack on the flying board when unexpectedly, someone emerged from it, brazenly obstructing their path. Li Chang, grinning, waved at the Heaven Strike soldiers and suddenly soared upwards, leaving behind a trail of hearty laughter. Without waiting for the officer's command, the soldiers angrily pursued him. Li Chang ascended leisurely, while the soldiers shouted thunderously, relentlessly in pursuit. Li Chang could roughly understand their cries, which conveyed their demand for him to halt. Or else they would open fire, accompanied by a slew of insults. Having previously learned local curses from Pa Ben, he couldn't resist shouting a few back, calling them fools and imbeciles, which only served to enrage the soldiers further. Each soldier maximized their flying wings and pursued him recklessly. As he soared higher, the winds intensified, and the Heaven Strike soldiers suddenly realized their precarious predicament. The energy crystals of their wings were rapidly depleting. The leading officer was the first to awaken to the danger, shouting, Fire! Bring him down! Bring him down!